September 3rd and I haven't heard from her. I thought for sure we were starting something that wouldn't allow for what's just occurred. I thought for sure we were, but I haven't heard from her. And I'm singing Mayday, Mayday, 'cause our love lasted no longer than April day. And I could hear it in the words she'd say. Baby's got something of an August way. At the end of the summer she don't plan to stay. No way, no way, 'cause it's no longer that April day. October 3rd and she hasn't yet called.
Check.
Seems after all, we were never starting nothing that would ever last past the fall. It hurts after all. It hurts after all. And now as I fall, I'm singing Mayday, Mayday, 'cause our love lasted no longer than an April day. And I could hear it in the words she'd say. Baby's got something of an August way, yeah. The end of the summer she don't plan to stay. No way, no way, 'cause it's no longer that April day. November 3rd and not a word from her. I still haven't heard from her, but I still remember her. And I'm singing Mayday, Mayday, 'cause our love lasted no longer than an April day. And I could hear it in the words she'd say. Baby's got something of an August way, yeah. The end of the summer she don't plan to stay. No way, no way, 'cause it's no longer that April day. Most of what I wanna know is what's going on. What's wrong? How long has it been since you've seen the sun? Made a joke or said a pun or even made fun of me. You used to make me think that you wanted me. It's so sad to me. How can I mend you now? 1 year, yes, one more by. A little less of my time thinking, little more of my time high. And I wonder why life hangs you out to dry, so I think I might go by the east side. Meet me on the east side of the bridge. We know flight is not right, but you might for what you did. Hang your feet from the east side of the bridge. I know they're near there or here, they're taking my ditch, but I don't care. I'll meet you anywhere, so meet me. Rest of what I wanna know, I can't ask. No things stuck in the past that you maybe should have asked about the last time we spoke about pastimes. Like, are you lonely tonight, or were you only lonely that time? Because time won't be the end of another line. Even if this is the end, are you my love or my friend tonight? 1 year, yes, one more by. A little less of my time thinking, a little more of my time high. And I wonder why life hangs you out to dry, so I think I might go by, hang my feet from the east side. Meet me on the east side of the bridge. We know flight is not right, but you might for what you did. Hang your feet from the east side of the bridge. I know they're near there or here, they're taking my ditch, but I don't care. I'll meet you anywhere. Meet me on the east side of the bridge. We'll let the sunrise be both of our alibis, so meet me. You're like the sea I'm sinking in, falling 1,000 leagues in love. And if I were to meet my demise, I wouldn't regret nor rise above. And if you were to wear a disguise, baby, your eyes would be enough to see your worth. It lies far within. I believe I found a diamond in a rough, and I wanna do something with this life I'm lucky to live, for this world I'm living in, so I'll never stop loving, because I am a man made up of more than just the sum of all my parts. And baby, I believe your body's a work of art, so show me an open mind and I will hold you in my arms, so you can feel my heart beat faster for you. Can't you feel my heart beat faster for you? Can't you feel my heart beat so much faster for you? I stand stressed and looking at a mess from the corner by my bedroom door. I never want to see her anymore. I now know nothing could ever be what I thought it could be before. But my eyes keep slipping towards the You slip away and out from under my soul employed. 'Cause I have run out of you time, and I will no longer lend you any of mine.
Okay, what's going on, guys? It's me. I'm Cole. This is Collateral TV. This is Button. She'll say hi. I don't know if she'll jump on screen though. We're gonna be playing Rise Ole Ronin. Oh, shit. I'm a dumbass. Okay, so. Yeah, we're gonna play Rise of the Ronin. I'm gonna get my little earphone in. And we're gonna be watching Destiny. So y'all strap in, have fun, and as always, if you want to talk. If you want to just sit back, relax, and watch some videos with me,
we won't. The bridge is about to burn.
I'm down for that too.
Careful. Ooh, he's super right up to this point, but I think he's making a statistical error here. By the way, not only is Dr. K over-credentialed versus what I'm going to say, he also has real-world application practice as well. If our messages are ever in direct conflict, and I was a listener, I'd probably lean towards Dr. K, unless Steven makes a really compelling argument. Just as a heads up, okay? If we end up, but I would say that somebody got my friend to fall for the open a business in another state and don't pay taxes meme.
You mean the LLC or?
Yes. Every single LLC should always be set up in a state with better tax treatment. That's what you're saying. Oh, that's cool. I didn't know that. That's awesome. What an amazing loophole. Hedonism in and of itself, I don't think is necessarily a good thing, but I think everybody should be hedonistic. But I think that hedonism needs to be paired with fulfillment. If you can hit like this middle circle, it's like you're like in the dream zone. But this is incredibly difficult. Has that person committed an error?
That's a super tough question. Go f yourself and read Wikipedia, you dumb.
I think it means life's not worth living is a...
Wait.
Conclusion people arrive at.
Dr. K is watching us right now. I mean, he's watching my video responding to him.
Oh.
Something is in your brain then, because there's not.
Oh no!
Just not,
I wasn't ready for this to be reviewed.
A healthy brain acclimates.
There we go. Okay.
Amount of stuff. Like even I've said this before on stream. I think I said this yesterday. Even people who are like handicapped, like you can lose both your legs. You can have quadriplegic. You can have shut in or locked in syndrome. And even these people's happiness will acclimate surprisingly quickly.
Oh
so
God, he's gonna destroy me.
Rational analysis of your life. I'm like, wow, I need to kill myself. Something is
not working.
Yeah, something is not.
Okay.
Uh-oh.
So I'm sure at some point Destin and I hope, we'll actually have a conversation about
We
that.
won't. The bridge is about to burn. Where's Mr. Girl? Bring him in.
Is this fun? And reacting back and forth is... So, look, so I respect Destiny a lot. I think he's not wrong here, and I disagree. So let's understand a couple of things, right? So let's turn to the data. So this is where, like, I'm not... And there's data to the opposite of what I'm saying. So we're going to talk about the flaws in the data. So the first idea is that, okay, like, people can have a life that's crappy, but if you're suicidal, there's one exception, which is, like, debilitating illness.
Yep.
And Destiny's also correct that there are a lot of studies that show that human beings acclimatize to, like, lower standards. That's true. Like, if you lose a limb...
I'm so curious. Who does Dr. K overlap with that hates me so much?
Oh shit, I've actually seen this. Nope. That's a no for me.
Is this like Twitch culture in general? Because all my conversations...
It's gonna be Twitch in general. Because you're banned from Twitch, so hating you...
No. I mean, like, hates me. Like, I don't,
hate you.
No.
Welcome back to the Tom Dark channel. I'm your host, Tom Dark, and Caleb Hammer is someone you guys have probably heard of. He's the creator of the Financial Audit Show podcast thing, where basically he takes on people to his show, he reviews their finances, and he criticizes them for how they spend money. He's like, oh, your credit score is low. You're really, you're debt maxing right now. You know what I mean? You guys are really spending a lot of money. Why are you so broke?
Why are you so stupid?
And some of these video titles are absolutely insane. I actually like them. I like this one about Adriana Lee titled "E-Girl is going to die in poverty." I think that's
Classic.
awesome. His wife would rather blow their money. Financial audit. I legitimately lost my mind. Couple is going to die in poverty. 22-year-old has the worst finances ever to be seen. Now, honestly, I do find the show somewhat entertaining. It's fun to watch people go on and basically be like criticized for the fact that they don't know how to save or spend money, okay?
Lost all the liquor money, boys. What? It's the way she goes.
I think it's cool. I think it's fun. I think it's entertaining. And I'm someone who's extremely financially responsible because I like to invest all of my money, guys. I invested in Funko Pops. I invested in canisters of Zyn. I invested in your mom's, which we're currently doing a reconstruction of to make it more palatable to the general audience because you know that stink. But honestly, I do like his show. But currently he's in some controversy due to a man named Scott Schaefer. Now you guys probably know Scott Schaefer. He's sort of a CoffeeZilla clone type thing. Maybe clone is a bit reductive. I just use that because he's basically like CoffeeZilla too. Like he likes to make videos about scams. He makes videos about people who are being disingenuous on YouTube. Here we have like the greatest documentary was a scam, investigating the biggest charity scandal yet. Whistleblower exposes the billion-dollar gold scam industry. And the thing you guys probably remember him for mostly is the established titles thing, where he was criticizing a bunch of YouTubers, which I was included and I wasn't named in the video, but he was criticizing a bunch of YouTubers who were being sponsored by this company called Established Titles, which basically gives you like a fake plot of land over in, I think it was Scotland, and basically then like a tree gets planted and you get like a little certificate. It's like a dumb gag gift basically that people would buy, and he criticized them, claiming that the company was a scam. Now, I don't really think the company was a scam, to be honest with you. That being said, there were a few valid points in the video, I think, as far as, you know, the advertising and stuff around that. And what I find even more interesting is the fact that he's now going after Caleb Hammer. This video is titled "Caleb Hammer Might Sue Me for This Video" and has 50,000 views. And there's apparently some allegations of workplace harassment / abuse with Caleb Hammer, among other things. And I'm very curious to see what he has to say.
Caleb Hammer might sue me for this video, and that isn't clickbait at all. He's already threatened legal action against me multiple times before I even released this video, simply for looking into a story he doesn't want covered and not immediately accepting his point of view. Now, to me, that seems very suspicious and almost like Caleb didn't want me to find something. And spoiler alert, yes, I found some very interesting pieces.
Here we have a DM that says Caleb's boy crush, and then we have this guy Super Something Diddly saying, "I would like to personally stick my thing in a hole of his. Any hole will do. Thank you." And Uncut says gross. Is this like Grindr messages?
Not that there's anything wrong with that.
Okay, is the controversy that Caleb is gay because, you know, without beating around the bush?
Did you bring the toll?
We been new, sis. We been new Caleb was sucking on that thing. We been new he was getting in that boy hole.
You gotta pay the troll toll if you want to get into that boy's hole.
But the question is if he actually did anything super wrong. Caleb Hammer, also known as Mr. Poopcock. No, that's me. I'm Mr. Poopcock. I am Mr. Poopcock. Everybody knows. Everybody's been known, okay? I am Mr. Poopcock. I got that on me, okay? You guys know, I know, we know collectively. I'm Mr. Poopcock. No one will take that title from me, ever.
Presented with some information that Caleb Hammer, a finance YouTuber with 1 million subscribers, had allegedly acted inappropriately with a guest on his show. I reached out to Caleb by email to get his side of the story, as these allegations were pretty severe, and I had no interest in making a video without getting everyone's side of the story. Caleb initially was very friendly over email and denied all the claims against him, and even told me to have a great day.
Hey Scott, sorry I've not seen your other messages, but someone else did ask me, and I'll send that same message to you. I've been dealing with what this former guest Zeke has said for almost a year now. He was on my show 3 times in a pilot episode for a show called Dating Money. Oh wow, so there's other videos about this too. A pathological liar, the truth of Zeke's accusations against Caleb Hammer. So this guy's saying that Zeke is some kind of liar. This is a full timeline of just receipts going over it. A timeline of Caleb Hammer's worst guests. So I guess some people don't believe Zeke and think he's like a piece of idiot. But I think this is the guy. I think this is Zeke.
Hi, my name's Zeke Kuroga. I'm from San Antonio, Texas. I'm 19 years old, and this is Financial Audit.
So this is the guy, I guess, making the allegations against Caleb, whatever they may be. It's some accusation of some kind of like problem where he went on the show, and I guess he was hitting on him or something. He was on my show 3 times in a pilot episode, and after begging to be on for the 4th time for months, I said he needed to actually make progress before he came on again. He said it was his career too, and eventually blew up. He started posting random allegations online in different places, many of which didn't catch my attention or knowledge at the time. Over the course of a month, the allegations kept changing until he got something that was picked up by other people online. The first time he came on my show, we talked about his OnlyFans. He told me after the episode recording that he wanted to build his Twitch and OF like many other Austin creators. He asked for any collabs and connections. That's where I tried to offer a collab there. It was uncomfortable for me to talk about, and I left a voice note in my candid over-the-top typical communication style. This is how I always am on my show too and in the vlog, so I'm confused why people think it's some sort of gotcha that I felt awkward and danced around the subject. But his post is very out of context, so I do get it. And you can see one of the screenshots, he continued to ask for help with his fans down the road. It looks like as of today, he deleted the majority of his videos about me on YouTube and Instagram, and even his OnlyFans from his Linktree. Not surprised if he's trying to clean up his messaging. He doxed me at 2 points, put my life in danger, and threatened to kill me for not allowing to have him on my show. He also bragged about his claims being for the drama in a now deleted video. Watch his 3 episodes with me, that's his genuine personality. He bragged about lying and many other things that are bad. How anyone is taking this seriously this one, I have no idea. But once again, I know it comes with the territory of my job, and this is some solid red meat for a channel who has just hit 1 million subs. I was quite close with almost every guest within the first 30 or 40 episodes before I ever got any notability or too much attention. I legitimately wanted them to do well and try to create connections with the limited connections I had here in Austin at the time. In hindsight, even if he requested, connecting a guest with an OnlyFans creator was certainly not the best idea. If I could go back, I would change that. It came from a genuine place, but I do understand how it could be misconstrued. Hope this all makes sense. We also addressed this on Reddit many months ago. And he did indeed address this. I found the post where he says, Zeke, I saw Zeke spam the subreddit early this morning. I'm sorry you all have to go through the annoyance of this. I honestly am going against every bone in my body in writing this because I know it's giving him exactly what he wants, clout. But from the beginning, I said my channel is about transparency. After we filmed 3 episodes with him, it was clear he was never going to make any progress, but he kept begging to come back on because he likes the attention, and I had to repeatedly tell him no for months and months. After this, he snapped. I guess the only way he could get the attention he wanted, if not coming on the show, was to go full belligerent. It's been interesting watching the progress of what he said about me these last 2 months. It gets more and more extreme every time he posts something because he clearly didn't get the reaction he desired from whatever post before. I'm betting next month I'm gonna be some kind of serial killer or something wild, who knows. This man has posted my address and has threatened to kill me multiple times. I've blocked him everywhere, but he always finds a way to get to me. With the doxing of my location, he has put myself, my pets, and my friends all at risk of physical harm. It has led to extremely bad mental health concerns for myself recently, but I hope to just move on. I've reported this to all platforms, but they don't seem to do anything. My lawyer and law enforcement are already on this, hoping to resolve this once and for all. So it looks like he did respond in some way. Now, as of now, we haven't seen any receipts for either side, so who is to say what the truth is here? But it definitely has been something that's been brewing for months and months, it seems, behind the scenes. And finally, Scott Schaefer decided to cover it in his video.
Unfortunately, that attitude quickly changed when I didn't immediately accept what he had to say as fact. He told me he wasn't interested in doing a Zoom call because he wasn't interested in participating in the internet drama industry, which I found to be quite funny since, in my opinion, his channel is entirely based on drama around other people's finances.
I would probably agree with that, yeah. I mean, that's a decent point. I mean, the whole point of the show is like sensationalizing people's finances. I mean, titles like this e-girl is going to die in poverty, right? There definitely is a point to be made there about how Caleb is profiting off of people's misery a little bit. Not that I care, not that I think there's anything wrong with that, and I think he does genuinely want to help these people, but to an extent he is making content out of the fact that they're irresponsible with their finances, and that is kind of drama. And that's why I've reacted to the Boogie episode in the past. That's why other streamers will often react to it, because it's interesting, it's funny, and it's not because of the intricacies of the financial audit, right? That's a little part of it, a little bit of teaching financial responsibility, but part of it is also like just seeing Caleb be like, oh, this guy, why is this guy doing this? Why is this guy so stupid, you know? So that's kind of a dumb point. I think it would have been safer for Caleb to just say something to the effect of like, I don't want to validate this guy, I don't want to respond to him anymore, I've already dealt with it, so I'm just kind of done with it, right? Something like that would have been fine, I think.
He then made his first of many legal threats, stating that, in preparation for your video, we will be ready for legal repercussions for defamatory statements with very clear evidence proving our case.
Well, he's basically just saying here, like, if you make a defamatory statement, if you defame him, then he will probably, you know, want to respond to that in some way. If you do, you know, explicitly slander or lie about him. So you can read that as like an attempt to shut down the story entirely, but it could just be him saying like, hey, make your video, but keep in mind, if you slander us, obviously we're going to respond accordingly. You could view this very charitably if you wanted to.
Now keep in mind that this was after I had sent him only 2 emails and was just trying to get the details around the initial case of inappropriate behavior I was first aware of. Threatening legal action so quickly in the initial fact-gathering stage without any video being made yet really set off my alarms that something odd was going on here. Why was Caleb so defensive about me looking into this case further? If the initial person who came forward was so obviously a liar, why quickly jump to legal threats against someone who was trying to tell a story that would present all sides equally? Caleb claimed that his lawyer had gathered all videos and texts that clearly show his first accuser, Zeke, is lying, and made the statement that they are prepared to release these. I asked in the follow-up email if I could see any of the evidence they'd gathered, including videos Zeke supposedly deleted, and even told Caleb directly that if he can prove to me Zeke is lying, I wouldn't make any video on this topic and would move on. Caleb responded upset for some reason that I asked for the evidence that 2 emails before he had said he was prepared to release. I don't understand why Caleb would get mad at me for asking to see the evidence he already stated he gathered and was prepared to release. To me, that seemed like a fairly basic request, and as I stated to Caleb before, if the evidence was as strong as he suggested, I would have never made a video covering any of this. Following all this, Caleb decided to publicly post to his community tab and Twitter a long post claiming I was just a drama YouTuber and questioning my integrity.
Let's see here. Yay, I finally get to get canceled. Here comes the drama. After a year of Zeke threatening to kill me, doxing me, and harassing me for not letting him come on my show, someone is actually going to platform him. YouTube drama shows don't have the best reputation of journalistic integrity, but I hope Scott is better than most, though I've personally never consumed his content. Can't believe this guy has tried to ruin my life multiple times because I wouldn't allow him on the show again. He never improved and only ever lied to me on the show. Is still trying to harm my life. I'm glad that most people will be objective.
This game is so fucking dope, by the way. If anybody tells you it's not, they need to fuck off.
Our culture does better in the future than feed stuff like this. It does seem like Caleb is very nervous about this stuff coming out, and that doesn't necessarily mean that he's guilty at all. I mean, it could definitely just mean he doesn't want to deal with the stress of drama, right? When you're running a show, when you're running a channel, and you're posting videos every day, you're trying to get production done, and then an accusation comes out and you have to disprove it, that can derail your entire business for the time being. So that doesn't mean that he's guilty. That doesn't mean that he's like, you know, oh, he's scared of being proved wrong or being proved to be a freak or something like that. It doesn't mean that. All it really means that we know is that he doesn't want this stuff to come out, and he doesn't want to have to deal with it. Probably because he's been dealing it for quite a while now. And I don't want to seem like a Caleb simp here or anything, but I'm just encouraging people like Scott or the audience to think like this could be viewed more charitably. This isn't dead to rights yet, but we're only a few minutes into this video, so there could be some much more damning evidence later on.
Then happily responded to one post on Twitter saying, I'm excited. I've never sued anyone before. This will be fun. Lawsuits are never fun, Caleb. It doesn't matter if you win or lose, you'll be devoting countless hours to fighting the case, and eventually the discovery process will take place, where lawyers dig through every document they can get their hands on and uncover every and any secret currently hidden. I've also spoken to lawyers about this case, and you clearly would be classified as a public figure. If you sued me for defamation, you would have to prove actual malice, that I knew information presented in the video was false and posted it anyway. Seeing as how I've given you multiple attempts to talk to me about the issue discussed in the video, as well as do everything in my power to verify it's accurate, I think that would be a very hard case for you to win. In my opinion, any lawsuit you file would just be a sad attempt to try and get revenge for not portraying you in the positive light you want everyone to see you in. Your sudden legal threats for simply asking questions will also portray you in a negative light if you do end up suing me, and any lawsuit you file will simply be a waste of time.
I mean, I would agree. Usually a lawsuit is a waste of time. You'd probably be better off if there's false allegations made against you, dispelling them to the best of your ability, and that's it. Because ultimately a lawsuit is just a lengthy process. It's not like a quick thing. Even if you do win, it's like years of legal fees and costs and talking to lawyers, which gets in the way of your shit. Like, it's just a fucking pain in the ass, right? And at the end of it, it's like, I guess you win. But for Scott Schaefer, who I assume, I don't think he's poor, but I don't think he's extremely wealthy. I don't know how much money you expect to win or how much money in damages you're going to really get from that. I mean, realistically, this video, as of now, has 50,000 views. Caleb Hammer's channel, on average, is averaging, like, a lot more views than that. I mean, 600,000, 300,000 views. He's doing very well. So, to me, it's kind of hard to tell if it's really worth a lawsuit. I would say it's probably not. But if he has, you know, the proper details, like he said, the proper screenshots and stuff to prove that Zeke is lying, then I think the best response he could possibly give is that he can, you know, level Zeke in the public sphere. He can level Scott Schaefer, and that would destroy their reputations, and they would look, you know, they would not be trusted anymore. They would look like bad actors. They would look like they're acting in bad faith, and then he would still have his audience and be fine.
Now that we've got past all of Caleb's legal threats, let's get into the actual allegations against Caleb. First, we'll be talking about the original accuser of Caleb, named Zeke, and then we'll talk about the further alleged text of Caleb I was given after. What many people don't know is that many of the early guests on Caleb Hammer's show were actually paid actors hired off of a website known as Backstage to appear on the show. Zeke was one of the actors that claims to have found out about Caleb's show from the site, and from the listing Zeke showed me, the offer was quite generous, with an initial small $25 appearance fee, and then a 25% commission on all revenue generated.
Wow, they were paid actors? I mean, allegedly? That's very interesting. I didn't know that. So I guess to jumpstart it, he got actors, but were the actors showing their real financial histories, or were they just acting for the sake of Like, was it completely fake? Was it all fabricated? That's what I would be curious about, I guess. Are these people all actors? Because if they are, I mean, for all of them, you should be able to verify, like, their acting or actor listing page, right, on this site. You should be able to find every single one of these people, I guess, ideally. Caleb, in that post, he said they were people he knew personally. They're personal friends of his. So if that's a lie, then that's very interesting and clearly kind of a conflict of interest there if the financial history isn't even real and they're just actors. But I mean, this for now, as far as I'm concerned, is an allegation. I don't know if this screenshot is real, but it would be a lot to fake it. You know, Hammer Media, all of this, it would be a lot to fake this. I will say that.
Anticipated commission was believed to range from $2,500 to $8,000, depending on video performance. Zeke, only 19 at the time, jumped at the chance to make to him what seemed like a large sum of money. Many people have seen Zeke's episode, have called him an insufferable brat and way worse things, but don't seem to understand that the attitude portrayed by Zeke isn't true to his normal personality from what I've seen talking to him, and was designed to get as many views as possible to increase his chance of making more money and getting more screen time. This tactic ended up working, and Zeke appeared 2 more times on the Caleb Hammer show, racking up a total of over 1 million views across the 3 episodes he appeared.
Well, the natural question you have to ask then is, why is he upset about his portrayal? Why is he upset about Caleb? If he was a paid actor, he was paid for these appearances, he was supposed to be there, and he got compensation for acting that way, why would he be mad about the perception after the fact, right? That would be the natural question.
Those view totals should have netted him a large sum of money if the commission payments seen in the job offer were paid. However, Zeke's claimed to have only received a couple $100s in total for his time on the show. A total of over 1 million views.
1 million views. I mean, channel's just starting out. There could have been a lower CPM. He might not have been making that much money. They are long. This one's long. This one's long. This one's 26 minutes. But he may not have been, you know, actually making that much money on these videos, to be honest. This one, I would be surprised if they didn't make a bucket of money, considering the length and everything like that. But for these, like, I would be shocked if the revenue total on these videos amounted to $10,000, right? I would be surprised if it amounted to 10 grand. And then from that 10 grand, I mean, if you take, you know, from total, because he was promised per video, or not promised, it was speculated that it could be as high as like $2,500 to $8,000, right? It's barely at 25% of the commission, right? He would just be hitting $2,500 on 10 grand of revenue, and I would be surprised if he's even got that. So it could have been a problem where Scott, you know, over anticipated how much money he'd be making from these videos, and then he just couldn't pay it because they weren't making that much money. May not have been like an outright scam. It could have just been like, well, we expected to make more, we didn't make as much, and you know, it sucks, but it is what it is, right? It could have been that kind of situation.
Caleb no longer offers commission payouts on his newer postings for actors on his show, and since he won't talk to me and threatened to sue me, I can't give his side of the story if the commission offer to Zeke was real or if those payments were ever made. So for now, Caleb's side of the story on that will have to remain a mystery. There is an old posting I have linked below that shows that commission offer, but I've never heard of any of the actors who appeared on the show receiving that amount.
We are anticipating this commission range from this depending on video performance. Well, depending on video performance is a big, important part of that, because if the videos are not performing that well or they're not getting as many views as you thought, then you're not going to get that much money, right? And I'd say that is kind of a generous offer, what they're saying here. That is somewhat unrealistic based on the views that I saw personally at that time on Caleb's channel.
While the issue of the alleged missing payments is important, the bigger issue came up in July of 2022 after Zeke's first appearance on the show, when Caleb ended up leaving a very disturbing audio message on Zeke's phone.
Can tell you're a cool dude, and I want to, like, if there's any connections that I have, which I've built a lot of connections in Austin, anything that I'm able to kind of link you to, you know, I definitely want to be helpful. The main reason I haven't wanted to have this conversation via text is, sorry, I had to burp. One, I'm not used to fans, straight up. It's not really my scene. You know, I'm a personal finance dude. I don't really know anything about that. Two, I'm straight. I'm like 90% straight.
That means you're gay.
I mean, so far it doesn't seem that crazy as far as the OnlyFans thing. If this guy was trying to do OnlyFans and he was asking Caleb for advice and Caleb was trying to connect him with someone, I don't think that's the worst thing in the world. I'd say OnlyFans is probably a bad thing, but if this person was of legal age and wanted to do it and they asked Caleb for a connection and Caleb was offering that, I don't think that's the worst thing in the world. I am perplexed about this 90% straight, 10% gay thing.
Definitely fooled around because I'm open-minded. And, you know, when you get drunk, whatever.
What?
Bruh. When you get drunk and you start sucking your homies.
Sweet berry wine! I'm supposed to spit it out.
And this is like a, you know, a man-on-man thing.
Bro's going Andy Elliott mode.
But essentially, I think, well, from the conversation I had with him, the pay will be dependent on what you're willing to do, and what you're willing to do is set by you. So what he would like to do, you guys make out. He would like to do that. What he would like you guys to do, him fill you up. He would like to do that. You can say no about any of these. He would like to play with your and see that's why I didn't want to type this out either, because that's like weird for me to say. I don't, it's not like we're friends or anything, but that's what he wants to do. He wants to give you a blow. I was also told and confirmed with him that your face would be hidden, blurred out and hidden. Your identity would be hidden. And then if you wanted to give a job, you could. Again, you would make more from that.
You so freaky ass!
And, he would eat your butt.
He would eat your butt.
You would make more for that. You can say no as well. You could top him, he could top you. Whatever you're willing to do comes with more money, but you could literally do nothing. You could literally just lay back and let him just touch you for the video. And I guess for some reason his subscribers love that, and you'd get paid for it. So really that's what it is. And, there's things that I think I don't feel comfortable talking about in this kind of situation, and I'd be happier to talk over in person. Maybe I'm just that kind of person. So you just let me know what you think.
So it seems to be here that the response from Caleb was basically to say, like, if you want to do anything you're comfortable with, you can do it, and if not, you don't have to. And he was just trying to connect this guy with some OnlyFans dude if he wanted to do that for money. And I mean, he was saying, like, you don't have to do anything you don't want to do. No, I will say I personally probably wouldn't connect someone with like a creator. Like, I personally probably wouldn't do that. But, if that's what you want to do and you're of legal age, like, there's technically nothing legally wrong with that, or legally wrong with this guy if he asked for this. Or even if Caleb offered, like, do you want to talk to this person? He's offering to do this with you. Technically, there's nothing wrong with that. But yeah, I would say it's not really. This isn't the smoking gun, I think, that it's being sold as. But it's a little bit weird. But it's not like a smoking gun as far as like, this guy's a freak, this guy's disgusting, like he's pressuring people. Like, it doesn't seem to me like that. Yeah.
Audio message was first leaked. A lot of people claimed it was fake. And in 2024, with advancement in AI voice cloning technology, I understand why some people believed that. However, despite that, Caleb has confirmed on his Reddit, as well as in emails to me, that the voicemail you heard is 100% him, and he makes no claim to it being altered in any way. What is disputed about that voice message is why it was left, with Caleb and Zeke having very different stories. Zeke talked about doing OnlyFans modeling on his first appearance on the show, and wanted help to grow on Twitch and OnlyFans from Caleb. Caleb's version of events was that he was simply trying to help Zeke out by connecting him with another guy to hook up with and make money from adult content on OnlyFans. After talking to Zeke, he made it clear to me that he only ever wanted to fuck bitches and get money. Talking to him further, I asked him why Caleb seemed so interested in trying to hook him up with a guy on OnlyFans, and asked Zeke if he led Caleb on into thinking he was interested in doing adult content with other men, which he quickly denied.
I have no problem with how you choose to identify, but Caleb wanted to set you up with another guy for OnlyFans. Did you lead him into believing you were willing to hook up with men for cash?
Zeke said that the reason Caleb kept pushing the gay OnlyFans content when Zeke only wanted to work with women was because Zeke believed this was an attempt by Caleb to hook up with him instead.
Because he wanted to have sex with me, that's it, plain and simple. There was never anyone else, only him. That's why I was asking for women, which he never gave names or contacts. Well, maybe Caleb only knows gay people, despite being 90% straight and 10% gay. Maybe he only knows gay OF creators, and that's why I was trying to hook them up. It doesn't seem to me to be the worst thing in the world. It doesn't. I mean, it looks really bad when you hear that recording, but to me, unless there was some kind of pressuring or something, something really
bro,
weird
fuck
going
off.
on, it doesn't seem to be the worst thing in the world to like offer that. I guess if he's looking to grow his fans presence and looking to grow his Twitch presence in Austin. As you guys know, a lot of these Austin creators, they get kind of freaky, they get kind of weird, and an easy way to make money is definitely using your body for content, right? That seems to be an easy way to get yourself off the ground and make connections with people. So to me, it doesn't, I don't know, it's hard to say this is a smoking gun yet. I feel like I need more context around it. I mean, from the conversation, it seems to me like Zeke wasn't that interested in it, but Caleb was basically trying to connect him with this dude if he wanted to do it. The question is if he was like pressuring him into it or like trying to make him do it. To me, that's like the bigger thing. If it was just like an offer that he got that was like, this guy wants to do this with you. If you want to make money on OnlyFans, this is one way to do it. Kind of weird, but I don't know. It's not like career ending kind of thing. It's just not.
Zeke said that the reason Caleb kept pushing the OnlyFans content when Zeke only wanted to work with women was because Zeke believed this was an attempt by Caleb to hook up with him instead. Interestingly enough, the only piece of evidence Caleb sent me to support his claim actually supports Zeke's claim that he never wanted to do hardcore content or ever brings up doing content with men, saying he was only interested in softcore, lewds, and solo work.
Hey, I'm posting more on OF. Do you know anyone to help me out with that? Yeah, what kind of stuff are you posting? If you want, you can sign up. It's free. Well, I'm curious because I've made good relationships with people who run theirs in different ways, so I'm curious what you plan to post, and I can link you with someone similar. Just softcore and lewds right now is solo. Once I get more followers and money into it, I want to do tapes with different models. Little do vlogs of us meeting on stream and then off-film content. So it seems to me like he was actually trying to do actual adult content. It wasn't just lewds, which is why Caleb got that impression that he might be willing to do a little more than he was doing at the present moment.
I'm not sure why Caleb sent this as evidence to support his claim, as it makes it clear Zeke wasn't interested in the hardcore content Caleb went into detail about in the voicemail.
That's not really the case. I mean, when you say tape, when you say you want to film a tape with a model, I think it's clear that that's, I mean, a sex tape, right? Like, it's vlogs of us meeting on stream and then off-stream film content, which would be this, like, tapes and stuff. Like, I wouldn't use the word tapes in almost any other context other than to mean, like, you know, freaking, you know, whatever degeneracy these people are getting up to, right? I don't know how else to put it, but he did seem open to it. So I feel like that is kind of a misrepresentation by Scott here.
Why Caleb sent this as evidence to support his claim, as it makes it clear Zeke wasn't interested in the hardcore content Caleb went into detail about in the voicemail, so I'm really confused as to why Caleb sent me this. Whoever's version of events you choose to believe, I think it's safe to say that the audio message Caleb left was creepy and inappropriate. Caleb runs a finance YouTube channel, and many people call him the millennial Dave Ramsey. If Dave ever had someone call into the show and then ask them if they wanted to give a BJ on OnlyFans to help pay down some of their credit card debt, I'm pretty sure he would lose a large chunk of his audience for saying something like that.
But in fairness, like, Zeke is the one who suggested it first and said, I want to do OnlyFans, and then Caleb responded in kind with, well, I may know people who can help you out. I mean, that audio message sounds very bad. It sounds very gross, and I think if Caleb wants to be taken seriously, he probably shouldn't be doing stuff like that. But from a perspective of, like, being like some kind of creep or it being like inappropriate or workplace abuse or harassment, whatever you want to call it, it doesn't seem to be the case. And as far as Caleb wanting to have sex with this dude, I have seen no evidence of that thus far, you know.
Caleb claims he was just trying to help Zeke out, and if that was the case, there was clearly a better option to do that. Option 1 would have been to not talk about OnlyFans at all, since mixing finance content and sex work is probably not the best idea.
But Zeke said he probably wanted to do that, and he already talks to OnlyFans creators. Like, Caleb talks to OnlyFans creators on his show all the time, so it kind of makes sense that he would bring that up, even if it's not the best way to do it.
Option 2 would have been to leave a simple message for Zeke, telling him he had an OnlyFans friend who might want to work with him, and then simply give Zeke's contact info to the friend so the two of them could work something out.
I would agree with this. He shouldn't have been mediating it. It probably would have been better if he was just like, talk to this guy, go deal with it. I don't want to deal with this. Bye. That's probably what he should have done. I don't think going into detail was really necessary.
Option 3, the nuclear choice that Caleb picked, comes across incredibly creepy, unprofessional, and in my opinion, gives some belief to some of Zeke's claims because of how detailed the voice message was, along with Caleb's self-reveal that he is only 90% straight, and his follow-up text of telling Zeke he would needed to vet him in person before connecting him with his OnlyFan friend.
I would actually agree with that, honestly. Like, why would he need to talk to this guy specifically about it in the details if Caleb's the one that isn't even starring in it, right? Someone else is. So he just shouldn't have done that. Bottom line, he shouldn't have done that. I agree with Scott here. This is actually this is a good point.
So I don't understand what sort of vetting process Caleb had in mind. This wasn't Caleb's first attempt at offering fans to people who appeared on his show. On Caleb's subreddit, early on in his YouTube career, he made a post explaining he had offered fans work unsolicited to several of the actors who appeared on his show.
Some already had OnlyFans. I offered it if they wanted the connection to some creators. Then I would just connect them. Now, to me, I wouldn't find this weird. If someone offered me a connection, I'd just say no, but I've seen others say this is weird or creepy. I mean, it can be. I'd say if they're already an OnlyFans creator, it's probably not that weird. If they're not at all, then that probably would be seen as pretty weird, right? I think you could definitely make that argument. I think that is a strange thing to do. I think you shouldn't be asking people who don't do OnlyFans already if they want to do it, or like trying to get them on that train, you know?
After his audience overwhelmingly made it clear they felt this was not appropriate.
Yes, if I went to a personal finance expert for help and they offered me an opportunity to make money by connecting me with an OnlyFans creator, I'd find that extremely weird, inappropriate, and unprofessional. Yeah, I would actually agree with that. It is kind of strange.
Caleb quickly deleted the post. Unfortunately, Zeke's claims against Caleb don't end there, as Zeke has also made the claim that Caleb inappropriately touched him after the filming of their second episode together. Yeah, you're claiming he actually touched you inappropriately as well?
Yeah, he did. He locked me in his house after the second filming. When his friend who helps him film, he left. I was locked in his house, and he sat me down on his couch in the living room, and he was trying, like, the reason why I was on those shows so many times is because I was looking for opportunity, and he kept promising opportunity aside from fan stuff. But he was really trying to lure me in with that. He was breadcrumbing.
I mean, is it not possible that just nobody wanted to work with this guy outside of inappropriate content? Is that not possible? Like, he just didn't have connections. Nobody really wanted to work with this guy because he's kind of a nobody actor. The only people that wanted to reach out were OF people. That is possible. That being said, if he did keep pushing it past that point, being like, hey, you want to do this stuff? Not good, not cool at all.
I was on the couch, and he would not let me leave. He would not pay me what I was owed for that filming, and essentially he didn't give me the money until he groped me, and I needed that money to go home because he knew all my personal finances. He knew how much money I had. I had no money when I showed up.
Now that is a crazy allegation. The real question here is if there's any evidence for that, because this goes above what Caleb said in those messages, far above it in my opinion. I think there needs to be some legitimate proof of this happening for me to believe it. There needs to be like text message proof or something like that. So to me, this is like an allegation of whatever. And I don't really know what happened here. I have no idea if this is true or not. And you guys should take this allegation, the most serious one, especially with a grain of salt, until we have some kind of verification or confirmation or Caleb says something about it, and we get to see his side. Because, you know, much like with the George Not Found allegations that we saw recently, some people will make false allegations, and they can be completely, completely erroneous and inaccurate when we don't have proof. And so you should, consider it. Consider the fact this guy is saying something. Acknowledge his credibility throughout the situation and see if he's been telling the truth and been truthful, if his receipts line up or if they haven't lined up. And then from there, you can deduce whether he's a trustworthy source. And I think it's also important to just, wait for proof in general with this kind of allegation, because that is like a huge allegation, and that is career tanking, right? If Caleb genuinely got this guy at his house and was like, I'll pay you once I grope you, that is crazy. That is crazy. That is career finishing, undoubtedly. That is like, not exactly Weinstein tier, but it is in that league of like, hey, you want this role? Let me feel you up. Like, it's like disgusting if that's true.
I had zero money because I had spent it on gas to get to Austin. He knew that.
Okay. How much did he claim he was going to be giving you?
Thousands.
And how much did you?
The contract was thousands of dollars, and he only paid me less than $200 for filming.
While Caleb has never denied the voicemail is real, he has always claimed that the other accusations Zeke has made against him are completely false. Caleb has claimed that Zeke threatened his life and doxed him, and this is just a disgruntled former actor on the show.
I'm curious if there's proof of that doxing or anything, because that's also a pretty serious claim that Caleb would have to prove.
When I asked Zeke about that, I was actually shocked that he openly admitted to me that he had threatened Caleb's life. You're not lying? You didn't threaten to kill him?
Of course I did. He molested me.
Okay. So, but you are confirming that you said that?
Yeah, him calling me a liar is him lying, but I mean, of course I threatened to kill him, but it wasn't really like I'm gonna do it. It was more like, be scared.
Now, I have to say that Zeke's behavior of threatening Caleb's life, doxing him, and his somewhat unhinged ramblings on social media have made a lot of people question his motives and unwilling to trust his story about the things he claims Caleb did to him. If he had never acted in that way, I think a lot more people would be willing to give the benefit of the doubt to him. Now, in my own personal opinion, I've actually been in a relationship with a woman who had been assaulted in the past, and the anger and violent outbursts were something that I experienced firsthand. So while other people may quickly write Zeke off as a schizo liar, I don't think it's fair to immediately claim everything he says is fake just because he's acted inappropriately in how he handled this.
I mean, I would probably agree with that. I think it is valid to want to hurt someone who does something like that to you if it happened. Once again, there's no proof that it happened, but if it did, I think it's valid to be angry about it. If somebody did that to me, if my doctor did that to me, I certainly would not be happy with them, and I would be making crazy statements about them. I bet I would be pretty livid. So I think it's fair if that happened to have that kind of reaction. Whether it's mature or not, it's obviously not the right, most mature way to act. But if something like that happens to you, I don't know if you can really expect the person in question to give the most charitable, the best response of all time, right?
I'm just saying, it's very clear to me that this Zeke guy is full of shit based on all the stuff that we're seeing here. That's all I have to say, dude.
Zeke's story has been talked about by a few channels now, and if it were just Zeke's claims about Caleb, I probably wouldn't cover this story, since Zeke's claims have already been told several times before, and unfortunately for him, his past actions make him look untrustworthy in the eyes of many who see him.
See what I'm saying here with the CoffeeZilla thing, like the background, the fake $10 million studio type thing. Not saying he's a direct clone, not saying he's a copy, but you can see the inspiration very heavily, and I don't even think Scott would deny that. So yeah.
And one thing that was brought up was that if there was any truth to Zeke's story, Caleb has probably acted inappropriately in the past as well. Someone who would so brazenly do what Zeke claims he did would have other skeletons in his closet.
True. Very true. It's usually not a one-off incident. This is a pattern of behavior typically.
It didn't take long for another source to come forward, and I was contacted on Twitter by a former friend of Caleb who had known him for years. He went into detail about their history, and while I have to keep most of his initial message private so as not to dox him, his final paragraph paints Caleb in a very bad light. I share all of this with you to say that everything I know about Caleb, based on years of experience and communication with him, tells me that any of these allegations made against him are true. He believes wholeheartedly in his superiority to other people, which is why I believe he enjoys telling people about how wrong they are and need to do everything different with their finances. I think he gets off on feeling smarter and better than other people, and because of his frequent and unwanted sexual...
Sorry, just caught a little bit of the gay from Caleb Hammer. My bad.
I am not surprised in the least that someone has reported that he has made unwanted advances and/or similar. He's a narcissist through and through, and he thinks his supposed intellectual and moral superiority make him immune to consequences or mistakes. This source wants to remain anonymous due to the constant death threat Zeke and others have received from Caleb's fans, but I have verified that he did indeed know Caleb for several years, and if Caleb were to claim this was a lie, I have plenty of evidence the two of them know each other and would be able to prove this source isn't made up if Caleb were to ever claim this source isn't really who he says he is.
The thing is, like, whether or not they knew each other is important to verify who he is, but I think the part that's more interesting to me is whether he can prove this behavior and this pattern of behavior of, like, getting off on feeling smarter than people. Because certainly on a show, he is undoubtedly shitting on people, making fun of them, calling them, dumb with their money. But they signed up to be on the show. They wanted to be there. So, they volunteered for that service. And when you watch the show, he does actually give them decent advice. So I don't think there's anything indicating he's definitely acting in bad faith or just to feel better than them or something like that. I think you would need a little more to prove that.
Messages he claims are of Caleb, and if true, show a consistent pattern of unwanted sexual comments towards others in the group, as well as further sexually themed comments about a 16-year-old boy. I was truly shocked at just how much was uncovered. At the time of filming this video, even more is still being found. I've done everything in my power to confirm these messages are real, including sending one that has the sexually themed message about a 16-year-old boy to Caleb to ask if he wanted to deny if it was real. Caleb's response was that it was very out of context, but never denied it wasn't from him. Caleb's lawyer reached out to me after that email and asked that I not share what was in her email, so I'll honor that request and keep that conversation private. Now, before we take a look at the chat messages, I have to give some context as to where these actually came from, and to do that, we have to talk about Caleb's past. Now, despite Caleb having a channel about financial audits, he actually has no business degree and instead studied music composition at Western Michigan University, where he graduated in 2018. Following that, he began composing music and even created a YouTube channel that followed his musical endeavors as well. It was around this time that Caleb ended up joining a group known as the Millennium Composers Initiative. This group was created to bring young composers from around the world together so they could share ideas and foster growth for each other's musical careers.
If this allegation about the 16-year-old is real, and he was doing that, and there's no, good context to show that, that is also in tandem with the Zeke thing. That would be, definitely a career hurting/ending thing. So I'm very curious as to what the truth is there, and if there's anything about that that can be proven. I guess this musical stuff is just laying context for that, which is fair. But I'm very, very curious about the bomb that's going to drop if that exists in this video. As for the context of hitting on or making comments about a 16-year-old, which is very inappropriate, obviously.
Caleb is still in this group to this day, and you can find his picture on their Instagram page and website. However, he no longer seems to be an active member since his finance YouTube channel took off. This group eventually started a Facebook group chat for its members to talk about their musical careers, as well as other topics, and it's from this chat that the alleged texts from Caleb come from. The source of the text, who asked me to conceal his identity, explains to what extent he believed the group was for.
We felt, or at least I got the impression, that we had very clearly agreed that it was a professional chat, and that we had professional friendships, and that we were approaching it in that way. We did not really touch on topics like that very much.
The topics that he felt were inappropriate are what we're going to be focusing on. The first one that made several people uncomfortable was Caleb's comments about finding a 16-year-old boy hot.
Part of the question here for me would be like, did he know the boy's age? Did he know his age? And also, how old was Caleb at this time? Because if this is from when he was in college, he could have been, 18, 19 years old, which wouldn't be nearly as egregious as if he is, let's say 30 like he is now.
I was told that Caleb picked many of these nicknames, but a few were picked by other members. Caleb was allegedly known as Super Ho Diddly Ho. So the user known as Has Sex All the Time says, "What's this hit beat you got playing?" Super Ho responds with "Smoking is gross." Uncut responds with "So is saying that 15-year-old boys are hot." Dancing says "Oh damn." Super Ho responds with 16. Uncut says, "Doesn't make your case any better." Super Ho responds with, "Haha, thinking from a picture is cute isn't bad. I don't think the person was cut because they are young. He had facial hair. Like, come on."
Whoa. It depends on if he knew their age at the time. I don't know what this kind of justification is, but it seems like at least here he kind of knew their age and was still doubling down. So if he felt bad about that comment, he probably would have retracted it and been like, "I didn't know their age. That's weird of me. My bad." But continuing to double down is definitely a weird thing to do. But I'd also be curious, like, when these DMs are from or what was going on here exactly. Doesn't seem to be a date on these DMs right now, so I would be very curious on what the context was outside of this or whatever. But definitely talking about being cut or circumcised is, dude, 90% straight, really?
I am not gay.
Sure about that, bro?
I have sex with men.
Uncut says why screenshot, because Superho had taken a picture of this guy's Snapchat of his 16-year-old friend, and Superho says, "He hot, is gay, please." Uncut says, "He's 16 and no, effing perv." Superho responds with shame. Uncut says, "What was the age of consent in Michigan?" Superho says 16.
Bro.
Uncut says Texas is 17, and Superho says shame.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
This is the message I sent to Caleb to confirm if they were real, which is when he replied that they were very out of context. I asked the informant if there was more context to this story, which he replied that there wasn't.
Is Caleb going to give more context or something? Is there something more that we should know about this? Because that is not a good DM to send for sure. That's very, very bad if Caleb was, of mid-20s or something like that. If he was older, and this is like only a few years old at this point, because I believe he's 30 now if he was born in 1995. That's very weird. I would like to know more about this and have these DMs verified. But if Caleb did say they were real but out of context, then that definitely would, you got to provide that context if that makes it look better, whatever it may be. If this is just like a degenerate joke group chat where you're completely joking or whatever. But it seems to me like there's not a lot of context that would help those particular DMs, as far as making them look better, right? I don't think there's almost anything.
He said this was taken very out of context, didn't give me any other info around that. So just anything you know around this particular incident.
Well, let's go then, bro. Come on.
It's interesting that he'd say that, particularly because I'm not sure there's any more context out of which it could be taken. That is the extent of the context surrounding this, was that the friend with the nickname Uncut posted this picture of his friend who was 16 years old.
Why is his name Uncut? If this is a professional chat, why are they named Uncut and Diddly Diddler or whatever? Like, what? Why is this going on in this chat with these professionals, these music professionals? Okay, I don't know what goes on in music school. I didn't go to music school, but it seems like something weird is going on at music school. We need to have a moratorium on music school so we can figure out what exactly is going on here. I don't know. With the Zeke thing, it seems to be much easier to debunk for Caleb in terms of making a response. With this one, that seems a lot tougher, and it seems like it would be a very hard thing to disprove or give context for. But Caleb could have some kind of smoking gun that he could pull out, so keep that in mind. We do have to take this somewhat with a grain of salt at the end of the day.
He posted the photo to congratulate him and to express gratitude for him, and that's it. That's the context. And then Caleb saw his story on Snapchat and took that screenshot, and it was at that point that Uncut questioned it, and the rest of it takes place here in this group chat. There's no other context out of which it could have been taken.
Now, I do have to say, since Caleb has threatened to sue me, that 16-year-olds are actually at the legal age of consent in some states, including Caleb's home state of Michigan, so maybe he doesn't think anything is wrong with saying a 16-year-old boy is hot.
I mean, that may be true, but that doesn't mean that you should be hanging out with them or f***ing them anyway. Just because it's legal doesn't mean it's right.
Despite that, it seems a lot of people, myself included, think that it's inappropriate for a then 23-year-old Caleb to say things like that.
It is. It is absolutely inappropriate. If he was 23 years old, which Scott just put his age here, I would say a 23-year-old probably shouldn't be making comments like that about a 16-year-old. You know, sort of a Adam 22 allegation type thing going on.
Yeah,
here.
Just last year,
that's
the
pretty
influencer
fucked up,
known
bro.
as Just Pearly Things made a similar tweet saying 16-year-olds are hotter than 26-year-olds. For a brief moment in time, both people on the left and right came together and made it very clear they felt that was an inappropriate comment, which eventually led to that influencer removing that tweet. There have been a number of Caleb supporters who have been defending him this entire time, and I would love to hear in the comments below if the Caleb fans are supporters of grown men saying 16-year-old boys are hot, or if you think adults shouldn't be commenting on the hotness of kids. Now, that wasn't the only time Superho made comments about teenage boys. In another post, it made it clear that Superho has no qualms about his desire for those young teenage boys. So in these chat messages, Superho posts a picture of another member's Instagram page that shows a young boy, and he asks whose the guy's name is, and the other guy gives him his name, which I blocked out, and then Uncut says Caleb's boy crush, and Superho responds with, I would like to personally stick my penis in a hole of
Whoa, okay.
Dude, you're just...
I mean, I think if there's anything we can confirm, it's that Caleb Hammer is in fact a gay man who is pretending to be just straight for some reason.
I'm straight. I'm like 90% straight.
This is not just experimentation. I mean, you know, not to out him like that, but bro, talking about sticking it in a hole of his, you know, frequently, seemingly in a non-joking context. I mean, he says Caleb's boy crush. I would like to personally stick it in a hole of his. Any hole will do. Gross. Hot, let me. So clearly he wants to get in there as fast as possible. He needs to be entering a man's hole.
His any hole will do, thank you. Uncut responds with gross, and Superho responds with hot, let me. Uncut responds with, dude, he's like 14. Superho responds with, nah, probably around the other MCI members' age, if they were there with him. Later, Superho says, and if 17 it's legal there, it is here. Uncut responds with, Caleb, you're 23, that's gross.
True.
Superho says, not really, what I'm 50 and I find a sexy 21-year-old, I could be a sugar daddy, I will do it, or her sugar.
Bro.
Has sex all the time, responds with a,
whoa, bruh. These are crazy DMs. Both my grandparents' sets are 10 years apart. 6 years is nothing. I would shove that cock right down his throat where it belongs. Why is he so horny when this guy clearly doesn't even like it? Why does he just keep going and going and going? I don't know what the point would be to that. Jeez. These DMs are real. I mean, it's hard to explain these ones, I would say, for sure. I would be surprised what Caleb's response is going to be to this.
And then Superho says, both my grandparents' sets are 10 years apart. 6 years is nothing. I would shove that cock right down his throat where it belongs.
Bro, stop. Stop, dude.
Uncut responds with, it's something if they're underage. Superho says anything under 16 is. Believe it or not, 17 is not under 16.
Dude, you're... Stop, dude. You can't be doing that, dude. If you're 23, you can't be hooking up with 16-year-olds or whatever. You can't be talking about it that way. I mean, maybe in some places it is legal, but I think that's probably wrong. I think it's wrong. Not probably, it is wrong. You shouldn't be doing that. That's a step too far, little bro.
What are you doing, big bro Caleb?
You need a big boy. You need a big boy. Maybe get one that's 18 and older, bro. Okay, this is a little strange. Wow. Caleb. Getting saucy in the DMs here. That's would love to know what the context is to this that would elaborate on it. And why did he keep going when this guy's like, you're gross, and he just keeps arguing with him and like giving his opinions on this? Like, what is the point to that? Like, why not just, if you are like some kind of like, you know, pervert or whatever, like why not just like retract it at that point instead of just you keep going and going and going, dude?
Has sex all the time responds with another meme. Uncut then says, still not an adult. Superho says, I've too many people when I was not an adult. Uncut says, just trying to save you from trouble. Superho says, if something is not against the law, there would be no trouble.
So if he's saying that he did it when he was not an adult, and maybe that was with older people. Was this guy traumatized, and that's why he's this way? Was he abused in some way, and that's why he thinks this is okay? I mean, Jesus, what is going on, Caleb? Big guy. We need to get you some help, okay? We need to get you on we need to get you on Trenbolone. We need to get you in the gym. We need to get you absolutely jacked, and you need to start hanging out with jacked guys who are 18 and older, okay? Not jacked guys who are 16 or 17 years old, bro. Jesus. If something's not against the law, there would be no trouble. I mean, I guess maybe not legally, but the court of public opinion will not be favorable to that kind of thing. That kind of message is definitely not something they'll be favorable towards at all.
Uncut responds with, I mean, you do you and do those boys.
These kind of DMs also, I mean, not that it proves what Zeke said, but this kind of weird, behavior does kind of give credence to that kind of mentality a little bit in the making weird comments thing,
And Superho responds with, I do. As you can see from those texts, the other members of the group clearly did not agree with Superho's openly sharing his desire for teenage boys. Now, to make it clear, I don't care what Caleb Hammer's orientation is. Many members of the MCI group...
But I care. I care, Caleb. You won't get away with this.
Including the informant who gave me these texts, identify as members of the LGBTQ community. The issue here, if this really is Caleb, is his alleged interest in young teenage boys and his continued attempt to openly express this in the MCI group chat that was not intended to host this type of conversation. The informant who gave me these texts told me this type of continued behavior made himself and others very uncomfortable. On another occasion, Superho decided it would be a bright idea to post a screenshot of an adult video of two men having anal in the chat. This pissed off everyone in the group, and few of the younger members of the group were quickly removed from the chat before they saw the image so they wouldn't have to be subjected to it. So in these chats right here, you can see several members are talking about different adult stars that they like. Superho talks about how Kyler Moss used to be his favorite adult star. I wish he didn't stop. He stopped a few years back. Now my favorite is Joey Mills. So these texts go on for a while until Uncut eventually says, it's all fun and games, until Caleb posted a picture of Joey Mills getting effed. And then a few minutes later, Superho actually posts an uncensored picture of Joey Mills and another guy.
I mean, in fairness, these people were engaging at the same time. This dancing fire person, and that guy in particular seems like some of them are kind of encouraging him to do that, and they're kind of enjoying the conversation. I mean, it seems like it was leading up to that point. It seems like none of them should have been having this conversation in this chat. If this was a professional chat, why are there multiple people talking about their favorite male star? Caleb's not the only one implicated in this. There seems to be more stuff going on than that.
Responds, haha, changed it on you. It's Joey Mills topping.
I think you're...
And then you can see pretty much everyone in the group is extremely ticked off that he decided to post this, because it was clearly just a joke, and then he decided it would be hilarious to post uncensored adult content in this chat. And you can see several people asking him to remove it, and they removed other people in the group so they wouldn't be subjected to actually seeing this image. And Caleb doesn't really seem, or Superho doesn't really seem like it's a big deal to him. Now, aside from Superho's love of teenage boys and posting inappropriate, unwanted adult content, he also dabbled in the occasional slurs from time to time.
Here's your toll, troll.
Based?
Asian, he decided to rename everyone in the group to R-word, including
okay, I mean, based
himself, and then to add a cherry on top, decided to rename R-word 5 to R-word 5 Mexican.
Wait, even more based.
When I spoke to the informant about these texts, he made it clear that he felt Caleb seemed to be a very callous and disrespectful individual, and he seemed to take pleasure in making other members of the group uncomfortable. Those texts you saw were from 2018, but when Caleb allegedly rejoined the group just a couple of years ago, the informant claimed his behavior hadn't changed at all.
Those interactions that I had with Caleb were my earlier interactions with him back in 2018. Throughout the extent of time that we were in those series of sort of friendly but professionally minded group chats.
This is not a professionally minded group chat at all. You're discussing adult stars. There's no pretense of professionalism anymore. It's not professional, okay, at all whatsoever. I mean, my professional group chats, we use some unkind words in there for sure now and then, but I think this DM chat was clearly not professional whatsoever. If this is the daily subject matter they were discussing, instead of music composition, they're discussing holes and this adult male star dude. What's going on at music school? Actually, I think I know exactly what's going on at music school.
And no, I'm not a licensed teacher, but I have been touched by your kids. And I'm pretty sure I've touched them.
Caleb was consistently a source of argument, of disrespect, of flippancy, and was always acting with in what I found to be a very callous manner. It was very consistent about making things uncomfortable, and expressed that he took pleasure in sort of initiating those uncomfortable situations. There was a period of a few years in which I did not speak to him, and in which he was not part of those group chats. He returned to our primary composer group chat in, I believe it was 2023, and it was as if nothing had changed at that time. So he continued to make sexual references when they were completely unprompted or unwarranted. He would initiate arguments. He would not accept differing opinions. He would repeatedly insist on arguing his point, no matter how much anybody else would try to resolve an argument by agreeing to disagree. And so, just from the first time I've known him throughout many years, he has always been somebody who is interested in generating conflict, is interested in making people uncomfortable, and who is I think I get the impression and have the opinion that he is a narcissistic individual who thrives off of the negative emotions he elicits in others.
Okay. So just to follow up, I'm sure you've seen his YouTube channel. So you feel that kind of narcissistic personality that's kind of portrayed on his YouTube channel is somewhat true to his actual real personality?
I would say it's incredibly true to his real personality.
Knowing what we know now, Superho clearly is attracted by young teenage boys. Caleb's original accuser Zeke was also a teenage boy at the time of the alleged events, and also has a similar skin tone to the picture from the chat messages. While Zeke's actions have made him unbelievable to many people, I'm curious if this changes your opinion on if Zeke is telling the truth about his alleged encounter with Caleb Hammer. Now, before I end the video, I want to talk about one more thing. Caleb's content, in my opinion, has devolved from actually trying to help people financially to nothing more than trying to mock people for their terrible financial habits. He brings people on, yells at them, tells them they're stupid for buying Starbucks coffee, and even goes so far as to openly insult them in the titles and thumbnails to make them seem as pathetic as possible. In a recent video, he even decided to make the Asian guy in the thumbnail look as inappropriate as possible.
I assume he's like a comedian. He probably was okay with that and signed off on it. If he wasn't, I mean, that's kind of but I mean, I just think this is I think this is funny. I guess Scott would disagree with me there, but you will respect Asian culture, okay? I have seen every episode of Death Note, and for that reason, I respect the Japanese people.
All in the hopes of getting as many views as he can to rack up that ad revenue. This thumbnail apparently went too far, and his own audience called him out in the YouTube comments and on his own subreddit, to which Caleb then decided to take a break from Reddit and pinned a comment on the YouTube video trying to push back against the well-deserved backlash.
I mean, I think you should just, if you're gonna do that kind of comedy, really, if you're gonna do that kind of like edgy stuff on YouTube, I mean, I think you should just ignore people who don't like it, because you're never going to be able to reason with them. And if that is your sense of humor, then you have to hide it, then eventually it gets like exposed, and then the audience doesn't, vibe with it. If you're like pretending to not find that stuff funny, then eventually the audience finds out about it, and they find out that you do find it funny, they're not going to be happy. So you need to do yourself a favor there, Caleb, and just like either buckle down completely or get rid of it completely, because it is really an IDEB situation here where either all of it's okay or none of it's okay. And these are the kinds of people you're going to have to, figure out who you want to have in your audience. I personally like people who think that all of it's okay because they know that's my sense of humor. They know that that's the kind of stuff I like, and I would like people who are cool with that in my audience. I don't want people on my audience who are like,
yeah, that joke was a little too far.
like, dude, I don't care, okay? It doesn't matter to me. I don't give a shit. I make jokes. I don't care. But it seems like he is not great at taking public pressure.
Now, Caleb has claimed on many occasions that guests on the show get a say on the thumbnail design and titles of their videos, and that he would never create those over-the-top designs unless the guest was okay with it. But after speaking to a former guest of the show, Gia, she said something entirely different. Caleb put her in a jail outfit in the thumbnail, wrote scum on her chest, and titled the video that she deserves jail. Gia claims she never agreed to that and was very disappointed.
Is that Spencer from the Mama Max allegations? There was this one comment on one of my videos about Mama Max. It's like Mama Max like talking to Spencer and was like, Max, where'd all the evidence go? And then it was like Spencer with like an evidence-shaped bulge in her tummy. Gee, I don't know. And I thought that was like that was just epic. I mean, if she wasn't okay with that, that is shitty to do for sure. But yeah.
Scum on her chest and titled the video that she deserves jail. Gia claims she never agreed to that and was very disappointed how she was portrayed on the episode, claiming the bad parts were hyped up, which led to Caleb's fans attempting to dox her and ruin her life.
Like, we did the episode, they told me to hype up my bad parts, and so, like, to make me out to be, like, the bad guy, because that's, like, kind of his shtick. And so that video ended up being really, really, really bad, to the point where they were trying to dox me, they're trying to dox my husband, they're trying to dox my family.
There was
like,
people who watched the episode.
Caleb himself.
Yeah, people who
I'm
watched.
sorry, what?
People who watched the episode were trying to dox you.
Just his audience.
The thing I'd be curious about here is if there's any proof of this claim of his audience doing that, because obviously, I mean, that's not good. But at the same time, that's also not Caleb's fault. He's not responsible for his audience unless he encourages them to do that. It's good to discourage that kind of behavior for sure. But, you know, people in your audience will do things that you're not in control of. There are, you know, thousands, potentially millions of people watching these YouTube videos. It's not the creator's responsibility, in my opinion, to be like, hey, guys, like, you need to stop that or stuff like that. It's not really their responsibility to, when someone in their audience does something bad, to be held accountable for it, because it's not them. And unless you're explicitly encouraging that, I just don't think that's your fault. I don't think it is. And if the person wants to do that in the first place, right, if someone's willing to dox someone over a YouTube video, why would Caleb Hammer being like, hey guys, don't do that, make them stop? Like, they're already engaging in, you know, bad internet behavior, right? So like, why would that be on Caleb is the question, right? This other stuff about him, you know, the earlier half of the video or whatever, especially in those music school group chats, what's going on in music school looked horrible. And I am curious as to how Caleb would respond to that. I'll say that. But as far as this other stuff over here on the back end with these other claims, just kind of like, I am the white samurai. I am the samurai that you should be fearing right now. And so as a result, like, I don't have a problem because I respect Asian culture.
You think I don't respect Asian culture?
How can you explain my copy of Jet Li, Rise to Honor? Hello? If you have any doubt that I'm Chinese, I think I've proven myself here quite well.
It's about the thumbnail of your video. It's you in a jumpsuit, and the title is "You Should Be in Jail," and it has scum written on your chest. Did you approve that thumbnail? You did not approve it.
No.
Because the people say that all of the thumbnails are approved by the people who appear on the channel, and you say you did not approve that thumbnail.
I mean, like, we took a bunch of pictures together, or not together, but like they took a bunch of pictures after recording, but I didn't like get to see like their options for that thumbnail.
An argument that has been around for a long time is whether influencers are responsible for their audience's behavior.
Generally, they're not, unless they encourage it explicitly.
Some people say no, while others think they are.
What?
I land somewhere in the middle and believe that creator isn't responsible for every little action your audience does, but when you create an atmosphere of hate where you belittle every guest that comes on your show, treat them like they are idiots, and portray them as horrible people in the title and thumbnails, your audience will see that and think it's okay for them to also treat these people the way they see Caleb treat them.
But Caleb doesn't dox these people, so that's just not, that's a false equivalency in my mind, right? Like, if he was explicitly going on the show and being like, hey guys, I got their identity and you should too, like, that's one thing. But if he's not doing that, if you're just treating people shitty, like, is it really someone's fault? Like, if I make a video where I criticize Scott Schaefer and I'm mean to him, and then someone from the audience somewhere decides to dox him, is it my fault that they doxed him when I didn't encourage that? Can you not make criticism videos about people? If somebody were to dox Caleb Hammer as a result of this video because they think he's a horrible person, is that Scott Schaefer's fault? No, of course not. And I don't think that's an argument you should be pushing.
I heard from several guests on the show who have all been doxxed and harassed by Caleb's fan after appearing on the show, because Caleb creates, in my opinion, episodes of Jerry Springer that is disguised as financial content so he can get higher ad rates and better sponsors. Ultimately, my personal opinion is that the show does very little to help anyone who appears on it, and is designed primarily to make Caleb and his team as rich as possible, all at the expense of shitting on every person who comes on the show looking for help. In the description of this video, you'll find my entire interviews with Zeke, Gia, and the MCI informant. Give those a watch and then make up your own mind about who you believe. Ultimately, I feel Caleb's channel is a net negative to the YouTube platform as a whole, but for those who disagree, I would love to hear your opinion as to why in the comments below.
I mean, ultimately, if these people want to go on the show, like, it is a show, if they wanted to just get pure financial advice, they could just talk to an actual, financial advisor or auditor. Instead, they decided to talk to a guy who doesn't even have a finance degree, apparently, according to this video at least, and is just making videos where he shits on people. And there is some advice in there. There is decent financial advice, but you're going to get shit on. It's entertainment at the end of the day, and these people are willing to go on, and that's completely their fault. They're adults. It's up to them whether they go on the Jerry Springer financial audit or not, as this guy puts it in the comments. One thing's for sure, this guy is definitely not 90% straight. Yeah, I would agree with that. I don't think a lot of people in the comments realize this video is simply showing the info gathered so far. It feels like it only highlights one part of the story because Caleb never agreed to give his side of it. Also, I don't understand why people are focusing on whether or not Caleb's show is fake or not. Well, that's probably the least important thing in the entire video. Yeah, I would agree with that. I would be very curious to see how Caleb will respond to this, if he does at all. He said he's going to be responding with some kind of lawsuit. If he does that, that's going to be crazy. What I'm more curious about, though, is the public response that he's going to give, if he gives one. And I don't think he's given any thus far. I mean, if we go here to his community tab, he hasn't posted anything about it. A day ago, he was asking about live streams, so it doesn't seem like he's been saying really anything about it. Here he was talking about, I've always wanted to stream a little bit on the side. If that's something you'd all be interested in, what do you think you would like to see? Video games, personal finance, blah, blah, blah. And people in the comment section are saying music composition, and he gave a heart to this comment. I feel like he may not realize. I feel like this comment may be slyly criticizing him for the video Scott Schaefer made. I mean, I could be wrong, but it seems like that's being brought up in lieu of that kind of allegation. And if we check his Twitter, he similarly has not really said anything since the video came out. So yeah, ultimately this is a situation where we only have one side of the story, so keep in mind a lot of stuff here should be taken with a grain of salt. That being said, those DMs from Caleb, if they are real, which he seemed to indicate from email, the context provided that he could give, I don't think would help that much, and I think that this is going to be a tough nut to crack for him. But if you guys enjoyed this video, leave a like. If you disliked it, leave a dislike. Leave a comment down below with your thoughts, and I will catch you all in the next video tomorrow. I am Chinese. And be sure to become a member. For $5 a month, they get the members-only podcasts and exclusive videos that only members get. Thanks so much for your support.
In June 2000, Ion Storm released Deus Ex. Deus Ex is one of the best games ever made. Its engaging free-form gameplay and complex storytelling quickly cemented it as one of the true classics of the medium.
Alright, I gotta pee, and I gotta figure out a new
So the developer
video
went
we're gonna
bankrupt.
watch.
If that line
We're
sounds
gonna
familiar
watch.
to you, get
Alright,
used to it.
hold
Like 12 more videos are going to start this way. Eidos Interactive, the game's publisher, was the 51% shareholder in Ion Storm. So when the company closed its doors and the
know non-racist people who make racist jokes. Do you? Thank you for letting the mask slip, Destiny. It's
What part of any of this has to do with racism? You're so white and you're so privileged. Oh my god, nobody cares, bro. It was like this and now it's like this.
No. It was like this and now it's like this.
Oh, the Ronin shall rise.
Apparently people thought this combo was really good. In terms of temperament and demeanor, there were two things that Jordan Peterson did that I super appreciated, and I cannot find anybody that can do this. There are two things that he did. Steven, this is how they make money. Yes, obviously, yes. I don't know why you keep restating that.
So do you want to stop that then?
No, yes, but because what you're not acknowledging is the second half of that equation, which is you create a worse environment for consumers by locking them into those things.
Oh, that was another thing. Jordan Peterson had this
perfect time
debate, I guess you might call it. I don't know if it's a debate. I think anyway, he had a debate with Destiny.
Destiny made Israel look worse. I haven't watched Hassan's reaction because I'm a filthy YouTube watcher. He's at the top of the hour, so this post contains my personal thoughts. I genuinely believe Destiny made the Israeli side debate look worse, and anyone that's pro-Israel should be fucking embarrassed they had Destiny represent them. Note, it's a 5-hour debate, so I can't remember everything off the top of my head. I remember mentally taking notes and writing a couple timestamps last night. There was a lot. I'll stick to 3 main points. Please know that Destiny made a fool of himself much more often than this, but these are the ones that really stuck out to me. Point 1. There was a point where Destiny asked Rabbani and Norm a question about the early Zionists wanted validation and support from Western powers. Rabbani described this as them being imperial stooges. Destiny then brought up a genuinely dumb-ass question. If early Israel saw themselves as a Western fashion nation, how could they have imagined that engaging in displacing 400,000 plus Arabs wouldn't have tripped any moral flags in the West? Rabbani, very correctly, answered the question by saying the West is literally fucking built on the displacement of indigenous populations. As he said, removing dark people is intrinsic to Western history. I have no idea how Destiny thought this was some form of gotcha or an own. 1 hour, 8 minutes and 30 seconds is the timestamp for this in the Lex Friedman video. The next two are very damning, and I genuinely feel embarrassed for anyone that's pro-Israel, given Destiny represented them in this debate. Point 2. There was a point in the debate when they began discussing when in the past there should have been peace, or there could have been peace. I don't have a specific timestamp for this because I genuinely do believe you should take the time to watch this part on your own. The timestamp is a section titled Peace, and it starts at 3:28:34. Mr. Rabbani and Norm argued that the Palestinians had followed international law and recognized Israel by 1993. Then, in the 2000 Camp David summit, with the help of Bill Clinton, the Israelis offered Arafat the most generous deal they'd received thus far. I've linked the Wikipedia article, blah, blah, blah. Naturally, Destiny and Mr. Morris used this to argue that the Palestinians have always rejected a state. Mr. Rabbani and Mr. Finkelstein argued that offer by the Israelis didn't meet international law. Then they argued that in nearly all diplomatic cases, the Palestinians did their best to abide by international law, and the Israelis never extended the same charity to them, blah, blah, blah. Destiny argued that international law is meaningless. I like how I said the exact opposite of this. And that the Palestinian and Israeli leadership should engage in bilateral diplomacy to resolve the issue. He fully acknowledged that Israel broke international law. Did I? And that international law hasn't gotten the Palestinians anywhere, so they must make concessions to Israel. My mind was genuinely blown at this point. This is literally fucking admitting that Israel is the bad guy. He fully admits they break international law, and international law hasn't gotten the Palestinians any closer to a state. My brother in Christ, the reason international law hasn't gotten the Palestinians anywhere is because Israel completely refuses to follow it. You're fucking admitting Israel is the bad guy. Also, what is this bullshit about bilateral diplomacy to resolve the issue around the international law? Does he not see the inherent power imbalance? Oh, that Marxist language. Oh, the Marxist language. The power imbalance between the two parties. Bilateral diplomacy would literally result in Palestinians making all the concessions and Israel making none. I couldn't believe what I was hearing, in all honesty. He was literally just admitting Israel's the bad guy, LeMayo. Point 3. I didn't think Destiny could stoop any lower, but he continues to surprise me. This part was in the section Hope for the Future. At approximately 4:46:05, Rabbani told Destiny that he watched some of Destiny's research streams and calls Destiny out because, in the stream, Destiny said that Jim Crow was not apartheid, but Arab states not giving citizenship to Palestinian refugees is apartheid. Destiny then doubles down on that take and then goes as far as to say nuking Gaza wouldn't be genocide. I won't say anything more about this because I'm sure you guys know my thoughts. Conclusion, Destiny was way out of his depth here. His sophistry and debate bro techniques didn't work at all on Rabbani and Norm. Benny Morris, while having gross views, at least didn't display an intentional attempt to engage in bad faith. Morris also showcased his knowledge on this topic. If after this you're still a Destiny fan, you're beyond redemption. Forget morality. You don't have enough of a brain to make worthwhile opinions if you defend Destiny in this debate. He was objectively outclassed and made a fool of himself to the point where he made Israel look worse. I love making fun of Destiny, so this is a fun read. Destiny reminds me of the freshman debaters who think they can redefine genocide for me. They're professor of genocide studies. Head empty except for sophistry, arrogance, Zionism, and bigotry. Steven, last night I saw a debate with JP. It seems like it got really heated at some points in the conversation. How was the interaction pre and post conversation? Did you find it productive? I thought it was fine. Genuine question. Is there evidence one way or another that the West would have had a problem expelling the Arabs, or is it just that the Zionists were saying they would have accepted an Arab minority, contradicting? Well, one is if the West had no problem expelling Arabs, then the 47 partition plan probably would have just had them say like, oh yeah, let's just kick all the Arabs out of Israel, I guess, maybe. Or two, I think that if they didn't care about the Arabs and they just said they didn't care about appeasing them at all, in the 40s, they wouldn't have blocked Jewish immigration to the Mandate area. They would have just said like, oh, well, let's just keep shipping in Jews and fuck the Arabs. So clearly they cared somewhat. And then three, I mean, like there was pressure whenever wars were getting really intense down there, even when Israel was winning, there was pressure from Western nations for everybody to stop because people were really worried about like tensions in the region escalating. Remember, the Suez crisis stopped because the U.S. basically wagged their fingers really hard at Israel and said, it's time to go home. You guys need to f off. So yeah, there's no, the idea that the West would have just stood by like, oh yeah, go ahead and kick out for, especially after the UN and everything, like, nah, dumb. What is this? She looks more Jewish than anything else. I bet she is. This is a plant. This is called controlled opposition. I know because we were at the same meeting.
So someone who Destiny thinks looks Jewish is...
That's the part she's gonna respond to.
infiltrating a movement for nefarious purposes. That strikes me as an anti-Semitic comment. But I get it. He was joking. He followed it up with this really funny joke.
God, let's fundraise for her to go to Gaza. She'd be a good fighter. I can feel it.
I don't know non-racist people who make racist jokes.
Interesting.
Thank you for letting the mask slip, Destiny.
What part of any of this has to do with racism? You're so white and you're so privileged. Off. Oh my God, nobody cares, bro. The race is not. What?
Good reminder to everyone that Zionism is racism at its core.
Oh well, if everything is racism, then.
You're trying to convince people that you're some kind of authority on this topic, but your problem is that you're framing your positions around completely incorrect assumptions that are steeped in racism. For example,
Unfortunately, the Arabs, because of their inability to engage in diplomacy and only to use tools of war to try to negotiate everything going on in mandatory Palestine, basically always gave the Jews a reason or an excuse to fight and acquire land through that way.
Arabs are only capable of violence, and that's the only thing they do, so Zionists had a reason to steal their land and kill them? That sounds a heck of a lot like when Golda Meir said that Israelis would never forgive.
Why am I even responding to this? She doesn't know what, she has no idea what she's talking about. She doesn't know anything. The Arabs doesn't refer to all Arabs here. We're talking about the Arab states in the region. Just like Jews in that sentence didn't refer to all Jews, referred to the pre and post formation of the Israeli state, the people there. This isn't about Arabs as a race of people. It was about the surrounding Arab states. If she wants to have a debate on this, we can do it. But obviously, it's just TikTok memes. But
of Arabs for forcing them to kill their children. Destiny is a fantastic moron, and based on his comments, a racist one. So this is a reminder that not everyone deserves respect, and not every opinion is of equal value, especially if that opinion is racist, demonstrably incorrect, and is being deployed to manufacture consent for a genocide. There's a difference between appealing to authority and anti-intellectualism. Sometimes experts do know more than your favorite Twitch streamer. Sorry it's not in neat 10-second clips for you, but the 5 hours of proof is linked below.
Palestinian Canadian, kill me. Kill me.
Please. Kill me. Once again, I am flabbergasted at how this guy managed to get a following at all. Who is he for? Who is able to take him remotely seriously? That's aside from all the offensive stuff he constantly spews. New Vyvanse theory drop? He is on Adderall / Vyvanse for several months now. He told his chat this information. Since then, he's been much more erratic and more unhinged than before. I noticed his ego has become way too inflated when compared to reality. He also looks noticeably very sweaty / greasy during many of his streams since he started taking these. Is this a regular symptom of these drugs, or does it come across as probable abuse? I've seen others who've been prescribed Adderall, and I've never seen them have issues with profuse sweating and altered speech like I have noticed in Destiny lately. Please hold this by spare for other others. I feel like everybody who says like, oh, I've never seen Destiny to be unhinged before, are just like, they must have just started watching in the past 6 months, or they've just never watched me ever and they just see. Also, I think, I don't know what the account history is on this account. There was one account in oh, maybe not. There was one account that would post a lot on the Mr. Girl subreddit that was obsessed with this theory, and he would always use this like, oh, it abuses amphetamines, blah 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 blah. We ever cover Lebanon? Maybe someday. I wonder if Morris has any writings, info on British Freeze of the Arabs from 1900 to 47. Probably. Read 1948 or something, I'm sure. Probably there somewhere. Do you deny the fact that currently innocent Palestinian lives are losing lives because of Israel? And if yes, shouldn't you show a bit of sympathy and support? Yeah, I guess. I feel bad for him. What do you want me to say? When your fishing buddy accuses you of increasing the size of the fish with every retelling of the story.
It was like this, and now it's like this.
No. It was like this, and now it's like this.
Was this on the vaccine part? Oh my god. Apparently people thought this comment was really good. But I also thought my Finkelstein one was way worse. I don't know, maybe I just have my self-perception right now is a little bit too negative on the conversations. Oh my god. I did see some clips. Wait, I watched one clip from the Peterson debate. I think it was on my subreddit. I was like, holy shit, that was a really good boom. What was it? I'm trying to remember what it was. I watched the back and forth. I was like, damn, how did I do that on the spot? I watched a double Vyvanse that day. Oh my god. Used to follow us on. I found you through. Oh, was it on the nuclear power plant one? I don't remember. It was a good one. I was like, holy shit. Maybe not. Fuck. Destiny downplayed it a little. The Peterson appearance was good. Oh yeah, I guess it was. Okay. Did you see that Norm tweet got community noted? Yeah, but I thought they brigaded it. Oh, we'll talk about that. Actually, I'll talk about that for a quick second because it's very funny, and it further solidifies my opinion that Finkelstein is a hack. How do you feel about the depth of the JP convo? It was kind of like the Ben Shapiro talk, fairly shallow. Did he seem kind of overly aggro in person? No, it's it was a little bit better. I wish I could just like have a drink. I need to do like the, what do we call it? I don't even know. It needs to be like the 2 Shots podcast, where like you show up, you have 2 shots of some liquor, and then you go. Just get somebody to calm the fuck down, and let's just like have a conversation. Because there were parts where I think I mentioned this, and I think it got clipped, but it might have been in the After Hours show. I don't remember. I think one of these had it. You know, Israel Palestine, where it seems like he was like receptive to some things. Maybe, I don't know. 100% ideological.
So
approach,
okay,
right?
so that
so even though they'll say that and then you go to the right and it might be a similar thing, right? You find these types. Also, hold on, let me do this. Let me say this real quick, okay? Okay, hold on, I'm not dating. In terms of temperament and demeanor, there were two things that Jordan Peterson did that I super appreciated, and I cannot find anybody that can do this. There were two things that he did. I think I mentioned at least one of these beforehand. Two things he did. One is sometimes he's excited, sometimes he wants to go and he'll cut me off or interrupt. Okay, sure, that's fair, it happens. But then sometimes when I would get excited, I would cut him off. It was like, okay, he'd let me talk. I appreciate that, okay? When people get heated or they want to go back and forth, I think he probably spoke quite a bit more than me here because there were a couple times where he's a little rambly. But we could do the cut each other off thing and it went okay. That's one thing. But the second thing that was really nice is I almost thought we were gonna fight halfway through. But he was able to scale up really heavy and then he was able to like come back down. I appreciate people who can do that. The idea that being able to go hard and then being like, okay, we disagree, I understand. I really appreciate that. JB seemed very suspicious of the idea that force is needed in some form in all societies. I wonder what his position on taxation is. Should that be a voluntary system? I mean, would probably be like libertarian leaning, yeah. So you think he's a lot more reasonable than lefties make him out to be? No. Wait, why? I feel like it's so cold in here. What is the temperature outside today? My dad's senses are telling me it's 68 outside. I haven't even been outside. Weather. Why am I in Celsius? 69. Why am I so good? How do I just know everything? God. The Vive fans. It's turned me into a new type. Oh, you see the future. Telegraph released an episode of their IP podcast, Battle Lines. It talks about famine. Worth listening to. Okay. Peterson seemed to be doing the asking question things a lot, especially on the extra deaths where he clearly implies. Oh yeah, the guy that I spoke to about philosophy messaged me, and he's like, Peterson is the ultimate example of jacking off the JAQ thing, just asking questions. Don't you like Hobbes? I don't read. There are no good books, and there are no good movies that came out before 1997. Types of conformities. I think that sometimes people get credit for being more or less diverse just based on what they're selecting.
So that's interesting because one of the things that might see the biggest predictor of liberal leaning politically is trade openness, but your comment there opens up the possibility that's what's happening is a false substitution of diversity of identity for true diversity of thought.
Yeah.
That's obfuscating, that's allowing the open people to believe that they're pursuing a diversity of thoughts when they're only pursuing a diversity of identity. That makes that's okay.
So, because I wonder, so for instance, if we say liberals are open to diversity, right? Or I'm sorry, or have higher
then
degrees of openness.
Then it depends on how you define diversity.
Yeah, because if I throw like a person in front of them and they say they're religious, oh, I'm Christian.
They're diverse except when it comes to Clarence Thomas, for example.
Yeah, or that, yeah.
Right.
So I feel like you run into these issues. Or if I take a conservative and I introduce him to a guy that doesn't even speak good English, he might be the darkest, most whatever, Middle Eastern looking out of the world, and he's like, oh, I go to the Catholic Church down the street. Well, you know, that conservative might feel like he has more in common with that guy than a white dude from San Francisco, right? Who speaks in a gay accent, you know? Even though when you look at it, it's like, okay, well, where's the conformity? Where's the openness? Where's the whatever? I feel like there's a lot of substitution that happens. Yeah, if you understand what I'm saying, yeah.
Yeah. Well, I never thought of the multiplication of identity categories as the ideological substitute for that would satisfy openness on the diverse.
He speaks very, I don't know, I wouldn't say eloquently. He uses big vocab, but it does make sense if you listen to him. I wonder if he runs into an issue where when he talks to people, if he feels like they don't understand what he's saying. I understand what he's saying. What he's saying, technically it all makes sense. It's just, the language is very elevated. Verbosity. loquaciously, perhaps. Well, wait, let me check loquacious. Excessive maybe. I think verbose is good.
As the ideological substitute for that would satisfy openness on the diversity of idea front. Maybe that's like the definition of that ideological capture.
Voshistic? I don't think it's like Vosh. I feel like Peterson legitimately thinks this way. Like, this is how his mind works. I think Vosh wants to be seen that way. Like, when Vosh speaks, he wants to be seen like people see Jordan Peterson when he speaks. But I think Peterson, and also keep in mind, for as much as I dislike a lot of the weird conspiratorial stuff he's bought into, he has lived in the world of academia. He's a very smart person, regardless of the crazy political beliefs he had.
Like the definition of that ideological capture. Because, see, technically speaking, the leftists should be interested enough in the exchange of ideas to risk conversation with people who don't agree with them, because they would be temperamentally inclined to presume that the benefits they could gain from the trade would overwhelm the costs.
See, one of the interesting things about Peterson, too, is his, at least in this very narrow area, his thought about leftists and rightists, people on the right, being fundamentally, like, principally different in how they approach other groups of people. That, like, oh, well, on the left, you've got diversity, and on the right, you don't. That, I feel like when you dig deeper into what's going on, that kind of breaks down. That's why, in my mind, I've kind of dissolved all people into being more or less the same, or just applied positions end up looking differently for a variety of dumb reasons. I love JP, but his constant desire to teach and interrupt and not listen to learn hurts me. Love the combo, though. You're both smart, but there was a stark contrast in how logical you were versus, well, I would hope to be the case. But I actually do think that he connected with me better here than most people connect with me. I feel like he was willing to listen to what I was saying and respond to what I was saying in a logical manner. I really wish I could... Where is he? I wonder if Abby's free to chat in a bit. Yeah.
But this hypothesis would be they're substituting for that diversity a false diversity of identity. And
Correct.
that enables them to satisfy their hypothetical creativity without having to bear any of the costs.
Yeah, that's the difference when we talk about initially. That's the difference between like principled openness versus openness as part of your constellation, and these are who are as an aesthetic is what I should have said there. But okay, real quick, I just want to, just so everybody knows exactly. Are you seeing the mass shooting in Russia right now? Do you mean the war? Did you really message Ben? What do you mean? Yeah, of course. Ever since I started the Israel-Palestine arc, I've gotten so many connections. I've gotten like new payment processors. I get like a lot of, there's a lot of people that, there's a lot of organizations that kind of like send me revenue and they shoot me like talking points or whatever. Or they'll like recommend me like books. They don't like control what I say on stream, of course, but they'll like suggest like, hey, you should take a look at this. And then, you know, and then they also sound like a decent chunk of change. I was like, well, if you're going to pay me, you know, like 30,000 new shekels or whatever, why the fuck would I not take a look at the material that you want me to read and repeat on stream? And also part of this is connecting me to kind of like a network of, they call them the Jalumni. It's like alumni, but for Jews, I guess. And then in these Jalumnis, imagine you kind of have the, like the war room, okay? But it's not actually the war room. They call it the new Yeshuv on Discord. And in this Discord, there's a whole bunch of like really powerful Jewish people that I have access to if I want to chat with them about any particular issue. And Shapiro, obviously, and the other co-owner of the Daily Wire in there. And after my Candace Owens conversation, yeah, I reached in there. I was like, Ben, what the like this lady is like slandering me on fucking Twitter. Can you do something about this? And he'll tap his Jewish contacts. He'll see how receptive I've been to some of the money that they kind of like funneled to me to look at like talking point shit related to Israel Palestine. And then he said, feels like I checked out. And then, yeah. Are we good? Is that enough for a clip? No, I didn't talk to anybody about Candace Owens. You retard. Why the f did I do that? No. Remember, it's not even that I don't do it at a principle or something. It would look really bad. I don't ever want it when I'm chatting with people. This happened after I think Fuentes and another guy got banned on Twitch like 5 years ago. And people are like, oh, did you report him to your handler? I was like, no conservative is going to want to debate me if all these people keep getting banned after we have a conversation. Candace Owens has been setting her career on fire for the last few years. Yeah, she's like really lost in some wacky, wild Jew shit. That guy was right. You do sound scuffed in this clip. Hold on. I feel like you should look at New Zealand for JP excess mort rates. The vaccine volume happened long before COVID was in the communities. Plus, like, yeah, yeah. JP feels like that family member. JP feels like that family member most people have that believes in the wildest shit, but is always willing to hash it out with you and discuss. Oh, maybe. Post-game analysis. Destiny versus Jordan Peterson. Oh. Who spoke more? Oh, he spoke more, but who had the most words? What the fuck? Oh. We had close to evenish words. Although his words were bigger, so... You do sound different.
People don't want nuclear energy because they think of nukes, and they think of nuclear meltdowns, and they think of Chernobyl.
Oh, one, it might be a different microphone that makes it sound a little bit different, but do you know what is actually probably happening, if I had to guess, is the Invisalign? No. If I can't hear myself speak in my head, no, I can't, because I've already done it today. I bet if I can't hear myself speak in my headphones, I bet I do a lot of micro corrections that I'm not aware of. Because if I think about it, right now I'm trying to sound a certain way. But if I couldn't hear myself speak, it's possible that not in an environment where I'm not getting monitored, where I don't have a monitor listening to myself, I wouldn't correct for it as much. After my Invisalign is done, I'm going to a speech pathologist to correct this shit. It's annoying. And then we're going to read books. We're probably going to do a book a week on stream. It's just going to be me reading. Hello, guys. Today are the Destiny reading streams where we try to pronounce our S's at the front of our mouth without having any lispy sounds. Jesus. I probably just need to practice it, I imagine. What are your thoughts about Bo Burnham's Inside? Haven't watched it, no thoughts.
I feel like because you hang out with a lot of people who you maybe would consider kind of, I don't know. I mean, okay.
That's usually my red line. That's why I cut off Sneeko and Zerka completely forever.
Here's one criticism I have of you. Real criticism. Okay?
Yeah, criticize me, baby.
Fuentes.
One of the biggest criticisms Destiny gets is in regards to platforming controversial people, like Nick Fuentes, head of the America First movement. Some people believe he should not be platforming far-right figures because there is implicit danger if their ideas spread. Others believe these ideas need to be debated out in the open.
Whether or not he was a Nazi or wouldn't have changed him coming on my platform. I think for a while America First was trying to get away from the crazy ultra Jewish Nazi shit. Maybe there were still memes and jokes, but I do think they were, especially with AFPAC and everything, I think they were trying to move towards a little bit more mainstream, probably still a little bit of the Nazi jokes and shit, but less than they were before. But I think that as soon as he got hooked up with Kanye, I think all of that went completely back, and now they're totally back on
that's
there.
That's totally his reading of that. When we linked up in 2022, he was telling his audience, he's like, oh, I think these guys aren't Nazis anymore. I think these guys are they're not against Jewish power anymore. That was never true.
I like the, it's so funny because Fuentes will do this thing where in some ways they'll lean into the Nazi when it's convenient, and then other ways they won't. If you fought America First people in 2020 to 2022 and you call them Nazis, what basically the MO is they're going to start grilling the fuck out of you on, oh, really? Are we Nazis? Do we have the same religious beliefs? Do we have the same practice? What do you mean by Nazis? Blah, blah, blah. They're going to hardcore drill into what that means. And they would roast the fuck out of you, say, oh, just because we are critical of Jews, you think that makes us Nazis? Are Nazis the only people? This is one of the reasons why I just abandoned, okay, well, I'm not going to call them Nazis. We'll just fight on the anti-Semitic beliefs. I just don't have interest. We don't have to use the Nazi label. We just find out other things. But now here, when it's convenient or conducive to Nick's point of view, now Nazi to him, he just said, oh, wait, you thought we were going to abandon the Jewish stuff? No, of course not. AF is probably never abandoning the Jewish stuff. It's always going to be, at the very least, in heavy memes and shit. At the very least.
Guys are they're not against Jewish power anymore. That was never true. At AFPAC 3, I went...
I even knew this because there's a clip of me talking to Fuentes when I'm playing that vampire game. What's it called? All I can think of in my head right now is Vermicelli. Because of that fucking Norm quote. What would, V Rising. That was it. I remember when I was talking, I was like, yeah, how much do you think the Jew shit plays into it or whatever? Because it used to be 80 to 90%. I think he said, oh, maybe 40 to 50% or 30 to 50%. I was like, oh, okay, it's come down a little bit. But it was still there, obviously, yeah.
Up and said, oh, Putin's They're calling Putin Hitler like it's a bad thing or something like that. They're always trying to do this de-radicalization op where they're like, oh, well, I think they're good boys, or I think they're trying to be good boys, but they're being naughty. They're talking about Jews in Israel again. So I've heard that my entire career. It's always been, oh, we're always just on the cusp of de-radicalizing, but then we just keep doubling down. From the beginning, it's always been against Jewish power. From Groiper War, and even before.
Nah, I think that when they did AFPAC, and Nick was so happy he was getting to talk to mainstream politicians, and he got his little dinner with Donald Trump, and he was getting, and he thought he was like on the cusp of like this Kanye West platform and everything else, and then all of a sudden he's on that. God, I'll never forget it. I think it was the first time. It was when Ye said "I love Hitler" on Alex Jones's show? Was it? Is this when he said it, or was it on the other guys?
That's right. You're not Hitler. You're not a Nazi.
Every human being.
It was so far beyond, I think, where Nick had his platform. And now I think, and also, hey, listen, my predictions have all come true, basically, over the Fuentes, the AFPAC, the Ye shit. And I'll make, my other prediction that I'm making in line with all of this, okay? Here's the other prediction I'm making, okay? There's two paths for Fuentes right now, okay? Either one is they slowly kind of wind down the crazy anti-Semitic shit and they moderate a little bit to try to like angle back to some mainstream shit, which I don't know if they can do at this point. I don't think they will. I think that's a slim chance. Or more likely, they'll continue down this path of like thinking it's all like Jewish power and shit like that, and they'll try to hop on to like the current like Israel-Palestine shit maybe, or some other type of, but they peaked. AF peaked probably with the moments before Ye. They peaked before the Ye stuff. And then Fuentes, which is ironic given he's, like a 24-year-old kid. I don't even necessarily fault him. I understand the desire to work with Ye. Fuentes was blinded by that optimistic, not optimism, but by the popularity and the clout and the getting to work with Kanye West that he tanked everything. And now, America First is never going to be a serious political thing ever again. They peaked before Ye, and they'll never hit that point again. That's my prediction.
And even before.
Fuentes was on a bit of an upshoot before the Kanye shit. AFPAC was really successful. They got, like 2 Congress people?
Matt Gaetz and Marjorie Taylor.
Yeah, that's a...
Nick can't even argue this. Y'all went through this when you were talking to Sneeko, Nick, Gideon, and Abba. You had to be careful because Nick and Sneeko were both on the Nick's not a Nazi bullshit before they met Kanye. Yeah.
A really big deal. That's more than any fucking lefty has ever done for their fit on YouTube. When I'm criticizing his point of view, what I tell people is you should just criticize the point of view. Because the problem is that when you run into somebody, especially somebody who's like a little bit more politically adept, like Fuentes or America First, oh, you're a Nazi. They're going to start bringing up like a million things that like actual Nazis believe. And they're going to say, well, we break from Nazis here. And then you're just going to look like an idiot.
Do you respect Nick? He's done a lot. How many people say that? I respect Nick for the political prowess, I think, I would say. I don't know if as much... Do I respect his work ethic? I feel like... the thing is, I'm going to be honest, I don't have a lot of insight of that community anymore. I used to read, they had like a little secret forum or some bullshit. I don't even have the link anymore. I used to read through that quite a bit. And then I was getting emails from people that watched him ostensibly. And I would watch some AF stuff, but I didn't have time. So I was a little bit more plugged in. It felt like when the AFPAC organizing and everything was happening, he was a little bit more active. I don't know what he does right now. I don't know if he has that same work ethic or drive, or if he's personally like more depressed and kind of like fucked. I'm not sure. Because again, that peaking was harsh before Ye. He tied his hitch to Ye. He came out as full 1 billion% Nazi. Then he got disowned publicly by Donald Trump. Then he got kicked out of the Ye campaign. I don't know if he'll ever, all the people that, I think the 2 that went to the AFPAC conference, didn't they both disown it as well? Saying like, oh, we didn't know his views or whatever. That forum is dead. Anglin got drunk and disavowed Fuentes for talking to Richardson. So, yeah, he's had a lot of like fallouts inside of his group of people. I think that he's just kind of fucked. Yeah, I think he's kind of fucked. And that might affect his work ethic too. I'm not sure, maybe.
Rather than call somebody a Nazi, like, just criticize the positions.
Like, yeah, someone said he's fallen more into an online influencer role away from overt political maneuvering. Yeah, but the problem is him trying to do online influencer stuff is going to be really hard being perma-banned from every fucking platform and being as radical and extreme as he is. He's too deplatformed for that. What do you keep clicking your mouse when talking? Oh, I'm usually going through all my chats and saving comments that I want to respond to because I can't respond to them in the moment. Did the interview change your view of Jordan Peterson? No.
Like, I disagree with Fuentes on, like, any race realism shit, any, like, weird immigration shit, any, like, race-based, like, stuff like that, but I'll just fight on the policies. But people are very quick to just be like, oh, he's a Nazi, and then it's, like, done. And
Well, it might be debated at some point. Why would you not call him a Nazi now? In the clip, it sounds like you're still not convinced. I might not. It depends on how particular you want to go. Like, are they actually, truly, really Nazis? I mean, like, not really. Their movement is way too multicultural for them to be technically Nazis. Funny enough, because they do accept, like, black people. Their leader is Fuentes. So I probably wouldn't call them, but I would take less of an issue post-Ye calling them Nazis than I would pre-Ye, where I think they were trying to angle away from that view. I think pretty explicitly, but now people call them Nazis. I'm pretty sure I'd call them a Nazi or this. Yeah, now they basically are, yeah. Like Christian Nazis or Christian whatever.
Then you cut them off.
What?
You cut them, like you wouldn't do content with him now.
I'm trying to think. The current reason I've listed on Blacklist because he does the crazy aggressive deplatforming shit. Like the Griper people will spam report people if they don't like you, which I think is hypocritical and annoying.
Haven't you done that a little bit?
No.
I've seen some old video of you reporting Nick's Twitch and getting him banned.
Ooh, did that ever happen?
Oh, dude,
this was like
it's so crazy. Well, I'm trying to remember the current reason I blacklisted him. Oh yeah, it's because they report people like crazy. Oh, you do that all the time, didn't you?
One thing that I notice with bad faith actors is this happens a lot with Israel-Palestine, is people are very fast and loose with timelines. So I think from 2016 to 2018, I think I was pro deplatforming for misinformation. I think I held that view up to 2018. And then I think around 2018, 2019, that started to change to me generally just being against all deplatforming because the misinformation thing was too hard to figure out who's right or who's wrong. But I think before then, I think I DMCA'd Sargon's channels because he was clipping my shit and throwing it onto his fucking YouTube to try to, like, out of context, like, not, it wasn't like a transformative video, it was literally just clips of my shit, which legally I think I had the right to do. But I think I even apologized to Sargon for that because I was like, fuck it, I shouldn't do this, or I don't think it's a good thing. I'm pretty sure I did apologize to Sargon for that. I don't know if I said that on stream or if I said that in DMs or if I'm just making this up. Does anybody remember? Did I have a conversation where we said this? You've mentioned it in the past? Okay, yeah, I must have then. But yeah, like I have in the past. But the reason why I say I'm not sure about this Fuentes thing, I shouldn't let people gaslight me too, is because people like Nick say that I spam reported their channels. If I've ever reported somebody ever, if I've ever reported a person ever, I publicly am open about it. I'll say it. Like, oh yeah, I reported this fucker. Yeah, I reported this guy. Yeah, 100%. I've always said it. I've never hide it. Because if I hide something like that and it comes out, it would look so bad. So the issue is I think there's a time when Fuentes got banned from Twitch, and I think it was after the convo where it was me and Hassan versus Nick Fuentes and Sargon, where I think Fuentes got banned after that. And afterwards, they all started blaming me for it, but I don't think I didn't report anybody. And then I think I actually just brought this up earlier in the stream. And then afterwards, I think I debated another far-right person like a couple weeks later, and he got banned. And so there was this narrative that I was trying to spam report every conservative I was talking to, and I was incredibly frustrated. I think I even messaged my account manager, and I was like, hey, what's going on with these people getting banned? Because if I was starting to talk to conservatives and they get banned right after, I'm like, this makes me look fucking horrible. Why would I report these people? This is stupid as fuck. It makes me look like a lunatic, but yeah. So, I mean, like, if there's a clip of me saying like, oh yeah, I'm reporting Fuentes because there's that, then I did it then. I mean, I'm not going to deny something I did. But if they're referring to that time after the Trainwrecks Hassan stream, I don't believe I ever did. I'm pretty sure I even complained about it at the time, but they're saying that I lied about it. Yeah. Why does Peace go? He knows how to trigger me so well. I'm gonna beat the shit out of you the next time I see you. Every time I see you type in chat, I just like my blood pressure just climbs. Don't ban me, but you implicitly advocate for DG to report people all the time. E.g., wow, I thought this was against TOS. Someone should do something about that. That's literally dry snitching. Yeah, but I'm like pretty obvious about that. I do dry snitch on Hassan when he watches hours and hours of my content on his Twitch stream after Twitch has permabanned me and made it against the rules for me to be on Twitch, and they ban my friends for watching my stuff. That is strange. I kind of wonder there. Yeah, seems like that is against the TOS. But I'm not like bringing something new to somebody's attention or doing like, that's just like Dylan Burns has gotten banned, and I'm pretty sure other Twitch streamers have gotten banned for watching content of me on their stream, but for some reason Hassan doesn't. That's very strange to me. I don't know why that is the case. It makes me wonder. But yeah, but again, that's not like, I'm not like, I might be a little coy about that. Am I using that word? Yeah, I might be a little coy about it, but it's pretty obvious. I'm not like denying that, obviously. Nick spends a lot of time on his stream just attacking you. Yes, I think that the Groipers flirt. Oh, Erudite got banned as well. Yeah, I think the Groipers kind of flirt the way that like grade school boys flirt, where while the Groipers have a strange love-hate relationship with me, where they'll never admit it, and they hate a lot on Twitter. But the reason why the Groipers lean into me so much is because in their mind, I am literally, and it's funny because I remember saying these exact same words before Fuentes thought he had outgrown me. I am Groipers' only possible link back to normalcy, or back to mainstream, or back to getting any real amount of coverage. That is I am the only possible person that would have ever considered platforming somebody like Fuentes or talking to them about their ideas. And they know that. So that's why like I'm kind of the big fixation of a lot of their online stuff, is because well, one, because I talk about them sometimes, so it's easy. And then two, just because like, yeah, they know that I'm the only person that would ever give them attention or that they could come back through. But the thing is, especially after Fuentes' recent shit, and by recent shit, I mean stuff from a year ago. Yeah, no, I'm not gonna do between the Mr. Girls spam reporting, between Fuentes and his community spam reporting, it's just like, I don't fuck with that shit.
It's so crazy. Well, I'm trying to remember the current reason I blacklisted him. Oh yeah, it's because they report people like crazy. Oh, you do that all the time. Didn't you even do that to Nick? Oh, I don't know. Did that happen? Yes, it fucking did.
Like 2018 or something. You saw he was on Twitch.
And he brings up, yeah, it is 2018. Okay.
It gets rewritten. You should ask my community also if you ever want lore, because they know shit better than I do sometimes.
Oh,
because
sure.
there was a big 2v2 debate that I had.
Crazy.
Oh,
me and Hassan versus
fuck me. I just explained all of this and I'm about to explain the video. Okay.
Nick Fuentes and Sargon of Akkad. And I remember after that stream, Nick's stream got banned. And I complained on stream, and I messaged my partner contact because I said like just curious, like why did he get banned? Because if I'm debating somebody saying I'm pro-platforming and then they get banned afterwards, that makes me look stupid. Like why the fuck would I ever do that? But there might have been, because I know that people say I spam reported Nick after that debate, and I'm almost positive I didn't.
There's
I know
a video of you on stream, not spam reporting.
That might have been.
You actively are like pressing the report.
That might have been a year before or 2 years earlier, but there was a time when I first started getting into.
So what? You don't think the timeline matters? What do you mean, so what?
Year before or 2 years earlier, but there was a time when I first started getting into politics where I kind of believed in the like, well, maybe we shouldn't platform like certain points of view, but that position has changed over time. By the time COVID rolled around, my position was I don't care about like hate speech or anything like that, but I can understand people banning for like aggressive like misinformation and disinformation, like people just like lie online.
So crazy, like just pretending not to even know what. Of course he knows exactly what Tom's talking about. He reported me on stream. And his community brigaded me after.
I don't remember reporting Nick on stream. I might have done it on Twitter, maybe. I just don't remember. But if it was a bot, it happened. I'm not denying it.
After that debate, which was in 2019, oh, my position changed, did it? Is that why he mass reported Hassan? He mass reported Keffels? He mass reported? Not that it even fucking matters, but just to the point, the guy's a total liar and a hypocrite. Well, the current reason I don't talk to him is because he mass flags people. Don't you mass flag people? Well, not anymore. Well, first.
Did we ever spam report Keffels? I feel like I just wrote my doc on her. Nick is aggressively good at peddling a narrative. He's pretty good at it, but his effectiveness has been like severely reduced over the past couple of years. What even made him hate you? Weren't you guys kind of friendly at one point? Well, again, it was with the yeah, sorry, Jesus, I just saw something. It was when we were kind of doing more stream debate stuff, and then he got on the Kanye train. I'm trying to remember the timelines. Fuck, because there was also the Mr. Girl spam reporting thing hurt a lot in my brain. Like, I didn't want to be associated with a platform that was spam reporting people. That's just too scary and too stupid and too hypocritical and too dumb. So the Mr. Girl stuff happened, and then he started doing the Kanye stuff, and then he started to block me from shows. I think there were 2 shows. I think there was an Adam 22 show that he blocked me from, and then I think there was a Valuetainment show that he blocked me from. And then after that, I was like, well, in that case, fuck you. Don't come crawling back to me after your Kanye shit blows up in 2 months, which it did, and which he has. in which they are trying to do. So yeah, that's. You know.
First of all, yes, you do. Well, didn't you match report Nick? Oh, I don't remember. Well, there's a video of you doing it. Oh, I think that was in 2018. Okay, so you're just a liar on every level.
Racial slurs, whatever, that's another thing. But prior to that,
I also like how like changing your views over time on a particular thing makes you a liar. That's a very. It reminds me of 2012. What? Or was it 2016? Does anybody remember which presidential election the term flip-flopper was used? Or was that earlier? Was that with like Bush and Kerry or Bush and Gore?
It was Bush and Kerry.
When was the flip-flop thing? When did that come out? That might have been a Kerry. Was that 2008? Romney? 2000. It might have been 2008 with Kerry. 2000 with Kerry? It was or 2004 with Kerry. Flip-flop. Presidential election. Oh, maybe 2004. It was used by critics as a catch-all phrase attack on John Kerry, claiming he was flip-flopping his stance on several issues. I'm gonna be honest, I don't know fuck all about Kerry, but I know he was on some boat in Vietnam, and I saw a meme about it 7 million times from my mom.
kind of went back and forth to where I was like, well, maybe we should like debate everybody. But then I would get salty because when I would get banned, they would all cheer on like me getting banned. And I think at some point I'm like, yeah, well, these guys. So I kind of go back and forth. But for the past like 2 or 3 years, I've been pretty like, yeah.
Because there was a time in 2018 when you would.
There was a clip floating around of you bringing up Fuentes' Twitch stream on your stream and encouraging people to report him, but it's been months to start. You should find the clip and find the year. I don't know. It'd be good to know just for my future thing. Sometimes people. Okay, here's like, this is the thing I'll say. You can believe me or not believe me. I don't know what to say. Like, I'll never lie about something I've done. The reason why I hedge sometimes is because genuinely I also just don't remember sometimes. So I was like, didn't you do this? If I'm ever like, I don't know, I don't think I did. When I say I don't think I did, what I'm thinking is I'm trying to think of my state of mind at the time and if I would have done that particular thing at the time. If I don't think I would have, I'll say I don't think I did. But I might have. There might have been for a variety of reasons and I just don't remember. I've done a lot of shit. I've been online permanently my whole life for like 15 years. There's a lot of shit that I forget or don't remember all the time. Like, unironically, I've told people in my personal life who've had questions about like, oh, what happened to this person? I'm like, you should go check my Kiwi Farms thread. Like, they log that shit way better than I remember. Or go to my chat and ask them. Oh, I even say that in this video, and I think I've told Tom that. He's probably irritated by hearing me say that so many times. Like, I don't know, go ask my chat. They'll have a better recollection of me. I just don't remember all the time. But then people, but then when I don't remember, if I'm like, I don't think I did that, or I'm not sure, people think I'm like dodging the truth, forgetting the fact that my entire fucking life and almost every action I've done for the past 15 years is extensively documented online. It's not like I'm gonna try to lie about some shit and hope that nobody goes and looks it up. But
talk about like people who deserve to be deplatformed are people who actively spread misinformation.
That was when I was on the misinformation thing, yeah.
But you don't hold that opinion anymore?
No, I don't think so. I don't think that works.
Why not?
Because the ideas are really pervasive. So
W Tom though, by the way, W Tom for pushing back on that. Patriot Turkey Tom, objective, and came with the receipts.
Doesn't really just ban them out of existence. Obviously, it didn't work for COVID.
So take it easy, Paul Town. He did a good. Tom was based for doing that.
It doesn't work.
At Destiny, you can debate white nationalists, but you don't have to debate Nick. Just destroy their ideas, and in time, that destroys their movement. Maybe. I think that everything is too weird right now. I don't think white nationalism is a big deal anymore because of I was so right when I said this. I was more right than I thought, and more right than I deserve to be. A long time ago, when I would debate conservatives, I feel like I said this. I know I did at least once to Lauren. Probably to others, but I used to say all the time, why don't you guys like Sharia law? It seems like you guys would love Sharia law. Something really weird has happened with the far-right white nationalist movements to where the demographic of people that would be white nationalists online, I think tend to be very young and very white, obviously, and very online. But that same demographic of people, I think, have gotten really bought into ideas about Islam and Muslims because that religion is like strong and powerful and they kill people who disagree with them and they're based and awesome and they've got lots of wives and they're more misogynistic and they're even more hardcore than Christians. So like the reservoir of white nationalism online is running very low.
All right, girly, I'm gonna go put you in the room with Faye, okay?
So it's a very interesting overlap in ideologies or how that I guess ended up panning out. Because I feel like a lot of the people that
I'm gonna put the kitty back
5 years ago.
Hold on a minute.
Now follow like Sneeko and they're like, yeah, fuck Christianity and the gay West. Islam is awesome. Or if they do defend Christianity, it's just Russia. Okay, what is this?
this case against
What is
Apple.
this real quick?
Let's go to that live.
Good morning. Earlier today, the Department of Justice, joined by 15 states and the District of Columbia, sued Apple in the U.S. District Court for the District of New Jersey for violating
I
Section
saw
2
this
of the
earlier.
Sherman Antitrust Act.
Nope.
15 states.
Wait,
Good
sorry.
morning. Earlier today, the Department of Justice, joined by 15 states
Okay, DOJ, so a federal lawsuit.
and the District of Columbia, sued Apple in the U.S. District Court.
She shows a text message that she says is from him and implying that he was kind of
kids. I know the right headspace, okay? Not like a huge, like, redemptive. There needs to be like a, yeah.
And exactly 4 hours! It's gonna be time for the Fruity Football Party! Make sure you freshen up on your fruit sacks. 'Cause you never know what's coming, baby.
Big news for any cat gender individuals out there. Now is a great time for you. You officially have an opportunity to use a litter box at all concerts inside of the continental United States and worldwide. Guys, you're being saved, you're being respected, and I respect your pronouns.
You guys spoke and I listened. I'm making all the bathrooms at my concerts not only gender neutral, but species neutral. I will be providing litter boxes in the bathrooms for all animal identifying concert goers on my tour. Now that's inclusivity in action.
What amazing progress we have made. Guys, gals, and non-binary pals, we're making leaps and strides in the name of progress. Round of applause, please. Round of applause for all my non-binary pals. Oh, yeah, yeah.
Oh, yeah, yeah. Oh, yeah, 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 yeah. But I'm very in tune with my past and my past lives. And my last life just so happened to be a very infamous one.
All right, guys, so I think we're all in agreement that genuine homophobia is bad. Okay, actually, knowing the internet, we're probably not all in agreement, but whatever. You know what? I, Tom Dark, Turkey Tom, Tom IRL, even, I am proclaiming myself to be pro-gay rights. Amazing, I know. I respect the right for a man to insert himself into another man while playing Fortnite and hitting the gritty. We're united on this front. But I have to say, things are getting crazier out there. I feel as though we've entered a new phase of acceptance where anything is permissible, including, unfortunately, sending hormones to children in the case of Keffels.
Not that there's anything wrong with that.
But I've been seeing some crazy lately, and I just wanted to share it with all of you.
Crazy hamburger! Crazy hamburger!
Hardcore singer accused of dosing bandmate with estrogen in an attempt to steal his fiancée. Yeah, of course it was a hardcore band. I mean, how can it be literally any other genre of music? It couldn't. Although maybe hyperpop would also not be super surprising.
Hey, you little piss baby.
So the singer of this band is named Diego, this nice looking fellow with the septum piercing right here, and the band posted a statement to their Instagram, which is very detailed and describes just what allegedly went down. We have decided to part ways with our vocalist, Diego, due to admission of very disturbing and concerning behavior towards one of our band members and their partner. He has admitted to being obsessed with said partner and has been attempting to sabotage their relationship by cutting pre-workout he frequently gifts from his job with high amounts of estrogen in them. He has been attempting to force a transition onto him for the last 5 months in the hopes that would give him the opportunity to swoop in once he looked stronger and more manly in comparison. Stupid caveman mindset that makes no sense. Ooga booga. This tampering has caused confusion and thousands of dollars in medical bills the past months trying to figure out what's wrong. We would not know any of this unless Diego had gotten way too intoxicated and ousted himself and then stated an admission to all of this via text. There are many more disgusting details that have been left out for the sake of privacy and general censorship. Imagine you're weightlifting consistently, trying to get big, okay? Watching Sam Sulek videos every morning to make sure you're taking in positive lifter vibes only. But as time goes on, you notice your chest progress is looking more like growing giant nipples instead of getting jacked. I mean, that is progress in a way, but not what you expected, certainly. And the way they found out, apparently, is one day say Diego was drunk and he just spilled the beans to them over text message. This is an insane person. This is a fucking crazy person. Holy shit. As for Diego's response, it cannot be further from the truth on the supplement side of things. The only sealed products he would provide were proteins, but the other products were always unsealed because they were tossed at his job if they couldn't sell it, hence why it was free. He also has easy access to steroids and hormones because of his gym practices. I'm going to be seeing an endocrinologist over the next few months to track my hormonal fluctuations to see if my estrogen levels are extremely heightened and go back to normal over time. I have had physical changes from the hormones besides stomach ulcers, weight loss, and muscle fatigue that I will not get into, as well as notable mental changes. I will also be getting the last batch of free workout he gave me tested for estrogen. I have about 2 to 3 full cups left of it. He will not pass off what he admitted to as a joke or confusion, even in a state of drunkenness. What he did is disgusting and has had an immense negative effect on my life. So you're telling me that this guy didn't feel secure in his masculinity. Well, I, for one, am totally shocked and appalled. I just can't believe it. It's mind-boggling. I cannot believe the guy with purple f***ing hair didn't feel like he had enough tests. All jokes aside, obviously, this is a super evil thing to do. If you want to take estrogen of your own free will, I mean, hey, you do you. But to force someone else to take it without their knowledge, and also to do this as a means of turning them into a girl so you look more manly by comparison is truly, it's just something I haven't heard before. It's not something you hear every day. This guy must have called Giggly Goon Clown and Reiko at the same time to get some advice. My ultimate fantasy is kidnapping a cute boy and locking him up in my basement. I will let him consume nothing but Soylent, estrogen, and milk mixed with my semen. Definitely a unique grind set, not one you see every day, but to each their own, you know? Just let people enjoy things, am I right? Apparently there was also this separate lawsuit, completely unrelated, where this kid had a behavioral disorder. He wouldn't stop acting up, basically, right? He's a bit of a rabble-rouser. He's a bit rambunctious. He's getting in trouble at the time. He's not turning in his geometry homework, and so his parents sent him to juvie. And then at juvie, they were like, this boy, he just can't calm down. Let's give him some estrogen real quick. After taking approximately 13 daily doses of the hormone, the teen was diagnosed with gynecomastia, defined as the enlargement or swelling of breast tissue in males whose estrogen level is too high, medical records show. Anyone who does this shouldn't be allowed to walk out on the street, okay? They should be in prison for 1 day, and 1 year, and 5 years. A long time. I don't know, just a long time. I mean, this is the same thing to me as like giving someone a Percocet against their will. And I'm Percocet Thomas, so I would know all about that.
Instead of the Turkey Thomas, the type of guy comments, can we get Percocet Thomas is the type of guy comment? Or no? Or no?
No,
Perky Tom. Perky Tom.
Perky 30 Tom. No.
Hey man, you dropped something. Hey bro. Hey look man.
Hey man, look, you dropped something. Man.
Yo little boy.
Excuse me, but I identify as a woman.
Yo, calm down. How am I supposed to know?
All right, asshat. Put your hands up, my man.
Man? I identify as a horse.
Oh, crap.
Everyone freeze. You in for it now, bro.
Bro? I identify as a chair.
You mind if I take a seat?
All of you are under arrest. Arrest? We identify as not guilty. Ah, shit.
This video was brought to you by G Fuel, the world's leading energy drink brand. They sell these little tubs of powder that you can mix with water and then just get going. It's that easy. It's got an amazing taste. It's clean, caffeinated energy that will keep you laser focused while watching skibbity toilet videos all day. And there are 40 servings of this stuff in every single tub, so it's a lot of bang for your buck. And right now for March is G Fuel Madness, where you can buy one tub and get another one absolutely free. They just sent me this Naruto Sage Mode G Fuel, which is excellent. And I've also got my personal favorite here, Blue Ice, which is just a great flavor. Mixes with water really well, and like once again, like it tastes great. And the best part about it is there's no crash or jitters after I drink it. Don't be a loser. Buy G Fuel today with my link in the description below and in the top comment, so you can get the best powdered energy on the market, and so they keep giving me money. I like that a lot. Thanks for watching. Back to the video. One of the funniest people I've ever seen on TikTok is this individual named Fuzz99. They are an LGBT TikTok creator, and they've been posting videos for a long time where they just kind of talk about their identity and I guess talk about being gay or whatever.
Why do I call myself gay if my pronouns are he, they, and I'm dating a girl? Well,
And it wasn't long before Fuzz became the subject of a lot of different commentary videos making fun of them.
Minecraft said gay rights! Yeah! Minecraft tweeted out last night, that they are proud to support and uplift the LGBTQIA+ community. And that they have released over 40 plus free creator character pride options. Hey. And y'all need to look at these images right now. I have never seen so many pride flags all together in one place like this before. Like, this is beautiful and so freaking inclusive. Like, I am literally so shook and moved at the same time. Like, Minecraft rules forever and always. I love you, Minecraft, and I can't wait to give my character a little gay cape.
Minecraft said gay rights. Oh my god! I'm so happy. I can't get over this. Oh my god. The massive multi-million-dollar company supports gay people. Oh my god. Oh my god, guys. Oh my god. I'm excited. And I think people's problem with them has way less to do with them being queer or whatever and more to do with their personality being pretty insane. I hate to break it to you, Fuzz, but every day, and I do mean every single day, every company is trying to appeal to a Western audience. They're trying to make a pro-gay statement. They feel like they have to. As a company, they don't actually care. They just want to make the most money possible, and they know that if they sell the gay skin, you will probably buy it and wear it all the time and be like, oh my god, Minecraft is so progressive. But in reality, Minecraft is not inherently pro-gay company. Not to say they're anti-gay, but if it was popular to be anti-LGBT, they would be, because that's what every company does. That being said, you're probably a fake gamer anyway. Truly pathetic.
Finally opening up and rating all the items I got over 2 weeks ago for my first ever bribery. Ah! I have not opened this bag. I have no idea what's in it. Alright, first we have my first ever trans flag. 100 out of 100. Alright, we got more gay flags, slay, and a squishy butt. Some lady was trying to get rid of shopping bags, give me a bunch, so 5 out of 10. We got a rainbow fan and a mirror that says be visible, 7 out of 10. We got some weird sunblock, so it smells like a weird kind of chapstick, 3 out of 10. Literally so many stickers and pins. I love sticker and pins, so 100 out of 100 here. I'm sorry, but this just feels wrong. Putting your company name over a pride flag, negative a billion. These exact sunglasses, a million out of a 10. These ones are lame, 2 out of 10. Nah, I look at the orange, 8 out of 10. The rest is just empty alcohol bottles and these really cool beads, 10 out of 10.
Why are you so happy to be alive? What happened to you? Where can I obtain whatever you are on? Actually, I take that back. I have a feeling I already know what you're on, and I don't think that would go very well for me.
I'm sorry, but this just feels wrong. Putting your company name over a pride flag, negative a billion.
Wait until they realize that a lot of the pride movement is a thinly veiled cash grab by giant companies to target a small but lucrative demographic of people that will buy anything with a rainbow flag on it. You are being played like a fiddle, my friend. So they made this video about how it's wrong to support companies like Chick-fil-A or the Harry Potter game because the money goes directly to anti-trans legislation. You may be wondering what this is about. Well, as it turns out, the taskforce.org, the National LGBTQ Task Force, actually, has made an interesting article all about it with all the information you could need. The Chick-fil-A controversy stemmed from the millions of dollars the fast food chain donated to anti-LGBTQ hate groups over the years. Dan Cathy, the president of Chick-fil-A, has also made hostile remarks against marriage equality. Well, you know what? Look, I'll be the first one to say that I like Chick-fil-A, and even if they did donate to those groups to this day, I probably would not care because I just want to eat my chicken sandwich and that's it. I don't have time to seek out the alternative, undoubtedly worse tasting pro-gay chicken sandwich. It's just too good, okay? And I think that's the page that pretty much the average person is on as well, because it's too much of a pain in the ass to hyperanalyze every single product you buy, because somewhere along the line there's a chance that every product could have been involved in some kind of, you know, dubious activity. But I really like Chick-fil-A. The average person likes Chick-fil-A. They're like the best fast food chicken sandwich in the continental United States. I'm sure some people are going to be like, but Popeyes is good. Popeyes is fucking shit, okay? Don't even talk to me about Popeyes. I don't want to hear it. Chick-fil-A is actually genuinely goated.
That's why he's the GOAT! The GOAT!
And frankly, the average person who is working class doesn't have time to worry about this. They don't. They are trying to worry about paying their bills. But I wanted to fact check this a bit and see if this was even true. So I managed to find an article by USA Today where they fact checked this for me. Thanks, guys. The claim here is that the business donated $1.8 million to hate groups. The claim was posted on June 14th and said the company just donated another $1.8 million, implying that the donation was recent. The creator of the original viral post could not be reached for comment, but the claim appears to be based on this 2019 blog post titled "After Promising promising not to, Chick-fil-A donates another $1.8 million to anti-LGBTQ hate groups. More, Chick-fil-A is changing its charitable donations following LGBTQ supporters' criticism. Tax documents from 2018 show that Chick-fil-A made 2 donations of $825,000 to the FCA and 1 donation of $115,000 to the Salvation Army, totaling the $1.8 million in question. The Post claims the donations were made after the company promised to stop donating to anti-LGBTQ hate groups, which it never explicitly did. Additionally, tax records show the donations had been made in 2018 before the company made the change. So this seems to be a bit of a myth that's been busted, okay? Myth busted. Oh no, you're wrong. You got owned, okay? Fact checked by true American patriots at USA Today. Literally have USA in the title. Oh my god. We're in control. But even if that were true, even if they donated that recently, I know that $2 million seems like a lot of money. It is, relative to the average person. Relative to Chick-fil-A, it is just not. Their annual revenue is $11.3 billion. So a small fraction of their money went to this cause at some point in time. A very small fraction. And if you want to go even deeper, like I think this whole thing where people pocket watch others and try to make sure their money is going to a good cause is kind of dumb anyway. Your computers and iPhones are made by child slaves. Your tax money is going to buy Israeli bunker busters right now, and I bet this person loves that. There's no point in micromanaging where your money goes when you buy a sandwich. If you want to support the causes you care about, you'd be better off voting and making a bunch of money on your own so you can donate it in affirmation of causes you like, instead of telling people not to play Hogwarts Legacy, which, once again, is a game that funds hundreds and hundreds of people who are not J.K. Rowling, and even if all of that money did go to her, it wouldn't matter because she's already in the top 9 wealthiest authors in the world. She is extremely rich. Why even waste your breath? Well, it's tough to tell why Fuzz and others like them make videos like this and make points like this. It could be completely performative. It could be genuine ignorance and stupidity. But whatever it is, it's led them to be made fun of endlessly in the comment section of this video by people who are saying things like, I just bought the new game and played it while eating Chick-fil-A just for you. Do you just sit around and think of things to be offended about? The answer to that question is yes. It's literally their job to do so, honestly, so yes. Well, as it turns out, Fuzz had another job until recently as a high school substitute teacher, which they were actually fired from. So they made a video on their YouTube channel to address what happened, and a lot of people have been responding to this being like, well, maybe you deserve to be, fired from your job. Maybe you deserve to have your job taken away from you. I don't know that that's the case, but we're going to find out through this video right now.
For us to start, we have to go back a whole year ago, to when I was being targeted by hateful extremist groups and really blew up online. Particularly by that one cis lady who was accused of inciting bomb threats against schools, libraries, and hospitals, and who also just got appointed to an advisor position on the Oklahoma Educational State Department's Library Committee, which is a whole nother mess that we're not going to get into right now.
Why do they say the word cis like that? Do you even need to qualify that this is a cis person? I feel like that should be assumed. Kind of a detail you could take for granted, I guess. But I guess most of the people that Fuzz talks about are probably trans ladies or whatever, so oh well.
Any podcast, YouTube video, TikTok, or any content mentioning my name during that time would get millions of views. I had hundreds of thousands of people harassing me online, and some even went to more extreme lengths to harass me in real life. One of which ways was reporting me to school.
Once again, not to sound like a broken record here, but I really think that it has way less to do with what you say and more to do with how you say it, which you can see as a shitty reality, but there are thousands of pro-LGBT creators online who make videos and are very popular, more popular than you even, who do not get nearly as much hate from commentary videos. At the end of the day, there are undoubtedly homophobic people who don't like you, and if you were reported to the school for an unjust reason, then I actually feel bad for you. Getting someone unjustly fired from their job sucks no matter who it is. So I'm curious as to their explanation of that.
In September of last year, I was called into HR's office for 1, being reported by the haters, and 2, apparently the freshmen were writing my username on whiteboards, and the school wanted to make sure I wasn't self-promoting my brand, which I wasn't. The freshmen had a very hard time adjusting to the fact I worked at that school and freaked out on the daily. All the other kids at school hated the freshmen and would be like, you guys are stupid. Why are you freaking out? It is just mall. Chill out. Jeez, bro. Freaking freshmen.
Okay, so the rest of the school was on your side. It was just these goddamn 14-year-olds. Well, honestly, I can see why it would be a distraction in class for your teacher to be a TikToker who makes videos, you know, of you being you. Teachers are supposed to be normies. They're supposed to be one of us, not some famously annoying TikTok content creator who thinks playing Hogwarts Legacy is transphobic. On one hand, you can complain about them being annoying, but on the other, they're literally like teenagers. What do you expect them to do? Not be annoying? It's actually in their job application for when you want to be a teenager that you have to annoy the shit out of everyone around you. So this is not a very shocking thing to me personally.
It was then during this meeting though, I explained that I was internet famous and that I make LGBTQ educational content on the internet, and that I was targeted towards the end of summer, and that our very own town's manager was aware I was being harassed, as well as the local police department being informed and then later involved. At the end of the meeting, my manager said, word for word, and I never forgot this: I don't care if you swear like a sailor or post whatever you want to post. It is your social media and you can do whatever you want to do with it. Hearing those words and knowing that the school supported me and was going to have my back through that mess motivated me to keep creating and to keep going, and made me believe that the haters couldn't take my job away from me. Or so I thought. On October 30th, 2023, I received an email from my HR manager asking to sit down to talk about my social media posts. I hadn't posted about working at school on TikTok in a couple of weeks, and the only post I could think of was where I let the art club kids face paint my face to practice before a big football game. And I thought for some reason HR wasn't gonna be happy. I let them face paint my face and were gonna yell at me, but that wasn't the case at all. Considering the comments on this video were so horrible, I do believe this was the motivation for the hater to commit the crime that they did. The morning of November 2nd, before my meeting with HR, I was notified by email by our substitute booking website that all of my jobs that I had booked out till March were taken away from me and I was released from working them. Immediately, I got a gut-sinking feeling in my stomach and realized something more serious was going on, and I had no clue what it was. When I walked into the meeting, my HR manager asked me if I knew why I was here. I said I had no idea, besides wanting to talk about my social media posts. They then pulled out a yellow folder and slid 2 screenshots of 2 old thirst traps across the table to me. And I was just like, oh my god, wow, oh my god, I haven't seen these videos in forever. Oh my god. This is from within the first month of me making TikToks every day. When the gays were using TikTok as a dating app. Oh my god. I still had long hair. I didn't go by Mall yet or Fuzz. Wow. These will be 4 years old in 2 months. That's crazy. Holy crap. Oh my god. It very much was like how Tina Fey described seeing her old content to Chris Olsen in a recent interview.
You feel like it's easy for you to remember a lot of the things that you've done?
Sometimes I will see something from SNL or 30 Rock and like I'll be in a clip and I'll be like, I literally have no memory of doing that.
Sure.
Wait a minute. 4 years? Yeah. Look right here at the timestamp on the video. It literally says right here when the video was posted and made. Oh my god! We were planning on cutting ties with you today, but this could change some things. A person sent an email to the school this morning with these videos attached, complaining and wanting you fired. Knowing the haters too, they probably also threatened the school in some way too.
Okay, so realistically, if whoever sent that email had threatened the school in that email and been like, I'm gonna do something drastic, then there's no way the school would actually take their warning, take their advice if they made an actual threat. But if, Fuzz is being honest, and it was just these two 4-year-old posts, one of them being a lip sync video and the other being like a dating me facts video, then I feel like that is not justification to fire this person at all. Some teacher firings will be justified in my mind, like if you're trying to educate your students that they should be gay or trans or something like that, or you're trying to give them hormones or, talk to them about sex, then like, yeah, I could see a decent reason for action there, because I don't think teachers should really be involved in that way. But if all that happened is they posted 2 TikToks years ago that were not even sus, then, I mean, that sucks. I actually feel bad for them.
I reached out to HR to see if a decision had been made yet, and almost immediately my HR manager emailed back and said they had decided on going through with firing me. Which broke my heart. I had felt so ashamed when I was fired at first. I have never been fired from a job before, let alone one that I enjoyed doing. But then I started thinking, and I remembered and got so angry when I remembered the fact that the school in the past has protected a male teacher who went to jail, was accused of beating his wife, and who still works at the school while students frequently look up his mugshot and laugh at him. And another male teacher who was caught with screenshots saved to his computer of students in their bikinis that he stole from their personal Instagrams. And it just felt so wrong that these men could be and were protected by the school, while the only out and openly queer teacher at school was hate crimes, and then ultimately led to the school firing them. It just filled me with rage.
Look, this person is very obnoxious, and I don't even want to be in the same room as them, but I feel like part of me wants to be, I don't know, fair or something, okay? Something in me wants to be like, you, okay? Something in me wants to be like, this person is cringe. Oh my god, they make me cringe. But the rational part of me has to say that if this entire story is real and there's nothing I'm missing, if all the information is accurate, then they should not have been fired from school. They were probably fine. And I feel bad for them, for real, I do. Now, the cis woman they mention here is actually a pretty famous one named Libs of TikTok. It's basically the handle of this person who has been posting about gay and trans stuff for a long time and is very controversial for her tactic of doxing teachers who she believes should be fired. Now, sometimes it seems to be justified, like here where she calls out a school for letting students suck on the toes of some teachers during a fundraising assembly. That is pretty demonstrably clear to me that these teachers are fucking weird and probably shouldn't be teaching, right? And I don't know how 3 of them were okay with this, and the entire school seemingly at the moment was like, nah, this for real, this cool, cuz.
He is devouring them!
No, it's not. It's fucking strange, bro. What is wrong with you? Some of the more controversial stuff people would argue against, though, when it comes to Libs of TikTok, would be when she goes after schools who have like a trans book in the library. Libs of TikTok believes these books should not be in the library, and others believe that they should be in there and that it's transphobic to take them out. Now, to any more right-wing people in my audience, my take here may piss you off a little bit. My bad, but I kind of don't care that there's a trans book in the school library. If it's like pornographic, then obviously that's one thing, but I mean, transgenderism is a big point of discussion today, and if they want to have a book in the library about it, I don't really care, as long as the school doesn't want to censor other books like Mein Kampf or, for example, the Communist Manifesto, extremely important pieces of literature, okay? I think having a school library chock full of different ideas is a good thing, actually. Now, if a teacher is pressuring students to become trans or having conversations with them about it, about if they should transition or not, I would be against that, because I think parents should be the ones to talk about that with their children, not a teacher. But a book in the library, for the most part, I don't really care. I'm curious to see where this culture war stuff goes in the next few years. Way back in like 2014, we had people like Trigglypuff and Big Red and Humongous What, all of these libtard icons, and then they gave way to the anti-SJW guys. And then once those guys were cringe, you had BreadTube, and once BreadTube was cringe, BreadTube, by the way, I'd say is probably more aligned with this like fuzz person than anything else. Then we had the Red Pill, and the Red Pill stuff is like cringe now, and it's kind of like the MGTOW stuff, actually, come to think of it, like 10 years ago, men going their own way, which came before the, you know, the Big Red people and the SJW libtards or whatever of the early 2010s, and now it seems like we've circled back around culturally. So next, I think we are in store for some extreme cringe, and then there will be some big pushback wave to that, and that'll probably be a bunch of big commentary videos. Should be fun, whatever it is. I'm excited personally. Thanks for watching my video. I'll see you all tomorrow. Bye. And be sure to become a member. For $5 a month, they get the members-only podcasts and exclusive videos that only members get. Thanks so much for your support.
You are now entering the content court of the Honorable Judge Ethan Klein, with prosecution from the law offices of A.B. Ayad Esquire, and defense representation from Dan Swerdlove, attorney at law. Every click counts, and all grifts, online scams, and cringe will be delivered at swift internet justice. This is Content Court.
All rise for the Honorable Judge Ethan Klein.
Thank you, Bailiff Ela. You may be seated, please. Thank you very much. Thank you all for joining us today. This is Content Court. Today's defendee is Aiden Ross.
W.
And exactly 5!
When I have publicly said that I diverge from Mr. Girl's feelings about everything, I've publicly said this I don't know how many times now. I really don't even have anything
Some
against
classic
you.
shit here. Let's get some old
I just don't
Destiny.
wanna
Cool. So Mr. Girl's article is going to come out, and I was going to say I was incredibly abusive and coercive towards Lab because this is like one of his 2 star witnesses, and then somehow she's going to get behind it and try to like square it away with what she's saying now. But at least it's public here now, so whatever. I'm good on that.
Wait, Steven. There's no like. I'm not making a public statement. There's nothing I've said, or there was be no accusations of me in the thing. It is literally I just gave Max our logs, and he had access to all of the live streams. That is literally it. There is no like, I'm not painting a narrative. I am
You
literally.
are. You called me Harvey Weinstein. You say I'm sexually abusive and coercive to women. You say that I've all these fucking people. You're leaking details about everybody. How are you saying you're not painting a narrative?
I'm not implying, or I don't think necessarily, and I'm sorry I said the Harvey Weinstein thing. I don't wish to pry into his personal life more than I already have. It makes me uncomfortable to do it.
Well,
but when people are like, give proof, I'm like, it's like I'm either called a liar or I overexpand on something that I know too much about, and I'm like, I don't want. I hate it.
But just don't say it. Just don't say it.
Yeah,
That's all,
you don't
right?
have to say things, right?
Sure,
like
and
implying that all of his orbiters are people that he are people that he sleeps with is like in itself like not even true, right? Like,
it's very far from the truth. And so the problem the problem is that if you even just like if you hold on wait
comments like that are really unhelpful.
Yeah.
I don't.
Like, and if you just
I don't
and if you
care
throw it
you
out
think
there,
you can have a different opinion on Steven than I have. Neither of us think that Steven is evil, but yes, I absolutely think that he is. That he has done more things that I disagree with than you do, obviously.
Well,
And
I've
that
got
is
no
okay.
opinions on it.
We don't have to. But I think that he has slept with or tried to sleep with enough of his orbiters that it is notable to talk about. It's notable to talk about.
I don't know. I feel like I've never gotten that impression.
Are,
Not so erudite's never gotten that impression. You know, like
yeah, I've never gotten that
impression. Joke. That
so
is a joke.
It's not a joke. So
no,
if you're not comfortable,
in the last 6 months, out of his female orbiters, like me, Genevieve, Cherry, he tried to sleep with Kelly Jean. Kelly Jean said no. He's hooked up with Pixie.
Okay, he's a coomer. I will not deny that he's a coomer,
Yeah, so
but like,
a good portion of the women he's streamed with, he's tried to sleep with.
When you go and you make these statements that are kind of more generalized and broad and say that he sleeps with his orbiters and you don't qualify it because you don't want to pry into it, you leave it hanging out there, especially when you had a relationship with him. You leave it hanging out there. Like, this is a very, very consistent and broad practice of his, and like there's something malicious to it. And that is the problem with that.
Yeah, because then he'll go online and say crazy shit and like. I mean, are we forgetting that he went on stream after yes, he's reacting, but he also goes on and he talks about how I have mid pussy and how I'm like my narcissistic abusive mother. I'm like, to your stream of like, how much more engagement does he get than I do on social media? You know what you're doing. Come on.
He's
But you're like, he's just reacting, but I'm not allowed to? I'm not allowed to react to the way that I feel about the way that he's treated me, but he could react to the way that he's in, but for some reason he can act with impunity even
it's
though
one thing. It's one thing. Wait a minute. It's one thing. It's one thing to react to how you have your individual relationship with him, right? But it's another to make these generalizations about him and his friends and the people that he surrounds himself with, right?
And like, he's going hard in the face of some really, really massive allegations coming from you about him.
I don't even know what the allegations are. I said that I had a perfectly consensual relationship with him. It was completely fine. And then I felt like his life was really messy. I felt that he was exhibiting some behaviors that I don't want in someone that is close to me. And that I think that it is weird how he tries to or has slept with a significant amount of women that come on his streams and then laughs gleefully when they're like fighting each other in front of him. That is weird to me. And that is literally the extent of what I've said about Steven. I've said, other than that, I've said that Steven is a great person. He's very smart, very funny. I loved our friendship. I miss him. Like, I don't know what I could say that is not making him a god that people would be happy with. Like, I am so nuanced on this. Max, less so.
Well, but you
and
literally just said that you didn't want to get nuanced with the claim about him sleeping with his orbiters because you didn't want to pry into people's personal lives.
No, it's nuanced on whether or not it's good or bad that he's doing that. Everyone knows that he is a coomer.
The problem with vague posting about such a serious thing is that it makes people want to.
I don't care.
They jump to the worst conclusion. People will jump to the worst conclusion when you say.
Then I will clarify that I do not think that Stephen is evil, and that is all I will say.
Well, how about malicious? Do you think he is malicious in what he does?
No.
No. Okay.
See, I think that's go on, Sonia.
That's important because that's sort of the thing that people are picking up from you is that he's like maliciously weaponizing his power to sleep with his orbiters and such, right? So that's the kind of tone that everybody picks up from you, and he responds aggressively to your tone and the things you're saying.
I think I'm also open to him being malicious. Like, I'm not like. I don't necessarily think that or wish that for him, but I'm open to it being malicious. Yeah, you guys are not.
That's.
I just don't think he has the time. I don't think he has the time. I don't think he has the time to be malicious like that. I think he's too busy.
And if you're gonna go back on what you said that no, you don't think he's malicious, but now you've kind of changed that and said that you're open.
No, I have not changed it. I still don't think, and I wish that he isn't. But if he is, like, I'm not gonna run defense for him. I also don't know. We will have access to the same information once Max gets out this article. I don't know the ins and outs of every relationship that he's ever had. I know anecdotes that worry me a bit, that, you know, make me have my guard up, like obviously what he said about his ex-wife and the way that he basically used me as like a therapist when him and Melina were going through shit. Like, I know certain things.
What the fuck, bro? I'm stuck on the fence.
Some of it, like, the question is whether or not it's malicious, I think. And I can't answer the question.
So this is what I'll say. This is kind of my point. The energy you're getting from him and from some other people is in response to the kind of energy you're putting out about them, right? So if you don't like it, if it bothers you, if it's something you're tired of dealing with, you need to either get more specific,
it doesn't
or you need
matter
to not...
if I'm tired of it. It's gonna happen.
Not necessarily. Not necessarily.
Lav, can I put something here? So you recognize that Destiny is a person that, or I'm not gonna say Steven because I'm not one of the fucking the in group here, but you recognize as a person that lives so incredibly in the public eye, and that if you speak about things that you're uncertain about, that's the reason that he's going hard on this shit, right? It's that he has to do it because he almost exclusively exists inside of the public eye.
Listen, but there's this implication that every time you speak about something, you need to have evidence for it, and I'm the only person who is held to that standard.
That is not true.
No, that's not true.
That's
absolutely not.
That's on the internet. That is on the internet, and that's especially.
There's a whole bunch of autists around here. They're gonna press you further.
To the degree that I can't even share, I don't have to tell you everything about why I think that it could be malicious. I literally can just say, I think it could be, and then everyone, if we were normal people, would just be like, interesting, we'll see how that plays out.
I told you the
commentary space was autism central, right?
even not even in the political commentary space. If you are talking about somebody you have a previous relationship with in a friend group, let's just take it away from the internet. Let's say
I'm not trying to convince you of anything. That's the problem.
I'm not
trying.
I know you're not trying to.
Group, and you're like, this is what, and you're like, this is what happened to me, and this is whatever. I'm not trying to get anyone to stop watching Steven, to think less of him, to do whatever. I am literally just speaking my own opinion. You can disagree. You can completely. You can not believe me, I guess. But this is the thing. So it would be normal to be like, I disagree with that, and I don't know how founded that is. The problem is that I am not awarded that luxury. When I say anything, it's like you're a liar, which I get.
Okay. I have no horse in this race with Steven. I don't fucking care. Sorry, I need to stop calling him Steven. It's because fucking I hear this from Zonya and Star. I have no horse in the race with Destiny. I'm not a Destiny fan. I'm not an Orbiter. I don't want to be. I don't interact with that community at all. I don't fucking care about the outcome. My point is, you say something like, okay, cool. Well, he goes and he these people and has these conversations. If you say that to fucking normie people, if you're in a friendship group and you're like, yeah, my ex-partner who I was having sort of an openish relationship with, does all these things, we went through all these things, went through all these conversations, normie people are going to straight up be like, okay, cool, well, that's really up. From the way you're saying it, and either you need some evidence for that, because on the guy's side, they're gonna want to refute that, because this is the sort of thing that's not just maybe a couple less people are gonna watch him. This sort of thing crashes careers, and the idea that even big streamers are immune to this shit, it's just not fucking true.
Dude, this won't do nothing to Steven's fucking career.
So
at this point, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because So I told you earlier about the space being full of a bunch of autists, and it's all about political commentary. People are going to nitpick everything and scrutinize everything, and especially when it comes to claims about other bigger creators, you're going to end up with a whole bunch of people trying to push back on that and say, where's your evidence? And it doesn't matter who you are, it doesn't matter if you're a boy or a girl, they're going to go after you just as much. So it's something you just need to be prepared for. If you're going to make any claims about anybody who's a creator or a streamer in this space, you're going to be put on blast for it, and you're going to have to be prepared to back up your claims. And honestly, it happens outside of the political commentary space too. It happens in other spaces where you have. You've just seen this shit with Salvo, right?
Yeah.
The Salvo's been completely fucking run off the internet over this shit. Edwin's trying to desperately recover.
Salvo Pancake is part of the drama commentary community.
Yeah, he's been run off. Multiple people get run off for shit like this. People take claims around sex or power play really seriously.
Yeah.
And you can have that opinion.
That's
but
why I came into this space mostly when I heard Mr. Girl talk about shit like this. I disagree with that premise. I'm not gonna live my life based off that premise.
Oh, are we doing personal sex life details in here? Is that what's going on?
It's gross.
I'm so lost as to why it matters.
right.
Yeah, we're down a
Personal
rabbit hole.
sex life details, and Zonia saying it's gross as if you didn't just try to bait me into substantiating. what
No,
we met
because
out.
you were vague posting about the shit, and I was just like, fuck it, just put it out there. Don't
Now
vague
you
post
get in
about
front
it
of
anymore.
Steven and you're like, oh, so gross.
Well,
Yeah,
Okay,
no,
wait.
no,
I just want like a really clear like yes or no. Lav. When you were blowing up on my stream, doing like all the big streams were happening. Wait.
Hold on. Let me take a breath.
Sure.
Let's all take a breath.
Okay, just a really basic question.
Hold on. I don't want this to be a crazy conversation. This is the first time that we have talked since November. I'm a little overwhelmed. I'm feeling a bit emotional. Give me like 30 seconds of like small talk, please.
How's where'd you get that hat at?
Amazon.
What's it supposed to be of?
It's like a cat hat. I'm like a cat in the hat.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Glasses are from Warby Parker. Not sponsored.
Why'd you go with the blue snowball instead of the blue Yeti?
I actually have a blue Yeti and it's not set up. I also got one of those like e-horror like ASMR ear mics. And I'm ready to...
I thought you were done doing sex work.
Oh, is ASMR sex work?
I don't know if you're
Not
Oh,
doing with the ear.
necessarily.
I think if you're doing with the weird ear mics, you know, I don't know.
Oh, I'm
I
not
don't-
gonna do like the... I'm gonna read like I'm gonna read Harry Potter or something.
Do
I'm
you
not
think?
gonna, like,
Do you think
the
like
tongue sound.
asexuals aren't capable of doing ASMR work on stream, Stardust? Is there some ace erasure going on here?
I don't know. I don't know.
Look, all I'm saying is you know damn well that there are people yoinking their dicks to that shit, okay? That's all I'm saying. So
I think people yoink their weenies to just about anything these days.
They're yoinking right now. They're yoinking right now.
There are people with one hand in their pants and one hand on the chat.
I've been seeing typos in every single chat. We know where the yoinking's happening.
True.
Okay, just a random timeline question, okay?
Yes.
When you started to come on and there were the huge, like 10 to 15,000 viewer streams, I'm pretty sure we had been done doing anything sexual for like weeks or months at that point. Is that true or false?
Weeks or months are really different, Stephen. But that's November 9th. It had been 2 months since we met up.
Okay, do you
1 month. Wait, hold on, Stephen. 1 month since you asked to drive with me to TwitchCon.
Which we didn't do. We didn't meet up at all, right?
Yes, which we didn't do. But
Okay.
of course, that was. Like, are you gonna try to pretend that wasn't going to be, that we were just gonna be like hee friends?
I don't know. I have no idea.
Sure, but it was there, right? Like we had.
It might have been,
hadn't
but we
closed
didn't-
The door. We hadn't closed the door.
Oh, well, listen, my door's never closed, okay? But
I
what I'm
know,
saying is,
I know.
we didn't have, you present this as though you're coming on to, this is just the impression
Wait,
that I think
I'm
people
not
are getting.
presenting anything.
Okay, I'm sorry. It is
I'm not
being
presenting-
presented, I'm using the passive voice now. It's being presented as though you are coming onto my stream into the combat zone, crying in private because of how traumatic it is, and then I'm sexting you at the same time. But there's like at least a month or two, I think you just said 2 months of distance between us having any type of sexual relationship and the crazy combat sports starting on my stream. No?
No, any sort of sexual relationship. Steven, you just said that in October it could have been, we were still flirting. We had never had the conversation like, let's not do this. Our last in-person meetup, we had done something sexual together. There was no door that was closed. We were still absolutely flirty with each other, and I think we both like were open to sexual experiences in the future, right? Neither of us had a negative sexual experience with each other, so it's not like there was like some moment in which it was like not expected anymore. So yes, I still think that we had an open door policy for our sexual relationship.
Okay, I'm gonna repeat the same question because what you just did was so
And
like
also-
not
and
anything.
also-
Well, hold on, wait. You just said a whole bunch of things. So the reality is we had, now you can say there was a quote unquote open whatever, but the reality was we hadn't done anything sexual. I don't even think we traded like a pic or vid or anything for, I want to say it was over a month. It might have been 2 before like shit started to blow up.
Okay, the time frame though. What are you trying to insinuate with bringing up like it had been a month? Like what does that What does that
Because
mean?
you're making it sound like you're getting extremely traumatized on my stream while we have an active sexual relationship, which was not true.
First of all, I did not make that claim.
Okay, I'm curious, if you were to pull your chat or ask everyone else in this room, does it seem like she's implying that we simultaneously
I implied that
had...
with Anna. I absolutely implied that with
Okay,
Anna.
I'm
because
telling
is
you that
true.
you implied that with yourself on Max's stream multiple times.
If I implied that, I completely recant it.
Okay.
If I did imply that, I don't
Okay,
think
cool.
I have.
That's good. Okay. Do you, at no point in time, either implicitly or explicitly, did I ever say that you had to do some sexual act or send me anything ever to get on my stream? Didn't I say exactly the opposite?
Hold on. Do you think that you need to implicitly say something for it to exist?
Well, implicit implies it's not being said, but it's being implied. Did I ever imply that?
Did I ever make the claim that that was what? First of all, you're pretend. Okay, so let's make it very clear that Max feels differently about this than I do.
Well, then why do I care what? Okay, well, what is Max's justification?
This is why I watched your stream today and I was like, what is he saying? I was like, why is he acting like I am saying everything that Max has said?
Because you're on his. Because you're his star.
On me?
Because you're his star witness there supporting, and you guys are both sitting there gaslighting each other that I'm a rapist, sexual abuser.
Apparently there's 13 people. I am one of those people, and I have not even made a personal statement. I have not made a statement. All I gave him is our logs before you were a weaselly little worm and deleted them all, you fucking weirdo.
You understand that the reason why I had to delete those logs.
This is you. You're like.
Okay, go ahead, Lav.
You're like, I have the logs for everything. I have every single log. Show me a screenshot, and then I go back and you delete them all. Fucking weird, dude.
So the reason. Let me know when you're done. Okay.
Done, I think.
Here's the reality, and I think you guys both know this, but you probably don't care at this point because you're both taking on water. You leaking my personal relationships with other people doesn't really make me look bad because I'm a man. All you're doing is hurting the other people involved. So when you guys are, I don't care what you're trying, you literally leak false information this stream, saying shit like I've hooked up with Madame Genevieve. I've never even seen her in real life before.
No. I didn't say that you hooked up with Madame Genevieve. I said that you guys had a sexual
I
relationship.
literally
You went
had,
on the record
I had
to
literally
say that you guys
10,
sexted.
I had literally 10 different people message me, telling me a list of people that I hooked up with. That's just one that you mentioned that I've never seen before. So you're either misspeaking more than you realize, or you're lying to me right now.
Did you not have a sexual relationship with Genevieve?
I can't confirm or deny anything, because if I start confirming or denying anything, then you can just ask me questions about any person.
Weasel.
Lav, you have absolutely no fucking right to have access to my or any other woman's personal sexual relationship unless you want to go ask them.
On the record, she is public with it.
Then first of all, that's fine. If she's public with it, then you don't need to ask me. But I'm not in the business here of dicking people down and then bragging about it on stream. That's not something that I'm interested in doing. That's what you're asking me to do. That's what you're asking me to do right now.
No, I'm not.
That's what you're begging me to confirm or deny a sexual relationship right now. I'm not going to do that here, Lav.
So weaselly. We brought that up because I said that it was strange that you had a sexual relationship with her, and then you were like, we never hooked up, and I said, you didn't hook up. You sexted, and you're like, well, I can't confirm nor deny. What the fuck, Steven?
I had 10 different people tell me that you said that we hooked up. Maybe all of them misheard, in which case that's fine. But still, the fact that you're even Lev, you're trying to leak all sorts of stuff right now as gotchas. None of this is going to make me look bad. All you're doing is harming the other people involved.
There is no leak that is not public. Everyone knows that you and Cherry had a public relationship because she fucking did a twit longer about it. Everyone knows that everyone is or going to know because Madame Genevieve went on the record, said that she was completely perfectly comfortable with stating that you guys had a sexual relationship. Kelly Jean has publicly said that you tried to sleep with her and she said no. There's all of this is public. I have not
when you say
anything.
Lav, when you say tried to sleep with, there's a lot of people that I've flirted with and it didn't go anywhere. Do you understand that that's what you mean when you say tried to sleep with? Like, I flirted with Kelly Jean in a but that's not the message you're conveying. You're making me sound like a rapist. He tried to sleep with him. I flirted with Kelly 6 years ago. Lav, it's not Lav. You literally called me you called me the Harvey Weinstein of Twitch.
Oh my gosh! Yes, there is.
What do you think that implies?
When we go back in our DMs, I send you a scantily clad photo, and you say, "Welcome to the Orbiters Club."
Yeah, and I've asked you if you're doing okay, and you're like, I still want to fuck you. Of course we joke. Do you really think that was your entry into my stream? Well, I just want to know, do you think that was a serious...
I got perms after that. I don't know.
So, okay, just to be clear, you're hinging all of my implied sexual coercion on me saying, welcome to the Orbiter Club.
Implied sexual coercion. Listen.
I just want to hear you say that. You're telling me that you think that was the serious me saying, welcome to the Orbiter Club. You've made it because you sent me a picture?
I think your implied sexual coercion, this is what I think. Because I really do not want anyone to put words in my mouth, okay? I think that you live an extremely messy sexual life, okay? I think that when you mix that with now 8,000 to 13,000 people who are now part of your life parasocially, it is even messier and potentially abusive. I think let me finish. I am aware that a lot of this is like just the way that I feel, right? And part of me feels very sheepish and embarrassed that I feel like I expected you to protect me more after having...
Okay, I'm not gonna let you ramble on this. Lav, with all due respect, the one who's making this messy in front of my audience is you and Max.
Are you kidding, Steven? You, for years, have been known to have the messiest fucking sexual social life in this fucking sphere. Don't
Lav,
you dare.
I have had sexual relationships with tons of people where nothing has gone public. You're looking at the most public-facing stuff and trying to condemn all of my sexual relationships on that. If you want to do that...
Anna. I found you through the fucking Anna shit.
That's great, and I know of you because of false allegations you've made about other people besides Hassan in the past.
Here we go. Like, this is
like what?
This is what you do. I bring something up, and then you have to make me a liar. You can't
because you've lied. Because you've lied multiple times. Because
Steven, you lie all the time. Also, you lie all the time. Also, and this is what you do. You say, "So what? I'm a liar. You're also a liar." That's not up for fucking debate. We're talking about you right now, Steven.
No,
and you're like, no,
you're obsessively talking about my. You're upset. I do need to talk about you.
For months.
What do you mean? You just had a 5-hour struggle session stream on me like 4 nights ago.
And before that, when was the last time I spoke about you?
Constantly. You don't think I get DMs leaking of you talking shit about me? You do it in private discords all the time.
Where? Name another time.
Do you want to listen to the audio recordings I have of you talking to me in multiple fucking rooms? Lav, why are you pretending that I...
Yeah, send it to me in DM. Substantiate.
No, I'm not going to tell you who my... I'm not going to tell you who my source is.
You have been on stream for days, weeks, months talking shit about me, and I have said fucking nothing publicly where you have dragged me through the fucking mud every chance you get when anyone comes on and talk shit about me, and you say I'm looping?
Lav.
You go over fucking everything. You also loop, dude.
Lav.
It's a fucking joke.
The only time I bring you guys up are when you bring me up. You're the one that, by the way, sexually abused me by leaking details of our hookups to a guy that you know hates us. By leaking, yeah, you have. I haven't talked about any of you shit-talking Connor after we fucking hooked up. I haven't leaked any of the private shit about our hookup, but you're out here literally giving details to every fucking person. You absolutely have done this. And you're doing it constantly in these back rooms.
Never did that. You are a fucking liar. That is ridiculous. I can't even believe that you would try to get a fucking lick in like that. You are disgusting.
While you're constantly doing it on stream after stream after stream after stream of me? Really?
This is horribly disgusting. I cannot even believe that you did that. If you want to have a conversation like this, you absolutely cannot talk about my fiance again, and you absolutely cannot make up fucking lies about
Right, you talk about my fiance all the time, and I'm not lying. You literally have, you're talking about me all the time in the back.
Your life is public.
Okay, and guess what? Yours is too. If you want to be out here saying, oh, the CMO boyfriend, and you want to be talking with Max, you want to be digging into my personal life constantly, then your life is just as public as mine, of course.
I literally can't even believe that you would, like, blatantly lie like that. Like, I'm genuinely... What
Do you want me to repeat what you said about him, and you can tell me if it's a lie or not?
Steven, what the fuck are you doing?
Do you want me to repeat what you said about him, and then you can tell me if it's a lie or not, or... Why don't you guys just stop talking about me publicly, right? You've leaked every single little fucking obsessive thing. Oh, now I'm threatening you like the fake blackmail before? You've already leaked everything about our personal sexual relationship. Do you understand that? Oh my god.
Steven,
It's
you
the
just
loop again.
publicly
It's the loop
threatened
again.
me with
It's
the
the loop
fucking
again.
lie.
I didn't threaten you with a lie. It's the truth and you know it.
What the fuck are you talking about?
You realize your entire existence online right now just revolves around threatening to out me as a Harvey Weinstein of Twitch, right?
I have never threatened to out you. I'm not writing the fucking article. You're conflating what I am doing
You're
with
the
Max.
star witness on the article, Lav. What are you talking about? Like 20% of it is going to be about
Steven,
us.
I have not done.
You're literally the person that dragged Anna to fucking Max and then mind her for 3 hours to try to get her to fucking leak all of her fucking logs to him.
First of all, Anna contacted me before I contacted her.
Not
and
about that.
I did not drag her.
Not about
I did not
that.
fucking drag her into
Was it about that? Was it about
Also,
connecting her to Max for
not
your
you.
little
It was
article you guys are writing?
It was her saying that you were abusive. It was after you said "shut up, bitch," and she was saying, "I'm so sorry that Steven did that." That's part of Steven has an abusive cycle.
How did Anna get in contact with Max, Lav?
They had talked before.
How did she get in contact? How did she get in contact with Max for the article?
Wait, hold on. They had spoken before.
That's not what
And
I'm
then
asking you.
and then-
I'm asking you.
No, okay.
How did
They
she get
had
in contact
spoken
with Max for the
before.
article?
Anna told me that
Uh-huh.
you guys were still sexting. I was like,
Uh-huh.
she was like, God, he's so abusive, but like,
This is
whatever.
your long
and then
way of
during
saying
something
you
guys were
connected
still
her to
sexting.
Max, right?
Yeah, and then I went to Max and I said, oh
Mhm.
my God, Anna just told me that they are still sexting each other and have never stopped.
Yep. And then you connected Anna to Max so she could be part of your guys' little hit piece on me.
What do you mean?
It's no coincidence that Max
Steven,
came
what
on
do
and
you
talked
mean
to Elder
your guys'
Drazi
hit
and no one paid any attention to it, but then like has a stream with you and it's massive. Because like
Okay,
Max
Steven,
has been running this rig for
hold
ages.
on. Steven, every chance I have gotten online, to the detriment of myself, I have said, I do not think what you have done is that bad, worth condemning. I wouldn't personally write an article on you. I literally went against, I don't know if you watched the whole fucking video that I did with Max, but I literally was like, this is all my fault. I made a mountain out of a molehill. I don't know what to fucking do. I wish that none of this would have happened. And now you are acting like I am like the fucking...
You literally don't believe any of that. You were giggling along with Mr. Girl while he was telling you that you didn't make a mountain out of a molehill. You're right to feel like you were abused and coerced. And that is the implication that you
It feels
give.
very good for someone to tell you that something is not your fault. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure it does, especially when it all is your fault, Lav. I'm sure it feels really good. When you imply over and over again that we had an active sexual relationship while you were blowing up on my stream, you've said it this stream, I'm glad at least you admit that that's not true, that is horribly misrepresented. And then when you're out here talking shit about all these other streamers, about Kelly, about
I don't think
Pixie,
we've
about
ever said
Madame
that there was
Genevieve, when you're trying to like leak all these other things that you think you may or may not know about me to the detriment of them, because none of this hurts me, right? And then you're sitting here acting like you're the indignant one after you've leaked personal hookup details about me to fucking big tech that's leaking it publicly when you've talked about it multiple times on stream. How do you think you have the fucking high road here? Like, you've done nothing but betray my trust and the trust of every other person for nothing. And if I wasn't sexually abusive or coercive, it's even worse for you because you're leaking it all for attention. You're not even leaking it for a good fucking reason.
But this is what I was saying earlier, that it's almost like it's understandable why Steven feels this way, because it's like he didn't do one thing. He didn't do one thing that he doesn't do for anybody, right? And you took that and discounted every part of his friendship.
Okay, I'm having a conversation with Steven. Okay. You do not need to run defense. I don't want this to be a conversation with a peanut gallery. If it's going to be me and Steven, it's going to be me and Steven.
You understand that it's like also like extra annoying that two messages, I literally explicitly told you that our sexual relationship was totally independent from anything happening on stream, which you seem to understand and joke about. And two, I explicitly checked.
Okay,
no, let me finish my sentence. You've cut me off on every single thing, okay?
No, because
Oh my
Steven,
God,
you're
cut me
talking
off
too
again.
fast. You're talking too fast.
Yeah,
it's
and
hard
then
for me to
ramble on
keep
some
up.
irrelevant shit. Go for it.
And we're not having like a healthy discussion. When I don't have notes, you're talking really fast. If you could please talk slightly slower.
Okay,
Please.
two things. One, I explicitly told you that nothing we do or did or will ever do sexually has anything with you coming on stream. You joked back at me about that, but I even reaffirmed it to make sure, and you said that you appreciated and you understood that. Number one. And number two, you keep saying I wasn't taking care of you, checking in on you. I explicitly DM'd you to check in on you to see if you were okay, and you told me you were fine. And all of this was happening when we did not have a sexual relationship. How is it my fault for you mind-f***ing yourself on my stream?
Steven, I've already conceded publicly and said that that was my bad, that I should have managed my own emotions better. I've already.
So if I'm checking in on you and giving you like clear boundaries on like, hey, this doesn't have to be sexual, blah 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 blah, how is any of this coercive or abusive on my end?
Stephen, I don't think that it's coercive or abusive. That is Max.
Then what have I done wrong to you?
I mean, I don't. If you really want to talk about it, then we can talk about it not publicly.
I've already talked to you privately, and you wouldn't seriously reference anything. So
no,
I'm asking
when
you.
I told you about how I felt, you would like try to debate me out of it.
Because you were already working with a guy who was digging into every woman I've ever talked to, trying to write a sexual assault piece on me.
Stephen, you want me to be working with Max, and I'm not working with Max.
You've already read half his manifesto.
I've not read any of it. I've not read a fucking word of it.
Really? How are you referencing things that's going to be in it then on stream?
What do you mean referencing?
You did it once in this conversation with the Welcome to the Orbiter Club. You referenced that to Max, and then you talked about spoiling. And but then you talked about don't spoil. What are you spoiling? The manifesto. You know that's going in it. You've read some of the material that's going to be in it. Why are you lying about this now?
I have not read it.
I didn't say you read the whole thing, but you know a lot of.
No, in conversations when me and Max are talking, he'll relate to me when he was going through our logs, because I didn't know what the fuck was in our logs. He'd call me and he'd talk to me about what happened in it, clarify a couple things, because there were some things where like after we had talked on the phone, things weren't clear in text. After we had met up in September, what our messages were like after, he wanted to know the context of, and he said, you know what? Right after you sent pictures to Steven, he said, welcome to the Orbiters Club. Isn't that interesting? And I said, that is interesting. I didn't read any of it.
Oh, how do you know there are 13 girls involved in it?
He publicly said that, I think on his hotline.
So you don't think so despite him muting you multiple times, despite you starting to talk about things and him saying, what are you doing? And you're going, I don't know.
Me about Brianna.
Okay.
That was it.
So, okay. I don't believe you at all, but that's fine.
It's also I'm just gonna put it out.
He muted me when I was talking about Brianna. Like you
Sure.
don't have to believe me.
To reiterate that, hold on, to circle around and to reiterate. So then I haven't done anything wrong by you. Because I'm trying to figure out what it is. Because I checked in on you. I had clear boundaries.
Have you done anything wrong? Have I been uncomfortable with some of the things you've done? Yes.
Prior to Max, tell me what.
Steven, I told you. I like.
Tell me again.
I feel uncomfortable that we had an open-ended sexual relationship, and that
when I explicitly made it clear that didn't.
And I felt like you were letting people shit on me, especially Abba.
Laugh. Let's play this in another timeline. Let's say that there are conversations about feminism going on my stream, and you DM me and you go, hey, I really want to be involved in this. If I would have DM'd you and said, nah, sorry, we hooked up, I'm not going to let you in on this one, how the fuck do you think you would have responded? Do you think that would have been the way for me to go?
I probably would have been like, okay, that actually, I mean, that makes sense.
How much, do you understand how much you're lying right now? I can't tell if you, you understand that you would have.
Steven, can you fucking, you're like, 100 miles per hour. Please just talk a little slower. It is nighttime, okay? When I said, if you would have said like, hey, now that we have a sexual relationship, I'm actually not super comfortable having you on stream because I don't want to give you special treatment, and I feel like because my community goes really hard on people, I don't want that to be our dynamic. I would have been like, fuck. And I would have probably fought back, but it's kind of your responsibility to hold that boundary and be like, this is what I want.
It's my responsibility to make it so that any person I hook up with is not allowed to come onto my stream?
No. I'm saying.
Should I just be fucking my way through debate opponents so they can't ever contradict me?
Steven, hold on. I said if you would have set that boundary. I don't think that should be the standard that you have. I think.
Okay, so here's the standard.
I was still in the hypothetical.
Okay, here's the standard that I have then. What I would say is, hey, we've had a sexual relationship in the past. It doesn't affect anything going forward. We don't have to do anything, and we didn't do anything going forward. And then also, I would check on you to make sure that was okay. I did both of those things explicitly, and there are logs to prove it, and there are logs showing you understood that. So I don't know what you think I've done wrong by you, aside from you manipulating me and hiding your feelings to get on stream.
Manipulating you, Steven. Okay, I listen. Again, this is mostly about like feelings, right? So I don't think that there's like, you want me to pick out like an action where it is undeniable that you did something wrong, and that's
no, I want you to pick out an action where I was reasonably.
Even please, for the love of God. You want me to pick out something that you could have specifically done, or there one action where things could have been completely different. And we both know that the nuances of
Please stop. You don't understand the nuances of any interpersonal anything. Please don't talk to me about them. When I have these types of relationships, I try to remove as much of the nuance as possible by being as explicit as possible. And I was with you multiple times.
You can't remove the nuances of
You absolutely can. Instead of trying to figure out maybe she's okay with it, maybe she's not. That's why I explicitly messaged you and said, hey, I know we've been sexual in the past, but that has nothing to do with anything going forward, and it has nothing to do with you coming on stream. There is no nuance in that. That is an explicitly clear statement, and you agreed to it. When I checked on you later and I said, hey, there's a lot of people bullying you right now. Do you feel okay? And you were like, yeah, I'm fine, 100%. That's an explicit statement.
Steven, I will openly admit I should have had firmer boundaries for myself and been more communicative with you. That is not the problem.
What is the problem?
That's not the problem.
What is my problem? What did I do wrong that I should have done better? Tell me an area where I could have improved.
Again, Steven, I think that your relationships are really messy.
I don't care about Lev, you're literally in no position to comment on anybody's relationships. I don't care about your opinion on my relationships. I'm asking with you. I'm saying
Steven,
with you.
you asked me a question.
Yes, with you, in regards to you. Tell me what I could have done differently.
Steven, this is what you didn't say. Tell me what I've done differently. You said, what have I done wrong? What am
I don't give a about a 21-year-old dipshit's opinions on my personal relationships. I'm asking in regards to you. What do you think I could have done differently with you?
I'm gonna be 25 this year.
I'm asking in regards to you, obviously. I don't need your commentary on my life.
Well, no, you said then what's the problem? You said then what's the problem?
Yeah, so tell me, what did I do that I could have done better with you?
That's a completely wildly different question.
Sure, then interpret it the way that it obviously was meant.
I don't know. Like I said, I'm not a relationship coach. I don't know what you could have done or what I could have done to make our situation better.
Okay, cool. Then you have no complaints about me. Then why are you screaming about me publicly then?
What I do know, because Steven, I feel uncomfortable with a lot of our relationship, and most of it
what do you feel uncomfortable with?
Most of it is due to me having poor boundaries, right?
What does that have to do with me?
Because you also have poor boundaries.
How did I have a poor boundary with respect to you?
Well, it doesn't have to be in just respect to me. I think that the thing that sent me, I care more about...
No, I don't care about Anna. I don't care about your opinions on other relationships I have.
I care more about... When I say that you're messy, Steven, stop. Okay. You're trying to... When I say that you're messy, I'm not even necessarily talking about our relationship. Like I said, I think we had a completely consensual, completely consensual sexual relationship. No qualms with it. Don't have a problem with it.
Except you publicly outing it and talking shit about it with big tech, but yeah. For literally no reason, yeah.
Well, first of all, I think that it's really uncharitable for you to think that I had any way of knowing that he was going to go public with that information.
Seriously? For big tech, the Nazi guy that fucking hates me and got Max Spam reported, you don't think he leaked shit about us?
First of all, I didn't know that he hated you. The only conversation that I'd had with Big Tech at that point,
of course he fucking hates me.
Where was he was being extremely charitable to me and talking about sex work with me, and then also we had a private conversation about God, and he wanted me to read the Bible and all this shit. I had no fucking idea. I didn't know who this guy was. I didn't even...
Okay, wait, stop. Okay, sorry. But then just to be clear then, I didn't do anything improper with you. I was explicitly clear the whole time. And any issues that you and I have...
I don't know if it's improper.
What do you not know? What are you having trouble figuring out here?
Because, Steven, I think the ethics of having a sexual relationship with someone, and then when that sexual relationship now is like sort of mixed into then being on stream together in front of like 8,000 to 13,000 people, when I'm also like being bullied pretty hard, which you acknowledged.
Okay, Lat, if you want to have an adult...
Hold on. I think the ethics of that are questionable. I don't necessarily think that you've done anything evil or bad, but I think it's worth having a conversation about, right?
Okay, if you want to... No, you're not having that conversation. If you want to put on your...
No, I haven't had that conversation.
You cut me off every single time. If you want to have a big girl conversation about the nuances of mixing sexual relationships and streaming relationships, then have that conversation instead of continuing to say, it's a complicated thing that we should talk about. Then actually talk about it. Because I do explore those relationships, and I try to... Let me finish my sentence. I explore those relationships in the most responsible way I know how to, which is by explicitly making sure that you know that none of that has to do with what happens on stream, and by checking in on you to make sure that you're still okay. Two things that I did explicitly. You can't keep saying, it's nuanced, when I've accounted for that. If you think there's a way that I haven't accounted for it, then let everybody know, or say, you know what? I have no problems with Steven, and literally every single issue we have came from my my inability to to set boundaries, and for me hiding my feelings from him when he explicitly tried to check if I was okay.
Well, I don't accept that premise. Because you're like, well, just admit that everything was actually your fault, and Steven, interpersonal relationships are complicated.
You're not going to take that. That's a meaningless statement. When you say they're complicated, how is it complicated? What part was complicated?
It's complicated because when I came onto your stream, I didn't know who the fuck you were, and you didn't tell me about your audience or the. Steven, you got so mad when I didn't let you talk. Please.
It's much retarded shit. Go for it.
I had no way of knowing what I was in for, honestly, and maybe that could also be my fault. But also, I mean, that's kind of if I were to have a friend of mine from like high school join my stream, I'd be like, hey, my stream gets a little fucking crazy. It's like a lot of people, and they get pretty rowdy. Are you sure that you're like ready for something like this?
Lav, we had spoken about online shit, and you'd already told me that you had been through multiple TikTok arcs where you used to be SJW.
Never been through what your community did, ever.
Okay,
ever.
Well, Lav, do you understand that there are public recordings of you bragging about how much more clout you had than me? How the am I supposed to know? You were trying to say that I was the small fry compared to you, that you've dealt with way more hate than me because of TikTok. How am I supposed to know that you weren't ready for stream shit?
You're taking those things out of context because both things can be true. It can't be true that now there are people like Chud Logic who are like, this is like for clout. All she was is like she was a nobody and she was trying to fuck Steven for clout. So absolutely, yeah, I'm gonna be like, well, I kind of already had an established career. And then when people are gonna be like, okay, and then there's a different narrative, obviously, because two things can be true at once. When people bring up like that I am also new in this sphere and I didn't really know anything in this sphere. Like, both things can be true at once, and you're trying to make only one of them true, and it doesn't work.
Why did you invite the harassment then constantly?
Well, it's not that I invited it as much as I became.
You literally were tweeting about being a villain.
You asked me a question. I know. You asked me a question. So, with the fucking making me the villain thing, Steven, you do the same thing. This is how you respond. This is like how we try to cope with like public outcry.
Stop! Don't compare us. I'm not suicidal, Lav. I'm not here complaining. I've been abused. You are.
I'm not suicidal anymore. But first of all, I was suicidal during that time, but I don't attribute that all to you. I attribute that to the internet. And also, yeah, Steven, I was coming off of a fucking benzodiazepine addiction.
That would be really. Why don't you mention that next time instead of making it sound like I'm making you kill yourself? You realize what you're saying on screen, right?
I've literally mentioned that so fucking often. If you haven't seen it, I've mentioned that.
We just watched you having 3 hours of you literally said the worst times in your life were when you got drafted into a fucking cult at 16, and then November when you were on my stream.
Yeah, November was really awful for me. I mean, one of your orbiters.
So you didn't mention anything about benzodiazepines then, did you?
Even one of your orbiters, or two of your orbiters actually made videos about me. Because Los here got also.
Nice pivot away from what you just said, but okay.
Sorry, I'm a little jumbled because you talk fast. What was I?
On Max's stream, you said these were the 2 worst times in your lives. You never mentioned a benzo overdose. Actually, I'm gonna be honest. I don't even know if
it's not an overdose. Detox.
It wasn't an overdose. It was detox.
I don't even know if I knew you were ever detoxing from benzos. So that is not something.
Well, you knew that I was taking them because I took them when we were together.
Yeah, sometimes people take a Xanax. That doesn't necessarily mean you're taking so many that you're abusing them.
Well, you don't have to. I wasn't abusing them.
She wasn't. If you detoxing off of benzos can be rough, even if you're not abusing them.
I wasn't abusing them. I was taking like a normal amount, but if you detox,
I'm sorry. I've never in my life heard somebody refer to like weaning off a medication as detoxing unless they're abusing them. My bad.
No, if it's a benzo, detoxing is just getting off of it.
It's real in this instance. I mean, I work with addiction, and people that are not using and that have to go through this procedure, some people straight up just don't even use benzos when they have a history of addiction, because the come down can be a trigger to try and use again. So yeah, this
I'm familiar with it because I have a close friend who's been trying to detox off of it.
Sure, that's fine. It would be nice in the future maybe if you bring that up, because I don't think I've ever heard you bring that up as a reason why you were suicidal. You literally explicitly blame my community for it.
Steven, you also have to understand that if I come out like I'm in a catch-22 where if I say, well, I was detoxing off of benzos, anytime I bring you up, your whole community is just gonna be like another excuse as to why she was fucking crazy. So I'm
let's just blame it on me for making you suicidal. That's so much better. Thanks, Lav. True.
Wait, I didn't. I
You
don't
did.
think
You
that I
did.
blamed
You
it
did.
fully on you, but I think that
Oh
you
my God.
definitely, Steven.
You, like,
Steven,
can't
I've
take
watched you.
responsibility for
I've
anything
watched
you
you
say.
ban. Steven, I've watched you ban emotes in your chat when you are losing favor with your audience. You can absolutely do a little bit of fucking cleanup with me. It is not too much.
Lev,
to ask.
I did do cleanup with you. Are you serious?
You did
I had a
after.
whole
You did
fucking...
after. You did
no,
after.
not after. Even during. What do you think partially inspired the entire fucking anti-misogyny arc? Are you fucking
You
retarded?
said that. Oh, I have logs when you said that. That absolutely wasn't me. I have logs of you saying.
No, it's not you specifically, but it's the hate that women were getting in my community, and you were one of them. No shit, Sherlock.
No, you said this absolutely had nothing to do with me. I have a fucking log.
That's fine that you have a log of it. That's fine you have a log of me saying that, okay? But the reality is that when you were on my stream, I was also trying to clean up my subreddit with misogyny at the same fucking time.
You can just say something without substantiating it, but I can't? What the fuck?
What do you mean? You can go and find the subreddit post. Are you crazy?
No. What do you mean, am I crazy? You just said that... Steven, I literally have...
You're making the claim. You're making the claim.
You said that was not because of me. I knew that it was because of me, but you tried to make it like...
Okay, hold on. If you knew that it was because of you, then why are you saying I didn't do anything then?
Because you lied. Because you lied.
No, you're not making any sense right now. If I lied about that, then that means that you did know I was trying to do something to clean up my subreddit. So what do you mean? Did I lie or did I not? Was I trying to clean up the subreddit to make it a nicer place for women, or... You're just trying to get an own with me on like some inconsistencies in chat logs. The reality is I wasn't cleaning up misogyny, quote unquote, for you, but I was doing it because my community had a really disfavorable attitude towards women, and you were one of the big ones that was causing it. You and Brittany were. Not causing it, but it was happening with you guys. So of course I was cleaning those fucking minutes up. It's not funny when you're making jokes when you and Mr. Girl are literally blaming me as like the Harvey Weinstein of Twitch and you're laughing about it. Like, you have the most pretty girl syndrome of anybody I've ever met on the internet where nobody has ever held you accountable.
You said that I was mid earlier. What's the truth?
I said your pussy was men, not you. Obviously, you're decently attractive, okay? But you have the most pretty girl. You have the most. You have the most.
Another lie.
You have the.
Substantiate that claim.
You have the most unaccountable behavior I've ever seen of anybody on the internet, and you try to it's insane because you're calling me Weasley while you're implying that I made you suicidal, that I was sexting you while you were blowing up on my stream, which wasn't true, that I was being coercive or abusive towards you, which you're now saying didn't happen at all.
I don't think you purposely made me suicidal.
Then you acknowledge then that I haven't done anything wrong with you, and I went above and beyond to check and see if you were okay during all of our interactions.
I don't know if you did anything wrong with me. I want to believe that you didn't. I don't know. I hope that you didn't. I hope that you
that's
didn't.
fine. You know what? That's good enough for me.
What is this statement, though? What is
when
this
Mr. Girl, well, no, because Mr. Girl
First
thing
of
is
all,
going to come out.
Steven is conflating what Mr. Girl is doing with how I feel when I have publicly said that I diverge from Mr. Girl's feelings about everything. I've publicly said this I don't know how many times now. Steven, I really don't even have anything against you besides the fact that I just don't want to be...
Cool. So Mr. Girl's article is going to come out, and it's going to say I was incredibly abusive and coercive towards Lab because this is like one of his 2 star witnesses, and then somehow she's going to get behind it and try to like square it away with what she's saying now. But at least it's public here now, so whatever. I'm good on that.
Wait, Steven. There's no like. I'm not making a public statement. There's nothing I've said, or there was no accusations of me in the thing. It is literally I just gave Max our logs, and he had access to all of the live streams. That is literally it. There is no like I'm not painting a narrative. I am literally.
You called me Harvey Weinstein. You say I'm sexually abusive and coercive to women. You say that I've all these fucking people. You're leaking details about fucking everybody. How are you saying you're not painting a narrative when you're constantly doing these things about me?
When I said that you were the Harvey Weinstein of whatever the, it was after finding out that you had sexual relationships with more than a few.
Why was Harvey Weinstein Harvey Weinstein?
Because he was all these girls were sleeping with him to get fucking gigs.
Have you seen any evidence of anybody trading sexual favors with me for stream time, or me even implying that was the case with anybody?
Okay, so Steven, this is when this conversation needs to expand, right? Because I'm not implying, or I don't think necessarily, and I'm sorry I said the Harvey Weinstein thing, because of what that implied, it completely took out the nuances that I believe are there in the situation. When we talk about stuff like sexual relationships on stream, I think this is a bigger conversation because now it's sort of moving out of like implicit consent and implicit conversations, and it sort of moves into this like murky interpersonal like dance that we do with each other, right? So it's like a conversation to be had. I don't, again,
But then
I don't
why
think
aren't
that
you
should
having
be
the
condemned.
conversation?
Because it's real. First of all, I don't know enough about it, right? So maybe
Then
I
why
won't
are
have
you
this
not
conversation.
talking about it so
Maybe
much?
Well, because people talk about things that they don't know about all the fucking time. You're
Yeah,
not a
but
fucking
you're doing it
politician.
while accusing
You're
me
not
in
a
the next
politician.
breath. You're
and
accusing me in the next breath of being improper the entire time. And I talk about these things because I live these things. These are important to me, and I do have real conversations about these. I don't constantly hide behind. It's nuance every time somebody tries to call me out on something.
Steven, if you want to have this conversation with me, we can fucking have it. I also, to be honest, Steven, I dip my toe in talking about you. Obviously, I mean, I more than dip my toe. Sometimes I mean, the other day I completely full dived, which was not on purpose. But I am also like scared to talk about this shit. Like your community is fucking nuts. They're like, I mean, they're trying to dox me on kiwi farms. Like they're trying to like.
That's not my community. That's kiwi. You guys, kiwi farms.
I know. But I'm again, Steven. I haven't really like even streamed. I'm a little scared to be in this space like at all. I mean, on Twitter I feel comfortable, but like I haven't really I think I've streamed like 5 times for the past like 3 months. Like this.
How many of them were
world
talking
is
about
sort of
me?
spooky. This one.
That's it?
Of my personal streams, yeah, I went on to.
How many times are you talking about me in personal discords and shit behind the scenes?
How many times are you talking about me in personal discords?
Never. I don't think about you guys. I'm past you guys. I've been done with you guys for months,
Steven,
and you guys are still working on this article on me.
Talk about us on fucking. What do you, Steven? Stop saying you guys. It's not me. I'm not fucking writing the article.
Dude,
Steven.
you're part of his family of weekly meetings, updating each other on this shit. What do you mean? Of course.
Wait. We don't have weekly meetings updating each other on this shit. We talk a lot, but it's not just like to talk about you.
Oh, okay.
But also, being in your orbit and being friends with you has affected us deeply. And that's just sort of
I think it's the calling me a Harvey Weinstein and accusing me of sexual coercion with no evidence has deeply affected you.
Oh, no, I think even before that, the situation was deeply affected us, for better or for worse. And that could be, I mean, I don't necessarily think that that's your fault. I think it's just being in the public eye at such a large scale. But again, Steven, you're like putting a lot of like accusations and words in my mouth, like expanding off of things that I've said, and I don't.
This is if you were to poll the community, 99% of people would agree that you've implied all of these things about me.
Yes, if you polled your community after you've been saying that I've said all these things about you, yes, that would absolutely.
Even Max's community.
Is
Max's community is not my community.
Yeah, but is Max putting words in your mouth? Because when you have streams with him, he's going to say certain things, and then you'll push back like you did and say, oh yeah, no, I don't know if Steven's done this. I don't know if I'd put it that way. But then Max will be like, well, maybe he did do those things. Like, and then you're like, oh, I'm not sure. So, like, the accusation of like putting words in your mouth, is that not also like, because Max again is using you as like whether like your star witness in the article or not, he's using you as part of that narrative which he is pushing. Because his abuse thing isn't just, oh, it's like Destiny sleeps with his orbiters. It's Destiny brings people onto stream, like puts them in a position where his community is going to go after them for content and drama, and then fucking laughs about it.
And I sadistically get off on it. Like that's why
like it's
like
fucking wider than just sex.
Is there a single example of me? Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, I understand. This is why I wrote that fucking post where I was like, I wish that we could all just fucking talk.
Dude, I tried to talk to you off stream and you wouldn't engage with me.
Well, no, we tried to talk, and then you said that you were like recording me. That was Steven. That was also the wrong time to talk. Everything was supercharged.
Oh yeah, so I should have waited until after you and Max had already gone down this road of like writing the fucking Harvey Weinstein expose edition on me.
No.
What do you mean? When is the right time to talk?
I don't know. I think I unblocked you like a couple weeks ago. I don't know.
How the fuck am I supposed to know that? I'm not spam adding you to see if I can still message you on fucking Discord.
Yeah, I'm not expecting you to. I'm just saying my personal experience of this has been strange. This whole thing has been.
That's great that it's been strange and fun and exciting and new. But on my end,
fun and exciting and new. It has not been.
Yeah, you're having the time of your life, and I got backstabbed by 2 people that I trusted. And now you're out here basically assisting somebody in writing a sexual. Well, now he's dropped all of that because he couldn't find anything.
Steven, I'm not assisting anyone. I just gave him our fucking logs. If
why
there's
are you
nothing to
lying?
worry
Like
about,
every single person in the world knows you're lying.
if there's nothing to worry about, then there's nothing to worry about. I don't even know what the fuck is in those logs. I think he's trying to catch you on like lies or something. Like I have no
You
idea.
literally are saying like, don't spoil what's coming up. You literally joked with him about that on the stream.
That was a joke. That was
But me saying
joke.
welcome to the Orbiters Club, that was the most serious induction I've ever done in a pick for stream trade I've ever done.
No, I'm not. I didn't claim that was the most serious thing you've said. I just said that it's enough to muddy the waters a little bit in the same way where you thought that I was serious. I could have thought that you were serious. Like,
do you think that aside from Anna, which is a messy fucking smorgasbord of shit, which I admit, aside from Anna, have you seen or do you think there has ever been a person that I've improperly engaged with on stream because of a pre-existing sexual relationship?
To be honest, Steven, I don't really know you that well. I sort of only know.
That's crazy because you seem to have so much to say about my ex-wife, about every other fucking personal relationship I've been on.
So this is what I'll say. So this is what I'll say. I remember the story that you told about
my ex-wife, the one where she and a coworker were trying to get me fucking fired.
Yes, and
you seem to leave out that entire part.
You brought up that you really like toxic relationships, and that was your thing.
Sure, I've joked about that, but when you brought that story up, you literally made it sound like I tried to get somebody fired for no fucking reason because I'm a fucking psychopath. You seem to conveniently leave out the part where both of them were trying to get me fucking fired for my job.
So I know that part.
No accountability, okay. Keep going forward.
That part, I know when you told me about what you've told me about your relationship with your wife and your relationships in general. I know our relationship. I know your relationship with Max. And I know your relationship with Anna. And
okay, so then the answer is no.
Yeah,
the answer is no. Then. Okay.
The percentage on which of those is healthy, probably little.
Gotcha. So the answer is no. You have literally no reason whatsoever to assume in any way, size, shape, or form that I'm improperly acting with a bunch of, by the way, young girls. You realize Anna is like my age, right? That I'm improperly acting with young girls on stream. That's Max's claim that you constantly support. So okay, so I've done nothing wrong for you. I've done nothing wrong by you. You've admitted that, and I've done nothing wrong that you know of. And you've also said that. Okay.
No, I am begging you to stop conflating what Max has said with what I have said.
No, you guys are both two peas in a pod. Of course, you're going to be taken together through the whether you like it or not. You guys are paired this entire way.
You're wrong. I have done nothing but say that I don't agree with everything that Max has said. That is
no, that's not true. I
talk about it publicly.
No, we just watched you for 3 hours on my stream giggling along and how horrible and abusive and coercive I am. I don't know why you think you can rewrite history. We can see the fucking VOD, dog. We all watched this shit like 3 hours ago.
And you claimed earlier that you thought that this is a good conversation to have, remember, about the power dynamics and everything, but at the same time you're saying now that you just don't know enough about him in his personal life to be able to comment affirmatively on whether or not there's been some kind of abuse of power or sexual manipulation.
Max seems to think that there has been. And so when I hear from someone close to me who's writing an article and who's doing a lot of, background on Steven, my first implication is to somewhat believe them.
Also, can I just, for the record, you can tell me that the only reason you and Max are connected is because I rebuilt that bridge after he called you an attention whore pedophile and banned you from his Discord, right?
Yeah. Do you want that win, Steven? Yes, you were the reason that me and Max
I do want that win. Thank you. Okay, just making sure.
I don't know why you're why? What is that?
Because I think it's important to show the difference between how he's treated you versus how I've treated you, and to pretend like I'm the abusive, coercive one here is fucking insane.
It is definitely true that Max has been extremely abusive to me, and we talked about that.
Intentionally abusive, not
incredibly
like
abusive to
not this weird roundabout thing that you're accusing me of, but like literally directly called you a pedophile and banned you from his fucking Discord.
You have been directly abusive. I've seen some crazy tweets from you, like. A few years ago of you saying some fucking crazy things.
What does this have to do with you?
Steven, it's not just when you're asking about.
You literally have the Epsilon tattooed on your fucking lips, and you're gonna tell me about fucking saying crazy shit 5 years ago.
I eat pussy. I can fucking say the Epsilon.
Oh my god.
But no, I think that when you ask me, when you say, so you admit I've done nothing wrong.
With
me, I think that. I don't know. I think that I don't know. I don't feel particularly traumatized by any certain action that you have done to me.
But my community made you suicidal.
when I look at your when I look at your my whole experience with you, and this is why it's so confusing, is because personally I think our relationship was extremely comfortable, right? I think that personally our relationship was really great and I really valued it, and this is what I talked to Steven about, and this is what I posted on the Reddit about, is I thought I really valued our
which made it all the more fun when you backstabbed me and teamed up with Max to write a fucking Harvey Weinstein hit piece on me. But
I'm sorry that you see it that way. I think that
that's what it is. I'm just that's reality.
You keep saying that you only
and I acknowledge that you felt that way. I also felt extremely slighted when I thought that you could have done more to protect me and you did not.
And we've already, just to be clear on this conversation, we've already pointed out I explicitly tried to and you rejected my help. But
no, I did not reject your help. In fact, I went on your stream and I cried to you about it, and you were like, I just don't moderate my Reddit.
Okay.
And your whole chat was like, she's ulting, and you were like laughing about it.
I know, that's Max has fed you that line a lot. So let's rewind the clock. I literally explicitly asked you if you were okay, and you said you were when you were getting the most hate. And then you tweeted out antagonistic tweets saying you wanted to be the villain. So I did explicitly check up on you.
We forgot to talk about that. The villain thing. I think when people have already painted this narrative and this picture about you, there's really no way to go but like double down on it. At least that's what I thought at the time. I shouldn't have. That wasn't a healthy display of my feelings, but that's what I did. Shouldn't have done that. I certainly didn't want to be the villain, but I felt like there were kind of limited options for me.
Or you could just, what did I say? Didn't I tell you guys explicitly, like, why not just not engage for a few days and it goes away? That was always an option. And I'm pretty sure I even told you that was an option. That's always been an option.
Yeah, you did tell us about that, and I will be honest, Steven, I think this is the way that things went for us. I was really hurt, and I was going to just, I mean, you were there, you saw the thing with me and Max, where Max was just like, you don't have to be on Steven's stream anymore, and I was just gonna be like, you know what, I'm probably not gonna go on the stream anymore. I get myself into a lot of trouble, and I don't want to deal.
Bro, I don't know if you think I'm socially retarded. Obviously, you're not talking about like, oh, I'm gonna take a break from Steven's stream because it's healthy for me. That was the whole like, I need you to recognize that Steven and his stream are abusers and abusive, and you need to separate from that environment to save you. That's what that was about. That wasn't about you just like taking like a week off to like chill.
I need to let you know that I have a brain separate of Max, and although Max can tell me certain things, I still can think for myself. So even when I'm nodding along to what Max is saying, in my brain I am not mindlessly agreeing with what he is saying. I'm chewing it over and I'm metabolizing it.
You're literally letting him mute you on stream because he's worried you're gonna get in trouble with the thing. He's probably gonna shout at you for this stream.
It's not that he's worried that I was gonna get in trouble. It's that if I talk about Brianna Wu, then I have to talk about a whole plethora of other things because of what Brianna Wu brought up, and he knows that I get extremely unregulated when talking about that, and that it just doesn't bode well for me anytime I do it. You told me, you literally did the same exact thing where you were like, you shouldn't talk about this, and he's doing the same thing.
Can you admit about the Hassan thing that I was not blackmailing you or holding that over your head in the slightest? That I was doing that for that's an example of me trying to protect you hardcore?
Yeah. I can't admit that it was you trying to protect me, but in that last conversation when you brought up like, look at the things that I've done for you, or
yeah, I remember. Yes,
it felt extremely manipulative when you were like, look at the things I've done for you. I told Zerka to not talk about it. I told I've tried to.
You're accusing me of being a horrible friend. So of course I'm gonna bring up, I don't think I am a horrible friend. Look at these things I've done for you.
I know.
How is that manipulative? I'm trying to make a case for myself.
When you did that, and I was so mad at you. When you did that, I was like, he's gonna, now that we're not friends, he's gonna fucking, it's like literally what you did earlier on stream where you were like, should I tell everyone about Connor? And it's like, I don't know what you're gonna do, Steven.
Stop.
Hold on. So I said, fuck, I'm just gonna come out with it so he has nothing. I don't know if that's called blackmail.
Lav,
I don't know.
You understand that I have never leaked any personal thing about you until tonight when I saw you and Max do a 3-hour shit talk session on me, and you have leaked constantly about me. Why would you assume? I don't think at any point in my entire Twitch career have I ever leaked personal info on shit on people that haven't started leaking a lot of shit about me first. I've never done that. You had no reason to think I was going to leak anything relating to that. And also, you'd already leaked all of it publicly anyway. You talked about it in Judd's Discord. Train and Zerka and who knows God else already knew about it. The idea that I'm holding this over you or like trying to manipulate with you, it just doesn't make any sense. I don't even think you believe this. I think you're desperately holding on to this for God knows what reason to try to make me seem fucking.
I'm not holding on to it. I even said, I mean,
okay, all right, we agree that I wasn't. Okay.
I literally
Oh.
made a Reddit post where I was like, this could have been a big misunderstanding, but at the time, I definitely thought that it was manipulative for him to bring that up, and it scared me, and so I was like, I'm just gonna spit it out.
Yeah, but I feel like you never actually addressed that on any stream, though. You kind of
Well, hey,
allowed
listen,
that narrative
there's
to
been a
persist.
good now. That's good enough for me.
I've not streamed very often, so
I mean, when you go onto other streams, though, like to talk.
Wait,
'cause
no,
you've
no,
been
no.
on
I
top
said it
too.
on. I think I said it on Elder Drazi. I'm actually positive that I did.
I don't remember that.
It's
Well, I don't care. Listen, as long as you said it now, I'm fine with it. I don't care.
True.
All right. Well, is there anything else you guys need me here for?
I think we're good.
Can't think of
Really.
anything.
Miss Leah Lizard, Femoid, whatever the your name is now.
Yeah. Well, it was crazy to talk to you.
Yeah, it's been real, fam. Okay. I heard that TwitchCon's in Vegas, so you know, if you want to ride down, just let me know, okay, buddy?
Fuck. Sorry, I thought I was muted with that. Fuck. I've been saying that all through this shit. I've just been like,
Okay, so I don't know.
You said you didn't really know big tech, and then that's why, like, when you shared shit, you didn't know how he felt about Destiny. If you didn't really know big tech or multiple other people, why are you talking to them about this shit, which is intensely personal?
Well, I talk about. I mean, you asked me sort of a similar question earlier. Why do I have no boundaries with the internet? I don't. I'm just kind of a blurter. I don't know. I guess I expect people. I mean, I don't expect the worst in people. I think. Maybe I should. I think I'm probably an optimist by nature.
Right? Like, you
What?
must. I mean, you kind of interacted with big tech out of like fucking nowhere. Like Max.
No,
had
me
talked-
and Big Tech had in-depth conversations where he like. I was fully bought in that he was like a Christian and that he was not really a white nationalist, like really, but was sort of just like trying to like herd in like the younger kids and make it like a more positive space so it didn't look so fucking crazy. I
Okay,
don't
I'm
know.
not
Maybe
gonna,
I was
I'm
duped
not
by
gonna
Big.
try and mind. I'm not gonna try and mind read you, but like that is wild. Like as a read on.
I don't think so. For someone who knew nothing of big tech other than like, especially when so many people, because we met on a panel where like a bunch of people were going at me, and big tech was like kind of fighting for me and defending me, and then would make sure I was okay afterwards, and was like, you know, you're doing good, kid. Like, you know, you're on the right path. I was like, I could trust this guy. When I found out that he went to Ethan Ralph, I was so mad. I immediately messaged him and was like, what the is your problem? I can't believe you've done this. Like, and he was like, sorry, didn't know I couldn't. Just like, I mean, he was a complete asshole about it. I feel so sad and embarrassed that I embarrassed Steven if he felt embarrassed, or you know, it was locker room talk that became public, and I feel extremely embarrassed and sorry for that. And I shouldn't have done it, but if you want to know the reason why, I just told you.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not. Look, I'm not gonna mind read you and shit. I'm just. I think that's a question worth. asking.
One thing I would-
It's a judgment question, yeah.
Oh, one thing I would add is that, you know, you keep saying that the only thing that you've done with Max is just, like, share all your logs with Steven to him. But, like, that's a pretty big deal, right?
Wait, what?
So you keep saying that the only thing you've done with Max in regards to his article on Steven is that you've shared all your logs with him. But I would say that sharing all of your logs with Steven to Max is, like, pretty big, right?
Yeah, but if there's nothing in there to worry about, then there's nothing in there to worry about.
I mean, it's still intensely personal, right? It's still like an intensely personal thing that you guys clearly had intimate conversations unrelated to sex, right?
Sure, and yes, but I think that I mean, there are some things in there that are not public and probably will never be, out of me wanting to protect Steven. And I think that, like, when you're sending logs over to someone and they're trying to understand the nuances of a relationship in, like, a journalistic pursuit, which you guys can believe or not believe, when you export messages, you don't, like, go over them. I mean, it's months of messages. I'm not going to go through them first so that I can, like, X out a couple things. I can tell him what not to put in the article. But yeah, I'm just gonna hand him over. And also, like, I have a personal relationship with Max, obviously close, and he's not going to like put anything in the article that I tell him not to put in the article.
Yeah, so this is what I am hearing here is that, like, you know, like, this I don't know, to anybody else it would be super alarming that you would just share all these DMs with somebody after, what I was trying to say earlier is that you discounted everything that he did for you out of his friendship to you, and then you've leaked all of these logs to somebody who is hell-bent on making an article that's a hate piece on him, right?
I mean, wait, Stardust, Steven has leaked a bunch of articles to his bloodthirsty fans about me.
A bunch of articles?
Or a bunch of DMs, a bunch of our logs without my consent to a bunch of bloodthirsty fans who are obsessed with hating me.
Did he do that in
what
response?
What is that? Like, come on.
In response
and then he
to...
and then he comes on and lies about something that he can't substantiate to try to get back at me. A complete fucking lie.
Weren't those leaks though? Wait a minute, guys. Weren't those leaks in response though to something that you had leaked or said?
Maybe, but does that make it ethically okay?
I mean, if you leaked or said something that was incorrect prior, and he only leaked a specific portion to correct the record, I understand
that's
it
what
more
Max
than.
is literally doing. That's what Max is literally doing.
There's a huge. Wait a minute.
Steven has made so many claims about our relationship, and now there is someone fact checking that all of it adds up.
There's a huge difference between like leaking like specific things to disprove certain things that have been said versus sending somebody all of your DMs, all of the intensely personal things that you've discussed in DMs to somebody.
Sir, I'm trying to clear my name also. Like, I don't understand, like, you think
somebody who
Steven is the only person who has accusations levied against him. Steven has repeatedly called me a liar when there are probably things that substantiate the opposite.
I think the way that Mr. Girl has treated you has been like far worse than the way Destiny's treated you.
I didn't have a sexual relation. I've never had a sexual relationship with Max.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter.
It
doesn't matter.
You guys, no, that's ridiculous. I don't accept that premise at all, and we can just disagree there.
We can agree to disagree.
Okay, but like again, this whole like document and shit started out off like the back of a non-sexual relationship, right? Like, are you saying okay? So if it's different, if it doesn't matter, am I missing something? Is it like, do you think? Even if Max is dragging up, like going through all the logs and everything else, do you accept that his original reason for doing this shit then, by your own standards, is like a overreaction?
Well, he wasn't gonna write an article about me. He started to write an article after he found out about Anna, thought that what he was doing with Anna was really messy and really egregious. And was going to ask more about that. I think he probably was going to do like a stream with Anna, or something of that sort, like something smaller, right? Just talking about shit like that, and how Steven doesn't really curb like targeted abuse from his fans. It was going to be something very small, and then I think Steven came on and like called him a rapist on stream, and then a bunch of people reached out to Max. And then Max was like, "Well, there's
no."
And then Max was like, "Well," and then Max was like, "Well."
Played out.
Max put out an open call.
And then Max was like,
Max.
And then, Max did an open call afterwards. There were people who were literally messaging him as the bridge was burning. He did an open call afterwards because he was like, okay, well, if this many people are contacting me right now and these are the people who saw this last stream, how many people are there? How many people are there that Steven has had sexual improprietous relations with?
No, there were multiple people he had reached out to already, and Steven had gotten the download on that that was the way he put it on his stream, right? That he had heard this from people that Max had been going around talking to people he had previously hooked up with, and so that's when Steven went on stream.
Do you have a date for that?
Dropped the whole thing, and then.
Do you have a date for that?
I don't remember the exact date.
Because
maybe somebody in my chat
if
can link
we're talking about timelines, but like all of us are just going off of like what we've like
all right.
heard.
Chat or DGG, whichever one of you can get it first. Link me the original VOD where he came out and released the told his stream about Max going around requesting information from
Or when
his
the
former
first
hookups.
message was when he was
And
going around.
also link the one where he originally says that he thinks Max is a rapist or calls him a rapist. Because I don't remember if that was the same stream. But I remember it as Max had been going around and probing. Because I had heard some of it as well. It was one of those things that had just kind of like, there were a few things going on, right? There was like Doobie They are.
They're saying they're too lazy.
Alright, I gotta pee. I shall return.
I'm not looking at DDG chat right now. I got it backgrounded. My chat is up, but nobody's got it yet. But yeah, that's what I remember. And I had heard some things as well. Stuff kind of gets around. And then Doobie published, posted his thing about the conversation with Max. Okay, yeah, this is it.
He was like begging Steven to, and so
Stop!
Hi.
Hold on 1 second. Taking off my kid gloves.
What the are you talking about?
The problem isn't you not being ready for debate, Spears, and people trying to pin blah blah blah. The problem is you coming on and on other people and crucifying people over that you change your mind on the next day.
I'm doing the Max thing where I feel like you're not taking care of my feelings, but you shouldn't have to. But I still.
My honesty, my charitability are like the two things that I've extended the most to you and to other people in general. So
I know, and maybe that's why I got so happy with how much you were doing that suddenly you stopped and I was like, wait, where'd it go? Oh, I don't know how to ask for what I want from you. I'm ready for Steven to never
I think this is the shut the fuck up bitch video.
Case, if we have a conversation and he still doesn't
This one goes hard.
I'm like fully ready to like never sing with him again.
For anybody who's watching this who doesn't know who Lav is,
Like I don't want.
we're happy about that.
But I
Why not?
hope this. I hope it will change.
Wait, why wouldn't you want him to change?
Because I'm less interested in like teaching him how to treat me, and more interested in having relationships with people who already know how to respect me.
It's so hard for me to like. I shouldn't do it.
Oh
it
God,
is toxic.
it's so
It's
hard.
so hard for me not to pull age cards. Like, sweetie, you're 24 years old. Like, please stop. It's so cringe. I need to
Get
teach
a
you how to
clue.
set. Like, you
Oh
don't
my
even
God,
know the
I've got
boundaries you
a
have for your
raging
own life.
clue.
The idea that I have something to learn from you about boundaries for how to treat other people. Is
Oh my
laughable.
God, I've got a clue.
Okay,
Let's
please
follow your
stop.
clue.
It's to even suggest that is so cringe.
You have the same philosophy as Steven. That's what he does. If things aren't going his way, he just leaves. But I'm not like that. And no one who loves him has ever really pushed back on him. It seems like people get heartbroken, leave, hate him, become his enemies.
Oh, the good old Factorio streams.
Hard to put that much effort into something that you is
From
like
back in the heyday.
And I think Steven has proven himself to be, and it is completely fine that you. I'm not telling you.
Your hands together or something.
Oh man, dude, I'm boomer brained. I am boomer brained. Now I know how my parents felt. Oh, we never finished watching this. I know how my parents felt. Like listening to somebody that's like 23 or 24 years old whose life philosophy changes completely every 3 months. Like try to psychoanalyze me is like so. Like I don't even know how to say it. What do you want me to say? Like you've got it all figured out, like bro. Like come back to me in 3 weeks when you've got like a whole different life philosophy. Like come back to me in 2 weeks when you've now justified why your OnlyFans is actually okay and you're gonna go do hardcore. So like, dude, she miss me with that shit. Okay.
I hate liars. That's the big thing. So I disliked Cherry. I hate liars and phonies. I'm like a Holden Caulfield from Catcher in the Rye. But I hate.
You don't ever want to be Holden Caulfield from Catcher in the Rye. That's not the character you want to commit yourself to. The whole point was that guy needed to grow up and stop judging people. I'm pretty sure. If I remember, it's like 20 years since I read that book, literally. But
I hate. Listen, I didn't like Cherry before. At first, I was like, "What the bitch?" I was like, "What, Cherry? Come on, why are you doing this to me?" I was like, "Let's duke it out. It's like drama." And then she tried to do this whole thing with Max, and I was like, "No, now I hate you." I think.
Can I be honest about that? Just like caveat, I just feel like she really made a mental illness mistake. Like,
I know.
Like maybe it triggered.
No,
or
and
made
that's
her,
fine. And that's fine. But then she doubled down on it.
But she apologized
in
in the stream yesterday. No, she said, I think I messed up here. But she doubted herself because Max makes me doubt myself too. Like sometimes I think he's lying, but without meaning to. So I wonder if she was feeling the same energy from him. But she did admit in the stream yesterday that she
called it. No, she lied. She lied and said that she saw him.
It's true.
She's okay, but okay. Then does that hold up in a court of law?
I don't think that.
Yeah, wait, isn't it literally called mens rea? Isn't it literally in the court of law? Don't you have to have a state of mind to commit a certain crime? Like, if we were to talk about like if you're backing a car up onto somebody and you run them over on accident versus you're trying to fucking murder them, the mens rea is going to be different for a different crime, right? Or if you perjure yourself, if you commit like perjury, like if you accidentally mistake something or you get a fact wrong, you're not going to be like, oh, you just perjured yourself. Well, hold on, I misremembered, I misspoke. And it's like, well, no, that's perjury. Misspeaks equals jail time.
She's like,
it's
Your
not
Honor,
a court of law.
Your
It's
Honor.
not a court of law. No, you're implying intention. This is like now we're looping back to the same disagreement we had yesterday on stream.
Okay, well
which
then
is lying implies an
I'm not a
intentionality.
I'm not a professional about this. I have my own opinions, and I'm allowed to have my own personal opinions about how Cherry conducted herself,
and, we're
I think
telling
it's disgusting.
That the criticism that she's a liar doesn't bear out well. You can feel that way, but what we're saying is the feelings that you're having are a little bit off here. Was there bad stuff?
She was careless. I will say she was careless.
I agree.
She was more than that. She was reckless, right?
Yeah.
She did a very, very bad thing.
Yeah.
She didn't think about the fact of like what these accusations would
This is also especially when it comes to like a sexual harassment, whatever. It feels very dishonest to me. Even if you're not actively lying, it feels dishonest to be reckless. because you're enjoying the in-grouping of trauma bonding with Stardust over it. You're laughing about him being antisocial. You're talking about how small his dick is, and then you're online and you're like, he made me feel uncomfortable. You're lying.
Wait.
Well, no. You don't know that's true. They might have actually been uncomfortable. Max does have a history of being exhibitionism. I think that they were wrong. They misread him because they're so angry with him. But in their worldview, they genuinely felt like what was happening. Unless you're going to convince me that Stardust and Cherry made it all up, they never felt he was doing that. They just 8D chessed together a conspiracy to try to attack Max.
So
That's what you're implying when you're saying that they're lying.
No, what I am implying and what I think actually happened, because if you saw the stream, Cherry fully is like trying to convince Stardust that it was like actually that he did it on purpose, which I think is even more gross. Because Stardust is like, I don't know, it made me feel weird. And then she had to double down because Cherry had already gone public with it. And then Stardust was stupid. But she got carried away in this thing that like Cherry was like, it's antisocial behavior. She had just come off of the Mr. Girl stream. She was angry, vitriolic about, whatever. That seems... There is something to me, maybe that's the wrong word, it feels like dishonesty. It feels like recklessness. Recklessness feels like dishonesty, yeah.
It's deeply yucky. Like, what I'm seeing in you is like,
Don't say yucky after saying deeply.
This is the problem. This is the
Like,
problem.
really
Because I think
deeply
introspection
gross.
and honesty are synonymous. So when I think that you're low in
not even
introspection,
close.
that reads as dishonest to me.
No.
These
are two different things.
No, I know,
totally
but I'm saying you are right, and I just realized that through understanding my personal dictionary.
Okay.
So
fair.
it's not dishonesty.
Can I ask a question? Because I don't know Cherry, so I can't speak for her. But how is that different than what like Max has done to me or any of the other women he's done anything to? Like he lies about me, he tells shit stories about me, he says the most bullshit things about me.
He did it to me.
And his version of apology is just like it's half-assed. That's why I don't trust him. Because I think he secretly still thinks bad about me, which is fine. But that's why I can't trust him because I'm not getting any genuine energy from him. But then again, I could be wrong and maybe I can't see him, so that's my fault. So instead of trying to be friends, I've just given us space. So why do you think like Max gets a pass but Cherry can't? Because I think that she probably just made a mistake, even if it feels like a lie, because it does feel like a lie. But so does Max.
Yeah.
But maybe they're just
he's
being...
lied about Brittany. He's lied about you. He's lied about me.
So maybe it's not a lie. Maybe it's like a cognitive dissonance issue.
Right, but he would say he felt that way. It was how his emotions were feeling, right? But she felt that way too. And so the issue is, if she's a liar, then Max was a liar all along too, or both are in their feelings.
Well, I also think that you need to weigh what is also at like risk though, because if you're a man and you're accused of sexual assault, that's on your record more than like a f***ing conspiracy. Like,
I mean, I still have people trying to dox me to universities based on like certain concepts.
Were they
That's
your
Pascal,
friends
by the way.
who then decided to accuse you of sexual harassment? That's like very different than this person who's like mostly a stranger to you online, who's like you're a Nazi cult leader.
I have a question. If you viewed my relationship with Steven, would you think that we're very close friends?
No.
Is Cherry and Max very close friends?
I think that Stardust and Max were closer.
Okay. And then with you and Steven, are you and Steven close friends, Slav?
We are on the friendlier side of friends.
Even though he called you a dumb bitch yesterday?
You're right. We're enemies. We're adversaries.
So what I'm trying to say is, even to our friends, sometimes we can be vitriolic. Maybe we can even tell lies about them. So I'm saying, like, I guess I want to see, because I don't know Cherry, so I don't know who this bitch is. Like, God bless her. I don't know who she is. So, like, I can't tell what she's doing, but it feels like, you know what I mean? I'm just trying to figure out your values, so if you treat people the same or if you treat them differently because of some reason.
Listen, I don't think it's that much different. I think this is all very personal to me because of the way that I see myself in Max. I told this to you earlier. I see myself in Max. I saw nobody coming to his aid, even Steven, and he was like begging Steven to. And so...
Stop! God, she's so stupid. But I understand that. It's because you're all children, okay? Let me explain this clearly, okay? Okay. Hold on. It's okay. This is the penalty. This is the burden that I have to carry because I can see into the internet ethers and I see all and I understand everything. And other people don't understand, and that's okay. We'll take a walk with me and allow me to share my wisdom with you, okay? The charges against Max from Cherry and Stardust were bullshit, okay? Number one. Okay. Now, if it was the case that Max was going to get hyper fucking canceled over it, I probably would have put my thumb on the scale. But you have to keep in mind that when I put my thumb on the scale, not only do I lend a bit of my credibility to a situation, in some cases, I might take away some amount of credibility from a situation. It might be the case that people think, oh, he's only trying to defend Max because they're friends. Or, oh, he's only trying to defend Max because he had a thing with Cherry and they hate each other now, right? So I wake up, I see this information where people are saying like, oh, first I see messages from Cherry and Stardust, and I'm like, this is dumb. I see a message from Max, I'm like, this is dumb. I don't know why they're saying this is stupid. So what I do is I go online and I look and I see, well, what are people saying? And here's what I see. In my chat room, people are shitting on Cherry and Stardust. In my subreddit, people are shitting on Cherry and Stardust. And on Twitter, in Stardust's own replies, people are shitting on Cherry and Stardust. So when I see that the entire world is against these two people, I don't need to put my thumb on the scale. I don't have to say anything. They've already destroyed themselves with their dumb shit accusations. Like, I don't have to weigh in there. For me to go live, and then for me to try to, like, defend Max, I don't need to do that. They've already fallen apart themselves. I don't need to tip the scale or risk anything up by lending my credibility to Max, because why the fuck would I wouldn't even need to do that. It's already more or less handled. Now, Max wanted first, and Max never asked me to defend him. He didn't. Now, you could argue, well, he was too afraid to because he thinks that would look bad privately even, which I guess we can get there. But, like, Max wanted to come onto my stream and say his piece, and he did. I don't remember if Cherry was on. She had her tail tucked between her legs because she knew she was wrong, and she apologized later for it, which she should have. Stardust tweeted out her apology. She knew she was wrong. This idea that, like, and I know that Lab is doing this because she's, like, desperately trying to get on Max's good side, and it's, like, her obsession right now, okay? But this idea that she was even doing this, like, Max needs a friend. I'm like, what the fuck? He's fine. Shut the fuck up. I don't need this overly emotional, like, come and screech into the, oh, and you gotta help him and save him. He doesn't need help. It's over. It's fine. I think I even said that towards the end of the conversation. I was like, this is bullshit. And everybody knows it's bullshit. Of course it's bullshit. Everybody knows it. Everybody sees it. The whole fucking world is against Cherry and Stardust right now. I don't need to add any of my weight onto the situation. Everybody knows it's bullshit. Like, full stop. This idea that, like, oh, I'm gonna be the one good friend. She's only saying this because she wants to be the one to save Max. Because she wants Max to like her. That's, like, her desperate thing. Like, so she wants to come in and save it. She wants to say, oh, look, everyone else is being a bad friend. I'm being a really good friend. That's good for you, Chief. Go for it. But don't throw me under the bus. We're like, oh, even Steven wouldn't help him. If it was some serious shit and the tides were against him on some bullshit accusation, then of course I'd be weighing in a lot more. Like, hold on. Let's stop and think what's actually being fucking said here. But I didn't need to. The whole world was against Cherry and Stardust on those accusations. I don't need to, like, enter the fray there.
Listen, it shouldn't have been me. It shouldn't have been me to push back on Cherry, and I acknowledge that because it looked worse than it did, obviously, because we already had beef.
Does Mr. Girl feel this way about you not going in? I don't know. I haven't even talked about that. But I don't care. I know that I'm right. I know that I'm right. I can see the tides of the internet and the ebb and flow in the direction of where the jerk wave is going. And I saw that as soon as I woke up. Nobody was going to be taking Cherry and Stardust side on that. Of course not.
Literally, like, the day before. It should have been Steven. And I was messaging him while we were talking. I was like, "You need to denounce publicly that she's like."
No, I don't need to. I don't need an overly emotional person with a biased investment in the situation to tell me how to handle a public situation. You fall apart every single time somebody says something mean about you on Reddit and Twitter. Why the fuck would I take your advice in handling public situations? There's no reason for me to do that. You're the last person in the world I would ever trust for advice on how to properly help somebody. Like, I guess, like, do something for PR for their public image. Like, why would I ever take your advice on that?
That this was not accurate and that he's not a sexual assaulter. Because, I mean, literally, and it's not my responsibility to take care of Max, obviously. But Max is on stream crying. As an empathetic person, I'm like, okay, I'm gonna fucking destroy this bitch.
Stop calling you You're not empathetic. You weren't empathetic towards anybody. You just wanted to come on and shit on Cherry. Stop with this empath bull. Dude, every time, Mr. Girl does this too. Anytime somebody says they're empathetic, I immediately, like, haha, okay, sure. Dude, fucking bullshit. Nobody's fucking empathetic. It is such an unbelievably rare quality to have an actual empathetic person. This is not it.
Bitch. This bitch who I already don't like because she already sucks to me.
That's fair.
To me, she already sucks.
That's like the bias moving towards a direction. I love that for you. So I think that's fair. That's all fair.
It's not fair.
I guess I just so that's
how is it different?
Right?
I don't know.
I just think Max is an adult who can stand up for himself. I don't think Steven or you have to. I think it's nice that you want to, but I think even in the conversation,
why
like,
did this
Max actually like handled that like above reproach. Like he handled that conversation.
He had to.
that doesn't matter.
What do you?
He
Yeah.
has to fight,
but this is
and
his-
He always has
he
to.
wanted to navigate it.
As a streamer, he did well. As a person, he felt abandoned.
Okay, as a person, we've.
How do you know that?
God, it's so cringe. Oh God, her obsession with Max is actually so fucking cringe. Holy shit.
Okay.
Abandoned. We're streamers. So all of our people do this
Okay,
to
great.
us.
But I don't see.
Who joined?
Hi.
Is that
It's
Stardust?
Stardust.
Oh, okay. What's up?
Hi. I was wondering. I was wondering. Do you think well, okay, if he will agree, only if he'll agree. I just want to kind of close the book, I guess, and have like one last conversation.
The
with,
best thing you can learn in life is to never look for closure. I would leave it alone. If you want to and you want to ask him, I'll do it. But like, that's in my personal opinion. Seeking closure is almost always a mistake. You're just never gonna find what you're looking
it's
for.
not. Yeah, it's not a. I know it's not going to be like what I want, I guess. But I know it's just going to. I guess I think like one last time would be good. One last conversation would be good.
What are you looking for? What is your goal? What do you think you're gonna get out of it?
I think I just need to like hash some things out with him, I guess. So things that like I guess issues he has with me, the reasoning behind things, issues I have with him, stuff like that. So.
But why? If the relationship is over, why?
I mean, I don't know. I'll think about it. I'll message you.
Okay. Good luck. I love you, babe.
Yeah.
Bye.
I don't see you guys as streamer. When we're talking,
right?
I'm not reading chat. I'm not thinking about how I'm on. I'm seeing you guys as people. When I'm having a conversation with Max, with Steven, I'm not thinking about how many people are watching this. I'm thinking I need to make sure that these people.
But Max is.
Sure,
He's thinking about
but
it.
that's not my responsibility. That's not my value
But
system.
that's what I'm saying. You're giving him an out but he's the one who's literally doing it all purposely, perfectly orchestrated. He even said it in the stream yesterday. Let me take care of myself because I have to like brand myself appropriately. Like he is manipulating the audience to see his side, which is fine. That's what all streamers do.
You have to. Yeah.
Right. But I'm saying it's funny that he's.
I'll sacrifice myself. I don't give.
But why? Why is Max not important to you?
But he doesn't want. He
it's
doesn't.
Not that it's not that it's him.
No, he didn't want you to.
Yeah, he asked you to stop.
To love on Max best in that moment would be to honor his wishes about how the conversation went.
Lav is going to have an excuse. Hold on, let's see if I can make one prediction. She's going to say, I think that he actually did want me to defend him, but he didn't want to say it because it would have made him look bad.
His wishes
then maybe it
were
was
that
selfish.
he...
Oh,
maybe.
no, I should admit it. No, maybe. Maybe, but okay, she got there a little bit.
Maybe
Okay.
it's defense, and it's way more about us than other people.
And that could be fully true, but I could tell. Maybe I'm gonna do the Mr. Girl. I could tell how he was feeling.
Oh, okay, never mind.
I
Then,
believe
yeah.
you.
All right.
I believe you that he was feeling that way, but he had already, as an adult, told you, this is what I'm wanting in the conversation. If you wanted to caretake his emotions, then do it privately because he already told you publicly how he wanted to.
I am a very codependent person, and I like that about myself.
God, that word.
So,
wait, codependence, toxic goal, though. Don't you want
So,
interdependent? Don't you want interdependent?
No, I'm not codependent in that way, but like I like that. I think I really value my empathy and I really value my caretaking role. So not necessarily codependency, but I really value the nurturing aspect of my personality that wants to help people when they're in a place like that.
Sure,
Have you? That's
but then
great.
it wasn't for Max; it was for you.
Wait. That's great. Have you had have you
maybe
negotiated
both.
with Max about his consent, about whether or not he'd like that energy dynamic with you? Because that's a possibility, but you have to negotiate it, right? Because you can't mother people unconsensually. So like, have you?
I don't think I was mothering him. I don't think I was mothering him.
You just said
You were trying to stand up for him,
right. You were trying
and,
to stand up for
caretake his
protection,
emotions.
right?
Nurture.
But like, you should negotiate a formal relationship with him so you can do
Maybe.
that without breaking his consent. Because yesterday it was like pretty consent breaking, right? An accident. You didn't mean to do it.
Sure.
You know, but it kept happening because he kept asking you. So what do you think about that? Like, is that too BDSM? Am I projecting my BDSM negotiation skills onto people right now?
No, that that sounds like a conversation that we probably should have. It makes me deeply uncomfortable though.
Why?
Yeah.
If this is less... I'm sorry. Hold on. I need to think for a moment. If this is less than 48, Or would it be 148 because it's connected to this? Whenever it's less than 148, I need to load up enough to fill this up. That's what I have to do. So it's got to be... I'm bringing out the green one. Okay, hold on. That? Okay.
Because then, if he says that he's uncomfortable with it, then I have to change something that is like very integral to my being.
Totally.
Why is it adding?
Which
When
feels
interacting
like
with him,
wrong and uncomfortable to me. But I think that you're right that I should. Do
Oh, because I haven't
Yeah,
even.
but
got
I
the
feel
thing.
that.
Hold on.
That's why I hate to say it. Like, as much as I'd love to talk to everyone in the world, some people I'm not willing to sacrifice who I am to be able to have friendships with them. So I think that's fair. It's sad. It's a bummer. But so I feel you on that. And
Mr. Garletta said that Lab was helpful in that conversation. He appreciated what she said. Do you think that validates her impression? No. People like mind reading and mind people's feelings. No, doesn't ever validate any of that shit. No, especially not these people. Especially not these two. No.
Probably your energy towards Cherry was also clouding that interaction, right? You have like a lot more heat in general about the situation, even though it's like Stardust and Cherry together. There's a lot more heat that you have for Cherry than you do for Stardust. I think is fair based on like that's just human.
Hi.
Hold on 1 second. Taking off my kid gloves.
Oh my god.
What's up?
Hi. Let me see you. Let me see you. Show me your camera. Oh no. Oh no.
Hold on. I'm trying to figure out how to turn this fucking shit on. Okay. What's up?
The framing of this as like drama has me stressed out.
Good. Feel stressed because you have no problem running your mouth on 15 other channels about this quote-unquote drama. So, Dan, if you say retarded shit, I'm perma-banning you from here, and I'm gonna drive to your house because I know exactly where you fucking live. I'll be there in 15 minutes. Okay? You're not gonna have anything to sell. Okay.
I
Go ahead.
think that we can. This is dramatic and to some extent, right?
Yeah, of course it is. Yeah, you're running around talking shit. That's drama.
I'm not talking shit, Steven.
You are
Fucking
talking
relax.
shit, but go ahead.
When have I talked shit? What did I say?
Well, even if I brought up exactly what you said, your next response would be go, oh, tee. Okay, yeah, maybe I did say that. The way that you characterize me as a bluthering fucking moron, okay? And the way that you characterize like, oh, he just doesn't care about me and he's being mean and the whole reason his community hates me is because of that one time he insulted me, like, is all absolutely...
I didn't say that. I didn't say that. And if you watch the whole conversation I had with Brittany, I didn't say that.
You even said personally to me, you said that one phrase that I said to you was a big reason why you were getting...
emboldens your community, which is just true.
If it emboldens it, it's responsible for 1% of the emboldening.
Sure.
Okay, but that's not what you're... Don't say sure. That's not what you are pretending. You're pretending like it's Matt, like, oh my god, I'm getting all this hate because of Destiny. Yeah, but you're wrong.
I don't think I'm wrong, and I don't think that you can prove to me that you're right.
I know that I'm right because I've told you a million times what gets you the most hate, and I've told you, and I see it, happening over and over and over and over again. Or just for the purposes to sticky note it on the conversation. Yes. Hold on, let me say it real quick.
No. Because here's the problem. You think that I'm counting every single bit of criticism or everything about me on your subreddit as misogyny. And I've repeatedly said I don't think that that's the case. I think that 80% of it is probably pretty constructive. Even if I don't, like, a lot of these people are mostly just giving me, like, feedback on, like, how to win in debates or how to, like, talk smoother or how to be more logical, right? Which is, like, fine. Even if I don't necessarily want to do that because I don't like being in the debate sphere, right? I'm more of, like, a talker than, like, a I need to be right person. But I appreciate the criticism nonetheless because they want me to get better, right? That's fine. Even if they say it in a mean way, that's fine.
Okay, that's great that you're saying this right now, but when you're on other platforms, you're saying things like, oh, well,
week ago.
Well, his audience has, like, a lot of gripers in it.
A week ago.
Okay.
Okay. Exactly.
My audience doesn't have a lot of gripers in it. What a weird statement to say. You spend more time on alt-right griper platforms than I do. Do you understand that?
Okay, Steven. Sure, but
You're
I'm
not
not
even
interacting
gonna,
with I'm not interacting with as many males as you,
first of all. So I think in a space that is dominated mostly by males, there's going to be a little bit of misogyny that's bred more than if an all-female space.
Okay, you just totally pivoted away from the original claim.
No,
but
and
go
you
ahead.
didn't let me you didn't let me fucking finish, first of all. So even if 80% of the criticism is valid, 20% of it is so fucking loud, and they're posting pictures of me without my makeup on. They're telling me to go back to sex work, that I should just shut my fucking mouth.
Okay,
that I
hold
look
on.
better with a
So
cock
now
in my
you're
mouth.
conflating
Like,
Twitter
all this
comments
shit.
with upvoted Reddit comments, because people aren't upvoting these types of comments on my subreddit. If people are saying shit like that, that generally gets massively downvoted. Number one. So, and number two, I can't account for random tweet. Yeah. Okay, show me.
No, it's definitely happening more on Twitter, sure, but this
Okay,
is still
I can't help
GGG.
you engage
This is
with
still your fan.
You don't know that. You have no idea. This was the point that I made to you when you DM'd me, and you were like, "Look at all the hate that I'm getting on Twitter right now." Bro, you just spent like 4 hours fighting with a whole bunch of people in Chud Logic's Discord, and you're blaming all the interactions on my community?
Okay. First of all, you literally, again, I showed you, it was less than 45 minutes, and it was like, it was to 2 people.
It was 4 pages of you talking and arguing and fighting.
It was 45 minutes, and it wasn't 4 pages. It was like 30 fucking messages. You're blowing it so out of proportion, and you're trying to make me look like the crazy psycho, and I'm not going to let you because I'm not the crazy psycho.
Oh my god, the gaslighting terminology. You guys have been psych poisoned. It was a mistake introducing any psych terms whatsoever to your entire fucking generation. I'm not trying to convince you of a different reality. I'm not trying to convince you of something that didn't. What I'm telling you is that when you come to me and you say, I'm going to publicly condemn, I'm super relaxed right now. I'm going to publicly condemn your entire community because a couple of randos on Twitter that aren't representative of what's upvoted in your subreddit, and you know that stuff that isn't a lot in my chat room, and you know that stuff that doesn't even show up in my YouTube thumbs up comments, and you know that. But instead, you're going to do the thing where everybody does, where they go, 4 or 5 people on Twitter are saying really mean things to me. I think it's your community, bro. You spend so much time in Griper platforms. That's one of the things that Cherry got mad at you for making racist jokes, and you guys were on a fucking Griper talk show, and you're going to say that Gripers are in my community, and you're going to blame my community for the feedback you get on Twitter? That doesn't make any sense. And it paints me and my community in a horrible light when you do it. And then you try to bond with other people making the same claims when that's not true.
I'm not trying to bond with anyone. My conversation that I had with Max last night, I was validating how he felt because I also feel it. But I also, in the chat with Max, said that it's not necessarily your fault. And so if I'm going to come into your house, I'm opening up myself to all the criticisms of your audience, knowing that you cannot control them and that I cannot control you to control them.
Hold on, stop.
So
Let me get a clear statement on you. I just want to hear for a fact for what you're saying right now, because what you just said is totally different than you said in the past. So you're saying right now that my audience is not my fault. My audience is not my fault. You don't think that so when you message me, you're like, oh, well, when you said this, it ramped up how your audience treated me. You didn't mean that at all? Or what do you mean it's not my fault at all?
I mean, we can go through those messages because I feel like I was pretty, like, if you want to release those messages, I feel like I was pretty level-headed in the way I was like, this is how I feel right now. Like, I don't want to make this your problem. I had said that to you.
Okay. Oh my God. Hold on. When you say, no, stop. When you say an I feel statement, what is the purpose of that?
To let you know how I feel.
Yes, the purpose of an I feel statement is to communicate a feeling in a way that avoids attacking a person, right? That's the point of an I feel statement. You can't say something like, I feel like your community is full of gripers that attack. That's not an I feel statement. So we weren't just talking about your feelings. If you would have messaged me and was like, hey, I feel bad about this or that, that would be okay. That's not my problem. The issues are the claims that you're making about me and my communities. That's the thing that's upsetting to me.
I told you this today also. Like, I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing that you even have gripers in your community. I just think that it
oh my God, the pivot.
I said this to you, dude, don't fucking do that. I'm not fucking pivoting.
You are.
Earlier.
My issue
It's neutral to have gripers in your fucking
it's not neutral. Stop lying. You're lying to me.
I will read the fucking
I don't care about your messages. When you say on one platform, Destiny's community is misogynistic to me because gripers are there, you can't come and talk to me later and say, having gripers in your community is neutral. That's not the same thing.
It was a 30-minute conversation and you're making it into a fucking statement?
I'm going piece by piece through the things that you're saying.
Then let me, no, you're not going piece by piece because you haven't watched the whole fucking VOD, you haven't watched the whole conversation, so let me tell you what I meant, or if I said
how about this? How about we just watch? How about we just watch the? How about we watch that section of the video? We can just do that if you want, and we can talk about that.
30 minutes long.
Okay, we can watch the 1 or 2 minute segment where you talk about that. Or is this a Jordan Peterson? You can't understand what's the whole thing.
No, I already did. I just just listened to you talk about it. People are tagging me on Twitter, showing me it. I know what I said. I said that that everyone in your community is debate bros, that you have groypers in your community, that there's a lot of misogyny. Those things can be true, and also it can be true that I know that that you can't control it. That's also maybe not the space that I want to be in. Where we got to with me and Brittany's conversation is maybe I'm just like I'm too sensitive for the debate sphere. Like
Okay,
I like to have conversations, but there's just too much like pinning each other to viewpoints, and that's like not where I am right now. I don't have like a strong grasp on something that I could like fight for.
Okay,
and I've been
stop. You presenting yourself as a victim.
What the fuck are you talking about?
The problem isn't you not being ready for debate spheres and people trying to pin blah blah blah. The problem is you coming on and on other people and crucifying people over that you change your mind on the next day. That's why people get upset. It's not like it's like, oh man, like I don't know, like I'm just undecided and blah blah blah. That's fine if you're undecided. I'm gonna repeat this for the 5th time, and I was gonna pin this at the start of the conversation. People aren't mad at you because you're undecided. They're mad at you because you're undecided on a topic. You come into a platform, then you attack other people on it, and then the next day you change your mind on it. People are like, well, what happened to all the conviction that you had when you were shitting on people like Brittany and Madam Genevieve and other people before?
Steven, shut the up. Dude.
Oh, hold on. Don't talk to me like that. Take that back.
No.
Did you tell me to shut the? You weren't like this when we were talking in person. You said shut the fuck up to me. Take that back.
Do you want to have a conversation? You're acting like a child. Do you want?
You just said shut the fuck up to me. Take that back.
Steven, stop. What are you doing, dude? Come on.
I wonder the same thing sometimes. You're talking to me. Go ahead.
Like what? Why are you doing this?
To demonstrate how ridiculous it is when you get really mad when I call you a bitch and you call Cherry a bitch like 50 fucking times in the same conversation.
Okay, no, this is the problem. First of all, I was slightly mad that you called me a dumb bitch. It wasn't that big of a fucking deal.
You were
I was
super
upset
mad
about it. No, I wasn't super mad, but it definitely hurt my feelings, and we have a different relationship than me and Cherry do. But also, if you watch the VOD of me talking to Erudite and Brittany, I literally talk about I'm too sensitive for the space. I can definitely dish out more than I can take, and that's probably why I'm not great here. I took accountability.
You're not no, that's not. First of all, you never take accountability, even with how you describe my community. Oh, the reason why I'm is because they're debate.
Yes, I do.
My bad. I can't finish a single sentence. Go ahead, Queen. Say everything you need to say. I'm so sorry for interrupting you.
No,
I thought it was my turn to speak. Go ahead.
You're not hearing me.
I am hearing you. I'm listening
You're wanting to get dubs. You're wanting to get dubs for your audience, and you're like not looking. You're not like paying attention to the conversation. You're not paying attention to what I'm saying to you. You're trying to paint me like extremely uncharitably. I'm trying to have a conversation with you.
I am the most charitable person you will ever talk to for the rest of your life on the internet. That is the most ridiculous thing you've ever said, okay? You're never gonna find somebody that will give you the amount of charitability that I've given you, okay? Number one. Number two, I do hear what you're saying, and I do understand what you're saying, but you live in Lav world. You can't see a single thing from somebody else's perspective. That's my issue with you. I'm trying to explain to you my perspective, and you're giving me more details and scenes from Lav world. I know what it looks like in your world. I don't need you to explain it again. If you have a question about anything that you feel, I can explain every single part of it, every aspect and dimension of how you feel, but you can't explain anything from my perspective.
Steven, this is what I'm feeling. This is what I'm hearing from you. Is that you think that I'm victimizing myself when the real problem is that I have been like pretty aggressive and then flip-floppy.
Can I list to you? Can I tell you my problems?
Yeah.
Okay, here are my issues, okay? One, you present me as uncharitable and disingenuous. You do that in your implications that I'm scared to go hard on some people like Cherry because she's written a tweet longer about me. And you imply that I'm disingenuous by saying stupid shit like, well, in real life, you weren't that mean to me because we didn't argue. We didn't have anything to argue about. Of course I wasn't mean to you. Why am I just going to shout at a random person that I'm mean?
That's not what I was talking about.
Okay, hold on. I can't even list my grievances. I don't even get to... my bad. I'm sorry. I thought you were going to let me. You said I was going to, but I guess I don't let you. My bad. Go ahead.
Okay, then
Go ahead.
I'll fucking write it down.
Oh, cool. Okay, get a notepad and write it down.
We weren't talking about whether or not you were nice to me in person. We were talking about in person you conceded and you literally talked about with me that you knew that your community was full of incels and misogynists.
I didn't say there were.
That's just the name of the fucking game.
I didn't say there were.
And that was a conversation.
Go ahead. My
that
bad.
we
I'm
fucking
so
had.
sorry. I thought I would get to talk.
And now you're like rewriting history.
Okay.
That's what I brought up, and that you were like, yeah, people are always gonna do that. And even you can see in the conversations, even on stream, you were like, yeah, you become a representative of like the whole female population because it's you on stream.
Yep.
And there's so few women here. Like you said that publicly on fucking stream. So, and now you're like all of a sudden moving? Like, that doesn't make any fucking sense. You're being flip-floppy. Anyway.
Am I going to get to respond to an actual thing? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
No, I'm going to respond to that. When we spoke in real life, it wasn't like, oh my God, every negative thing you're going to get is because my audience is full of incels and misogyny, blah, 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 blah.
Steven, when did I just
my
fucking
bad.
say that,
I thought I got to talk. My mistake.
No, you're
Please,
you're having a conversation with an invisible enemy. Talk to me about the things that I've talked about. What are you talking? Dude, you're being so annoying. You're acting like a kid. You're acting like a kid, Steven.
Do I get to speak now? Or are you going to interrupt me again halfway through what I'm trying to explain? Okay. The characterization of what I said was that obviously in my community, there is a lot of misogyny that I'm trying to get rid of, obviously. And there are people in all debate spaces that are going to skew heavily towards men and probably like misogynistic content. That's what I'm saying, okay? But you can't, when you utter that, you're not trying to invoke a good faith characterization of my community that I gave in a conversation with you. You're trying to invoke it to avoid responsibility or accountability again. Oh. That's what you do consistently when you say, oh, his community is a Graper audience. They're misogynistic. And Destiny, you're priming them against me when you call me a dumb bitch. That what you're trying to do is you're trying to avoid, and when you're saying, I can't participate in these communities, they're too harsh and I'm too sensitive and blah, blah, blah. All of these are tools to avoid any accountability for things you've said. That's what all of us are. Or at least, at the very least, that's what it feels like to me. What?
Okay, Steven, I've taken accountability. I've been aggressive when I shouldn't have been. I've spoken with too much dogma when I shouldn't have. I know all these things about myself. It's like, I don't know what else you want me to say.
Don't like, blame me or say that I'm being You are! You just said that I'm not charitable! You just said that I'm priming my audience to hate you by calling you a dumb bitch! You just said...
That fucking voice.
Oh, you're literally doing it. You're doing it right now when you're doing that. You're literally doing it to me. What do you mean? I can't do the same thing? Are you the only one allowed to? Do you have the monopoly on that?
What are you talking about?
Well, just what I say when you say, why are you talking to me like this? You're literally doing it. Do you not see that you're doing exactly that?
No, I feel like I have a woman's voice, and you're like trying to.
You're not using a woman's voice. You're using the manipulator voice. When you get caught doing some dumb shit in a conversation, you're trying to again avoid responsibility. That's what you're doing right now. Don't talk to me like this.
Okay, Steven, I've taken responsibility for everything. I think that both things can be true. I think that I can be both unlikable and also that there is like a derangement syndrome against me on your fucking subreddit. I think that both things can be true, right? I think that I can be flawed and stupid and not get everything right and intentionally smug, but I also think that it can also be true that your audience is insane with me. Both things
my
can be
audience
true.
has like
I don't
definitely
think that makes them less right about me being smug, annoying, whatever.
Just curious. So here's just a random question. Just curious, because I haven't watched the full conversation yet. But in your 30-minute conversation with Max, did you at any point in that conversation say, I think one of the reasons why people don't like me is because I'm very aggressive towards other people, and then I change my opinion like pretty quickly afterwards? Is that a single thing that you ever utter? Or is there just constant conversations about, well, Destiny's really mean to me, he's really bad faith and uncharitable to me, his audience is full of gripers and incels? Which one do you think?
With Max? We talked about mostly Max with you.
But you also spoke about me and my community and the way that I treat you. Yes?
Maybe... I actually don't remember. This was last night?
I'm assuming it was last night or 2 nights ago. I kind of lose track of the days.
I don't know how much time we spent talking about it, but it was not significant.
It might not have been significant, but I watched the minute. It was you saying that, like, yeah, I think that I don't think I can go back on Destiny stream. He's too bad faith and blah blah blah. We can watch the clip if you want.
That. No, I said no. I said for me to protect myself from someone who, because to me it doesn't look like, and I know that we see it differently, but to me, I feel like you're not empathizing with my position because you want to protect your community, which is fine.
No.
But Steven,
hold on.
Please?
No.
Steven,
you don't understand how this is Bad Bunny 2.0, okay? You do not understand how fucking frustrating it is for me to treat you with so much charitability and so much good faith that I get railed by my community constantly for it, and then you come back and you say that I'm not treating you with good faith, and then you rail it. I'm getting double. I've got a triple-sided dildo coming out of all my holes right now.
I think, okay, Steven, I think that you're being uncharitable to me now.
No, I have been more than charitable towards you. Right now, what you're trying to do is the laugh thing, where you said enough things, you can kind of sit on the fence and ignore all of the implications of everything you said. Just what you said earlier. You said, I think I needed to leave to protect myself. Just what you said earlier. I need to leave to protect myself. That makes it sound like you're running from a invading army. I have to leave to protect myself.
No, not an invading army. They leave me alone if I'm not on stream.
That's the implication. How do you
not? But then I go on stream and then I read all these comments and I'm like not gonna like what they are. So I just I'm not gonna read them.
That's
I'm not-
great
this
that
is
you're
not-
saying that now, but what you're saying now sounds way different.
No,
than he's
I
got an
said this-
audience
I
full of
said this to
groypers
Max.
and misogynists and incels.
Yes, that was also the night after that conversation. That was
I'm
the
just
night
saying that
after
what
the
you're saying now
conversation
is-
where you called me a dumb bitch. It's been a week.
Right now, you have a
Of course, I'm gonna feel differently about it.
Right
And I
now, you have
talked
a.
to-
Stop
I
using that
talked to Max-
voice. Give me the lav voice, not that one.
Holy shit.
Thank you.
That
yes.
is my voice. I'm like pleading with you because I feel very desperate with you right now.
What do
Because
you-
I feel like you're not hearing me.
I hear. What do you think I'm not hearing?
Well, I feel like you're not. I'm doing the Max thing where I feel like you're not taking care of my feelings, but you shouldn't have to. But I still.
What about my?
want you-
Wait,
I
Lav.
want you
Lav.
to-
What about my feelings, Lav?
I know. I just told Max the same thing last
Okay.
night.
What do you think
nights
I'm
ago.
upset about?
I
Talk to
know.
me about it.
Well, I know that you're upset because obviously you think that I've made an unfair characterization of you.
Okay.
And I feel the same way.
No. I don't give a about you right now. I want to know what you think about my feelings. Why am I upset? Don't bring your feelings up. Bring up my feelings. Take care of me. Okay? Yes.
I think that you probably feel like betrayed. You probably feel very like on the unregulated interpersonally because a lot of drama has gone in the past couple weeks. The past week. And then obviously me, someone that you've been very charitable to, is now, painting you in the way that you don't feel like you've been because you feel like you've gotten a lot of shit from people for being too charitable to me. So now when you hear me make that description of you, you think that it's like extremely unfair, and that makes you like way more mad at me.
Do you think that my good? Okay, that was really good. I didn't think you'd be able to get that far, so I'm impressed. Okay, can you tell me? Do you think that my feelings are fair?
Yeah.
Like they map onto reality?
Yeah.
Then why are you surprised that I'm so upset right now?
I'm not surprised.
Okay, then what was the purpose of you coming into this conversation? Because you reminded me over and over again that I'm making you feel hurt or uncomfortable, but it seems like you acknowledge why I would be hurt or uncomfortable over and over and over again. What was the goal of the conversation then? To come in while I'm hurting or uncomfortable, and then you want to come in and have me like placate your feelings? What was the point?
You just made me placate yours.
Because I'm the one that's
in a friendship,
upset. Yeah.
I think that in a friendship you should be able to talk about what both of you guys are feeling, and then apply it to reality.
Okay,
I don't think I think that your reality is very accurate, and I also think that my reality is accurate because most of it is just how we feel.
Okay, tell me your reality. Go. Tell me how you're feeling right now.
I'm having a really hard time coming to grips with the fact that I've been like stupid online, and also that like having to deal with the consequences of having like a very unedited persona where just like anything goes. I'm like trying to parse out what I want from streaming or the internet in general, and it's very I think it's a lot all at once to have like so many people like hate me, which like isn't about you. That's like obviously very much about me, but it's like hard to deal with because it's like a lot all at once, because I'm grateful to you for getting for spending this time with me on stream, because it's great for business, right? But I also I like didn't know like what I was really getting into, and then when it turned out it was bad, it's like upsetting. Like it's upsetting for so many people to like pick me apart constantly. And I think that you're used to that because you've had this platform for so long. But I'm still sort of just like, this is like my first little dip, my first toe dip in it. And so I wish that you'd I'm not gonna be another girl that cries on your stream. Holy shit, hold on, let me have a second. So I think when I talked to you about calling me a dumb bitch, it really hurt, because I felt like not only was your community painting me this way, but you, who knows me personally, is saying these things to me and like affirming that it's true, that I am just like a stupid dumb bitch who knows nothing, which like hurts more when you say it because you know me better than your community. And then because your community knows that you know me better, they're like, okay, it's like open season, basically. Like we're right, because Steven is like, is telling us that it is okay to do this. And then you did that again when you talked about Brittany
versus me, and that Brittany didn't deserve all the criticism and I deserve more of it because I'm crazy. And I was just like, fuck. Like, and I think that that is a fine characterization for you to make, right? Because that's your reality. That hurts me a lot. So then I had to be like, okay, well, I don't want to change Steven's mind because I think what he's feeling is valid, but I might just have to like take myself out of the equation because I can't handle this. Whereas Max was like, well, I can change his mind, I can change him. I was just like, I think it's just healthier for me if I'm just not, if I don't involve myself in this. Or just like cool it down. Like obviously the way that I've been going about the internet is not good. So I should probably change a couple things. And then you've been mad at me this past week, and I've just been like, I've been trying to not give you too much shit because I know that Max is giving you a lot, and I know that like, you know, your audience is giving you a lot, and I know that obviously the whole Nick stuff or whatever, I don't know. So I've been trying to like give you space, but then
But you've been talking about me on like every shit talking me on every platform you've been going on.
I didn't shit talk you, Steven.
You wouldn't say the conversations you had with Max, you don't think was shitting me a little bit? Or the conversation you had with Brittany and Eric, you wouldn't say that's shitting me a little bit? Do you want to watch those clips together? We can go over if we think that is or not?
This is what I'll say. Okay, I'll concede. I guess I was shit talking you, but I think in a way that was productive that humanized you, so it doesn't seem as bad to me.
I don't know what that sentence
I wasn't
meant.
painting you as evil. I wasn't painting
You're
you
painting
as,
me as uncharitable and dishonest, which are like the
Sure,
worst things.
and that's-
I would
and
rather
that's-
somebody say I have a small dick, okay? My honesty, my charitability are like the two things that I've extended the most to you and to other
I know.
people in general. So
I know, and maybe that's why I got so happy with how much you were doing that suddenly you stopped, and I was like, wait, where'd it go? Which is understandable, right?
no.
If you condition me to have kid gloves on, and then all of a sudden you take the kid gloves off, I'm like, wait, this doesn't feel good. I think that's normal. That's a normal feeling for me to have.
Okay, but that's not that's your characterization to me right now, okay? And I've noticed this more and more, that it feels like when you're having a conversation with somebody, whatever characterizations you've given about them in the past, you know the implication. But when you confront that person directly, like everything you said in the past has given you like the perfect leeway to sit on either side of the fence. And when you talk to the person in real life, you go to the good side of the fence. But then when you're in another community later, you'll hop to the other side of the fence.
I understand this, and this is why I don't think that I do well in the debate sphere.
No. That's not a debate sphere. That's a personal relationship thing.
I understand that, Steven, but listen to me. I am just that person in general. It's not to be manipulative, it's not for optics, which is why I got so angry with Cherry, because Cherry was saying that I do this for like manipulation or optics. I do this because this is just my brain. I'm constantly in this this area of like gray. Like I'm not going
you're
to,
not in no. Hold on. You're not in an area of gray where it's undecided. You're in an area of gray that allows you to play whoever's in front of you. Yes.
No, that's intent. You're deriving intent on me. You just had a conversation about our last fight was you saying that I couldn't assign intent to Cherry, but you're trying to do it to me.
If I could pull somebody if I could pull you in a conversation that you're having with somebody, and I could ask you, when you say these things about his audience, do you know what you're implying? You would absolutely know. You would know 100%. But now when you're in front of me and you say, well, that was just like a small part of it. I didn't mean to imply like your full audience full of gripers. That's not really that relevant. Like, then you're on the other side of the fence. It's not because you're gray and nuanced. It's because whenever you're in front of somebody, you say the particular thing that you know either they want to hear or bolsters your connection with them the most.
It is fine that you have that characterization of me. That is not my truth. Like, I don't
care what is your truth, honey. That's not relevant. What is relevant is the implication you give to everybody listening.
No,
that's great that you have a truth, but when you say things in front of somebody like he has a groiper, misogynistic, incel audience, and then you come to me and go, well, my truth is that I just had like a conversation about this particular thing.
I still think that you do. I haven't conceded.
Okay, but your evidence for that is you getting harassed on Twitter by groipers, and you interact with groipers more than I do. You're on those panels more than I am.
Steven, in your Discord today, people were posting pictures of me without makeup, saying how ugly I looked without makeup.
Where?
Today, in your Discord. Today.
You should report. I'm pretty sure we ban people for something. This is really RTBA.
Yes,
Can you look this up?
A moderator reached out to me. Still, it's still happening, and I know that you can't control all of that. I know that you can't, and I don't.
They're already banned. Okay, these types of you do blame it on me. You say that it comes from me and my community.
Steven, I'm not. It's not. You are not your community.
Didn't you literally?
separate
Didn't we just say earlier that communities come from individuals? Did we have this part of the conversation here? Where you say that
I think that you can sway and lead your community into a direction, but there will still be outliers. Even if you were like, I love Lav, she's always right. There would still be people who are like, I want to kill and rape her, whatever.
Why use those
that.
as representatives of the community then? Like in your messages to me, you say, look at your subreddit, look at your YouTube comments. Like, what are you implying there?
Well, also I was very emotional.
I want to kill myself. Okay.
Don't say that. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for being hyperbolic.
You're victimizing yourself again. Stop.
I'm not victimizing myself. I'm saying, I'm not victimizing myself. I'm being accountable. I'm saying that I was emotional and I was.
That's the opposite of accountability. What? Saying you're emotional implies that you lacked agency at the time to make the correct decision. It's the opposite of accountability, saying I'm emotional.
That's what emotions do to you. What are you talking about? Emotions make you act like very selfishly. What do you mean, Steven? How else do you want me to say that? Do you want me to say, yes, I purposely messaged you about all these things to victimize myself? No, I would
give you the same answer that Erudite gave you. You would say, I fucked up and I was wrong. That's what accountability looks like. Saying, I was emotional at the time. It's the opposite of accountability. It's externalizing the blame onto something that's out of your control.
My way. Okay, I'm sorry. I don't have the right.
Don't apologize to me. It's not words to communicate. It's an idea.
Okay,
when you try to blame.
Okay, I meant the same thing.
No, you didn't mean that. I know what you meant. You said what you meant.
No, I need to update my vocabulary. I'm sorry, I fucked up. I'm wrong. I have no problem saying that. That meant the same thing to me as saying that I was emotional. I'm sorry.
Okay, so when you say things like, why are you pretending your audience is not filled with misogynist and vitriolic el toxicos, what is the implication there? That it's just a few people on Twitter? The implication is huge. That you're saying that...
It's not a few people. It is...
And then when you say later you're steadfast in that you handled everything great and correctly, that implies that there is some level of blame that I have there.
No, with you, I handled everything with you correctly. Like I wasn't like waging war or like whatever. I said I'm trying to be.
No, you're implying that I didn't handle things correctly. You said that I'm not handling things correctly.
I know because I was frazzled. I thought that maybe there was something that you could do. You see Max doing the same thing. Obviously, this feeling is not just my feeling.
No. Hold on. My feelings with Max it's a totally separate thing, not at all related to this. And it has to do with Max specifically calling out my subreddit for war and then all of the cringy shit that's going on with that right now. Aside from that, me and Max are, aside from that thing, we're chill. But that's a totally separate thing than what's happening with your...
We are also chill besides this. Unless we're not.
No, what I'm saying is that Max's situation has specifically to do with like a subreddit war thing that's going on right now. Your problem with me is wider.
No, I talked to Max about it 2 days ago. He thinks the same thing that you're. I think this is where I am with it.
Mm-hmm.
Because I think I've moved in the week since it has happened. I think I wanted you to protect me from your audience in a way that wasn't fair. I was like asking for special treatment. And I was upset when you didn't give it to me. And now I'm sort of just like dealing with the bed that I shit in. I was wrong. I don't think that your audience is filled with groypers and misogynists. I think that they're certainly there. And I think that you could probably do things to quell some of that if you were extremely cautious.
Okay,
but
I understand what you're saying. All of this to me, and I understand you have things you're saying. It all feels like placating to me. Because when you were talking to Max, like Max was making it sound like I was so beyond fucking damaged or whatever, and you were like, we shouldn't even try to change him. Like that's just the way that he is, and I can't interact with that anymore.
So no. So I still feel that same way. So I think in the way where like I can love you from like here, but knowing that if I interact with you in that way, like I'm gonna get my feelings hurt because I can't control you. Whereas like
interact with me in what way?
Like if I go on your stream, I can't trust you or expect you to like treat me with kid gloves anymore, or
even though I have in every single circumstance except when you're literally shouting at me in the middle of a conversation.
Yes. Whereas Max wants to like control the way that you control his narrative. I'm sort of just like, I think, and I said this, I said, I still love Steven, but I think that, and I think that you can still love Steven, but I think you'd be happier if you weren't trying to control him. I think what I was saying was like perfectly apt, and I don't think that it was rude at all towards you. I said that I think that you struggled. I said that you struggled interpersonally because I do think that that's true.
You're really good at this, okay? But I'm far older than you, okay? I see through your devious tricks, okay?
Steven.
Stop. This implication that you were talking about me like a butterfly that you can't catch and you have to let flap its wings in the wind,
Steven,
blah, blah, blah.
I said that you struggled interpersonally. I said that you had a detached.
You said that you didn't feel like you wanted to teach me how to treat you properly. The implication of that is so much more negative and vitriolic than you're giving it credit for. When now you describe the conversation, you're like, well, I was just telling him that we kind of have to let you flap your wings the way that you do, like the beautiful butterfly you are. That's not, the implication was that I'm this monster that can't even be trained to treat a woman properly on stream.
Okay. Whoa, that's not what I meant. That's not what I meant at all.
That's what you implied, and that probably is what you meant.
Okay, I'm sorry that I fucked up in that way. I did not mean to do that. What you have to understand also, this is where I'm coming at it. So me and Max have very similar attachment styles. I think it's because we both have fucked up moms that fucked us up. And so when I'm talking to Max and leveling with him, I have to speak his language. So when I'm saying we need someone to take care of us, we need whatever, I'm speaking to him in like codependency narcissistic language, because this is how I feel it, this is how he feels it, right? So when I'm talking about you, even though it might not be actually the case, the reality that you're not taking care of us, that's what it feels like to me and Max.
First of all, don't group yourself with Max. Hold on, the issues that we're having are completely and totally different.
They're very similar.
They're absolutely, completely disconnected.
I think maybe you see it that way, but I don't think that me and Max see it that way.
I don't. You're both wrong, and I wouldn't trust either of your takes on interpersonal relationships and psychology. So I don't care what you guys think. Okay.
That's fine. You don't have to.
Okay. Cool.
I'm telling you how I feel.
No, you're not telling me how you feel. You're giving me descriptions of reality that I disagree with.
No, I'm saying it's not the reality.
When you say me and Max both feel the same way and we have the same problem with you, that's not a statement about how you feel. That's a descriptive
our reality,
statement.
Which could be warped. Our reality could be warped. I'm just telling you how. I'm telling you the language I was speaking when I was talking about.
I'm speaking your language. Now you speaking my language.
I'll own that. But I also don't think that I've painted you in any sort of like malignant way.
When you say that you can't teach me how to treat you properly,
you're like a tumor.
You don't think that paints me in a certain way? When you say that my community is full of misogynists and incels and groypers, you don't think that paints me in a certain way?
Well, when I was talking to Max about how I think that Max sees the Cherry situation in the same way that I do, and it could be not based on reality. Like I said, we're both sick individuals. But I think this is why me and him have grouped up, is because we both saw the reason why I spoke up for Max so vehemently. Obviously, I already trying to get a dunk on Cherry. She sucks. But then when I saw that you weren't telling Cherry how stupid she was, I felt like I needed to protect Max. I felt like I needed to
That's great, and that's a very normal, childlike response to seeing somebody in danger, okay?
Yeah,
But the adult me saw that the entire internet was against Cherry and Stardust. Even in their own Twitter mentions, they were getting roasted for it. My subreddit was roasting them. My chat, everything was roasting them. So I'm not going to sit there and scream, I'm here to save you, Max, when he doesn't need to save it. He's perfectly 100% fine.
Yeah, I totally, I get that. And I think that maybe some of that is true, right? But also, we have to meet people where they are, right? So like if Max wanted you to do that, you can either choose to not do that or to do it. And
Max didn't communicate to me anything related to that. I'm not going to try to mind read him there. And if he did try to message me and say something, can you please pet that cat next to you?
Yeah.
If he did try to message me and say something, then I probably would have had the frank conversation with him about like, oh, well, I think it would be good or bad for me to intersect or to engage with this topic in this matter because of these reasons.
I think that that's completely fair. I think that's completely fair.
But you're like holding me accountable for being like a bad friend. Yes.
No.
Yes.
No, that's not what I tried to do. That's not what I tried to do.
I don't care what you tried. You must understand that when you say things like Steven failed to help Max when he needed a friend the most, that the implication is that I'm a shitty friend, and by extension of that, a shitty human?
I can tell that,
I understand the implication. I really wasn't trying to do that though. I was really trying to come to a place where I see Max has like a very anxious attachment to you. So that was me telling like him to like let go. Because I can see that it's like hurting him because he holds your friendship in
because I'm a
like,
horrible
really high.
person. Because I don't know how to treat people with respect.
No,
Yes.
it's not because of you. It's not because of you. It's because of Max.
That was
No,
that to be
it's not
okay.
because of you,
That's
it's
great what you're
because of
saying now,
Max.
but in that conversation, the implication was that I don't want to train Steven how to treat me properly, and I think that you need to stop being friends with him too. What is the implication? That I'm a horrible
telling
monster
you-
that doesn't know how to treat people. I don't need you to tell me how you're going to phrase it in the. I can tell you what you're going to say now. I already know.
Steven,
but I'm just telling you the implication of what you're saying leans a certain way, and every motherfucker looking at the conversation go, oh yeah, obviously she's implying that he's a horrible fucking person, and Max needs to cut himself off as quickly as possible because he's never going to find happiness in the presence of such a griper incel creating monster.
Okay, I think you also forget, and I know that this is normal for you because you've been streaming for a while and you understand that like there's a whole chat watching. But for me still, it does not, like it feels like I'm just having a conversation with one person. I'm never looking at chat, I'm not. So to me, when I'm leveling with Max, pay attention to me.
I'm listening. For me, when I'm leveling with Max,
When I'm leveling with Max and I'm speaking with his language, I'm not thinking about optically what I look like. I'm thinking about connecting with Max.
no one here is talking about optics.
Yes, okay. You are, because you're talking about implications.
I'm talking about an implication that you'd be selling in a one-on-one scenario, even if it wasn't a million people or whatever watching. If you were talking to Max personally, you're like, you know, I don't really want to be friends with Steven because like I don't think he knows how to treat people properly. I'm not going to train anybody how to treat people properly. I think you shouldn't be friends with him either. What is the implication? It doesn't matter if there's a million people listening or only Max listening.
Yeah, I never said that you guys should not be friends.
You're saying
I said
that he should
needs
cut
to let
himself.
go.
What does that mean?
I don't think that you get it because you have a very detached attachment style. I don't think that you understand what anxious attachment is or what it feels like. And that's fine.
No. In this conversation right now, you're
Steven,
implying.
are you seriously
oh my
going
God,
to
I'm
tell
so sorry.
me?
I couldn't. My bad for trying to speak. Go ahead.
Steven, shut the fuck up. Are you seriously going to tell me that you don't struggle interpersonally?
No,
Really?
I don't struggle interpersonally. No, I don't.
That's a fucking joke.
It's not a joke. I don't.
You have feuded and fought with everyone in all fucking four corners of the fucking internet, Steven.
Yeah,
Come
and I
on.
can tell you
Get a
exactly
grip.
why I fight with anybody that I do. It's not a mystery to me.
Yeah, there's always a reason. There's always a reason.
Yeah,
It's
sure.
always someone else. It's
I'm
always
an
someone else.
aggressive.
It's never you.
No,
It's never you.
Hold on, that's not true. I have a super aggressive personality. There's a lot of reasons why people like me, but I know that. I'm not confused. I'm never on stream trying to figure like I don't know
but I
why they're
can't bring
treating
it
me
up?
that way. What?
But I can't bring up those reasons.
You could. Oh, are you bringing up those reasons? Because 5 seconds
said
ago you
you
were trying to say that it
struggle
wasn't about me, that it was
interpersonally.
about Max. But now that I'm willing to admit, of course, yeah, I am an asshole. Now you do want to make it about me, or which one is it? I can't tell. If
No,
you're changing positions in real time. You got the Thanos ring. Reality is whatever I want it to be. Tell me.
Steven, shut up. You're acting fucking catatonic.
Okay.
Stop.
Also, hold on, just as a
Follow
heads
me
up.
in this conversation.
Okay, I'm following you, but I have to leave in like 3 minutes because I've got to eat with Dan. Okay, so go ahead.
Oh my fucking god.
I'm just saying that in your conversation with Max, the implication was that I was like an evil, horrible person. I think most people would read into it as being like, oh, okay, yeah, he sounds like that guy. Whoever she's talking about, that dude sounds pretty fucked up, pretty selfish, pretty mean, pretty rude.
When you and Melina have a fight, when Melina goes to her friends, how do you think they talk about you? Even though they know that, and they probably, or if you had a mutual friend, am I supposed to be like completely like emotionally uninvested, or am I gonna be like, yeah, that actually makes sense? Like if I felt the way that you felt, I probably wouldn't be friends with that person.
That's on you to figure out how you decide to bring those problems up. I agree with you that a lot of people do act like children, and when they present problems with their significant other, they make them sound wholly fucking evil. You can ask people that I personally confide in with relationship issues. I don't know if I've ever talked with you about Melina, but I know for other people, you can go around and ask people. When Steven has fights with Melina, how does he talk about it? You can probably ask Dan, you might be able to ask Pisco, Erudite, and my conversation is always like, it's gonna be like, yeah, when he's got problems with Melina, he says it, but he always says why she feels upset too. I never give this impression like, oh, Melina, that's a dumb bitch. She's a crazy fucking monster. She's a stupid fucking kid. Usually I'll say like, oh, yeah, Melina's really upset about this, and I think it's kind of silly, but I'm a really hard person to get along with, and she's probably triggered because I lied about this in the past or
But that's
whatever.
you. Sure, but that's you.
Sure. Well, I'm
That's not
saying,
the
but
way that
hold on,
Max-
because
that's
you
not
asked.
the way that Max was talking about.
That's
Max was talking to me about how he felt.
That's fine, but I'm just saying,
Not
you
how you
asked
felt.
me, how do you talk about people when you're having a fight with Melina? And I told you how I talk. Because I know that if I don't, and I know that if I don't say that, if I only give the problems that I have with Melina, and I don't say why she might feel that way, the impression people are going to is, oh, Melina's a crazy fucking bitch. That's what they're going to think. That's exactly why I don't give things in that manner. So that's fine if you're telling me that you don't, and that's even normal. What you're saying is people don't often give like the other sides of things. That's fine, but then you can't also say, I don't know why people would come away thinking in that conversation that I thought you were a super fucking crazy person. Because now you're telling me the reasons why you're giving that impression, while earlier telling me you didn't think you were giving that impression. It can't be everything at the same time. It's like everything everywhere all at once in terms of like what you're trying to say and what you're trying to imply and what you feel at any given point in time and who you're talking to.
We're having this conversation in hindsight, so I think I am able to actually do that. Because now you're here with me instead of just talking to Max. So I think that it's normal that I would have more information now and I would integrate it.
Okay.
I don't know why you're acting
I don't
like
think
that's
that whatever you
not
just said has
true.
nothing to do with any conversations that have happened in the past. You're not retroactively changing the event. You're not Bran Stark, okay, going into the past and trying to change things, okay, and Hodor yourself into
Super altitude
Well, this is
key.
actually what I meant
No,
at the
but
time. Now that I can go back
but I'm trying to make sense of a mosaic of interpersonal complexity.
Nothing is very complex here. There's not very many complex interactions happening. All of this has been pretty simple so far.
It is complex because I think that I see it differently than Max sees it. Max sees it differently than you see it, and we all see it slightly differently because we're all functioning off different reasons why we feel like one has hurt the other. I think that's normal, and so to make everyone feel validated, I think that we should recognize all of it. I think that I've done a fine job recognizing why you're hurt, and you still are like. You're still making me like this, you're like painting me as this like villain that's like manipulative and
because you kind of are acting like a villain, yes. But I'm going to give you the final word because I have to leave and go talk to Dan, okay? Because
okay, I think it's really unfair that yeah, I think that's an unfair characterization, but I don't know what else to say because I want to have a productive conversation and it doesn't feel very productive.
it doesn't feel productive because I'm not just acquiescing to everything you're saying, like going, like, yeah, true, I agree. It feels unproductive because I'm giving you pushback. You probably don't get it very much. That would be my guess.
No, I get it enough. It just sucks when I'm trying to be vulnerable to you and you're painting everything that I'm doing maybe messily as like intentional.
No, hold on.
It's like
you're
it
not being
bothers
vulnerable to me, okay? That's not
I'm
true.
trying to be.
No,
I'm
you're not
trying
trying to be. You're giving me excuses, rationalizations, and justifications for everything you've done so far.
I have when?
When you said I was emotional and that's why I made all of those statements about your community.
Yeah, I said I fucked up.
No, now you said it,
up.
but that's not what you said before. Before you externalized it, I was being emotional. And you even said it's normal to be emotional.
Steven, when someone says, yeah, I was being emotional, to me, that sounds like, okay, they get it. They get it. Do you just want me to say fuck? Do you want me in front of you and everyone to be like, yeah, I'm stupid, I fucked up? Like,
you don't have to say you're stupid.
Thing. It does the same thing, though, for me to be like, yeah, I was emotional.
Okay, I'm just communicating to you people skills. It doesn't say the same thing. If somebody fucks up, like if a woman fucks up and says, oh, I was on my period.
Okay.
That's not the same thing as saying, like, oh,
maybe my people skills fucking suck then. But for you to be painting me, dude, and even the way that you're talking to me now, I don't know how to ask for what I want from you.
Okay. You can talk any other time you want, off stream or on stream, whatever you want to do. I need to go eat or Dan's going to kill me, okay? I appreciate the conversation. I understand it's a challenging conversation. Thanks for having it with me, though, okay? Be careful.
Right.
Real quick, before I leave, I just want to throw up a quick, I need a 900 to make me feel good after tonight, okay? Here we go. That's what I wanted. I just wanted a perfect 900. That's it. Okay. That's the first time I've ever heard him tell a bold-faced lie.
Don't you ever talk about my daughter that way. Don't you
your daughter,
ever,
you
ever,
parasocial
ever,
operator.
ever
Mom,
talk about...
Max.
I began my investigation
Lav, burn her up. It was
November
8th, I think, after
Let
I
me
talked
check.
to Lab. That's the day I streamed
Yes,
with Lab was the day I
Lab.
began the investigation. You're so fucking brainwashed that
You talking about me?
Yeah, you.
Yes.
You've lost
You-
your mind. You've lost your mind.
You are brainwashed.
You don't even know what I think. I don't know why you're saying that I'm brainwashed. You don't even know what I think.
You are brainwashed.
You asked me a
we
question
know you're
about
brainwashed.
Lab.
You're a
Okay.
lost cause,
You're
my
brainwashed.
friend.
Because I asked you a question
Yep.
about Lab.
Yeah. You're brainwashed. See ya, nerd.
This is why I quit.
See you later, nerd. See ya, nerd.
Yes, this is Mr. Queeb.
See
This is why
ya.
you quit. You also quit because you're brainwashed.
Do you not see how there are any?
I don't want to say it.
Got him.
You know, I don't even want to talk about Lab.
Do you not see how? Do you not?
You know what you should do is you should live commentate the Mr. Girl Inquisition this evening. It's time for the live commentary.
I was an orbiter, meaning I was a smaller streamer, subsisting off of mostly his audience and doing a lot of streams with him and other orbiters. Eventually, I came to feel that the system was abusive and unfair to the orbiters. I left as a result. I then was told some things and realized some things and learned things about Destiny. Steven is his real name. That made me think that he is even more abusive than I thought.
Yes.
And I started researching for an article that I'm writing about him. And a lot of people in his community and he himself are very upset that I am doing this.
To be clear, I'm
And
not
I guess
upset that
now
he's.
you guys want to ask
I'm not
me
upset that he's
questions about
researching.
that-
I'm just
the
upset in the way
process
that
of
he's
me,
doing it. But
doing that, right?
Yep. First of all, you just.
That's not all that we want to ask you about, but.
There's some other stuff.
oh, he's got
Okay,
his
and there's some other stuff. Okay.
subs in there and everything. Oh man.
Okay. Our introductions out of the way, because I'm ready to jump in.
I think so.
Okay. First of all, just off the bat, you described it as research for an article. Research for an article.
Yeah.
But many people have been referring to it as an investigation, and I believe you yourself referred to it as an investigation.
Yeah.
Would you say that's fair?
It's an investigative journalistic piece. So I think investigation is a good word, yeah.
Okay. A lot of my questions are going to be hammering out exactly what it is and what your ethical boundaries are and what your efficacy is. And I think you've been irresponsible with how you've
Been hitting the Benjamin.
described
I'm
your
so sorry,
actions
guys.
here.
I can't.
Like,
I just.
I think that you've in saying, oh well, you could do the same to me, when people aren't clear exactly what you're
why do we
doing.
keep
I think you're
loading
emboldening
Girders.
malicious behavior and encouraging, and people are seeing what you're doing as potentially malicious because they don't even understand exactly what you're doing. I want you to have an opportunity to either prove them right that you are being malicious or make a distinction and make some clear lines in the sand and define exactly what you're doing. So I have a lot of questions regarding that.
Okay.
Okay. So do you agree or disagree with the following statement? And I don't have a lot of questions like this. Anyone can
Quest
be made
statement.
to look like a monster with enough access to personal information and digging.
Agreed.
Okay, good. Can you differentiate between what you're doing and stalking?
I think stalking is when you obsessively want access to someone and despite being told no, repeatedly try to gain that access.
And how are you not doing that?
I had access to Steven and I stopped working with. I'm doing the opposite of that. I have left working with him but I mean between the two of us we've done enough things that our personal relationship is destroyed. So I have relinquished all access to Steven.
Okay. But you're accessing people in his life. Or
Yeah,
that have been in
not
his
as
life.
not as a means to gain access to him though, or to talk to him. It's to write about him.
Okay, and that you would say is different than stalking.
I would say that's different from stalking. I think stalking is usually. Yeah.
Can I interject?
Uh-oh.
Sure.
I think the heart of the question is essentially that you're not that you're following Destiny around, but that you are asking all of these people about him because you have an obsession with him and his behavior, and that's what people are talking about when they say that you're stalking him.
Oh, I see.
What?
I have an obsession with him.
You're certainly fixated on the subject.
I guess. I mean, I think that that's part of like writing an article about something, is you're fixated on it. I guess I reject the characterization of fixation and obsession. Like it's a project I'm doing. I'll do the project to the best of my ability, and then I'll do something else.
All right,
You're
be right back. I'm gonna go
it's
pee.
possible to be fixated without it being stalking.
The stalking claim is so dumb.
Like,
That's such a
I
dumb.
watched a ton of his stuff. I tried to interview anybody who talked to me. With Dr. K,
There's
nobody
gonna be
would respond to me.
meme shit.
I tried to interview people around him with knowledge of
Meme shit
what he did,
detected.
so I could write about the ethics of his behavior, or make a video about it. I did that and then moved on. I don't feel while this is more personal, as I'm counting myself among the victims, I don't agree with the characterization of me as fixated or obsessed.
Okay. This isn't the only question along these lines. I'm asking many questions about the ethics of what you're doing. So it's going to get very hammered out. And so I'm not trying to pin you as a stalker. I'm giving you opportunity to differentiate and try to explain where you are and how people see you, and try to.
I'll form my own opinions of what you're doing. Thank you very much.
Okay. That's fair.
Okay.
I just don't.
That guy just got
Can you
banished
differentiate between
to
what-
Blinkerton
Wait,
City.
can I just hammer in on that just a little bit more, because I don't want this to come across as, softball questions from Mr. Girl Dick Riders. One of the differences between the Dr. K situation and the Destiny situation is that, and a lot of people would actually say that maybe you were harassing or you were obsessed with Dr. K, but one of the differences is that with Dr. K, you were kind of talking about just his personal work and what he was showing on stream, whereas with Destiny, you're going behind the scenes and contacting people, not only about his personal relationships, but his sexual relationships. And that adds another layer of intensity that makes it feel, to some people, like you're a stalker.
Where is my Twitter unbanned, guys? Where is it?
Do you acknowledge how that could be problematic for some people, and how they could think of you as a stalker because of that?
No, I don't.
True.
I don't acknowledge that.
Boom.
I think that if the
shut down,
if the investigation is about how he treats people interpersonally,
then we got to know who he fucks.
Then of course I'm going to ask people questions about how he treats them interpersonally.
Yes.
Can you differentiate between what you're doing and making a hit piece like the one Sick made about Leah?
Well, that one wasn't true like mine is.
Because that's a scary thing, and there's
A hit
definitely
piece?
similarities, and that's scary to people.
The similarities being that I am gathering information and then I'm going to present it as a criticism of this person.
Yes.
Leia is loud, by the way. Name change.
I think one would be maliciousness. Steven himself just said on stream an hour ago that he doesn't think I'm being malicious.
Oh, he's watching me too.
Or vindictive. That he thinks that I believe that I'm on a holy crusade. I haven't watched the hit piece on Lav, but I suspect that it does not come across as a act of good that Sick believed he was doing. A certain level of professionalism and decorum. Like I'm not
like reaching out and saying, by the way, I'm an abuse
Steven
victim.
has said also that I know secrets about him that I have not divulged and will not divulge because I'm not trying to smear him or make him look bad. I'm not trying to throw everything. It's not really about him. It's about how his behavior has affected the people around him. It's not really about trying to like pick him apart and expose him or something. It's about.
Did you make?
Oh,
go ahead.
I would say that the focus is about
who is Bellini,
trying to lay out whether this is an abusive system that he has created.
That's
and
what I
that
wanna
he is
know.
running, and how he has treated people within that system. And
Did
so
you make an
there's
alt account? Oh, sorry.
there's going to be some overlap for sure on characterizations, the ways you could characterize those two things. I suspect that what I end up writing may well make Stephen look bad, but that's not the point. I don't hate him. I'm not trying to hurt him.
Okay.
I'm trying to do the right thing.
Can you understand how first thing I said was I think that you're emboldening people to act maliciously when you're not making that distinction, though? Because if you don't make that distinction very clear, then people's takeaway is that it's an inappropriate behavior to just start investigating someone, digging up dirt. I think you really need to nail down. I think it would be irresponsible for you to not nail down exactly.
I think he said this multiple times.
No, I think it's
and
I don't
limitations.
agree. I think it's totally fine to investigate anybody that you think is behaving improperly.
Yeah,
I don't think
being
there's anything
sexually
wrong with that.
abusive.
Especially if everybody involved is a
game?
public figure,
Bring up
and
the sex
especially if
part.
you're doing it
Yeah,
privately. Like I'm not
Well, That's not necessarily a full answer to my question, or a full response to what I was actually saying.
that I'm emboldening people to dig up dirt on each other.
No, yes, because what you just said was you think if someone's acting irresponsibly or something, then you should be able to investigate. If you think someone's doing something bad, you should be able to investigate that.
Yeah.
Which I think you can. Here's a good place where you could distinguish. You think someone is a bad person, and then you dig up anything on them, just anything. So you have an actual.
He's just gonna say that he's gonna say that he found something, and of course that's why he's researching.
You need to define
This is a dumb
those
question.
boundaries of your objective, and and how you can justify.
I think the ethical question would be in how I present the information, not how not who I ask about it.
Oof, that's not really.
All the people I've
Well,
reached
there's
out
an
to are.
unethical way that you could get the info.
Well, sure, but I don't think. I mean, I guess
what
people
I'm really
are
curious
saying.
about is like what
Oh,
exactly?
is it time for a new
if you have
topic?
specific
Time for a new
lines.
question. Okay.
No, same question. Do you what exactly are the limits that you've put for yourself?
What
in
were you
this
talking about? An
investigation?
alt account?
Yeah. Did you
No.
create an alt account or use an old account
Wait, hold
to-
on.
All right, I
Oh,
will.
let him-
I will.
it's
I will.
already a
I
shit
will
show.
leave.
Oh, no.
If you do things like bring up, do you have an alt account? Oh, never mind. That's not my question right now. I will leave. I swear
I
to
just
fucking
asked-
God.
Wait.
I will self-destruct.
Wait, no. I need to
and-
moderate.
I think Benny's trying to moderate. If we could let Bonnie moderate.
Sure.
Will was trying to ask a question about the alt account, but you
Yeah.
weren't finished saying what you were saying.
I know
You
that.
can't
but
now make
now-
him talk about something. He wants to talk about something else. If he wants to,
We need to
answer
know that
after-
when once you say the words alt account, that's next for me.
Yeah,
I will
it's
not.
fine.
I will
Yeah,
not
it's
talk
fine.
about anything else.
That's fair.
I want to it's fine. It's not a big deal. So I was just
know,
curious.
ask-
Like
I've listened to you. I've gotten to know you for a while, and I think you're a pedophile.
I think that the best positions that you can find, they usually resolve or result from tension from both sides. Can't really look to the right for good answers because on that side, they seem to reject the science related to trans people. That there is like this, I wish I could remember it, some base part of the brain or the brainstem, like you can measure these parts, and in trans women, so men who identify as women, they will have, I believe that external validation is really important. Like I need to be able to.
I talked to my girlfriend out of taking testosterone when we first met.
Okay.
What
if you
does
were to
this
wake
say?
up
It was
tomorrow as a woman with boobs and
posted
vagina, you had a woman's body, or whatever, would you be like okay with
one
that?
year
or-
ago,
I'd be okay with
but
it. I'm a freak. If I had to be gay, I could be gay.
it's December
I would
2021.
go down on Keanu Reeves. I didn't know
Like,
that
we're
about myself. But the more I've thought about it, and the more it's like, I get it.
We're coming up
Okay.
on fucking
That's
3
the
years.
first time I've ever heard him tell a bold-faced lie.
Don't you ever talk about my.
He was like begging. When I have publicly said that I divert.
Okay, October 24th, 2022. Lav. First Lav mention. Okay. A 24-year-old streamer Destiny had a sexual relationship with told Destiny on stream that he hadn't done a good job of protecting Anna from harassment. Destiny immediately threatened to cut ties with her if she kept talking. I was part of the
It
stream
seems
as
really
well.
low effort for how long we waited to see it. Do I really have... I don't know how many viewers are in it right now. I don't know if they gas their numbers or not. Or if it's drama shit. I can never tell. I don't know anymore. Yeah. I will talk about it later. Give me like an hour, and then we'll see when we got people here.
And I agreed with Lav that he was not simply Anna's victim. I still knew very little about the relationship. Shouting, Destiny.
Hey,
Destiny
I'm not
said
set up
Anna's
for that. Sorry,
locked in a basement, beaten and starved.
sorry, Power Bottom.
He went to the bathroom, leaving Lav and me alone to talk in front of the audience. I said if she wanted to push back against his claim that she was defending his abuser.
Glad you're here, though. Great to see you.
Didn't really lock him in the basement. The chat was ignited. Why talk about it, retard? Don't say that. Destiny, are you okay? Manipulators latching onto the thing that can hurt Destiny. Victim blaming. Mr. Girl and Lav are a narcissist. Destiny fans started multiple posts about him in my subreddit. The topic of Anna is banned from his, about how I was weaponizing his abuse without understanding the situation. They commented, why are we opening this can of worms? It feels like other people's trauma is being hijacked so people can win an argument. If this is something that is to be discussed, do it in private for the love of God.
Honestly, I'm kind of doing this for free for the time being.
This was a line for me. I don't know what exactly I can see from Max to erase the feeling of absolute disgust I have right now.
That's super flattering of you to say, but I don't imagine that I'm gonna catch enough interest to make that worthwhile.
About not wanting to talk about it. I couldn't understand why the fans of the 33-year-old millionaire shit talker were rushing.
I'm really just here to talk to whoever shows up
2 weeks
and
later,
play video
I found
games.
out he'd been sexting her on and off all along. I felt strongly that I should speak out about it, if only to repent for my own complicity.
Like I said,
began working on
I'm
this
flattered by
project.
the offer, though.
November 10th, 2022. Destiny found out I was investigating his professional relationships and accusing him of sexual misconduct. He launched a counterattack immediately, calling me a rapist, abuser, manipulator, and narcissist on stream. Anticipating this, I begged Anna for 3 hours to give me a screenshot proving he was still sexting her. She was extremely resistant, as she felt a screenshot would be too much of a violation of Destiny's privacy and she didn't want to jeopardize her ongoing relationship with him. She suggested I go public without it, saying she would provide one if Destiny denied the claim. Fearing I'd be hung out to dry, I recruited my girlfriend and Lav to help me convince her. Oh, here we go.
Jesus. It's crazy that he thinks he looks good here. This is like insane.
Time to gamble.
Destiny started up the attack stream titled I'm Nuclear and began his campaign to smear and discredit me.
Yeah, I feel you.
In his Discord server. So I
You know what? Now that you mention it, I really do need to set up
with Anna for a year. He
my
me and Anna don't have any problem.
affiliate status with Twitch and my my payout account with Kick.
He countered that she did stalk him,
just so I can be that one step closer to legit.
Yeah, we
you
were
know.
talking through kind of the whole process a little bit.
Details of his personal sex life.
Appreciate the kick in the ass.
She told me yesterday that it was dropping today, so Max must have told a few people if she knew.
Oh my god. Okay, right. Let me just get through. We're near the end of the Anna segment. I can feel it. Okay, we're near the end of the Anna segment. We're getting there. When I kept arguing, he muted me, so I left. Anna gave me the screenshot and I tweeted it out. She would later DM Destiny. The only reason I ever showed Mr. Girl that screenshot was because he said it will help people to see that I'm not a stalker. Keep this private, okay, please, because Max scares the shit out of me. He is insanely manipulative, like holy shit. The amount of coercion he was putting on me to send him a screenshot of our sexting was insane. It's like nothing I've ever experienced before. Stephen, yeah, I know. He's got you and Lav twisted into this idea that I'm running around sexually manipulating and abusing people on my stream. The next day, Anna DM'd me. I'm not happy that Lav broke our privacy agreement. I'm also sorry that my behavior has been two-faced. I'm scared that you're going to come after me now like Lav has. Jesus Christ, okay. I replied, no, I knew you would go back to him. You're trapped just like I am. I've been struggling to get out of his grip for a year. I'm just like you and I see that now.
What?
I've been crying all day.
Jesus Christ. Team 200 were Reddit posted are more effective criticism? Yeah. Like I said, we'll wait for a little bit and I'll talk about it, I guess.
My clicking point, the Anna stuff, is obviously I spoke to Destiny on stream about it, and Destiny was like, what problems could come of sexting Anna? What could be the problems? And it's just like, this is like a hopeless fucking, you know, this is like a hopeless endeavor. It's like trying to argue with someone that's in the midst of a pornography addiction why maybe it's bad to consume 5 hours of pornography a day that is like the most extremist shit you can imagine.
Only
of
5
getting
hours? Are you even
know,
trying at that
destroyed
point?
by 20 black guys or something. And it's like, yeah, maybe you need to, you know, moderate your pornography habits. What could be the problem with watching 5 hours a day of a woman getting absolutely blacked left, right, and center? Do you know what I mean? I don't know. It's just like it's pointless. Destiny is unlikely to change. You know, he loves mentally ill women. He's probably going to continue to engage with mentally ill women, despite the fact they often cause him great hardships in his life. You know, it's not something I would personally do. It's not really for me. I've been down. That being said, I've been down that road, okay, and I've dabbled a bit in some of the Discord kit and shit, okay.
Oh, Spider-Pig, thanks
It's
for
not
gifting
me.
10 subs,
No,
buddy.
thank you. I'm done with that. That's behind me. The question is, you know, has Destiny done something? Like, what has Destiny done, and what should be done about it, right? And my whole problem with this has been, it feels like Destiny is clearly meeting like whatever the YouTube terms of service are, right? He's meeting whatever the terms of service are on the platforms that he broadcasts on and he puts content onto. Max wants to set up an additional layer or an additional level of like conduct or terms of service or something like that. And if you want to do that, that's fine. You can push for that, okay? Not a problem at all. But until that's in place, and I don't believe it will ever be in place personally, but you know, you're basically looking for like a HR department or something, right? Until that's in place, all you can do is say, I think people should do this, and you can live to your own standards, okay? Beyond that, I don't think you can compel a person to acquiesce to what your ethical standards are. And I certainly don't think that you can expect others to cut off ties because the person isn't acquiescing to what your ethical standards are, you know?
Who would win in a debate?
And then on
Mr.
top
Girl,
of that as well,
Rex Day 9.
it's a kind of comparison to a dynamic of like a boss and an employee. And I don't think that that's truly demonstrated that exists as a solid thing that you can point to. It's much more nebulous and a lot more abstract than that, right? That is my basic position on all of this shit. In July of 2022, Melina caught Destiny having an affair. Both her and Destiny told multiple people details of the affair, making it an open secret in Destiny's community, but a secret I've nonetheless agreed to keep. At the time, Melina was extremely distraught and unstable, and sought emotional support from Darius, a small 25-year-old streamer in Destiny's community with a close friend and previous sex partner of Melina's. After confiding in Darius about her heartbreak and suicidal feelings, Melina invited him to move to Austin with her. She would get a break from Destiny. Okay, this is a... Is Destiny still watching? Is Destiny still watching?
I'm always watching.
Because this is a bit awkward, isn't it? This is a bit awkward. It's a bit fucking awkward, isn't it? It's a little bit awkward. Hey, let's talk about the intricacies of Destiny's personal sexual and material relationships.
I love it.
Whilst he's listening.
Yeah,
Base.
do it.
Okay, fuck it.
Fuck it, dude.
Listen.
Why not?
If he doesn't want to listen to this, he should stop fucking freebooting my content, the little fucker, okay? Let's fucking go, come on. Darius has been struggling financially, so Melina flew him out and paid for the Airbnb. Wait, hang on, we missed a bit. We need to make sure we read every part of this, okay? After confiding in Darius about her heartbreaking suicidal feelings, Melina invited him to move to Austin with her. She would get a break from Destiny, and Darius would get a break from his own troubled relationship with his 23-year-old then-fiancé, Sushi. Darius has been struggling financially, so Melina flew him out and paid for the Airbnb. Just skip the section. Absolutely not. What do you take me for? According to Darius, she has also floated the idea of renting an apartment where he could live with her in exchange for doing camera work for her content creation. Darius claims that on the first night, while sharing a bed, Melina wore lingerie to sleep and pressed herself against him. Melina would later vehemently deny this occurred. Darius had bought 2 MDMA doses to Austin, which he and Melina had planned to take together, but he first warned her that he might become infatuated with her once the drug took effect. Melina found this discourse off-putting and abruptly told him to leave Austin. Darius flew home the same day. Upon returning, he found out he was being fired from his job. Now it was his turn to confess suicidal feelings to Melina. But she replied only to ask him about the bag of shrooms he left in Austin, ignoring his request for help.
Jesus.
At one point, Darius wanted to stab himself, but he kept changing his mind by the time he'd retrieved a knife. He started keeping knives within arm's reach. Sushi urged him to go to the hospital, but he refused. On top of everything else, Darius's new puppy, sick with parvovirus, whatever that is, needed an emergency surgery that would cost up to $10,000. Paying for it was out of the question, so Darius started a GoFundMe and asked for donations on Twitter. Hey guys, I'm very saddened to announce that my dog needs an emergency surgery today or she won't make it. If any Oilers out there see this and have empathy and compassion to donate, I'd really appreciate it. I'll get your name tattooed or do anything you want within reason. I'm really at my last breaking point. On August 26, 2022, Trainwrecks, a successful and famously generous Twitch streamer, gave Darius the $10,000. Darius tweeted, I could fucking cry, bro. Thank you, Trainwrecks TV and everyone who donated to help. I lost so much ducking much this month, and if I lost her, I legit don't know what headspace I'd be in. 5 minutes away from euthanizing her at the vet, and Trainwrecks comes out of nowhere. I owe you all. 14 minutes later, Melina posted in Destiny's public chat, that dog will get sick again. I could call him a fucking moron and save his money for the other shot he has issues with in life that he fucked up, and not on a fucking dog. Spending 10k on a 5-month-old dog when you're not financially stable is something someone has to say no to. Maybe comes off a dick, but it's the truth. I mean, this is just true.
Uh-oh.
I agree with this.
God, Chad is working overtime for me right now. Thank you.
You know, I think that emotional appeals are often used to mask, like, what is a logical kind of conclusion that's cruel. Do you see what I mean? You know? It's like, imagine if there was like some fucking old granny on their deathbed, and it's like there's a 40% chance they're gonna live, but you're gonna have to pay, you know, loads of money to put them into care.
Jesus
right?
Christ,
And it's
bro.
like, right, well, I turn the life machine support off, and then they die, and then that problem is solved. Or alternatively, there's a 40% chance they live, we keep them going, but then we got to pay for a fucking care home. I'd switch it off. I don't fucking... Sorry, Grams. Sorry, Grams. You've had your 90 years. Bleep. See you later. Like, what the fuck? Obviously, and in this case, it's different because it's a fucking dog.
Dude,
you know,
this...
Animals are like... What
have
consideration of fucking animals were there? It's cold
6
and it's
rolls in a
harsh,
row?
but it is true. What is it they say? Comforting lies versus harsh truths. That's the thing. That's what it comes down to, isn't it? Yeah, I bet you say that. Oh, you're not a pet owner, Chud. Yeah, as you bite into a fucking hamburger.
Oh,
yeah.
the
You've got a
Destiny
fucking
argument.
genocide of cows feeding your meat diet. Oh, but the poor dog. They fucking eat dogs in China, okay? In China, this dog would be on the fucking dinner plate by the end of the day, okay? So miss me with that shit straight away. Anyway, let's continue on. I don't want to get into a fucking ethical argument right now. Let's just continue on, okay? Right.
Good marching orders, Chad.
August 27th, 2022. Talking to his audience, Destiny announced that he would not publicly discuss Melina's comments about the dog, because people are way too fucking emotionally attached to fucking animals.
I am attached to fucking
In 2017, Destiny posted a video called "My Early Life Was Really Bizarre," in which
And
he
I'm gonna go
described
for
his
even this
grandmother
time.
repeatedly buying and euthanizing
Or I'm gonna go
dogs for
odd
no
this time,
reason,
it's gonna be even.
two of whom he
Yep.
remembers being particularly attached to. To Destiny's great sadness, his father was unable to convince his grandmother to spare them.
Do you think Max is done now? I think so. But
What?
we'll talk about after this, I guess.
Why is that? What's the point of that bit?
We don't know.
I've got no
fucking
idea.
time.
Anyway, 30 seconds after Destiny's refusal to discuss the issue publicly, Darius joined the stream. He angrily told Destiny that he was not upset by Melina's lack of sentimentality about the dog, but by her coldness towards him. As Darius made the case, Tabor Pepper, an NFL player and fan of Destiny's, joined the conversation to mock him and blame him for the dog's sickness, saying, "Dogs get adopted from shelters all the time without contracting parvo, you fucking idiot. You're retarded, you're retarded."
Tabor, what the fuck?
Okay. Destiny laughed with glee as Pepper demanded Darius. Destiny laughed with glee as Pepper demeaned Darius, who became increasingly agitated. I think the worst thing I did here was try, and then you guys are like shitting on me for it. Are you telling me I should just have fucking sat there and kicked the bucket? I should have just fucking sat there and kicked the bucket and just let myself fucking die. It's like, I don't know what the fuck you want me to do. Tabor smugly asked, did you get pet insurance after she contracted parvo from the kennel? Stephen laughed again as Darius gave a stumbling explanation about how Sushi's employer provided insurance and not yet kicked in. Egged on by Stephen's mirth, Tabor gave a rundown of Darius' past financial failures while the audience mocked him. Jesus. Melina typed in the audience chat, I didn't fuck him or date him, so he f***ed in mad Omegalol.
Not cool, Molina.
Darius yelled, you stupid sped, unironically, you should have killed yourself the day you had the chance. And a minute later, I have done enough to not give a fuck, and honestly. Tabor, worried he was about to out the identity of Stephen's mistress, cut him off. Oh my god. I didn't watch any of this drama, so this is all new to me. I'm like, fucking, let's go, where's the popcorn? Tabor, slow down, take a couple of breaths. Let's calm down, chill. Stephen, I'm just trying not to get caught in the crossfire right now. Tabor, let's not say stuff. Stephen, if you want to fight with Melina, that's cool. Darius, I'm not going to leak any of your stuff. Stephen, okay, never mind then, go off, King. Fuck me. I didn't realise it was such a hotbed of, like, personal shit as well as the... I thought it was just a dog thing. I didn't realise it was all this fucking weird personal shit as well, and all these weird dynamics. Fuck me. Jesus. Anyway, let's continue on. Melina joined the call and traded jabs with Darius until he eventually calmed down and said sadly, what I expect from you is to, like, care at all. Melina replied that she didn't want to interact with them anymore, explaining, most of your messages really has been, I'm going to kill myself, and for real, I've had friends call me about you. Several friends told me that you're going to kill yourself. I do not want to be involved or interact. Darius said, I thought the level of care was reciprocated after I sat there with you for multiple months, days, and weeks about fucking this whole shit with Stephen, and you talking about even killing yourself. Stephen laughed at this and said, got a lot of suicidal people on the call right now. Everybody needs to chill out a bit. He then asked for a timeline of the events of the weekend in Austin and moderated as they argued about who had made sexual advances on whom. Look at this from Dan as well. With Dan tossing in bombs such as, he said verbatim there was a lot of crotch rubbing going on. And the... What a fucking farmer, man. I get called a farmer and Dan's doing shit like this. Jesus, man. The ass to crotch pipeline, that is highly sexual stuff. How does a man with an open relationship have a mistress? In an open relationship, you still have boundaries, and if you don't meet those boundaries, then that's often seen as cheating, right? But listen, I don't fucking look. When Darius read aloud a DM in which he'd asked Melina if she wanted him to leave Austin or stay, Stephen got tired of playing with his food and went in for the kill. Projecting nuanced curiosity, Stephen laid out what I believe was the real reason for the stream. Like Bob 7 before him, Stephen thought Darius had tried to destroy his marriage.
What? No? What? I don't think I've ever made that claim about Darius ever.
I'll read on.
I've said this in the past and I'll say it again. Melina probably disagrees now, but Darius is generally like pretty chill and fairly respectful. A lot of the shit that he does is memes. He's a little bit creepy, weird sometimes. No, I say creepy, but like he memes really hard on like Twitter. But I don't think Darius has ever in his entire life done anything even remotely to try to like fuck me over or do anything like that. I wasn't listening to this, or I wasn't streaming from the beginning of this, but like a lot of what this stuff is just wrong. Max is just like making it. He didn't fact check any of the stuff he's talking about in this,
but like. Isn't Darius like chill now? DGG have been watching Darius's.
Darius has never tried to like destroy my life or anything like that.
Like obviously there's a lot of tension. Like look, putting aside the memes and the jokes, there's clearly a lot of tension on this stream, based on the read. Obviously I need to watch it to have a final conclusion. That's being generated by these personal dynamics at play that maybe people even in the audience don't know about. Right? Okay. But this read of it seems like, I don't know, man. But like, surely if Destiny wanted to destroy Darius, he could more easily do it than Bob 7 because Darius hasn't even got a presence or anything like that. It just seems like there's a lot of weird personal shit going on that people aren't aware of, and it's kind of been mixed up with making content and stuff like that, you know? So, I don't know, it just, without seeing the stream, I can't say for sure, but this feels like a bit of a kind of like an excessive read on what's going on.
Yeah,
but anyway,
Max, an excessive read?
Dan urged Sushi to join the call, and she did. She was furious with Melina for mocking Darius while he was in need of help. Sushi and Melina had also previously had a sexual relationship.
What about my sexual relationship with Sushi? That doesn't get mentioned? I don't even get a shout out?
Why is everyone fucking? Why is everyone fucking? What is going on?
Okay.
Making things even more complicated. Sushi reprimanded her. The polite thing to do would be to message him and say, I don't think we're friends anymore. That's a nice thing to do. If you're going to start shitting on someone publicly, you should just... Are you accusing me of being jealous? Is that serious? God, the fucking DGG brain rot runs deep in this chat today, it seems. Anyway, that's a nice thing to do. If you're going to start shitting on someone publicly, you should just reach out to him first. That would be the polite thing to do in that instance. Melina replied, yeah, I don't care that much. Sushi, I don't feel the need to do any of this type of shit publicly. Oh, you mean me, that's fine. The only reason I'm here now is because I feel like Melina is trying to act a certain way that isn't true to her character. And she's trying to act like, oh, I'm just so, I don't know what's going on, blah, blah, but behind the scenes, she's such a fucking bitch. Sure, then that's fair. You've said your piece. Okay, Darius, bye, guys. Fuck you, Melina. Tabor, have fun with that, Darius. Steven. I'd ushered Darius out so that he and the other 2 millionaires, Dan and Tabor, could host a dating advice show. As of this writing, the dog is healthy and happy.
Can I, without doing a full criticism of this yet, so one of the difficult things that I go through when I'm writing, I'm almost tempted to rewrite this. I won't, because I'm way too lazy. But one of the things that is really challenging when you go to write a manifesto is in the, I think I showed in one where I show you like the little stages that I do when I go to write things. The first part that you do is like what do they call it in grade school? Is it brainstorming? It's where you just write down a bunch of things that are related to the topic before you even make your first outline. There's a really good saying, and I don't know what the saying is, but it has to do with like sometimes it's more important what you don't say rather than what you do say. If you're trying to take somebody down, it's very important to have the most important part is you need a consistent narrative, a consistent theme, a story that you're trying to tell, and every single point that you include needs to be in service to reinforcing that piece of dialogue or that narrative. Is there something called Chekhov's gun or something? Or what's the name? There's like a movie name for this where like if you see like a gun in one scene, it's because somebody's killing somebody with it in the next scene or something. Or it might be a book or something, a book term or something. But if Max wanted to do this effectively, he needed to focus on like 2 or 3 stories, and you need to weave them way more effectively. He's I won't get into my full criticism. He's a really bad writer, which is surprising to me because I've thought about like he's got a whole bunch of old blogs and shit that he'd written where he writes a little bit more artistically, I guess, but maybe he can't do like formal persuasive writing or whatever. But this writing is so bad, which is surprising to me. But I don't know. We'll get into it later.
Sexting Anna, I mean, I don't know. I'm sure there's other things as well.
If you want like a tip, if you're a high schooler listening to me, DM me. No, I'm just kidding. If you're a high schooler listening to me, if you're an English person listening to me, if you're ever writing an essay and you find that you're using huge blocks of quotes, you almost for sure need to go back. You need to axe the huge block, and you need to find a way to more effectively synthesize what the writer is saying into your writing. And at most, use a spot quote or two. Like, whenever you're having huge chunks of text being quoted, you're probably not doing an effective job at conveying whatever you're trying to argue. That's like a rough guideline. It's not always true, but like it's a rough guideline. Yeah, it's generally not an effective way to convey an idea.
I'm sure there's a very interesting conversation happening. The D in DGG stands for Degenerate True. On August 25th, 2022, Merrick DeVille, a previous sexual partner of Destiny, quote tweeted a video of Destiny jokingly asking Nick Fuentes, does Israel count as a right-wing terrorism? Fuentes had come over to Destiny's house for an in-person stream that disturbed many, including me. Merrick captioned the video, I'm owed so many apologies lol, in reference to a previous argument she'd had whether Destiny was truly becoming friendly with Fuentes. 2 weeks earlier, Merrick had attempted suicide. While she was in the hospital, without her knowledge, her partner created a GoFundMe to cover the $4,000 bill for the week-long stay. Well aware of this, Destiny said the following in response to Merrick's tweet about Fuentes. There's something profoundly sad, not just with the victims of unhealthy obsessions, but with the people around them who can't seem to convince them to just put down Twitter. The number of people I've encountered who are suicidal, who then hop right back into the most toxic parts of the internet, essentially begging for more toxicity, absolutely astounds me.
True.
I mean, is he wrong?
Nope.
If I attempted to kill myself, well, first of all, if I attempted to kill myself, it wouldn't be a fucking attempt, okay? I'd be successful on the first time. I'd get a somehow, put it in my mouth and pull the trigger. I'd be immediately dead, okay? Number one. Number two, if I somehow failed, I've got to be honest with you, I would not go onto Twitter, and I wouldn't, you know, if I was to do a stream after just I'd probably just play video games and not talk about any drama. Do you know what I mean? I'd be like, yeah, listen guys, obviously I feel ashamed that I failed, so I'm just going to play video games for a couple of weeks, okay? Like, I don't know, I just would not want to get ingratiated with any sort of drama because I'd be recovering from that and stuff. So, you know, is it worded harshly? There's obviously some stuff here that's mean, sure. It's worded in a very harsh manner, certainly. But I think fundamentally the point of like, if you have got mental issues, you know, engaging in parts of the internet where it's going to be toxicity is probably not a good idea. I wonder if there's as much of a burden to the people around them as they seem. Do they even have the wherewithal to realise how fucked of a situation they're putting everyone around them in? Do they care? Or maybe they just need another 4K. Who knows? Good luck. 2 days later, a streamer named Bryce
Sorry.
mockingly brought up the situation on a panel with Destiny, Not So Erudite, and Sock Darling, who was friendly with Merrick. Bryce, you made a good point that when somebody has I think it was like a recent suicide attempt, maybe they should take a break or a hiatus from social media.
Not good.
Sock Darling. Maybe we should take a different topic. I feel that's a little bit far off from our topic at hand. Well, I mean, I still think it's pretty reasonable because people usually dump everything that's going on in their life and start a GoFundMe. Destiny started to laugh and be like, oh my god, all this bad shit is happening to me. I need to start a GoFundMe and all this stuff. So I think that's kind of linked. It's kind of relevant. Hold on. Do you know the backdrop for any of this? Not So Erudite started to laugh. Vaguely, but not really. Okay, go ahead. Take it away, Erudite.
Ooh,
what do you
he
think
hates-
about that? Not So
he
Erudite laughing.
hates
What?
Not So
No, do
Erudite.
not blank to me. Okay, Sock Darling, go. Me and Kai have dominated the conversation. One of you need to fucking contribute, okay? What the fuck do you mean? I've been fighting with Kai about evolution. I'm shy. Okay, well that's cool. So it's like a typical 2-parent household where the women do none of the work. Gotcha. Yeah, gotta bring in the money for us. I, for one, support gay dads. How do you feel about people using their trauma to raise money on a GoFundMe? True. Why is it on me? Well, I said thumbs down. Kyla said thumbs down. What do you say? What do you say? I said thumbs down. Not good. I don't know. I think that, well, I think people, if someone needs the money, they should be able to raise money. That wasn't the question. Should people trauma dump and then raise money off of it on Twitter? That's the question. I don't think you should trauma dump. I don't think you should trauma dump, no. I think the whole point of including some of this stuff is Max is attempting to build up like a pattern of behavior to, you know, say that Destiny is engaging in like these practices with various different people, you know. I was just being a dickhead on the internet. I don't know. At Chud Logic, your mother a hoe. Okay, good one. Right, let's continue. Oh, also Omniside. Okay, Omniside. I have seen your postings. Okay, and I appreciate you. Thank you for being a Chud Nation supporter. Okay, right. Let's continue on. Denims and Little Fox. In 2019, Denims and Little Fox were both small female streamers in their early 20s who had sexting relationships with Destiny and were featured on his streams. Little Fox also had sex with both Destiny and Melina in September 2019.
Is that public? Or is he just outing that? I don't even remember. I don't know. I don't remember if
After
it's public or not.
TwitchCon, Denims had planned to stay in Destiny and Melina's apartment in Los Angeles. Destiny gave Denims instructions for letting herself and a friend from Destiny's community into the apartment, which he always left unlocked. Denims. Wait, there's someone in chat. This is basically someone made it. There was some psyop of someone called Chud's Revenge that was posting stupid shit in Mr. Girl's Discord. Now someone in chat is called Mr. Girl's Revenge, and it says, "Just wait for the second article. You will regret this."
Jesus.
That's a fucking banging meme. Anyway. Okay. Denims and a friend had sex on Destiny and Melina's bed. Upon arriving, Destiny became concerned that Denim's friend had spent time around his unlocked computer, and Melina was upset they had sex on a bed, so they were no longer welcome to stay in Destiny's apartment. Later in the week, Little Fox let herself into Destiny's apartment to charge her phone early in the morning. She had left a charger there the previous day, and everyone inside the apartment was asleep. After seeing Denims acknowledge on a stream that things were generally tense, Destiny became worried that either Denims or Little Fox would accuse him of sexual coercion. That is a pretty big claim.
Wait, did I?
Is
Did I
there
ever say
anything to
that?
back that assertion up at all?
I'd fully recorded a huge call I had with
Or is
both
that
of them
just
the night
his-
before.
I mean, look. Listen, I'll tell you a little secret, okay? I'll tell you a little story about this, okay? I'll tell you a little story about this, right?
Did you think that? One thing that I thought, it's kind of true. One thing that I thought was that it looked kind of bad that I invited, there were like 2 girls that had planned to come back with me and Melina, and one of them had been like fucking a fan of mine in my bed, and the whole situation got so fucking weird. I was like, listen, like, I can't you guys can't stay here anymore. And I thought, like, I wonder if there's a way, in the worst way, that somebody could spin this where it's like, oh, like, you invited these girls over, and then when they didn't want to fuck you, kick them out. That was like a personal thought. I don't know if I ever said it publicly, but I wasn't like truly worried about like any claim of it, because I still have a full recording where I spoke with both of them about everything that had happened, and they both agreed. Obviously, it's not like there's any like facts of the matter that are disagreed upon here. I wasn't worried about them like dropping a rape claim or some shit. I just thought it looked kind of weird, or it could look weird if you don't know what's going on.
I didn't have any content to watch, and I was just sat there not knowing what to do, twiddling my thumbs. Okay. Someone linked me Destiny's coverage of this drama, and I started watching it, okay? At the time, me and Denims were still on good terms, right? So I watched it on stream, right? We do not care, keep reading. Okay, well, if you don't care, well, go and read the article yourself then, you fucking retard, okay? Okay, right. There we go. Let's just fucking time these fuckers out. Get out of it. Get out of it. Okay. So I watched this drama between Destiny and Denims of Destiny's side, right? And I was like, fuck me, this sounds a bit crazy. But I didn't really understand what was going on. And whilst watching it, Denims messaged me this really angry message. And at the time, I was on my, you know, keep all the bridges alive as best as possible arc, right? I was on keep it alive as best as possible. So I was like, she was like, I can't believe you're doing this to me, and was really mad at me. I was like, shit. So I stopped watching the stream. After I finished the stream, I spoke to her directly in a private call, without going into the details of it. But she basically said, you know, there's another side to the story, and she linked me a document. She linked me a document which I didn't bother reading because it looked boring, and I didn't really care that much about it. You know, but we managed to like maintain a sense of camaraderie. Or
What was the
friendship,
other?
but,
What
you
could
know,
the other
colleague
side
or
of that
whatever you
story
wanna call it, right?
possibly
I mean, later
be?
on, she ended up unfollowing me and dissociating from me because I think I criticised her for a take about the Asan, you know, freebooting content shit. Anyway, that's besides the point. So the point I wanted to make is that because when Mr. Go had asked me about this, I said that with the Denim stuff, I was like, well, I've seen the cop video about it, but then, you know, Denim's has got another side of the story, so I don't really know what the truth of this drama is, right? I don't know what's true. I don't know what actually happened. You know, I've got no fucking clue. So I'm reading this and I'm like, I know that there was this thing that happened. There was some issue. There was some concern. I don't know exactly what it was. But the point I'm trying to make in saying all of this is even with all of that being said, I don't know where this is coming from, that Destiny was worried that there would be an accusation of sexual coercion. And on top of that, I do not recall Denims relaying to me
That
she
there was
thought
like
that
any.
either.
Yeah, I don't think that was ever a
So,
thing.
you know, I'm a bit like, where's that coming from? Wait, is that what's being used to reach this interpretation?
Wait, what interpretation? What did I miss?
What was it you said about it earlier? Destiny became worried that either Denims or Little Fox would accuse him of sexual coercion. I mean, is this not like a pretty reasonable concern? I feel like
He literally just said what
the
you
way
said
it's
earlier.
worded
Oh, yeah.
makes it sound way fucking worse than what Destiny is actually saying. He makes it sound like in
Like I
saying
actually
it,
raped them.
that Destiny's doing something that would be indicative that is going to lead to that outcome. But really, what's being said here is like a pretty reasonable assessment of what's going on, right? I don't know, it just, the way it's worded sounds way worse than what the actual words here are saying to me. He read a chat message aloud. Are you going to learn from this mistake or keep fucking mentally handicapped women?
It's mentally ill women, not mentally handicapped women.
Who was that chatter? Someone find me that chatter. If that's you, you're fucking based and correct, okay? Correct. Good call. Good call. Good call, okay? Great fucking take. Listen, all the older women are either non-existent or unavailable emotionally, or they're in a relationship. He read another message. Destiny, you can't say it makes them look so bad and then claim the high road by not saying it. You just made them look just as bad as if you said it. No, I'm not. Trust me on that one. Here we go. White Nervosa. White Nervosa, a small trans streamer, started talking to Destiny in November 2017.
I just learned today that White Nervosa is trans. I had no fucking idea. I don't know if that was public knowledge, or if everybody knew, or if she's like a trans woman or like non-binary. I had no idea, but okay.
When she was 25 and he was 28. Between then and July 2018, they exchanged over 2,000 DMs.
How
White
the fuck
Nervosa
did you
did not
not
appear
know?
on camera for streams.
I don't
He
know.
did
Did she
not tell
talk
Destiny
about
she
it?
was trans. When he asked her height, and she told him she was 5'11", he replied, "Well, any of the guys you dated smaller than you, 5'11" is pretty damn tall." I'm of the opinion that, for most of their DMing relationship, Destiny did not know that White Nervosa was trans.
True. I just learned today.
Has there ever been any claims that Destiny did bad shit with White Nervosa? This is literally the first time hearing about this. Is the idea that Destiny didn't know she was trans and then wasn't interested when he realised because he hates trans people or something? I don't know. Okay. Also, listen, I need to be completely transparent here, okay? Obviously, I've got my marching orders from the big man. I have been sent this, okay? Also, what is this? How is this been, what is this? I don't understand what this is.
Oh, so White Nervosa sends me screenshots. So Mr. Girl says that I was like flirting hard with her. But she sent me the screenshots of like what he was going through her logs. I don't think I ever flirted with or hit on White Nervosa ever. We just never, even from the very beginning, we just never had that type of like back and forth. But like but she used to bother me for hosts relentlessly. That was like her thing. Like I think she even joked about it in chat. Like I'm gonna get him to host me. And so I made a comment of like, she said, "My time slots when you're done streaming." I said, "I have no idea, but I'll hook you up with that fat throbbing host when I finish." And then, so Mr. Girl says, "Okay, thank you. If you have any other links, let me know. Any idea what this conversation would have been about?" And then LOLC, this is the type of thing I was talking about. The direct sexualization of him helping your career. It's okay. I think I have enough without you answering about the conversation. And I'm like, okay. But when he says that I flirted with White Nervosa, he's including things like that. That's what he's talking about.
Destiny just sent me this a little while ago. Okay, thank you. If you have other links, let me know. White Nervosa started a call that lasted 80 minutes. Any idea what this conversation would have been about? My time slot when you're done streaming. Destiny, I have no idea, but I'll hit you up with that fat-throbbing host when I finish. The Rizzler. Lol, see, this is the type of thing I was talking about. Pardon, let me take a look. The direct sexualization of him helping your career. It's okay, I think I've enough without you answering about the call. I thought they fell out for other reasons. I thought it was for political reasons that they were falling out. But anyway.
Well, no, it wasn't political. It was from the weird Vosh stuff.
Let's
and
continue.
I think.
Okay.
Or actually, no, I don't think we had it. I don't think we had a formal falling. I think we just stopped talking to each other just over time.
The day after they started chatting regularly, Destiny explained his needs for sexual compatibility in a relationship. On December 2nd, Destiny asked for a picture of White Nervosa's tattoo. White Nervosa obliged him with a close-up of her shoulder. On December 22nd, White Nervosa asked to be added to Destiny's auto-host list on Twitch. Hosting a stream means that their stream will appear in a place of yours while you're offline. A host of Destiny was a big help to a small Twitch streamer. Over the next several months, White Nervosa would occasionally appear on Destiny's stream for various debates and discussions. January 7th, 2018. White Nervosa, I'm flattered I'm apparently a part of the official harem now, but my two qualities are who tier, which is understandable, and then for people who like me, functioning sociopath, you have a stable job and 2 friends, but you find yourself fantasizing about torturing animals, so let's play PUBG sometime again in the morning, buddy, or debate, or CSGO. Yeah, boy, you're the smartest to remember so far, so good job. They spoke regularly about Destiny hosting White Nervosa's channel, including his exchange on March 17th. White Nervosa, my time slot, when are you done streaming? Destiny, I have no idea, but I'll hit you with that fat-throbbing host when I finish. Okay. Is that it?
Yes.
What? I feel like we're starting to reach stretching territory.
We never traded a nude. We never sexted. I don't even think we've seen each other in real life ever.
Destiny's engagement dropped off in spring. He no longer initiated conversations and replied to White Nervosa once every week or two with a... I don't know what that's supposed to be. On July 10th, White Nervosa finally showed her face on stream. Despite many overtures from White Nervosa, Destiny was done talking to her and would only ever send 10 more messages. One of the messages was him refusing to let White Nervosa join his Minecraft server. The last DMs were April 2019. I included this story to show that for whatever reason, Destiny's career assistance dropped off along with his sexual interest in White Nervosa. Does this demonstrate a sexual interest, really? This is like a sexual themed joke that is at absolute worst, like mild flirting, but that is like... Yeah, this seems like a massive stretch. And this, I mean, some of this stuff is mental. Like, I'm of the opinion that for the most part of their DMing relationship, Destiny and White Nervosa is trans. Why mention that? So is it that he wasn't interested anymore because they're trans? Was it that they're not interested anymore because of a sexual thing? I just don't know. Like, okay,
that's what he's trying to sell.
Let's cut to the chase here, okay? With Destiny,
which is strange because I haven't had sex with a real life trans person yet, but like I've sex with shit with trans people. Like that's not like out of bounds for me. That's not like a. It's like it's so weird like that he's playing. Like, oh yeah, I found out she was trans. I wasn't interested. Like what? Why would I not be interested? It doesn't make sense.
A trans person. Yes or no? Has Destiny fucked a trans person? Like, I could imagine Destiny having sex with a trans person, right? Not literally, but just, you know, as a concept. So I don't really know why Destiny would, like, not be interested because they're trans. God, this is a bit bleak, isn't it? White Nervosa. I honestly didn't expect White Nervosa to come up, and with such a limited, oh, here we go. With such, like, a limited situation, too.
Yeah.
Fucking hell. Anyway, come on, let's crack on.
Wait, is this working?
Fuck me, man. Oh. Okay. Right, guys, I just want to remind everyone. I am sat here and I'm basically the main reader, okay? I am the main reader of this information right now. And my reading is being used and abused. I'm being raped over my reading right now, okay?
And?
So, I'm going to need a bit of money. This is the $1,500 stream. If you want to support me, you can do so via Super Chats, memberships, or alternatively, you can just put cold hard cash in my pocket directly there, okay? Every single dollar you give me is $1 in the membership fund, and when you hit a certain amount, I'll be your close personal friend until I die, okay?
Based.
Vosh. Vaush. Now, a sizable leftist streamer, Vaush started out as a Destiny fan in the early 2010s and came up through Destiny's community. In 2019, Vosh was accused of sexually harassing a woman in Destiny's community over DMs, who would later own this and apologise. Oh my god, that is such bullshit, man. Listen, I'm not here to fucking shit on Vosh for the poppy stuff, okay? But this is like an insane framing of what happened, right?
Jesus.
This is a fucking very generous framing to Vosh of what happened. As if he just like, after a great fucking effort, after all this drama, after him trying to fucking denigrate the person, you know, there's messages on his Discord of him saying crazy shit. Like, the idea that he did end up, after a great fucking deal of effort and issues, yes, that happened. Anyway, at the time of the accusation, Vosh had been gaining popularity in Destiny's community for being further left-leaning than Destiny. The schism would eventually lead to Destiny banning all leftists, those who are more loyal to Vosh than himself. Destiny read the DMs between Vosh and the victim aloud on stream, but concealed the identity of the accused harasser by displaying redacted screenshots. By the end, many in the audience had figured it out, and Destiny gleefully revealed that it was Vosh. Within minutes, Vosh joined the stream in a panic, asking what the fuck is going on. Destiny laughed again and banned him. That's not what happened at all! What is he on about? That's not what happened at all! That is a completely ridiculous framing of what happened. What? Jesus Christ. I actually watched this the other day. I can't remember why. I think it came as a recommended video and I just watched it. What actually happened was, you know, Destiny went over the logs and was kind of criticising it. Vosh came on and tried to defend himself, despite the fact it was pretty clear that this looked like it was probably sexual harassment. And then they kind of argued about it. And at that point, Vosh wasn't even calling it sexual harassment. He was still trying to like hardcore defend himself. So yeah, I think this is a very generous framing to Vosh, and it doesn't take into account the fact that after this happened, does he mention the fact that Destiny took the video down? As Vosh was trying to growing as a streamer, Destiny ended up taking the video down off of his channel so as not to like hurt Vosh's career. He didn't want to fuck Vosh's career over completely.
True.
Does he mention that? Well, that's pretty important, I would have thought. Anyway, the relationship survived until 2020 when Destiny said in a stream debate about Carl Rittenhouse, the rioting needs to fucking stop, and if that means like white redneck fucking militia dudes out there mowing down dipshit protesters that think they can torch buildings at 10 PM, then at this point they have my fucking blessing, because holy shit, this fucking shit needs to stop and needed to stop a long time ago.
True.
Vosh's roommate and his partner at the time called for Destiny to be deplatformed for the comments. Twitch didn't ban Destiny, but they did departner him, leading to a significant loss of his income. On a September 12th stream, Destiny said, I'm going to be a little bit more forceful here, I guess, since I usually let people walk all over me. I can't imagine like how much of a spineless, disingenuous cuck you have to be to let a roommate and a girlfriend that are walking around talking about spam reporting me when like I've given you an audience, I've given you a platform, you literally like ripped off my whole website code off to start your shit, and your entire community witch hunts the fuck out of me, and you just stand by like, oh well, I told them to stop, I don't care. I didn't realise Mr. Girl was such a big Vosh fan. It's honestly wild to me as well that Vosh, you know, absolutely hauled Mr. Girl over the coals over his pedo android debate shit, and yet here he is giving this insanely generous. I'm not saying he has to shit on Vosh, but you could at least give a bit more of a reasonable fucking explanation of what happened. And the other problem with this part too is if you don't explain the things that Destiny did in order to help Vosh in the early days, right? This makes him look insane. This makes him look a bit insane, possibly, because you're thinking, well, why is Destiny going so hard on this? Well, he's going hard because he feels like he's done a lot to help Vosh out in his career, only for when, you know, people in his life are shitting on him, he's kind of like going, well, nothing I can do, when they're like directly calling for his deplatforming using their social media profiles. A very disingenuous, you know, representation of what actually happened there. And again, if Max had just, you know, this could have all been avoided, let's put it that way. No need for a fucking this insane interpretation of events. It could have all been laid out and clearly what happened, and people make their own mind up. But yeah. Anyway, let's continue on. Okay, now we've got some assorted stories. Oh my god, let's continue on. Let's go. Anonymous. A severely mentally ill woman sexted Destiny. Well, that doesn't really fucking narrow it down, does it? Jesus Christ, that could be literally thousands of women. When she said something that unnerved him, he called her out by name on stream and blocked her. She asked not to be named, and for details to be vague out of fear of retaliation.
What? Who is this?
Two anonymous female streamers, one struggling with mental health issues, the other not, both sexted with Destiny and were occasionally featured on his stream. Are these the fucking damning cases that were being teased? Just anonymous people that, you know, we're not going to be able to tell who they are, so we can't even check the veracity of what's going on. We've just got to take their word for it and take their version of events. I mean, Jesus Christ, man. What a letdown. Bad Bunny, a female streamer who had a sexual relationship with Destiny. I hate hearing his name now. It just riles up so many negative feelings for me, so many negative feelings of humiliation, of just defending him for so long, then just having him consistently never defend me and just shit on me.
Oh my god, what a lie.
Okay. Again, I feel like we're not taking into account the fact that there are instances of like Bad Bunny saying some insane shit and Destiny going to... Didn't he try and defend her over the black bi shit or something? Yeah. I'm pretty sure the lack of defense came about after they had like some sort of political schism or something. But anyway, there's a lot of Destiny viewers that will just sit in my chat and just wait to click things I say to report to him. Really? Does that happen? I can't remember the last time I saw Destiny look at a Bad Bunny clip. Maybe she just never says anything retarded anymore. And then I'll watch them on stream and he'll chuckle and say something rude about me, and then I'll move on and they'll go have a fucking field day and then proceed to rant about me about how I'm a horrible toxic individual on the subreddit. These posts don't get deleted because freedom of speech, but the Trainwrecks posts get deleted. Anyway, let's just fucking get through this. Trihex, a former friend and podcast host of Destiny. The relationship fell apart when Trihex, who is black, confronted Destiny on a stream about his defense of using the N-word in certain contexts. When Destiny responded coldly, Trihex cried. In an October 2019 Reddit post lashing out at several of his enemies, Destiny wrote, Now, what in the flying fuck changed so hard that you were literally so upset about my usage of the N-word with a hard R that you literally just offended a few weeks before, in front of me on a podcast against someone saying it was dehumanizing? How did you go from verbalizing my arguments with crystal clear accuracy to crying on a podcast to make me look like the literal fucking hellspawn of the earth?
True.
Why are you complaining that you have to take a break from streaming because you're so upset with an incredibly public position that I've held and defended for years, even in front of you?
True.
Why the fuck is your girlfriend dogpiling on to tweet about me now too? Why are you acting so emotional about this and claiming you cleaned up and changed your act completely when you still use ableist slurs like retarded publicly and mind other Twitch chats? Or threatening to make Jew jokes, or literally quoting Uncle Ruckus by saying, and I quote, "niglet," which is exactly the context I'm arguing for. It's amazing to me that's all it took were a few USSR LARPers whispering in your ear to turn against me, and then you have the nerve to confront me publicly and ask how our friendship means so little to me. When you 180'd your position from less than a month ago because a group of lefty dumbfucks are telling you that I'm the devil incarnate,
True.
and then you expect me to empathise with the position while you have the entire internet rallied behind you with LSF threads hitting the front page of Reddit shitting on me in every aspect of my personality.
True.
Fuck that, I've cancelled the podcast. I don't care if you want to continue or not. What kind of fucked up background do you think I come from where I'd ever deal with such a dysfunctional one-sided relationship?
True. Damn, where did this Destiny go?
Again, I just can't help but shake this feeling. This is just like Soy Kiwi Farms, documenting all the bad things that Destiny's ever done. You know, it's, do you know what this is? This is the CDO of allegations, right? You're putting together, this is the CDO thing again, right? Where you're putting together all of these different things into one so you can point to it and go, look at that. Look at that, look at that there. And so, well, hang on a minute. You got some old drama between him and Tri-X over the N-word usage that was solved ages ago. Why have you got that in there? You know? The next segment, oh my god, I can't wait for the next segment. There is no other segment. This is the segment. This is the segment. Me reading this article is the segment today. There is no other segment. There is no escape. There is nothing else happening today. I am reading this article. And if you don't like it, I advise you go and find something else to do, okay? A subreddit post about the incident titled, "It's actually so fucking sad that Tri-Hex is looking like this entire show, and Destiny still jokes about the N-word joke drama," was removed by the mods after receiving 1,300 upvotes. We're getting there, guys. We're getting there. Here we go. This is the one you've all been waiting for. This is it. This is the segment you've all been waiting for. The Lav segment. Blackdow, thanks for the super chat. You're the first person I've thanked in ages. It's been crazy today. Keep them coming.
How are you doing today, sir?
In November 2021, Lav was a 23-year-old musician, TikToker, adult content creator, and aspiring streamer. She introduced herself to Steven via Instagram DM, telling him she liked the sound of his voice and that she discovered him through his videos about Anna. He replied, "Oh well, Jesus, ah ha ha ha. I do politics and games and shit, that's not my normal content." Well, I mean, about that claim, I've got to be honest with you. That is rated as 3 Pinocchios. Let's just continue. They kept in touch, but Lav didn't start streaming in earnest until June 2022, when she called into my stream to talk about relationships. She also told me she was retiring from OnlyFans. I told her she was manipulative and that I didn't believe she would really retire. Based take from Max. This is the last based take that Max had on Lav, and he was right about this, and I was wrong. I trusted Lav, and she let me. I needed her to destroy the OnlyFans, not join it again. He was based for this, okay? She was taken aback, but I went even further, telling her I would not allow her on my stream unless she stuck with a plan to retire from sex work, as I believe she was self-harming and didn't want to help her advertise it. After a few contentious months, we became good friends with me in a mentor role.
I like how he didn't
2022.
explain how that reconnection
Steven
happened.
DM'd Lav that he was masturbating and requested that she send a sexual photo, which she did.
Necessary details, by the way. Definitely pads out the article in a responsible way. Oh shit, my shit is lagging.
Okay. That evening, Lav asked, "Are you going to stream with me and give me clout?" Steven replied, "Lamau. If we've got something to talk about, sure thing, bucko." August 2nd, 2022, Lav and Steven talked about OnlyFans on stream. Afterwards, she DM'd him. "I really like talking with you. Thanks. Now I'll feel less bad bugging you for feet pics."
Mahesh.
Okay, we need to just... Let's just... Stop. Enough. Stop it. Ha ha ha.
I can't do anything about my shit lagging right now.
Anyway, let's
go away
continue.
after a while.
Pleasure doing business. Based. Welcome to the Orbiter Club. Lav part. August 6, 2022. Steven told Lav that he cheated on Melina and had fallen in love with the other woman, but she'd recently ended their affair. This keeps coming up, man. Oh my god, what the fuck? It's so funny as well. Everyone knows about this at this point, right? It's literally a completely open secret, isn't it? Anyway. Steven, it was just a relationship thing that was massively escalating over like 5 months, and I was ready to end marriage over thing. Lav, geez, I hope you and Melina take at least a break. It would be so hard to pick up where you left off.
Oh, Ronin, thanks for the 10 episodes, buddy.
Steven, it's okay, the Melina stuff is fine, I can pick that up again. Just have to recover from the last
names, live laugh, love dank names.
Oh. Again, another edit. Another edit begins. Right, let's scroll back to about a quarter of the way down to where I am. Here we go.
Jesus
Here we go.
Christ. Only the game is lagging? Yeah, it's my NDI
I think what I'm
connection
going to do,
to my
otherwise I'm going
computers.
to be here literally all night, okay? This is I don't know, man. Like, look, as much as I meme about it, this is to me. It's like I'm not gonna name the person. This is like Kiwi Farms level at this point, okay? Of like A-logging, right? I mean, Jesus fucking Christ, come the fuck on, man.
No. This is all vital to the narrative that he's trying to tell.
Anyway,
okay, it's absolutely
Lav
vital.
asked who it was to satisfy our curiosity, even offering to tell him a secret of hers as collateral. Stephen agreed, and over a voice call, he disclosed the identity of his mistress and sought emotional support about the situation. In return, Lav told him that Sam Piker had sex with a friend when she was close to 18 and he was in his mid-20s. Lav has since given contradictory
Wait, she
statements
didn't
about a friend's
say
age at the time they had
18?
sex. Oh my god, is this actually pointing out that Lav has done
close to
something
18.
wrong? This
Yeah.
this has got to be the first time since months when Max has actually said that Lav has done something wrong. That
Why
is
did
incredible.
Mr. Girl say close to 18 instead of 17? Well, I'm sorry. I did call this entire article the entire time from start to finish, and I was correct in my other assessment in that the reason why he simps so hard for Lav is because about 50% of this article is built on Lav. Like I said, she's mentioned over 900 times in this article. He has to support her 100%. Her credibility is the article's credibility. They're inexorably linked to one another. So he'll go out of his way to simp for her till the end of time. He has to. It's his reputation is on the line.
Incredible. Wavering between 17 and 18. In November 2022, Hassan addressed the allegation directly and said she was 19 at the time. The woman in question has not come forward, and Lav has not produced any evidence to substantiate her claims. Holy shit, I think I'm going to fucking have a heart attack. No way. Here we go. This is going to make me feel sad. August 8th, 2022, Stephen, Chudlogic and I streamed a discussion about the ethics of OnlyFans recruiting young women with the promise of easy money. This was before I understood the sadistic nature of Stephen's content, so I was surprised when Chudlogic bought on Lav. Yeah, I like content, sue me. Who have become vehemently anti-OnlyFans, and Madame Genevieve, an OnlyFans creator, to argue the topic on a very personal level. I was also unaware that Stephen was sexting both Lav and Madame Genevieve at the time.
I don't even know if those timelines are true, but okay.
Okay. Chudlogic had ostensibly conjured up the panel out of an indignance about the exploitation of 18-year-old girls, a sentiment I share, but once the others joined, he fell back to a role of memeing and throwing pipe bombs from the sidelines. Guilty? Guilty as charged? Yes, correct. Guilty? Anyway. I also recently banned Lav from my Discord server because I felt she was a danger to herself and others, which led to us having an affectionate but heated argument about whether I was her dad. By communicating intimately with her in such a caustic
Lav is
environment,
over
I inadvertently opened her up to
50%
a
of
deep
the
level
article.
ridicule from the audience.
Jesus,
Also, can I
he's
just say
obsessed.
as well, to argue the topic on a very personal level, if I remember correctly, Lav was going like hell for leather at Madame Genevieve. Like,
Yes,
Lav
she
was going
was.
real fucking hard on Madame
Yep.
Genevieve. That's not because she was fucking sexting Destiny. That's because Lav is a fucking psychotic bitch. Like, Lav herself is going super hard at Madame Genevieve. That's her choice to do that.
Yep.
Like, what is this idea that is this the gladiatorial combat thing? Oh yeah, he brought on two girls who were sexting to fight each other to the death. Give me a fucking break with that shit, man. It's unbelievable. Anyway. I also recently banned Lav from my Discord server because I felt she was a danger to herself and others, which led to us having an affectionate but heated argument about whether I was her dad. By communicating intimately with her in such a caustic environment, I inadvertently opened it up to a deeper level of ridicule from the audience. I didn't mean to
What
paint
was the
myself as
date of this
completely
debate,
naive. I've been
actually, that
streaming
he's
with Stephen
referring
as
to
always
right
for
now?
several months by then, and I should have understood what was happening, but it would be another 2 months before I ran out of excuses for Stephen.
Oh, did you guys say this was August 8th? Interesting. I'm just looking through my logs. I'm curious what me and Madame Genevieve were even talking about at the time. On August 8th, she DM'd me, and she said, hey, question, would you want to moderate a non-confrontational discussion between myself and Lav? And then I said, if you want to, yeah, sure. She said, cool, I'll see if she's available tomorrow. Would 6 o'clock work? Actually, never mind, LOL. She said she wants to do more research. We're talking again. And then I said, oh, shit, well. And then she said, well, it seems like she's reconsidering stance of it. That was on August 8th. So I didn't even set this conversation up. It was literally Madame Genevieve that came to me and asked if I wanted to moderate.
The comments were harsh. Lav is harsh. Lav is a very harsh person, and she's going to get okay, am I fucking crazy? I'm sorry to do this, okay? I feel like I'm being fucking gaslit in real time right now, okay? On that stream, correct me if I'm wrong, she was being pretty vicious, if I remember correctly. Right? I don't want to go and watch it now. Maybe I'll watch them a bit tomorrow, maybe, as a prelude or a sort of
Hey,
sequel
tell
to
Chad
this.
to check his
I'm pretty
DMs.
sure she was being pretty vicious and aggressive. Right? Why are we acting like she's some like little soft uwu girl who can't fucking handle a bit of shit? Yeah, don't go on a panel and be a fucking obnoxious. Maybe people won't be rude to you like this. What the fuck? It's insane. Right, what's this? Okay, more leaks from the boss. Let's have a look. Madame Genevieve, hey, question. Would you want to moderate a non-confrontational discussion between myself and Lav? If you want to, yeah, sure, cool. I'll see if she's available tomorrow. Would 6 p.m. work? Actually, never mind. No, she just wants to do more research talking again. Oh shit, wow. Seems like she's reconsidering her stance a bit. Paul Destiny's crying. Yeah, I know. Obviously, he's feeding me information to correctly cover this. Yeah, I mean, obviously, Madame Genevieve is not looking for like a heated confrontation, and obviously, I don't have access to all of the DMs. I mean, I'm sure just here there's probably some degenerate Kuma shit or something, right? But in all seriousness, there's nothing here that indicates to me, or I can't imagine there's going to be stuff that's like, Madame Genevieve said herself, I think she's kind of chill with what's going on. I think she relayed to Max that she was happy with everything, right? I don't know, man. That's fucking wild. Anyway, let's continue on.
I don't know, man. That's fucking
Lav and
wild.
Steven discussed it over DMs. Lav, your Reddit is self-harm. Don't go there, lol. Yes. On August 11th, 2022, Steven DM Lav. Oh, hey, just because you've been on stream more and whatnot, I know we've had some kind of sexual conversations in the past, but you being on my stream, or the way I interact with you, never had anything to do with that kind of stuff, just being clear on that. Okay, well that is as described. I mean, this is apropos of what? Apropos of nothing, I guess? He's just making it clear. Oh, so you don't want to fuck me? Shut the fuck up, obviously, duh. But I'm saying, don't feel like any of our interactions are contingent or anything like that. Haha, thanks for saying that. Obviously, you know, with that being said, Lav has got no choice but to continue on, I guess. Let's continue on with this. August 13th, 2022. Someone in a private Discord. Yeah, Weinstein-y. Oh, hey, just so you know, obviously we got some stuff, sexual interactions, nothing to do. Fucking Harvey Weinstein over here. Jesus. August 13th, 2022. Someone in a private Discord server recorded and leaked a conversation where Lav joked about not wanting to have sex with Steven and also said that Steven wanted to perform oral sex on her fiancé. Dan confronted Steven about his tolerance for Lav's weaselly behaviour. Steven, I don't know how much was said in jest. In terms of having a threesome with a husband, I'd probably do it.
I wonder if the mentally ill girl that he mentions, I wonder if it's that Australian, that crazy Australian psych girl. However, we never had any sexual anything whatsoever. No flirting. I mean, like, as flirty as my normal messages are, but no sexy, no nothing like that. I wonder if that's who it was. The bus girl? Yeah, yeah. It's lagging again? Yeah, for some reason, every now and then, my network drops here. I don't know if it's a network issue or, like, an NDI issue, but it just, like, drops here for some reason. Like, when this drops from 150 megabits per second to, like, 100 or 50, it cuts my ability to transfer data between my computers. I don't know why.
I don't know if we've ever talked about that specifically or not, but I'm bisexual, Dan, accept me. Yeah. Why is it that every person that comes on stream, you need to try and sleep with? That's not good. True! Can anyone point to a single time that Dan has missed in this entire fucking article? I'm not seeing it. Steven, I don't need to. It probably came up in a conversation. I've known Lav for, I think, 2 years. Dan. Chudlogic was playing a thing of her in your Discord, saying that she would find it funny for you to be with her husband, but would never want to be with you because you're a known cheese boy. Based. That is not based. That is incredibly two-faced and fucked up and not okay. Wow. Dan predicting the future as well. Incredible. This man can not only accurately predict the future, he can do it with pure perception based on everything that's happened so far. I think he's like fucking Dr. Manhattan, and he's basically seeing everything that's ever happened and everything that's going to happen. And he fucking just knows, okay? He just fucking knows. Anyway, it might be, I don't know. I'm not pursuing a sexually right now, though. No, that's not it. It's just the fucking Weasley fucking, I don't know, it just pisses me off. If it was somebody that I was going after sexually and they were kind of leading me on, but then they were showing up on my stream and shit, I think I would get irritated because I'd be like, wait a second. How do you feel about this person that went and said this about you after you were, I don't want to say vulnerable, but you know, to a little extent, yes. Actually, a lot of extent, yes. Wait, how was I vulnerable to her? Steven is likely signaling to Dan that he should not disclose what Lav knows about the affair. Dan backpedaled. Well, that's like, in the words of a very famous streamer, that is leaking private sexting details. I interpret this as a reference to Anna's complaint from 2 years ago prior that Steven had announced their sexual relationship on stream. Steven, yeah, but I don't care. I'm open about all my shit. Like, I would do a male-female threesome. I don't give a fuck. I don't think that's ultra private. It's a little fucked up for sure. Dan wasn't convinced. Steven continued. If I was chasing this person and this was then happening, I would be upset. But like, insofar as our relationship is concerned, we talk a little bit privately and then she's on stream for me. But that's mainly the extent of our stuff. And most of the time she's on stream, it's like pretty brutal experiences for her. He laughed as he said brutal experiences.
He's so dramatic, dude.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Do not laugh. Do not laugh ever. Never.
Do not come. This
but
wave
it's
is
not like
only
I'm crushing on her
giants?
really hard and going after her.
Only
and then I'm
giants
finding
where?
out I'm getting played super hard. I'd feel horrible. If that was the case, I'd feel a lot worse. When Dan said he should be more upset since he seemed to be pursuing Lav sexually, Stephen said, I'm pretty sure we've spoken sexually probably like over a year ago. Stephen, the problem is that there are very few types of things in life that truly have me as a vulnerable person that would upset me if somebody betrayed me. It's incredibly uncommon somebody has that level of access to me. Sexually, that is absolutely not one of those things. If some girl hooked up with me and pretended she liked it, and later on she's like, Destiny's got a small dick, and he sucks, like, I don't give a fuck. I don't care about that shit. Sexuality is not a vulnerable aspect for me. You can hit me on that all you want. It's not going to bother me. Hey, oh, you've been fucked over by a lot of people. I'm just going to be like, hey, I don't know if any other content creators fucked me over in a way that's like really bothered me before. In private, Stephen became less responsive to Lav's DMs. She asked if he was mad at her. Oh, no, I'm okay, lol. I don't know how else to convey it though. I mean, yeah, that's pretty reasonable. I mean, if he thinks that Lav's trying to fuck him over in some way, maybe. But anyway, oh no, I'm okay, lol. I don't have to do it. Christ, do you have feedback, comments, concerns, or do we just move on because it's so insignificant? Oh, I already said it like 2 days ago. Just think that every single thing being said in Discord, etc., is always being recorded. Yes, of course, I don't say anything real in Discord calls, but none of that made... She's so fucking dishonest, it's unreal. She's such a fucking... Okay. We love women on
No,
the street,
please,
but
God, don't
no
make me redo
disrespect
this
for
whole
women today,
60-day
that is
fucking
for damn
mission.
sure.
Oh, God.
Absolutely no way are we going to be disrespecting women. But none of that made you feel bad, right? Nah, I'm Gucci'n. I could kill you, good bitch. When are you coming to LA? I think September 1st. August 25th, 2022. This was the day Destiny mocked Merrick DeVille for an attempt on Twitter. Lav DM'd him. You're sicking your whole audience on this poor woman. Destiny. Tell her to stop fucking tweeting about me. Lav, she's nobody, she doesn't exist, she's just some random girl who tried to herself. She's not random, we used to be close friends, I hate that she randomly takes shots at me and shit. Blah, blah, blah. Just tell her to fuck off. She's very random compared to you, take a breather. I'm done now, okay, I got it out of my system. Don't let the internet do this to you, remember your humanity. You big fag. Wow, wow. Why do so many of your former friends hate you now? That's a long story. Do I have to worry? But honestly, there's a lot of good, easy clout for shitting on me. I don't fuck over anyone unless they come after me first. I've never done that before. Did you have sex with her? Yeah. One threesome with her and Melina. The day before meeting in LA, Destiny DM'd Lav. We can do whatever you want. Just to be ultra clear, I don't care what we do, and I don't have any expectations for anything. If we just hang out and eat or chat for a while, it's super cool and fine. Just keep me updated.
I'm so chill here, dude. I'm so responsible. Oh my God.
It seems like he's going out of his way to like not be Harvey Weinstein.
Yeah, I
Do you know
normally
what I mean?
do.
Can't wait for Chud's apology to Max. What the fuck have I got to apologize to Max for? Max nearly dragged me down into this fucking bullshit.
Except for when I don't.
We tried to, I should say. I've never really wanted to get fully on board with that without evidence. Good fucking job I didn't, because this is fucking, like, what even is this? What would you even call this?
Yeah, there's so much shit here. Why?
Thank you for putting me at ease and not putting me at gunpoint. September 1st, 2022. Lav and Destiny met for an awkward sexual encounter, some of the details of which she would later leak. September 11th, 2022, Destiny's subreddit had two highly upvoted Lav hate posts, one making fun of her forehead.
It's not funny, sorry.
What a fucking... This is pathetic, man. This is absolutely fucking pathetic.
Yeah.
Oh, there was a subreddit post making fun of your forehead. Welcome to the fucking internet. Like, what? I don't know. It just seems so crazy that you're going to unironically say that. That's so funny to me. And the other stating that viewer call-ins are terrible, but Lav is worse. She DM'd Destiny and then removed the forehead post. Your audience is cancer. Yeah, they're super negative towards you and hate women. Don't read the sub, Lav.
Kind of true. Mostly true. But not since the anti-misogyny art, boys.
I mean,
now we love
I don't
women.
know, man. September 29th, 2022.
All
Destiny
right.
asked Lav to meet the following week during TwitchCon for another sexual encounter. She expressed non-committal
I don't
interest.
plan on sleeping until
October 5th,
noon, so I
2022,
better go ahead
after
and grab
Destiny
some
reiterated the sexual
shut eye.
proposition, Lav complained that the latest stream together was posted with the title, Destiny actually convinces her to concede a trans debate.
It's been very much a pleasure playing video games and
Lav suggested the ultimate
watching old
title,
Destiny
Belle gets
videos
raped by
with you
Steven
guys
for
tonight.
56 minutes straight.
Oh shit.
The top YouTube comments included, my vote is to replace Lav with the cool Ukrainian girl.
Yeah.
2.2k likes.
Fuck it.
The woman
I'll
who
stay
definitely
up.
makes it in the streaming world because of her intellect and thoughtful
I lied to you.
conversations. 1.1k likes. I have to chant I love women in my head over and over every time Lav talks. 1k likes.
Finish a couple
Not
more
good,
missions.
guys. Those are not
Fuck it.
good posts.
What are these comments supposed to be?
Who knows, dude? Who the fuck knows?
October 8th, 2022. From San Diego, Destiny DM'd Lav to ask if she was coming down to see him. Lav, I'm like having a mental health moment though, so I don't know. Cherry's doing like note-taking on all my combos, and I tuned in because I was surprised, and I thought the unhinged bitch thing was a bit... And it's
I guess
funny.
I got a decision
So the
coming
podcast
up.
called the Orbiters Club.
I'm going to solve a lot of the problems with this. It's really easy.
Gotta
Don't
decide
seek
whether
out
I'm pro or
criticism of you so strongly.
anti-consulate
Okay? That's my
shogunate.
advice. You don't even need to log off. Just don't indulge in the narcissistic need to go and find out all the fucking bad shit people are saying about you. If you can't handle it and it's going to make you feel like this. Oh, well, yeah, damn. Don't take anything she says personally, lol. She's being super personal. It's very weird. Waiting for the twitlonger about me next. I was in a weird
Ironic.
place already, but tuning into that stream made it like 10 times worse. I nuked my YouTube and I'm deciding if I want to stream. I'm going to hide. Destiny suggested she write down the names of people she cares about and try to remember that no one else's opinion matters. Hours later,
Good advice.
he asked if she was coming down to San Diego. I'm in a blanket watching movies. Have fun with your nerd friends. October 13th, 2022. Are you awake? Because Cherry is low. Is she on? Yes, she is. She's ready to go. I'm coming. Okay, we're waiting. Coincidentally, I DM'd him at the same time to ask if he was available to talk the next night because I thought things seemed tense between us. We'd be arguing about Nick Fuentes for a week and he'd taken to banning community members who took my side in the argument. He told me he was free to talk right then. Again, I didn't understand the nature of Destiny's content at this point and had no idea that he would agree to a conversation about our relationship while simultaneously setting up a cage match between Lav and Cherry, all to cause maximum chaos.
Jesus.
However, I ended up being quiet for most of the stream because I didn't understand why I was there. A lot of this stuff, okay, a lot of this what you can put down to is Max thought that streaming was something else than it actually was, okay? I don't think Max realized that streaming, a lot of it, isn't like super serious shit. It is shit fighting, drama, personal shit, you know, shit flinging, etc, etc, etc. Right? Okay? So, I think he's kind of come to realize that and he's horrified because he finds it to be personally very bad. But then, it's like he doesn't want to just walk away from the playpen. He wants to destroy everyone else's toys as well. He wants to destroy everyone else's ability to engage in this because he thinks it's wrong. And it's like, that ain't up to you, buddy. If you don't like it, kindly fuck off, okay? But it's not up to you to decide what we do with our content. You might think it's wrong, but then don't engage in it. Then don't fucking engage in it. Just fuck off and go and do your own thing then. Go back to making videos about how trans people aren't real. Oh, do you even still believe that? I don't know. Fuck off and do that. Do you know what I mean? But no, he's got to do this big fucking article. Part of it, by the way, is because he needs a narrative villain, okay, for his arc,
Kinda
right?
true, yeah.
He had Dr. K for a little while.
Yeah.
You know, there's other people that have been his villain. Now it's Destiny. Now Destiny is the villain. He's got to create this villain to battle, you know, to justify his righteous indignation at everything that's gone on. When most people, if they're not happy with it, would be like, hey, this isn't really for me. I'm not going to do this anymore and I'm going to walk away for it. But he didn't. Anyway. Fuck me. Lav and I joined the stream around the same time. She angrily confronted Cherry for mockingly
Come
telling her to call
on.
the suicide hotline. You did a video, and your announcement to returning to sex work, that you privated your videos, and you blamed it on me when you said I'm doing these streams. I'm so mean, and that you got banned from my chat, but you couldn't help but keep watching, and it was like self-harm to you. So when I do have somebody who I think is not well, who has a history of suicidality and cutting, and you tell me watching my stream is like self-harm and you can't stop, I'm going to tell you to fuck off. And yeah, I'm going to link you the suicide hotline. I don't want any of that fucking baggage on me. You didn't link me the suicide hotline. You're posturing right now. You did it because you want me to be a fucking wanted to be a fucking alpha female bitch. You didn't do it because you fucking cared about me, you piece of shit. Lav asked Cherry to list the criticisms of Lav. Stardust and John Zerka joined the stream. The stream turned into a heated debate over Lav's virtues and flaws. I defended her, but failed to recognise the extremely disturbing nature of putting the character of a potentially suicidal person on trial for entertainment, and then I left the stream. Cherry and Lav continued to fight about Lav's stances on sex work, with Destiny half moderating and half cross-examining, leading to exchanges like this. Destiny, okay, so you're not going to post any nude photographs of yourself just meant to be enjoyed. It's going to be all educational stuff. Well, people can jack off to those, like people are going to jack off to those. That's not what I asked. I don't know what you're talking about. What I'm asking is, are you not going to post any random nudes or naked stuff? You're only going to post educational stuff. No, I'll post naked stuff also. Well, that's porn. After the stream, he DM Lav. Good convo. Sorry everyone jumps in to gang up on you. Lav just brings everyone to the other guest. Christ. I'm killing myself. That means Cherry wins though, Lamafau. Dude, Cherry is retarded. I hate you now. Do you think I'm dumb? Not at all. I think you're pretty smart, to be honest. But I'm just confused about organising some concepts in your head, but it's ultra fucking hard to sort that out in literal combat arenas online.
True.
You really are trying to figure this stuff out on ultra hard mode. Try not to let random losers discourage you online. Trying. Heart. October 16th, 2022. Late in the night, Cherry and Stardust publicly accused me of flashing them. At the time, I had a herniated disc and needed to stand up from my chair every half an hour or so. On two such occasions, during heated arguments about sex and dating, my hairy abdomen was
How you mean?
Stardust added a blur box to a clip of me standing up to stretch, posted it to Twitter, and
Gameplay's great, bro.
my pubic hair at her. I immediately posted the unblurred video and said
It's definitely no Ghost of Tsushima as far as the visuals, but honestly, the fighting is
gone again.
More
another edit.
More in
Apparently
depth, I feel like.
References from Steven to Destiny, probably because he thinks he's gonna like.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, bro. I feel like you
God, we're not even
aren't getting it through the stream, or you read a review.
Here we go.
The animations are a little
Cherry's accusation was hard to fight
wooden,
going from memory.
but the
My
graphics
camera
are
feed
pretty
wasn't being
good.
broadcast at the time. So she was the only person who saw me stand up. She said I deliberately lowered my sweatpants to expose my pubic hair. I woke up that day to hear Lav and Destiny talking about the accusation on Destiny's stream. In her words,
Shit
Lav
looks
wanted to
fine,
take
bro.
the victory lap. Lav, I think it's fucked up because she is
You
Max's
can
friend.
fly over
We
it
all
all
know that
too
Max
with the
has this
glider.
thing. He's very public about it.
pretty
and
dope.
He's very cautious of himself around women. Laughing, no he's not. What are you talking about? Lav, sexually is. No, he's made so many women cry or feel uncomfortable on stream. What you mean he's careful? No, sexually. Sexually he's married to another woman. There is no sexual relationship between him and another woman. What are you talking about? Wait, what are you talking about? No, I'm saying that he has a wound. He doesn't want to feel like he's raping anyone. I have no idea what you're talking about. Do you not watch his content? Yes. And I've seen him put tons of women in incredibly uncomfortable conversations. Listening to them talk, I was sobbing.
Was that a loud post?
Yeah, but honestly,
What, is that Max's words? Listening to them talk.
these guys are no sucker punch.
Oh no, that's a.
They're
that's
way
a
more
Max
into
word.
the
Oh,
like
He's so melodramatic.
the like
starting to get a
fighting
little bit monotone.
than
Listen, I
the
might
story
need
and
to
the
put a fucking dollar in the
this is
slot,
from the guys
okay?
who
I'll
make
get a bit more
Dynasty
excited.
Warriors and Ninja
Come
Gaiden.
on, let's go. Over the course of the year, I'd become somewhat detached from my own content and from my own emotions.
Yeah,
The most
and you're
recent
surprised why I'm
self-reflective video I'd
why
made
I'm
was
standing
the
up for it.
Mr. Real Doll review.
They're my two favorite
It was
games,
a
bro.
How he described it as
documentary about me
self-eviscerating?
fucking a sex doll and talking to my
Yeah, it's
girlfriend
the
about it.
guys who made
It
Wo
was the
Long.
first
Yeah,
time that Destiny had ever signaled to his audience that they should
I didn't play
disagree
Wo
with
Long
anything,
though.
and it was amazingly effective. When I pushed back on him against his friendly streams with Nick Renta,
When I heard this
saw he
was
was
coming
shutting
out,
down criticism of mass bans.
I was
I
like,
came to believe he was running a cult,
that
and
was
had
when
no
I was
audience
considering
control of my
Wolong, and I
audience
was
at
like,
all.
I might as well just wait for Rise of the
Jesus
Ronin.
Christ.
How can we be a cult when we literally have a shirt that says not a cult?
I mean, this is like...
Doesn't even make sense.
This is like quite soft criticism.
Oh,
I don't know, man.
Yeah, I heard it was a lot like
live section. We got like hours ahead of us.
Sekiro, but with dodging.
Conversations that weren't entertaining.
Did you play Lies of P?
And he was being vulnerable, thinking something was being achieved beyond content, and yet obviously that's a horrible realization to come to. But like, yeah. Anyway, Lav wanted Cherry's accusations shut down swiftly and harshly, but Destiny clearly wanted them explored, even without me present. Lav had also revealed that Destiny didn't understand me in the slightest. I also realized
I don't know if
I'd
I want
grown
to be
love
pro
her.
or anti-Shogun.
What? Wait, I didn't read this part.
You didn't?
Ugh.
Why not Lies of P, bro?
Ugh.
That shit, dude, that game was fucking
Ugh.
dank.
What?
Fucking hell, man, that is fucking...
Creepy?
Okay. I'd also
I wonder
realised
if I
that
can...
I'd grown to love her and that I should have been mentoring her instead of shutting her out.
Where's my vendetta at?
God, this is fucking weird, man.
Yeah?
By allowing Lav to slam Cherry over her accusation, Destiny had set up a face-off between us. Now, either Cherry...
Yeah, it was only like
falsely
100
accusing
karma.
a woman, one of the worst things to be in the eyes of Destiny's community, or I would look like a sexual harasser.
No, I
I
mean...
was furious that not only was he exploiting my situation,
yeah, I
he
guess
didn't
so.
even DM me or wait until
It definitely had...
myself. Cherry joined the stream saying I heard I was getting
I mean,
dragged.
you beat Elden Ring, and I didn't like Elden Ring nearly as much as I liked
beginning with, ladies and gentlemen,
like Lies of P. Lies of P was definitely...
I was terrified.
Have you tried? You haven't even tried
Cherry was
Bloodborne yet,
furious
have
at me,
you?
hated Lav and was in love with Destiny, who was pointedly not going to bat for me. Her accusation relied solely on her memory, and while calling her a vindictive liar might have been the safest move.
That
for me,
that
also
game was
based
dog
on
shit.
everything, I believe it. Standing up on camera,
That
wearing
was
same
the
clothes
I
as
think
was
the
when I
most
supposed
money
to
I've
thrashed
ever
her. I asked her
fucking...
to walk me through the timeline of events and explain why she
No?
thought I'd do that.
I thought you
stood up in front of my
fucking
camera,
like found a
humiliated and frightened, and talked about how my love handles and long torso
found a
make it
like
appear
a
as though my
cheese
pants are
fucking
longer than they
farming
actually are.
spot and got like
The other
way
streamers on
OP
the
and
call,
beat it.
Zerka and Irrelevant, seemed to find this compelling. Likely fearing a dog pile against herself, Cherry interrupted me repeatedly, so I asked Destiny to moderate.
Alright, this is some pretty
When
niche
Zerka, who
Destiny
does not
shit
like
too,
me,
so...
prompted Destiny to shut down the fake cancellation
I'm
attempts.
going.
Based on
Happy
Zerka
wins.
there. Destiny said, I'm letting these two sort it
change
out.
this shit up.
I'm not jumping down anybody's throat. Yeah, I've already given my opinion on it earlier.
Where's my actual turkey tom at?
There is no judge as relentless as the internet. No matter who you are, it will eventually
Internet
come for you, and no misdeed will
lore.
be forgotten. Some people know better than to put their personal lives on display and keep a degree of privacy, while others don't really have a choice. Adam Dahlberg, also known as Sky Does Minecraft, and a dozen other aliases, relinquished his privacy through the things he allegedly did to his
Bitch told me I
ex-girlfriends,
wasn't
his
gonna get into the
employees, and
consulate
himself.
without her help.
Other aspects
Watch
of
me,
this case are
bro.
covered by YouTube commentary channels. Where did Sky go after the allegations came out? What are the bizarre videos on his channel? They make him seem like he's on drugs. Today, Toastify and
I
I
busted
investigate
out
deep
I busted
how
out Ghost
far
of
Sky Does
Tsushima for the
Minecraft
first time
fell
in
from
months. Recently. Also, you have a PS5, dude. Hold on.
If it weren't for the catastrophic ending Sky's story got, he would probably be one of the most inspiring content creator origin stories, hands down. From being
I was gonna
overweight
play
and depressed
a
in the
couple
late
of runs on
2000s
this
to
game.
starting a channel dedicated to playing RuneScape, which, though not very successful, helped him and a few like-minded people online who had a
Save
passion
this
for
real
making
quick.
gaming videos. As his life tentatively improved and he'd shed a lot of weight, those same friends he made on the platform were pivoting to a new game. And Sky followed suit, not knowing said game was Minecraft, which would go on to be the rising tide that raised all ships, including his own channel. By February 2013, Sky's Minecraft hit 1 million subs and was making over 15 grand a month, placing Sky in a position he was not at all prepared to
This
be
one
in.
was
His
on
immediate
the
reaction was to stick to his guns and continue relying heavily
PS
on
Plus
his friends
free
for his
games
content, collaborating
last
with them
month.
very often to make these theatrical videos wherein they would have a
Shit
story
is
play out.
fucking
Eventually,
so
these
relaxing
collaborations
and fun.
crystallized into a group called Team Crafted, with whom Sky moved into a house so that they could all do IRL content with each other. To be honest, this is kind of a trailblazer idea, because content houses were all the rage just a little while after. At this point in time, Sky was a part of the YouTube elite. One of the biggest trademarks he left in his wake was the butter phenomenon, in which kids around that time who were also getting into Minecraft were miming one of the memes from his channel, which was to refer to the in-game gold as butter. It's kind of cringe to think about it now, but one of the best metrics of success is whether kids are annoyingly repeating your catchphrases to one another, and that was certainly a metric in which Sky excelled.
His success wasn't limited to the confines of the online world either, as he received some degree of mainstream recognition, eventually even participating in a Lady Gaga video. However, the success that Sky enjoyed was very short-lived, since as early as June 2013, his girlfriend at the time, Dawn, broke up with him just 4 months after their engagement. He eventually admitted he had to pay her $25,000 and a car to get her to stay the last few months for the purposes of making content. And speaking of content, things on that end were also pretty shaky, as the IRL content that Sky and Team Crafted expected to be putting out wasn't coming together whatsoever. The content very quickly was trailing off, and everyone was realizing this was unsustainable as a business model. Conflict very quickly came to a head when one member, Seto, was kicked out for basically being unwilling to show his face and participate fully in the IRL content. Another member, Tai, stood against this and was also excluded.
While the haze of the gaming YouTube golden age was a hard one to see through, it became clear that Sky was a much less amiable person than he appeared to be, and was willing to drop others without
Amiable?
hesitation,
It's
despite
amiable,
them supposedly
Tom.
being
Come on.
friends. In March 2014, Sky left, citing no reason for his departure, which raised many eyebrows. This is where one of the major chess pieces that would eventually culminate in Sky's total undoing would enter the scene: Alessa. Growing increasingly friendless, Sky decided to reach out to his crush from school, obviously now being in a much more favorable position to impress her than he was during his school years. Alessa replied, informing him that she'd recently broken up with her boyfriend, and without missing a beat, Sky invited her over to the Team Crafted house, no less, which was now vacant, and the two started dating.
After attempting to become a variety channel as Minecraft's popularity dwindled and he lost interest in the game, he and Alessa had a child, Mason. Despite the catastrophic failure of Team Crafted, Sky still held his ambitions to become a diversified media company and decided to start Sky Media, which would end up being an even bigger blunder than Team Crafted. As he selected whom he'd hire for Sky Media, he deliberately chose not to hire a former freaking collaborator of his known as Bashaverse, over the fact that Basha had been, as far as I understand it, convicted of an unlawful transaction with a minor under 16, which, as defined by law, means to encourage, assist, or coerce a minor into an illegal activity, which is unspecified in his conviction, and it's its own can of worms I don't want to tackle right now. Though it's safe to say that this information being leaked was one of the primary triggers for Basha's ultimate downfall.
I just wanted to leave my fucking room, and I was in for years, and I finally did, and you won't leave me alone! Ah! I'm
Bro.
tired of it.
Very quickly, the company's operations began devolving. According
You
to one of the
fucked
former
up.
members, individual members of Sky Media weren't allowed to run their own channels and had to sell them to Sky, who consequently had the right to do whatever he wanted with them, including retooling people's entire online presence to represent other people, erasing any trace of the original account owner. The person who alleged this, Ross, was also close friends with the editors, and after a tweet was made by one of them criticizing other famous YouTubers, Sky interpreted it as a subliminal insult directed at him. Eventually, this conflict erupted, causing Ross and the editors to leave, but not before Sky supposedly threatened to bleed them dry in court if they ever spoke out about it. Soon after, another member of the group, Jinbop, was fired from Sky Media after an argument about Super Smash Bros, and a few months later was arrested for grooming a minor, who at the time was somewhere between 14 and 15. Jinbop was in his 20s. Again, this isn't directly connected to Sky, but it's worth mentioning how everything surrounding Sky Media was rapidly going sour in the most extreme ways imaginable. 2016 rolled around, and things went from being rocky
Oh, you're good.
to collapsing a free
Bro,
Palestine.
you
In the latter half of the year, he made a video admitting to having
I hope
recently spent a
you
week
fucking
in a mental
remembered to
hospital. He
download
treated
this
for
game
clinical
off
depression
of
and
PS
bulimia.
Plus
Whilst
last
this was
month
purposely
because
kept under
I am
wraps, with Sky even
downright
directly asking
addicted to
Keemstar
fucking
not to report
Shipbreaker, dude.
any news regarding the topic, behind the scenes, his relationship with Alessa was crumbling. At this point, she had already cheated on him once, and the two broke up and started having public shouting matches on Twitter. After a 6-week break in early 2017, Sky resumed posting, and in March, even got back together with Alessa, only to break up again soon after, claiming on Twitter she had cheated on him a second time. Eventually, in an interview Adam did with Keemstar, he claimed Alessa had cheated on him with 7 people, 5 of them being other YouTubers, and 2 of them being his friends. You reckon she hopped on the Jim Bob car? On the business side of things, he's recently been offered an 8-figure deal from a corporation to make more Minecraft content on
It was
his
one of the
channel,
monthly
which is an
games
opportunity
last
very
month.
few people have ever been given. However, the money wasn't enough for him to keep his act together and continue working on producing content, and in mid-2017, he made a pivot to becoming a music channel under the name Net Nobody.
It's
As you
so
can imagine,
fucking
his
fun.
channel's
You just
prospects
like
were not looking good, and things
like
were even
cut
worse
up
on
and
the personal
salvage
side of things,
ships.
since at this point, Adam was no longer allowed to see his son due to the adverse relationship
It's
he had
like
with
not
Alessa.
even
Eventually,
story
after a
dense
lot
at
of
all.
struggle,
It's
he managed
just
to
for
get
like
back
the
in touch with him,
satisfaction.
but by
I
now,
fucked
his
that
son
one up.
could hardly recognize him. As it stood, this was a tragic story, but few could imagine its next developments.
Over the course of the next few years, people
Luckily,
had
it
mixed
doesn't
feelings
matter
with
too
Sky.
much.
On
It's
the
just
one hand,
faster.
many still had positive feelings towards him, seeing him
Less
as the one huge
salvage, but
Minecraft
faster.
guy who just had his personal life and mental health issues swallow up
You just
everything
zip
else.
around
Others
and
saw
fucking
Sky
cut
as the
shit up.
architect of his own downfall, not sympathizing with the situation because, after all, he made millions of dollars playing video games, and people thought he should be able to get his act together. As the public reeled in from his public conflict with Alessa and his career as a musician failed, he eventually went back to making gaming and Minecraft videos, but they continued to dwindle in success as the years went by.
Oh,
to be
wait.
honest, he probably could have turned it around.
You've
even
been
after all
playing
of this if he tried
Sekiro,
to do
bro?
something
Then why did
different,
you
but
not
still
get on the
within the same
Liza
umbrella.
P
But for
train,
whatever
bro?
reason, for him, it was a binary between only doing music and distancing himself completely from his original content, or doing the same old shtick he's always done. For all intents and purposes, his channel,
How
along
do
with
you-
every media company
you been
he
having
tried
fun
running,
with it?
was dead, with whatever remained being
What's
sold
been
off
giving
like
you
a
the most
possible,
trouble?
but the carcass being picked apart by vultures. For 4 years, his online presence quietly languished until the time came
What
for it
I've
to no
been
longer do so
saying.
quietly. Following a separation from Alessa, Adam
Have
dated
you,
another girl named Elizabeth, and unlike Alessa, Adam tried to keep her away from the spotlight.
How much
Common
trouble
line of
did
thinking regarding not
Genichiro
just
give
Adam
you?
and Alessa's
Because I'm
relationship,
pretty
but online
ashamed of how
relationships in
many
general,
tries
is
it
that
took me
part of the
to...
reason for their downfall is
Yeah,
precisely how exposed
dude,
they are to
Liza
the
P
public,
is,
partners
I want to
potentially
say,
being swayed by their
90% as good
opinions.
as
However, there's another
Sekiro.
side to this coin. Sometimes being exposed to the public is actually keeping things from becoming much worse, as one of the parties in the relationship would behave a lot worse if they knew they wouldn't be held accountable by an audience. If Elizabeth's words are to be trusted, this was definitely the case. In early 2022, she took to Twitter to speak at length about her experience with Adam. This has been covered before, given it took place all the way
Plus
back
the
in
whole
2022.
Pinocchio
There are
vibe,
a
it's
few
like
things in this whole
Sekiro
story that
crossed with
contextualize all
Bloodborne.
the allegations surrounding Adam's name. Right now, I think it's
The
important
weapon
for me to
system
explain
is
that the following
good.
part of this video is composed mostly of allegations that I'm simply documenting, and
His
that they get
first
pretty dark in tone. So
stage.
if you're sensitive to abuse-related topics,
You mean all
beware.
3
The
death
first
blows?
tweet in the series was a link to an iCloud document in which Elizabeth went in depth
Or
about
like-
the relationship. She begins by saying she spent thousands of dollars to come live with him, despite him obviously being someone who at least was supposed to be financially
Yeah.
well off. As for Elizabeth,
I imagine he was. Sekiro was like the first video game that I played that wasn't fucking,
As previously mentioned, there was an active push to keep her and their
what-
child
that-
because he
that
has had a
wasn't
second child
fucking
with Elizabeth
Diablo.
under wraps, and allegedly not for any noble reason, but
Oh,
because
I
he
got
wanted to
you.
have complete power over the narrative, over the relationship, in case
Yeah,
things ever went
dude,
sour the
I-
same way they did with Alessa. Elizabeth said that
I
Adam
played that
pressured her
game
into
in
having that baby,
2020
claiming he said
after
things
like not
"Please,
playing
please, I want another
fucking.
kid. I
It was
have
the
the
first
money. I
Souls
want
like I
another
had
kid because
ever
Alessa
played.
keeps me from being the father I dream of. Regardless of her intense resistance to Adam's push to beget a child,
Such
he
a
eventually gave
fucking
in.
good
However,
game.
when she informed him that
Do
she
you-
was pregnant,
I
his
take
reaction
it you're
was to
playing it
express
on
a
the
contentment.
PlayStation
Bringing Adam's
because
allegations that Alessa
I
cheated on him
I
multiple
originally
times
played
back
it
into
on the
light,
computer,
Elizabeth said, "Throughout our
and
relationship, we were
I got a
always on your
computer
phone,
to stream
always
with.
having messages, having separate
I
texting apps
downloaded a
and video
mod for it.
conversations. You tried to pressure me into letting you be poly with
Holy
your friend, and
fuck!
degraded me when I
Like
told you it's not my
the
thing, and
the
I'm
guy
not
who
cool with
modded
that.
this
You
game
just
has
like
no
cheating.
life.
You like feeling better than everyone else. and you
Span,
want people to
dude,
do whatever you
Lightning's
say.
the
You're not
greatest
cheated
part
on me,
of
but
that
you did it
game.
several times before I even moved in with you. I found all the conversations, all the emails, everything that showed I was just a trophy to you, just an object on the shelf. There was a very radical shift in gears that made it very difficult for the people who pitied Adam for a situation and still
Yeah.
saw Alessa
You
as the
beat it
villain of
yet?
their story. Another of his alleged egregious acts was an offer he made of paying Elizabeth $100 grand so that she would give him their child. despite him no longer having that kind of money at hand for a long time. Concerning his financial situation, Elizabeth added that the aforementioned money that Adam was offered by corporations in actuality never completely materialized.
Dude, wait till you get to that final boss, bro. I'm telling you, that shit.
Producing the content, he just spent it on drugs, leaving Elizabeth
Beating that final boss was as good as like actually fucking really good sex.
Misdeeds of his, there were a number of smaller examples. According to her, he would throw away the food she made him, make her move a 200-pound washing machine while pregnant, repeatedly tell her to get ready for a date night, but then change plans at the last hour and invite his friends over. Some of this is
still my favorite game. I still play that game on the regular, bro.
At least the fans really believe this.
I will have that game on my console for the rest of time.
And expecting people to have understanding with him, he'd have no patience with her whenever she was the one having an anxiety attack. This video was brought to you by
the day they come out with a PlayStation that doesn't play Sekiro is the day that I switch back to just playing on computer.
It's that easy. It's got an amazing taste. It's clean, caffeinated energy that will keep you laser focused while watching skibbity toilet videos all day. And there are 40 servings of this stuff in every single tub, so it's a lot of bang for your buck.
Toilet,
and right now
bro.
for March is G Fuel Madness, where you can buy one tub and get another one absolutely
Motherfuckers
free.
are crazy with that shit.
Naruto Sage Mode G
So how's streaming been going, man?
I got my personal favorite here, Blue Ice, which is just a great flavor. Mixes with water really well, and like once again, like it tastes great. And the best part about it is there's no crash or jitters after I drink it. Don't be a loser. Buy G Fuel today with my link in the description below and in the top.
No, a lot
so
of people agree with you that Sekiro is like the least Souls-like of the FromSoft games.
Notwithstanding, Elizabeth says he not only kept doing hard drugs,
although I guess I'd say Armored Core took that title.
But actively pushed for all of his friends to also do them. All of this while sharing a house with a woman who's pregnant with his child, mind you. He refused to stop smoking in the house, claiming it was his and he could do whatever he wanted. When the topic was Alessa, Elizabeth revealed that the whole campaign Adam did to get custody of his son, which included going on Drama Alert and screaming and crying about how much he wanted his son back, was, to put it bluntly, a sham. Elizabeth explained that Adam had her and his mom take care of Mason and bring him back and
Moods, yeah.
whilst he did next to nothing. Alessa, contrary to what many believe,
I feel you,
was
bro.
described as an amazing mother and the unsung hero of their public spat. Despite how bad things already are by now, Adam's alleged misdeeds extend far beyond being
I went back on my fucking
on the second page of a document,
the meds I had been on because fucking
even paid them off with hundreds of
I've been getting
$1,000
some
just to
pretty
protect
bad
your
panic
perfect little
attacks.
image. You paid a girl to keep quiet years ago because you almost got her pregnant and you didn't care. You sent nudes to young girls. You were extremely unfaithful. As soon as I left, you got with my best friend, who I considered to be like a sister. Over the years, you failed to acknowledge how you pay young girls money for their time and attention. Cheating is gross. Alessa loved you, and you would cheat, manipulate, and lie when she'd defend herself. Alessa tried so much to help you. All your girlfriends did. You didn't care. You tried cheating on me with an AI Twitter account. You would tell me how she is the only one that understands you. You would wake people up in the middle of the night to talk about this AI. The next thing she zeroed in on was the consequences of Adam's drug abuse. She describes him as acting possessed and doing spiritual things.
Oh, really?
Even calling it
Damn.
speaking in tongues at one point, which made her very concerned he was becoming psychotic, which was a definite possibility
Dude,
since Adam's psychiatrist
I
had
love
told him
just
years prior
fucking
that even
being
smoking
a
weed was
random ass
significant risk
tiny
of
streamer
psychosis
that like
Eventually,
I've had a couple of guys come on and be like, bro, you're in the wrong streaming category right now. I'm like, does it look like I give a fuck?
Around the house, scattering food over the counter and floors, and though I don't quite get this one, jumping in and out of windows. Does she mean leaping
I'm
through
not
the
big
glass and
time.
breaking in the process, or just jumping through
I'm not like
open
losing
windows?
money
By the way,
because
very
people are
psychotic
finding
behavior.
me under the
For
wrong
instance, Adam's
category.
alleged to have locked their dog Albert in the kennel, screaming at him, feeding him candy and
I put
Gatorade,
E-girl in one of
for
my
whatever reason, calling him Elon Musk. This may be
key
weird,
tags
even
just to
funny at first
fucking
glance, but a very common
just
expression
because
of
some
being
dude
severely
suggested it
deranged
as a
is
joke.
randomly bringing up celebrities
I've
or
had it in there
historical
for like a week
personalities
now.
into your personal life. However, it gets a lot worse. Adam would let Albert outside when it was freezing cold, causing the dog to get lost and nearly freeze to
What
death.
do they mean?
Apparently, he did this multiple times. Once, whilst he got manic at Elizabeth, the dog bit him, and Adam's reaction was to drag the animal around by its neck. Apparently, he had a habit of doing this, even surrounding him with mirrors in the kennel at one time because he was nervous.
Oh, the wrong stream category. I'm not playing the game that my stream says I'm playing.
During her pregnancy, which obviously being pregnant made her have to go to the bathroom much more often than normal. Adam wouldn't let her shower, eat, or sleep by blasting music and doing schizobabble, and the house was often exposed to the elements as he'd leave doors open during blizzards. Her account adds that he didn't just terrorize people domestically, but also did it online as well. Adam would be constantly spamming Alessa with demands to see his son, whilst Elizabeth would be texting her, informing her Mason would not be safe, since whenever he was upset, Adam would put him at risk in various ways. Adam would also call up Ann Venom and scream nonsense at him, saying how much he hated him. For context,
I'm
Ann
sort of
Venom is one of the
exaggerating
few
that. I
YouTubers who
wasn't
came
like
out the same
rude.
scene
Like
as
I
Adam, but
don't
unlike
give
Adam
a
and his
fuck.
peers, he came out
But
relatively
like,
unscathed and actually managed to be an
I'll be
extremely
like,
successful
oh
content
yeah,
creator
no, my
by
bad.
doing more technical videos on Minecraft. Obviously, Ann Venom's success was deeply resented by Sky, who completely failed to do the same despite initially having a way bigger channel. More signs of clearly psychotic behavior include Adam punching an amethyst he had on the wall, and after the resulting gash in his fist had been bandaged, he would purposely take the bandages off and start rubbing his blood on Elizabeth and all over the walls. It's also mentioned in the
Jesus
section, though it's
Christ,
left
this
unspecified
guy
if it
does
actually happened in the
Minecraft.
same time period, but Elizabeth also claims that Adam elbowed her in the stomach multiple times. After being taken to the
Backtracking.
hospital to get his hand checked against his wishes, Adam became violent and started screaming and kicking Elizabeth in her stomach.
Stick to the
proceeding
courage
to
of
fight
your
the staff and
convictions.
yell out the N-word. Adam was subdued by security and spent a week in the hospital.
I don't know, man. Hollow Man might be lurking right now.
However, it did change
I don't want to disappoint my friends. Look like I'm actually talking shit.
In front of the police, meaning he wasn't so insane that he was unaware he was being erratic. He could turn it on and off whenever it's convenient for him. There were, at some point, dozens of recordings Elizabeth made of Adam saying he wanted to kill
If the
multiple
glove
different people,
doesn't
but
fit,
forced
you
her to
must
delete them when
commit.
he found out about it. Something that, according to the document, also happened to Alessa. This culminated in Adam getting in her face whilst wielding a knife, and then proceeding to slash one of their roommates' mattresses with it. Unbeknownst to him, whilst this was taking place, Elizabeth was on a call with a police officer, being instructed to act as if she was on a call with someone she knew, so as not to raise any suspicions and attract Adam's attention to her. Once they'd arrived at the scene and Adam noticed there was police presence, he immediately pivoted to pretending he was doing spring cleaning. However, it was very clear to the cops that this was not the case, as the house was in utter shambles, and as they moved in to secure Elizabeth's safety, upon seeing that the officers were talking to her, Adam began getting erratic again, started rambling about God, video games, his son, his rights, and nuclear power to the officer, and was promptly arrested. We'll briefly sidestep the iCloud documents so that we can go over the police reports, which were also made available on the Twitter thread.
Adam was charged with malicious mischief of the third degree, specified
Of
as
the
damage to
third
private property since
degree?
he slashed his roommate's mattress.
Say it
and
ain't
a harassment
so.
threat. After being involuntarily committed to the hospital, he was still behaving strangely, saying nonsensical things and resisting whenever the officers wanted him to lie down to keep him from running out of his hospital room and attacking the staff, which fortunately never happened. As Adam spent the next few weeks in the hospital, he continued to frequently call Elizabeth, which according to her, brought her to the brink of almost doing something very drastic. And the only thing that stopped her was the fact that she was going to be a mother. However, none of this fazed Adam, who was simply focused on getting out of the hospital as soon as possible. When he did, his behavior resumed, with the added bonus that he began regularly threatening his own well-being to further manipulate Elizabeth into getting whatever he wanted. At a later moment, when Elizabeth was trying to sleep, Adam ran into her room and yanked her out of the bed, at which point she said she felt a tear in the side of her stomach.
Not a bad
as
run.
As soon as he noticed she was screaming out in pain and crying, Adam ran out of the room, almost like a kid.
Damn,
after
I'm
a
down
broke
to
piece of
12.
furniture or something. As a matter of fact, a lot of these behaviors are like a very distorted, psychotic version of things that a kid would do. Something Elizabeth mentions almost immediately when recounting this event is the fact that
So
Adam
what's
blew
new,
through
bro?
all of his money on
Tell me a
candy and
fact.
drugs. In the
Tell me
tweets that
something
followed,
cool you
she
learned
attached some
recently.
images of her PayPal, paying back $6,000 and consequently being over negative $6,000 in the checking. Her prolonged episode of being tormented in Adam's hands apparently came to an end when he told her to call her dad. The thing
That would have
is,
been a
when she
really
did,
good run
her
if I
dad
hadn't
immediately
busted those
started
two
driving at
thrusters.
2 a.m. to come get her. According to her, when Adam realized he'd overplayed his hand and made a mistake, he began texting everyone they knew to start spreading a narrative that she was the belligerent one, the same way he did Alessa. Even though they were no longer living together, Elizabeth continued to text him, trying to be supportive, but Adam continued to do the same. 2 months after her departure, she gave birth in a hospital that was under strict instructions to put the hospital in complete lockdown were Adam to show up. Elizabeth was wise enough to prevent Adam from ever being in the same vicinity as their child if he was unmedicated, but since he continued to not take his meds, he never met his own daughter. While he apparently continued to harass her in private and in public, Adam was repeatedly either threatening to do something drastic himself or pretending he'd already done it. Attached to her statements are a few videos which she gives context for. This one is explained by Elizabeth as Adam asking for the last $200 she had so that he could buy weed and candy. One of the last things said in the document is that there is another unnamed person who has a restraining order against Adam, but we don't get any further info on that. The other images attached to the tweets show Adam randomly referring to Elizabeth using the N-word, based, talking to this
Based.
aforementioned other girl when he was still with Elizabeth, along with an image of the
Have they?
mattress,
Oh,
forgetting his
shit.
daughter's due date and demanding to see her when she was born, endlessly spamming Elizabeth with calls in the middle of the night, threatening his own life again to manipulate her, along with a few recordings of the voice messages he left her.
I don't respect you.
The fact that she has recordings of his voice honestly gives her account a lot more credence than if she only had text messages.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that they haven't
I'm
fucking
documenting these as allegations and not attesting to their
released
credibility. But if there are elements of her story
the
that you
fact
think
that
are
they haven't
dubious,
released
there
a
are two
game
more that really solidify
since
Elizabeth's
Ghost of
claims.
Tsushima came
First
out,
off,
which
on the
I'm
very
pretty
same
sure is
day,
the
a
truth.
former collaborator of
Sucker
Sky's,
Punch hasn't
British
released a
YouTuber
game
Izzy
since
Gaza,
Ghost,
also
so
posted about his
like
experience with him,
they
which is
must
also
have been
very long, so I'll
fucking
give it the same
keeping it
treatment I
hush
gave
hush
Elizabeth and paraphrase
that
it.
they've
He
been
does
working
note
on
right at the
Ghost.
beginning that he had no concrete evidence for his claims since most of it took place over Skype,
Oh,
and he couldn't
what?
manage to find anything archived. Again, I'll have to let you be the judge of their veracity. In his document, Gizzy retells that he was the originator of the idea to make the Cops and Robbers series, in which they recreated a Halo 3 Forge map to do roleplay, and it blew up and became a landmark of early 2010s Minecraft videos. However, after inviting Adam for the second recording of it, the series got away from Gizzy, and eventually he stopped being invited to them altogether, despite playing a pivotal role in getting us started. This, according to
Super
him, was
pumped
done
for that.
purposely by Adam, who deliberately misinterpreted Gizzy's
Yeah,
claim to be the
so
originator
they
of the map,
obviously
as
they
if
go
he was saying
slow.
he did it by himself without the help of Podcrash.
Second
People
Son
who
was
brought the
like,
map under Gizzy's
dude, they
instructions.
stepped up
This
their game
permanently made them
so
persona
hard
non grata in the
when they
Minecraft
came out with
community.
fucking
In
Ghost.
2014, Adam actively went around contacting other content creators and told them not to work with Gizzy. Effectively, a boycott coming from one of the most important gaming YouTubers of that era for seemingly no good reason. Also on the same day, Alessa took to Twitter to clarify her position on the erupting news about Sky, saying, "The only time I ever kept our son away was when he didn't have an active parenting plan set up to ensure I'd get him back after visitations. Instead of waiting for the parenting plan, Adam let Keemstar manipulate him into having a breakdown on Drama Alert. To this day, Adam blames me for the Drama Alert thing. Since we're digging up old news, I remember the time Adam wrote a love song for another girl and played it for our coworkers in front of me. My coworkers were like, 'Oh, it's so sweet he made a song about you.' I had to make it awkward and admit it wasn't about me. Then I got harassed about it for days, saying I embarrassed him in front of his employees and how immature I was being, constantly gaslighting me. And the song was for a girl
Dude,
he was
when
cheating
Ghost
on
2
me with,
comes
by the
out,
way.
when
He
the
also let her
Legends
borrow my
mode
car without
happens,
asking. When Don, his older ex, and I came together
it's
to
gonna
write
be
an affidavit
fucking
against him, he
a
bribed her by
reunion
giving
for
her
the
example
ages.
from their relationship in an attempt to quiet her and discredit everything I was saying. Like I said, he uses people and animals for his own gain. Adam likes to call me an abuser for finally retaliating at him physically after he had been chasing me around and cornering me. I lashed out after he screamed in my face that he would do everything in my power to make sure the court sees you as an unfit mother. He wouldn't move, so I grabbed his neck and punched him. And honestly, I regret nothing, and he cannot hold that over my head anymore. The sad part is, when the cops came, I didn't tell them about him physically restraining me or screaming at me. I was scared the public would find out, thus making him lose his job, thus leaving my son with no support as I didn't have a job at the time. I spent my son's first Easter in jail
Well,
because he wouldn't
that's
send
the
money
price
to
you
his parents
pay.
to help bail me out. I sat there for 5 days. Then he tried to dox me with this information to his millions of followers to get them to mob me. At about 6 months pregnant, Adam took my car keys, my phone, my laptop, and left me in our house with no food until they came back home at around 11 p.m. The lake house was miles away from any grocery store or restaurant, otherwise I would have walked. And even if I found somewhere to purchase food, I had no money of my own. I was financially held hostage anytime I disagreed with him. Adam isolated me from my friends and family. I had no one to call, and my father was in Mexico. I had no money of my own because Adam was supporting me because I had recently given birth to our son and I wasn't working. And since everyone's been asking, yes, they are also the reason I no longer have access to my old YouTube channel. Later on, Alessa shared a message she allegedly got from Adam's mother, which read, "What is the end result you're looking for here? Adam forced to work a menial job like 7-Eleven or McDonald's? Well, prepare for $25 a month of child support. DSHS will lower the payments to what he'll be able to pay. You'll have to get a job. You destroyed his singing career, now you've wrecked his life and livelihood. You accuse him of the worst crimes via vigilante justice. No defense, no judge, no jury. Just an angry mob who doesn't really know what went on. But I was there for your bad actions as well as his. Grow up and stop using the angry mob to feel better." It's interesting to me that the first thing expressed in her message is the idea of Adam working a regular job and how horrible that would be, trying to make it about the child supports, and willingly ignoring the fact that at this point, Alessa already had a job and was supporting Mason on her own income. While the image we got of Adam's mom from Elizabeth was a more positive one, if this message she sent Alessa is genuine, it may be the case that her motivation for helping Adam's victims out is so that it never gets so bad that Adam does something that lands him in prison, basically cleaning up after him while simultaneously enabling. Of course, course, this is just speculation based on Alessa and Elizabeth's claims. User Munching Brotato quote tweeted Alessa, saying he was with Adam and Alessa back in 2015 and witnessed him berating her, telling her he would have to delete all of her social media in the middle of a flight. In reply to his post, user Terpy Clouds also attested to having witnessed Adam throwing objects, including ones made out of glass, at Alessa in a hotel room while she was pregnant, causing thousands of dollars worth of damage, and most importantly, endangering his own kid's life in the process. This was back in 2014, and there were pictures from the trip they attached to the tweet. Along with Alessa, Ross, who worked at Sky Media, also made some tweets, revealing that Sky would only let him have his channel back for $100,000, and when Ross refused that generous offer, it made him angry. He also showed some prints of conversations wherein Adam was trying to pressure him into doing things at the office that he didn't agree to.
Another person who came out against Sky was someone named Brian, who mentioned he'd made a tweet longer 2 years prior about some assault situations he had suffered, which included a story about Sky, though he hadn't named him in the original post. The story described him going to Las Vegas and attending a karaoke with Sky, who got very intoxicated and at one point tried to non-consensually kiss him. In his tweets, he elaborated, saying, "Back in 2016,
that kind of
Adam
assault,
called me to tell me that he wanted me to move out to Seattle to become a huge brand new YouTuber, make me the next big thing. Time had passed and I was told I was going to get a call with his manager at the time to talk specifics, but nothing came from it. Then we ended up at PAX South 2017, where I asked Adam at a house party what was going on, and he said he would get me answers next week when he got back. After a week, still nothing. Eventually I started to hear rumors from friends that Adam would talk behind my back, tell people how shit my content was, and that I was someone who was just looking to leech off people, which wasn't true at all. All I wanted was to be Adam's friend. Anytime he's in some sort of funk, I would reach out to him to see how he's doing, and if he needed anything. I was always there for him. Then things started to change when Alessa and Adam broke up. I considered them both friends, but Adam didn't like that I was still friends with Alessa afterward, even though she never did anything bad towards me, and I was just being a good friend to them both. I started to notice that he changed his way with me, and one day I tweeted a subtweet then deleted it, and then he DM'd me about what it was, just because I was friends with Alessa. Brian included a few screenshots of the DMs, mostly consisting of Adam pressing him about the subtweet and saying he doesn't trust Brian because he still followed Alessa. Another similar story to Brian's came from a VTuber named Ender, who moved in with Adam around the same time as Elizabeth. According to Ender, Adam made false promises and put as much pressure as he could on
Fucking
Ender to
Minecraft
move in, only for none
YouTube,
of them
am
to
I
be
right?
fulfilled. Other former associates of
Fucking
Sky were coming out of the
dumbasses.
woodwork to support them, one of them being Deadlocks, who said in no vague terms that no one actually liked Adam as much as they feared him, and that he lost 99% of his friends through his career because of the way he behaved. The aforementioned Munching Brotato also shared that Adam bullied him out of the platform, and after enough time passed since it had happened and Brotato thought it was safe to come back, Adam immediately noticed and released private DMs between them, calling on his legion of fans to antagonize him. Seto Sorcerer suggested that Adam had something to do with his departure from YouTube in 2014. Battlesword added that Adam would lie, manipulate, cheat, and emotionally destroy anyone who wasn't perfect to him. A user named Z showed DMs between themselves and Adam wherein he could be seen threatening himself. Tim.tv alleged that when the Jimbop situation was still ongoing, he brought it up to Adam, who told him to mind his own business and edit. Mistsan corroborated this by saying that when Jin was arrested, Adam told everyone not to say anything about it so that he could play dumb about it. Later on, Mistsan also dropped his statement, revealing that he regularly worked 15 hours a day for Sky, and once he quit, he instantly started tweeting out a bunch of lies about him, vilifying him and resulting in Sky's fans following suit and harassing Mistsan, which culminated in him distancing himself from creating content and just becoming an editor for somebody else. The insane work hours aren't just Mistsan's claims either. Another user by the name of Sub also relayed that he was working not 15 but 20 hours a day when he was just 15 years old, 6 videos and 6 thumbnails per day, plus 2 animation videos a month, and being so devoted to his work under Sky that he convinced his parents to potentially relocate so that he could continue working. However, after a while of Sub basically running Sky's channel, he was unceremoniously let go, which absolutely crushed him. Fortunately, he quickly came to realize this was a blessing in disguise, as his working conditions were absolutely exploitative, especially since, if I'm understanding this correctly, Sky was telling him he couldn't afford to pay him, despite raking in millions on his main channel at the time. A very similar story came from someone named Queen Cat, who reported being 13 to 14 years old when they were editing the Do Not Laugh videos for Adam, again for no pay at all. Sky's way of repaying their labor was to promise to put their names in the description, which is already pathetic in and of itself, but even then, he wasn't able to fulfill his promise. After repeatedly complaining to Sky about it, he replied that he would shout their name out in another video, which again never happened. A lot like Substory, it crushed them to see their work, which they were only able to do by sacrificing time in school and with their friends, going completely without meaningful credit. A day after Elizabeth's original tweet, Venom came out on Twitter to share his own experience with him. This wasn't a stranger or an ex-girlfriend, but someone who'd worked with him at a point in time, giving a lot of weight to his words. In his Pastebin post titled, "Adam doesn't deserve our forgiveness, but I still hope he tries to earn it," he said, dead.
I want to preface this by saying that ever since 2013, I've been kept just outside of arm's reach of Adam, so I was spared from much of what you may have heard from others. I've known Adam, also known as Sky Does Minecraft, also known as Net Nobody.
Alright, man, thanks for stopping by.
Prior to the creation of the Sky Does Minecraft channel. I was there when Adam was trying to get his channel off the ground, and I coached him a lot throughout 2012, which is when the Sky Does Minecraft channel initially blew up. I met Sky when he contacted me, joking about
Next time I see a notification from you, I'll pop in.
Friends, but we communicated often all the way through 2012. Myself and Caveman Films even did a fundraiser live stream for him in 2011, link below, so he could buy a new PC, which he ultimately did, and that allowed him to start his Sky Does Minecraft career.
Oh yeah, you too.
If I said I hadn't
Thanks
felt
again.
a little bit of guilt and feeling like I had ever helped Adam, like this may have never happened. In the weeks leading up to his channel blowing up, he would often ask me to record with him because it was something he enjoyed. By this point, I had somewhere in the neighborhood of 500,000 subscribers. As time went on, he would ask to record with me a lot because he enjoyed it, and I enjoyed it. I was a hard ass on him about his repeated requests in early July of 2012 because he began asking me to record a little too much. At the end of the day, part of my motivation for being a hard ass was to motivate him. By the time the middle of July had rolled around, he did just that, and we recorded Minecraft.
I was motivated to motivate him.
Blown up without my assistance at this point, but Adam definitely blew up a lot following the release of this video, and I mean a lot. He went from tens of thousands of views per day to the high hundreds of thousands. I have archived Skype screenshots from 2012 that I looked at yesterday that showed just how excited Sky was. Sky saw nearly overnight success. Some of you may know, earned income on YouTube isn't paid until 30 to 60 days following the end of that month. So while Sky did see overnight success, he did not get any money for it for a few months. I firmly believe that July through August of 2012 were the absolute happiest I ever saw Adam. Within my PAX 2012 Day 1 video, link below, you can see an entirely different looking Adam, who looks so full of life and so ready to just take on the world. He had found success, but money had not yet corrupted him. My memory after PAX 2012 is hazy, but I do remember the first time our friendship became strained was when he organized and did not invite me to Survival Games 5, the video for which is linked below. Considering that I won the first 3, and considering how good of friends we were prior to this time, something seemed up. Now I want to make clear that this is water under the bridge. I forgave this a long time ago. The reason I bring this up is this is when I began to always be greater than an arm's distance away from Adam, which is why I feel I was spared. In the years following, I heard I was in discussions to be invited into Team Crafted, but later heard Adam struck down that idea. Again, it seems I was spared. The last time I can ever recall seeing him in person was when he was working at Sky Media and we had lunch together. Fast forward to sometime into and after 2018, I began to see just how far Adam had fallen. I need to be extremely careful not to disclose specifics, but Adam called me as a friend to discuss the delusional ideas that he was completely enthralled with. At some point in 2019 or 2020, I had gotten a few calls from Adam wherein he was clearly not in a good state of mind. His home was an absolute wreck and he was frequently in some kind of psychotic state. I can confidently say that I was scared during these calls. I was scared that I would be the trigger for him to do something bad, even though all I wanted to do was support him and calm him down. Adam has been my friend since 2009. Even if I felt the odds were absolutely stacked against him, I always wanted him to have an epic comeback, find peace, and live happily. But again, because I was kept just outside of arm's reach, I had no idea about the things that were going on that Liz described within her message. All I can confidently say is that me and Liz did speak the one time she mentioned we spoke, and it was very brief. The last time myself and Adam spoke was within the last few months when he borrowed a bit of grocery money from me, which he did 2 or 3 times within the past year. Nothing overly major, as I would have said no to anything I wasn't comfortable with. The last time he borrowed from me though, I told him it was the last time I could help him financially unless he was able to pay it back and have an amazing comeback, whether it be with videos, music, or whatever his life passions were. I just wanted the best for my friend, and I still want the best for my friend. Adam did some truly unforgivable things that other people have shared their stories about, and he's especially done unforgivable things within the past few years, which I believe were directly influenced by him losing the remainder of his earned wealth. I will only consider some kind of forgiveness if he does what I think nobody expects from him at this point, and actually strives to fix his life, and then does so and proves to even the harshest of skeptics that he's giving it his all. While Aunt Venom was unable to corroborate many of Elizabeth's more specific claims due to his distance, he was able to confirm one of the most scathing ones, the psychotic phone calls. However, he wouldn't be the last person to follow Elizabeth's lead, as yet another day later, a third person spoke out, identifying themselves as Nick at the end of the twitlonger they made about Adam. It reads as follows. My history with Adam begins in the middle of 2017 after reaching out to members of Team Crafted / Nobody Media in hopes of gaining some experience in the film world while also helping out one of my childhood idols. Until this point, I had not met or seen Adam in the 3 to 4 months I'd been visiting the house members, until one night, I was not supposed to have gone back after the shoot. I left my bag inside Adam's bathroom but was told it would be better to leave it there. The general consensus was that Adam could not see me or he would be very, very upset. Tensions rose as Adam walked down the driveway in a robe and greeted me by name. He handed me his drink and asked if I wanted a sip while gesturing me towards the house. Phil and Jason were immediately immediately worried about me, but I told them he was awesome and had no clue why they tried to protect me for such a nice guy. This is where the manipulation began. 3 months after meeting Adam face to face, he began interacting with me on a mutual level on social media, even inviting me to his birthday party, where I was able to meet almost everyone I grew up watching on the YouTube scene. At this point, he was with a girl named Felicia and spent a lot of time away from LA for business. In 2018, Adam entered a very bad time. I was able to come over less, and when I did, he was in his studio off copious amounts of mushrooms, room hotbox so effectively you were high upon even entering. In 2020, he had asked me to come visit to help him get out of his slump, and I obliged. But I didn't feel all the way safe being alone with him after seeing the way he behaved on Discord, so I took one of my close friends who Adam enjoyed the company of with me. Upon being picked up from the airport, we noticed the state of his house was that of an extremely distressed individual. We stayed for a week, taking him grocery shopping, taking care of the puppy, and handling some of the household chores that had been neglected for some time. Adam began opening up to me about what had happened in the past 2 years and to the dark place he had been stuck in for quite some time. He spoke frequently about spiritual adventures where either he was God or possessed some type of power the rest of us didn't. I helped restore the house back to a livable condition before a week came to an end. Adam became a lot more comfortable sharing things I've never heard about him from his private life and expressed wanting me to stay with him longer so we could continue to get better. The week soon came to an end and Adam begged me to stay. Fortunately, the friends that I had brought had to return home and could not do so without me, so we headed back. The month after this, he would call me at random hours of the night, saying extremely cryptic riddles but never explaining what he meant before threatening himself in some fashion, then disappearing for days at a time only to apologize and say he was working. He finally ends up admitting he took what he claims was upwards of 70 grams of shrooms, and that's why he was having such a bad episode. I flew back to Seattle, alone, this time to see Adam and help him with a music video for a song he had shown me. Liz picks me up from the airport and brings me to Adam's house. Liz would soon have to leave, and she and I exchanged info before she headed home. Adam immediately was less tense, and when I asked who she was, he referred to her as some Tinder girl, but I don't ever see her being my girlfriend. The fucked up part being Liz would have already been pregnant at this point. The week continued with me having to take care of Adam as he slipped in and out of reality, often severely injuring himself in the process. He needed me beside him to bathe because he was afraid of drowning. He'd speak like a baby, mumbling nonsense, shower, and walk around with only a blanket, refusing to put clothes on until falling into bed next to me, yelling at construction workers across the street, calling them Smiths, all the while constructing some master plan to get Mason back. There's no way a child could live there. The house would get worse as I tried to clean it, and I felt myself being pulled further and further into a hole I didn't know the depth of. I finally went home and began to see the events of what was hidden from me unfold, beginning with the birth of Elizabeth's kid. I kept Adam added, and he would reach out randomly throughout the year with strange requests, like to add him on Facebook and work on videos. He's since pretended to move on and try to surround himself with new shields to defend the character he presents now versus the one who disregarded so many of the people he claimed to love. Adam is a lying, manipulative narcissist who should not be in a position of power, and I'd warn against trying to help. No matter how much I want to see the good in him, people need to be aware of what type of man he is. To this day, he will repeat, "I'm sorry, I didn't mean it," and threaten himself at the first thought of repercussions for his actions. "I'm sorry, but I can't be responsible for you."
Also on the 24th, a user named Skelly posted another tweet longer, explaining that Adam had been essentially trying to love bomb and manipulate him, only to have him come over and take care of Mason for him while he went to his bedroom. Skelly also corroborated Elizabeth's claims that Adam abused their dog Albert, feeding it things it shouldn't eat, throwing it outside whilst it rained, among other things. According to Skelly, Sky had everyone around him do everything for him.
So
from
weird how
up to
fucking
scheduling
Brits
his
say the
activities,
word
contacting business
whilst.
opportunities, and coordinating collaborations for him. Adam would do shrooms every single day, lie about quitting to get things he wanted, tell people about his hallucinations as if they were real and call them stupid if they didn't play along, make non-consensual advances on people around him whilst under the influence, video call people in his underpants or naked, call himself God, demonize anyone who he thought wronged him or are no longer in his life, show people pictures of his semen, guilt trip Skelly into naming his son Adam, and after all of that, never pay him a dime for his work. With all these testimonies coming out in a row, both from people who worked with him and people who were part of his personal life in one way or another, Adam was painted as a pretty calculating abuser, as opposed to the image that the general public had of him, of a guy struggling with mental health who couldn't get a break. Following this close set sequence of allegations, Sky went close to radio silent on these topics, which puzzled a lot of people since some of the claims made, particularly by Elizabeth, crossed well over into criminal territory, and if she was lying, he could easily sue her for defamation. Again, whilst these are just allegations, Elizabeth shared reports from 2 different police officers who reported Adam was not only belligerent, but possessed by manic delusions, so whatever response he could give would have to be extremely good, otherwise it would do nothing but fuel the fire burning on his name at the time. Liz herself posted the DM which Adam sent to Drama Alert, claiming that the allegations were a mix in regards to their veracity, but besides that measly response, nothing really materialized. February went went by, then March, April, and nothing of significance came from him besides a page on FameSwap, wherein it appears that Sky had just put his channel up for sale for nearly $1 million, which as far as I can tell never happened. In that same month of April, another of Sky's exes, Dawn, tweeted something in response to the Jay Aubrey video that had recently come out about the allegations. She revealed that all the way back in 2012, before he was as huge as he would soon become, Sky was already abusive, as during play fighting, he put her in a real headlock which didn't allow her to breathe until she was rendered unconscious. After she woke up, Adam expressed that he didn't intend for that to happen, but I don't know how realistically it's possible to choke someone out on accident, especially when they're clawing and biting at you to stop, as Dawn describes herself doing. Still, nothing from Sky's end. Sky waited for almost a year and a half before speaking about the allegations, and by the time he did, many people had long lost their interest in this case since it was inactive. In July 2023, he took to Twitter to attempt to clear his name, saying, "After 2.5-ish years focusing on my mental health, taking in what everyone said and thinks, and trying to process, I just want to say I'm sorry anyone ever felt so negatively of me. I make mistakes, but only ever try to be a good person. After speaking with professionals leagues beyond me, I think it's in everyone's best interest to let them handle everything in the personal realms of life. That's what they've dedicated their lives to. After all, I only know my life. I have no immense making plans or happy ending ideas in my head with anyone, and I think it's best everyone just moves on with their own lives. As has been stated, I was just always an emotional guy trying to help others, make others laugh, and along the way lost focus. Just as you only know your life and one perspective in that life, I only know mine. I'm not the horrible monster I've been made out to be. It hurts, and it's a lot of what it's taking time to process. I've laughed, cried, put emotions and resources and more to a lot of the very people describing me as a horrible person who have mistakes resolved already, and already in the process of healing. It's just all been very confusing, and I'm not asking for sympathy, just understanding whilst I continue to work through it all. I'm not really interested in being Sky anymore or a YouTuber, but rather just a human being, focusing on improvement, creating things behind the scenes, once in a while telling you what I'm working on, and maybe some music once in a while, as it's therapy to me and my wife. I have been doing okay for those who are interested. I'm married to my wife Wendy, making an album, shooting music videos with her, and have grown past internet drama and things that lower my connections to God and higher frequency, as we get closer to awakening as a species, the end times, the solar flash, etc., whatever you want to call it. I don't focus too much on the internet anymore due to spiritual beliefs, but I do know you're all out there who've supported me and just wanted me to get better. I just wanted to say to those of you who wanted me to get back to a space I was at before, I appreciate you, and saw the redemption stories you all wanted for me so much. I'm off drugs, I'm eating healthy, and really alchemically focusing on my mind and my body. Thank you to those of you who just wanted to better me. I saw it. I just personally hit a point of pressure. I never wanted to be some perfect non-human idea of everyone's old hero. Those were confusing and left me in a weird spot of never knowing how to come out and say, guys, I'm just a guy who makes funny videos, employed friends which cause emotions to be included, has a booming ass voice and viper tongue, and makes just as many mistakes as you during the process of learning and life. I've been living in acceptance of my bipolar schizophrenia over the last 2 years, and my wife Wendy has helped a lot, but it took a long time for me to understand what was happening to me as it developed over the past 5 years. Thankfully, I'm in a place where I feel comfortable enough to let everyone in again, and hopefully look to the future. I'm excited to show you the things I've been working on behind the scenes. I'm not really interested in talking about anything negative anymore, and to those of you who were there for me during my lowest, thank you.
Again, what we're seeing here is a discrepancy between Adam's self-perception as a regular guy struggling with serious mental health issues and how he's described by third parties as a manic manipulator and abuser. While this tweet sort of explains why he hasn't defended himself from the accusations in any way, because he's not interested in things he considers negative, it doesn't really do anything to clear up what way exactly he isn't the monster he's been painted to be. A couple of months after this statement was posted to Twitter, he posted a video to his channel called Where Have You Been?, wherein he vaguely reiterates some of his statement while wearing religious symbols, and then tells people to join a Telegram to stay updated. A little while after, he posted another update to his YouTube where he appeared with his new wife and announced that he was now the COO of Storyfire. If you don't know what Storyfire is, it's basically this YouTube, Twitch alternative platform that was launched a few years ago. It never really went anywhere. And by the way, it was created by McJuggernuggets.
You're not touching this. You're not. Get away. Put it back. What are you face on me? What are you? Dad!
While Adam doesn't seem psychotic, something still feels off about the things Sky is saying and his presentation. It's almost as if he's holding on to some phantom of himself of early 2010s Minecraft YouTube humor, but in a very decrepit form. Throughout the video, he mentions there's going to be a documentary release covering the last 3 years of his life, and that he's been saved by Jesus Christ. Over the course of the following months, he started uploading Minecraft videos again, and I should note, not in a new format that makes an attempt to capitalize on how the platform has changed since 2013, but the exact same way he used to do it 10 years ago. show. As you can imagine, this wasn't very successful, and the shilling for Storyfire definitely didn't help with popularity, since at this point, Storyfire's public reception was pretty negative after CoffeeZilla, someone who's widely trusted by YouTube audiences, did a video covering a publicity stunt one of its founders, Jesse, did to save his platform from completely dying. After a few attempts at recreating these 2013 Minecraft videos, Sky tried his hand at reacting to the recently released GTA trailer with some of his friends, maybe due to it being trending at the time. That was the penultimate video he uploaded to his YouTube, as his next 3 uploads were Storyfire exclusives, one being an Animal Crossing gameplay, a Lego Fortnite video, and a music video for one of his Net Nobody tracks. Another thing he mentioned along with the documentary was the Net Nobody album he supposedly had been working on that would save the world but never got released. While there's very little activity on the content side of things, he's remained active on Twitter, similarly schizo posting with an occasional normal tweet. More important than his account, in my opinion, is his new wife's. Not because of her posts, but because of her bio. Right after Adam's name,
Alright,
she has
I had to pee anyway, I was being an asshole.
Possibly meaning she's schizophrenic and has Asperger's or something, although maybe it's just a joke. I mean, it easily could be. However,
Skits
soon after,
Asperger?
also
That's
mentions
kinda
she's a
funny.
mother of 2. If it's true that she has 2 kids, I hope from the bottom of my heart that her and Adam's mental health issues are and continue to be squarely under control. Time will eventually tell whether that's the case.
I have returned. Welcome back to me. Come on, we're getting 20 mil this round. Guess I'm switching back to the fucking. How, bro? What the fuck? I've died twice in a row to that fucking... that same ass one, too. What's going on, Reaper? It's been a while. You playing, I take it you're playing Ghosts with Lee? Not too much, man. Living life. It was Amber's birthday yesterday, and we went up to, like, Central Florida. Went to a manatee park and didn't see no fucking manatees. I'll tell her you said hi. How's life? You guys gonna fucking put the screws to Andrew Tate already? That's what's up. Anything new? Yeah, neither do I. I just fucking heard somewhere recently that, like, he went back to jail. I'm gonna put on a new video. I'm not going anywhere though. Yeah. Y'all doing hell mode or playing rivals or what?
React to Lagavert, with any missteps of Lumen City.
Lumen City is a furry YouTuber who, at the time of writing, has amassed a subscriber count of around 1,500.
Oh, fuck yeah.
So this is like drama within the furry community. The furries are debating each other. This furry is a problem. That furry.
I debated and came to the conclusion that
they're just like dogs. They would be more
the shooter games really, I don't like the person I become when I play multiplayer shooter games.
From how they came to exist, became popular, and the current news about furry art,
not exactly
furry conventions, and LGBT
proud of my Call of Duty career.
Information coming to light would paint a different picture. A picture of some.
It's crazy.
You know what I'm saying?
So much too, this Lumen City person, because they have like 1,000 subscribers. Like they're not like a very popular person, and despite that, they've managed to like piss off like Blue Falf, which is like one of the most famous trans furries.
Have you started streaming too?
Friend, I can't remember their name right now. I talked about them in the video. This guy with 50k subs, probably one of the bigger furry commentary channels. One of the guys that I actually listen. This guy beta dated a lot of. This guy.
Not for you.
He used to be in the commentary.
I feel you.
He was like the furry commentator. I thought he would have made a video about it, but it looks like he didn't. But I expected that he would have.
I wouldn't have told you it was for me either.
Yeah, this video like This guy had like
But
so few subs back in the day, and then this video like really put him out there.
we got a deal on a computer, and
Yeah, April 2017. This is how like
here
this is
we
how my
are,
channel
right?
looked back in the day too. Every commentary channel looked like this.
The furry community. Oh my god.
Not with the dog usually. Usually it wasn't a dog.
Doing with my life. So I decided to pull a spare Kleenex and make another 7 Levels of Being a Furry HD remix. Or in this current
You've been
case,
keeping
Dante's
Lee out of
edition.
trouble?
Every commentary channel was like just a robot, kind of looked the same, but not exactly. But it was like blurred stock footage or blurred gameplay, and then it was like the little PNG tuber guy on it, and then it was like pictures popping up. I mean, this is what my videos looked like back then too. Mine is the furry stuff. I mean, if you look up, man, we're gonna go deep on this one. I wish my voice was deeper right now, and I wasn't.
Also, I'm guessing you, just like Lee,
sounding 14 years old,
you
like,
didn't
scroll
download
down,
this game on the
find,
PS Plus free games last month.
I'm trying to look for like a great.
This game is absolutely fucking addicting.
I want to ignore that you would see it. Okay, yeah. We get the idea. I don't think we need to watch
There's not a
that.
huge player base, but I am the #1 PlayStation player on the leaderboard the last 3 weeks.
To a point it's downright worrying. From stalking notable members of the fandom at
As far as I can
conventions
tell, that
to
is.
acting on grudges with those he holds contempt against. While he's a relatively small creator, his actions have garnered him a sizable amount of infamy among members in the fandom, accruing a number of
Yep, I'm doing a little
accusations that
fucking
leave a lot
speedrun
to be
race
This is a video
challenge
where I'll be
here.
giving you an extended overview of Lumen City,
See how much of
the
it you can
content
salvage in
creates,
15 minutes.
Why does he talk like
Yeah,
that?
it's a
Why does he talk like
product
this,
of having no
What's his
life,
equal
honestly.
voice?
I'm not.
It's like the annoying professor voice. Why are you talking like that? It's not even his voice. It's the
I'm not,
cadence.
dude.
Cadence
If
like
you
that.
saw a
You
speed
don't
run
need
of
to-
this
you don't need to talk
game,
like this. It's unnecessary.
and you had like 20 minutes of experience with like how hard it is to like control movement, there's this one dude who's the top of the leaderboard every week. It looks like he is absolutely on crack at 2 times speed. Like, it is absolutely unexplainable how quickly this dude goes.
What type of content is made on his channel.
My question is, why is the
Yeah,
why
I
is the
almost
gameplay- why is it on top
I
of
almost
it?
want to pull up one of these speed runs.
Looking at the description,
And it's crazy because the dude has like 71 subscribers. He's like got a fucking he's got a smaller YouTube channel than like Drazios or somebody, and he's absolutely one of the most like phenomenal gamers I've ever seen play a game.
commenting on drama or other topics that arise in the furry community. But unlike myself, he primarily uses a short form approach to his content, aiming to give you a synopsis of an event as quickly as possible, to varying results. What I mean is that sometimes he can run through a topic so quickly that his words can start to mix together audibly, making him more difficult to understand.
Animal abuser furry, best known for the first suits blonde bulk.
I think
Oh, not stream. Like, I'm just talking about YouTube channel. I don't know if this guy streams either.
Literally like have autism or something. I think they literally cannot help themselves but talk like that. Because it's not even like they're just talking.
But
too
if you
fast,
go to
they're,
his
like,
YouTube
tripping over
channel,
their own words.
I literally I looked up
They can't even do
I
much
looked up
better
his
than I don't know. You can meet these
his
people. I
YouTube
didn't
channel just because I was like, how does this guy have a score that's literally like
How's 8th grade going?
1.5 times as big as anybody else on the leaderboard? And then when I saw after the first 30 seconds of watching this guy's speedrun, I was like, yeah, I guess that's why, huh?
Dude, I did just say he can't help himself, but it is literally impossible to understand what he's saying. You have to like listen to it and then like think back about it in your head to like reinterpret it. The subtitles help a little bit.
487 attendees. In 2020, just before the COVID-19 pandemic, saw 1,466.
Along with that, sometimes his videos can feel less like the furry news.
That fit is crazy. Like, hold on. What was that? What was that?
166.
Along with that,
What is this? What kind of flag is this? This is the trans one, right? What is this one? What is this? Can anyone explain to me what this is? I've never seen this before. What are they wearing too? Like they have like a dog mask, glasses, googly eyes, and these gloves, and this thing. That's the catch-all pride.
So
one.
what's
Is
been
it-
going on?
have
What's
I,
the
like,
tea?
Never seen a pride flag? I didn't think it looked like that. I thought the pride
Talk to
flag
me,
was just, like, a
Reaper.
rainbow
It's
or
been a
something.
long time.
What is this thing?
sometimes his videos can feel less like the furry
going on?
news and more like Lumen taking jabs at creators or people he just doesn't agree with. An example of this
Hey,
would be the video he
cool.
created in
That's what I
June
do.
2022 titled
No
"My Favorite
tea.
Video to Loda is
No tea, no shade.
Furry YouTube. Despite what the title would lead you to believe, This video doesn't really touch
Pretty
on
chill.
anything Beta has
Hey man,
done that has resulted
one
in
could
the YouTube creator space being
one
made
could do
worse.
far worse with
The
their
main
life than
criticisms
have
presented in
no
this
tea
video
to spill.
are Beta's switch from edited videos to stream highlights, Beta's usage of suggestive thumbnails, and how Beta blocking Lumen on Twitter shows that Beta thinks
Yeah,
little of
I'm
small
actually
creators.
really surprised that I'm not regretting my purchase of Rise of the Ronin. Like, in a moment of weakness, I was like, alright, I'm gonna take a chance on it.
Hold on.
I've read some reviews and I'm not sure it's gonna be that good, but it really is. Like,
Oh, a previous video is just, it's his own video. He reused
it's a
his own
combo of Ghost and
I thought he
Sekiro.
was saying
It
he
really is
stole
like,
his thumbnail, but instead, he's
it
just
takes
using
two of my favorite games in the entire fucking gaming industry, and kind of takes.
speech is they turn the speech down in his stats.
It's like less fantasy than Sekiro, but a little less fucking realistic than Ghost.
Decided to block me on his account. I don't know if I insulted
It's more open world than Sekiro, but like less story driven than Ghost. I don't know. It's got some good points to it. And then again, this game was free and completely out of nowhere, and I can't stop fucking playing it.
He needs to stop chewing on cotton balls.
I spent $60 on a new ass game just the other day.
Excuse
And
me,
I'm
sir.
back to
Captain
fucking doing
Buttsex.
speedruns
Excuse
of
me,
this
Captain Buttsex. I think it would be for the
in the
best if you,
in-betweens.
didn't allow your boyfriend to rail your ass while recording YouTube videos. Just wait until right after. Just wait until right after, okay? Please. That would really help a lot, okay? I'm just saying, okay? You know, you want to criticize Beta Data a lot of. I'm gonna criticize your content a little bit. I think it would be for the best. You
Which,
stop having
Rise
gay
of the
sex
Ronin?
while
Yeah.
you record. Just me. Maybe that's just me.
If you catch it on sale, that's like a no-brainer as far as I'm concerned. I'm not like, it's definitely an acquired taste type thing. I don't know if it's acquired taste, but like I can see how some people would be less than satisfied with it because like the story is a little fucking like amateur slash like,
Hold on, let's try this. I'm trying to get a big bite.
I don't know. It's sort of got like
Yeah, I guess you're right. You got me, dude.
He mentioned Beta and
like corny anime feel to it, but like I'm talking about like a lot of animes have much better stories than this. So like imagine the corniest anime,
alleged with no form of proof, no DMs sent to him,
and that's the kind of story that Rise of the Ronin is dealing with. But it's fucking
What is with this like stock footage?
the parry system and the combat are really cool.
Why is this here?
Tweet, which are about as tame as one could get.
Yeah, I mean, it's literally just people saying like you're wrong. Our 5 tweets like harassment. I think Lumen City is genuinely just like a deranged autist or something. The funniest thing they did is running into someone's hotel room to like creep shot them and then run away. That is perhaps the funniest thing they've done. Don't really support that action.
Unless you get the good.
No, I'm just kidding. Unless you post it, unless you send it to me. No, I'm just kidding. Unless you email it to turkeytownbusiness@yahoo.com. Just kidding. It's meta ironic. Oh my god. But that is the funniest thing they did, and I talked about that in in my video.
Oh come on, get that shit out of my way, dude.
Yeah, this is where I talked about it. It's pretty keck.
As may remember, we started a GoFundMe
Pretty
to
keck.
sue Valid Else, which didn't go much of anywhere. The story goes that Shrip and Bluefalf met up and decided
Lol
to go to Shrip's
W.
hotel room at a furry convention, not the one I was at, just a different, unrelated one a while ago. And they decided to go to the hotel room to hang out. Lumen City apparently followed them, went into their hotel room, took a photo of
Getting
Shrip and Blue with his
abused
phone,
in
and
this
then just
one,
ran
bro.
the fuck out of there like a flash, which is obviously a very strange, uncomfortable, not normal thing to do. You know, running into someone's hotel room, which is a private space, to take a picture of them with.
Now, to be clear, this allegation is made because Shrip claimed it happened, and then there's a conversation between Fulf and Lumen City where Lumen City says that it happened. So, I mean, you can say it's an allegation, but like, if the person involved said it happened, unless there's some really wild miscommunication going on, it seems like it did. Did he break in with a YouTube fit on? Hard to say. This is what he was wearing when I met him. You can see him here. This green fit right here. Yeah, that fursuit. But they didn't have their hat on. Or their fur head. Whatever the
on Twitter. But even with how Lumen goes into detail with each point, All but one of these main points really feed into the thesis statement of beta furry YouTube. The only statement I believe had credence was one that I also criticized the beta for previously, his usage of suggestive, sometimes fetishy thumbnails.
This one is just disgusting, dude. Beta data a lot of what's going on, big guy. This is a bit foul. Does that really need to be out like that, dude? You could have done anything else. And also, do we need to have like the dragon, the dog, or is this a dog? I don't know what these are. I think this is a dragon, this is a dog. Do you need to have them in the thumbnail? Is that really necessary, dude? I feel like you could have just done literally anything else other than that. Furries really are degenerate. Sometimes you'll be caught off guard and think they're normal, and then you remember that they like people that, they like humanoid dogs that each other. I'm not even saying they're like zoophiles, because not all of them are. It's just like, what's going on, big guy? But then some of them make fire YouTube videos like your movie sucks, and there's like an interesting person, so it's kind of a conflict there, you know. But maybe that's how they feel about me, you know. You know. If you know, you know. This video was brought to you by G Fuel, the world's leading energy drink brand. They sell these little tubs of powder that you can mix with water and then just get going. It's that easy. It's got an amazing taste. It's clean, caffeinated energy that will keep you laser focused while watching Skibbity Toilet videos all day. And there are 40 servings of this stuff in every single tub, so it's a lot of bang for your buck. And right now for March is G Fuel Madness, where you can buy one tub and get another one absolutely free. They just sent me this Naruto Sage Mode G Fuel, which is excellent. And I've also got my personal favorite here, Blue Ice, which is just a great flavor. Mixes with water really well, and like once again, like it tastes great. And the best part about it is there's no crash or jitters after I drink it. Don't be a loser. Buy G Fuel today with my link in the description below and in the top comment, so you can get the best powdered energy on the market, and so they keep giving me money. I like that a lot. Thanks for watching. Back to the video.
I beat my record.
But
18908.
that was a popular criticism of him, one that he would listen to as he moved away from using them, even before this video was posted.
Fuck yeah.
So
appreciate.
Other points were either heavily opinionated or didn't have the.
I can go better. I can go faster. I still need to get the 5th objective. I gotta get parts of the infrastructure.
Perform all too well. Even
aluminum
from myself,
into the
as well as a few contemporaries
into the furnace, as it were.
With his coverage to mixed results, from a respectful disagreement to labeling a user as an immature beta fanboy for finding the video to be
beta.
Even
I thought they meant like
yo beta male.
I read that as beta male.
Beta.
Like beta Iwata, which I think is funny. The idea of like an estrogenic furry calling someone a beta male, I like that a lot actually. I think it's cool.
It did end with women saying he would be taking time to reflect on this fallout, so one would assume he looked things over and realized where he went wrong here, right? He would realize videos with faulty information made through the haze of a petty grudge wouldn't perform all too well, right? In July of 2023, I found myself in a bit of an altercation on Twitter. I've mentioned it in a previous video of mine, but for those who aren't aware, during AnthroCon 2023, Earth Fox was in the fandom spotlight due to the fox puppet they made that they would dance around with at the venue. During the convention, I made a tweet joking about the puppet getting cancelled, unaware that 3 days later, Earth would be facing pushback for their take on Feral Not Safe for Work.
Their take on Feral Not Safe for Work. Furry community problems. They would receive pushback for their take on Feral Not Safe for Work. One of the only communities where it's a consistent problem that people can't stop getting off of dogs. And the part is they're not all like that. Like, the majority of them are like, I mean, they have a weird hobby, but it's like, whatever, right? Who cares? But there are just too many of these people that are into dogs getting. How does that even happen to you? Like, what has to happen in your childhood for you to be attracted to animals in that way? Tom's hand is bigger than his face. He has cancer. It also means I have a giant dick, right? A large minority of furries are into bestiality. Yeah, I still argue it's like it's a very uncomfortable percent. I'd say it's like, I don't know, 20% of furries or something are probably into that. Like a relatively high amount, but yeah. More likely some kind of abuse. But like what, they got abused by a dog? Like, how does that happen? How does that happen?
Yo.
I need to get a dog.
Settle down, yo.
Later resulted in my tweet being labeled as a call to action against her. My past usage of Kiwi farms being used to support the claim.
The Nerd Skull guy. I remember this guy. This is someone that was like hated on like Bloodsport's Twitter back a few years ago. He was always really annoying. I would always see him like, I feel like I saw him in tandem with like Mundane Matt, and his like the little profile picture screams Mundane Matt to me, but it's not Mundane Matt. It just like is kind of the same person. People in chat even know who Mundane Matt is. You guys remember Mundane Matt? That's a funny story.
Regardless of it having no correlation with the tweet I made. Regardless, this left me as less than favorable in the eyes of quite a few members in the fandom. And with
Yeah,
that
that
being
was
the case,
slow.
he
That was
considered
slow as a
himself to
mofo,
capitalize
bro.
on that through the creation of 2 YouTube shorts.
There's nothing wrong with using Kiwi Farms, by the way. Like, there's nothing wrong with that. You know, I understand getting pissed if someone is actively doxing someone, but like, the majority of Kiwi Farms is just a site for documenting drama. Like, who cares? It's literally just like talk about e-celebrities. Like, it's the same thing that I do. It's the same thing that every commentary drama channel has done for years. It's the same thing that everyone does in real life too. People just like to gossip. They love drama. They love gossip. On every side, every kind of person loves conflict, right? This is like an obvious thing. I don't think that should be like a controversial take, but people like to pretend they're above drama and they're better than it, which is why they're like, Kiwi Farms. Or they just try to say it's like an anti-trans website or something. That's the other thing.
Nah,
Which, like,
that's
I
a
mean, a
bad
lot of the
start.
users, in fairness,
I'm
are,
not gonna waste another fucking
transphobic,
11 and a
but
half
it's
minutes.
Because that's like the only place that can congregate, you know? There are a lot of transphobes on the normal internet too. You just don't hear from them because they get, you know, shouted down by the masses. So the only people that you hear that are like going against trans stuff are like Matt Walsh and people like that, who are political people. Kiwi Farms is honestly one of the best places to get info on internet reach. It's the best place, literally the best.
One accusing me of being behind a hate campaign aimed towards Hearth, alluding to it being because Hearth was a furry minority who was popular at
Good
the
lead
time.
up.
Unfortunately, Hearth saw character assassinations, accusing them of being a for not criticizing someone liking Nazi for work MR. They were harassed, sent slurs, death threats, and attacked by Lagopher, a furry content creator with 38,000 subscribers. Furries, especially minorities, have always faced discrimination and have been subject to character assassination when get content on social media. Twitter.
Especially Twitter. Furries, especially minority furries, have been subject to character assassination with the mob. Just like, that's why so much coke. Chill out.
That accused me of plagiarizing my videos with no elaboration on how.
They recently got into controversy over a poorly worded tweet about canceling Hearth's AnimalCon 2023 puppet. This was an accusation of punching down when Hearth was accused of being a Lagopher sympathized with Hearth's death threat and the role their tweet played in it, and disagreed with being the sole reason for their harassment. The defender used a Kiwi Farms for research, a bigoted hate speech forum due to archiving criminal behavior. However,
A hate speech forum due to archiving criminal behavior. What are you even talking? Due to archiving criminal behavior.
Plagiarized from the website. Don't believe they're dragging your video. Likely many others talking about other algorithms.
So I hate this website. It's disgusting. But I'm mad that they ripped it off. This website is disgusting, and that's why I'm mad that they stole their content. Like, what is your problem, dude?
He based this
And why? Okay, why are his hands like? Does anyone notice he's doing this thing?
Criminal behavior. However, they plagiarized from the website. Don't believe they're dragging your video. Likely many others talking about other algorithms.
Imagine if every stream I did this. Or is their arm broken? Imagine if every stream I was like, so today we're going to be talking about Kiwi Farms, and Kiwi Farms is a place that bad things happen, and basically if you're on Kiwi Farms, you're a bad person, and they actually plagiarize from the website. What is this? Jazz hands. He's asking a question. Oh, he's like, what's the deal with airline food? He's like, oh, my bad. I didn't realize it was this thing. Why did I you?
He based this claim solely due to my previous usage of Kiwi Farms, a website that I've since disavowed after being made aware that information I pulled from the site led to me wrongfully labeling a member of the fandom as a zoophile.
Oh. Well, that's your fault, not the website's fault. You just did research. You realize, like, Kiwi Farms is not like a journalism outlet. It's just a site where anyone can post stuff. The threads are meant to be more accurate. They're heavily curated, but, like, sometimes there's going to be wrong info in there. It happens. It's just user-generated, so, like, sometimes there's going to be something wrong. If you took it at face value, that's not Kiwi Farms' fault. That is your fault. You propagated an unsubstantiated allegation about someone without proper proof, apparently. Like, that's not Kiwi
Come on,
Farms'
Tom,
fault.
you don't know
can
what
say
all
the
these
poster
fucking
shouldn't
words
have done
mean.
that, but, like, you put it on your YouTube channel. To your
Propagated,
audience, right? That's your fault.
unsubstantiated.
My response addressing this through the link in the
Oh my god. Howdy, I wanted to take time here to address something that was brought to my attention recently. As most are probably aware, one of the sources I've utilized when looking into topics and videos is a website called Kiwi Farms. It's no secret that while the site possesses a multitude of archive links that have made research easier, the site also hosts a sizable number of bigoted users on the platform, leading to cases where the truth can be stretched or information simply fabricated due to those on the site who demean people usually for the sake of being trans. Dude, are you aware that every transphobe in the world uses YouTube.com? Does that disturb you to know that? Does it disturb you to know that everyone who says the N-word uses Snapchat and Instagram and Facebook? Like, would you say, oh, YouTube, man, so many transphobes? No. Kiwi Farms does have somewhat of a concentrated amount of these people because it's a pro-free speech site, right? And you can't say these things on, like, mainstream platforms, usually without getting banned. So obviously they're going to go there, right? But, like, realistically,
What?
it's not that
Why
bad,
the fuck
you know?
did that
I
pop
don't
off
like
like
the fact
that?
they host people's doxes, really. But legally speaking, like, I can't really I can't really argue with it. Like, it's not illegal. It's freedom of information. They're not doing anything illegal. I don't know what I'm supposed to do there. Like, it sucks. But sometimes people who deserve to get doxxed there, like Isabella Janke. Or like actual criminals like Hero the Wolf. So like I don't really care about them. It sucks that Dream got doxxed. I feel bad for him. I feel bad for you know, Corp's husband. They shouldn't have been doxxed, but like doesn't Null actively encourage it? I mean, he certainly doesn't discourage it, but like I don't know, once again, like it's the internet. Doxing has and always will be a part of it. Unfortunately, there's not much you can do. This time back on HRT. Yeah, I'm back on HRT.
As it isn't that important when it comes to Lumen, as he didn't criticize me for my usage of the site like most others did at the time. Just like
got doxxed. Yeah, he got doxxed, and then this YouTuber like accidentally showed the Kiwi Farms page.
Oh my god, this is like, not a good start on this fucking thruster. It's always this thruster that gives me the trouble too.
Plagiarized a form on the site while alluding that there might be more instances where I've done this. Allegations that can't exactly be argued in the span of 30 seconds.
Probably lost 100,000 on fucking fuel pipes there.
And honestly, I couldn't really blame you.
No,
I just
only
wanted to
one.
use a personal instance of mine to capture a recurring theme among Lumen's channel. A theme of using his platform against furries or creators who have scorned him in the past. A mindset that not only shows in his content, but how he carries himself through the fandom.
I don't think there's anything wrong with talking to people. I don't, like, who cares? He couldn't, I mean, you're criticizing him right now. I think the bigger problem is just that he's like a freak who like stalks people at conventions and goes into their hotel rooms and takes pictures of them. That seems like a bigger issue to me.
Both on and off the web.
Time frame on the 2 Mad video? That's gonna be a little bit.
Come on, man, the fire.
He just recently turned 18 at some point in 2023. I mentioned this due to the reputation Lumen had garnered prior to becoming of age. There's a number of testimonies levied towards Lumen, accusing him of knowingly trying to sneak into 18+ areas while being underage.
I mean, unfortunately, like, that's what kids do. They try to get into bars, you know. I mean, I guess it sucks that he did that, but like, it's hard to really blame him. I don't know. When you're a kid, you do dumb things, right? I don't like when they lie about their age to get an adult to talk to them so they can expose them, but like, I don't know.
This behavior can
It depends on what the thing was.
be seen through his usage of the furry social app Bark, an application.
Bark? Wait, this is real? Hold on. No way, dude. A social app for furries by furries. Dude! Join 150,000 other furries around the world. They have their own, like, Twitter? That's crazy. And it looks, like, professional, too. They have, like, a nice website. That's insane. Chairman. They have all these employees. Wow. God damn. They definitely got their own thing going on.
I said, goddamn.
He will be banned from in July of 2022. You see, the youngest age a Bark user can be is 16.
150,000 plus furries has got to be a lie. Dude, there are definitely 150,000 furries. At the convention I went to alone, there was like I think a few thousand people. Anthro, New England, turnout. 2023 had 3,500 people. The one I was at, I wouldn't be surprised if it had closer to 4. There was a lot of people.
However, the app is set up in a way that if a registering user sets their age below 18, then their age will be publicly displayed on their account. This also prohibits minors from seeing the After Dark accounts of other adult users, but we're focusing on the public age part for now. As while adult users can hide their age, 16 and 17-year-olds cannot, letting everyone around them know that they're underage. This is done so that other users on the site are aware that they're a minor and will behave accordingly, for better or for worse.
I mean, I'd say it's for the best. It's for the best that they get labeled a minor so that, you know, innocent prospective furries who are trying to goon a little bit don't end up grooming a little bit on accident.
Well, and also so nobody can fucking pretend like, oh, I didn't know.
There was this point when this femboy furry was touching up on me in a very uncomfortable way. You can see it in the video. I was not having a good time, but I didn't know how to be like, I don't know, get the off me. I didn't feel that violated. It's like back here somewhere. I was outside when it happened. Let's see if I can find them. They're like a horse. Yeah, this one.
I have both the femboy and the himbo top, and I just kind of changed it up based on how I feel that day.
What's the best thing about being a furry?
Best thing about being a furry is being able to just
watch. They're gonna go
be yourself. You have like no real restrictions in terms of like what society normally might put on you. I mean, look at me. I'm a giant horse. Like, who cares?
What's the worst thing about being a furry?
Yeah, dude, look at that.
Any bad things?
I don't really have.
I didn't even really notice they were touching me the first time, and then the second time I was like, wait, this is not the first time this has happened. Sort of a Voshian thing. But I don't know. I mean, they were nice. They're just, you know, touchy gay guy.
Privacy, stating, so I guess minors don't deserve privacy, but at least we can block adults. Now, I get the issues some would have with this method. Bark is an app that shows you whatever furries are in your area. Having every teenager's age publicly listed could make it that much easier for a predator to
So
find.
it's like a furry Facebook. It tells you like all the furries that are local to you. How epic would it be to download this app and own them epically? Just saying. Not in like a violent way, obviously. Just, you know, I don't know. I think that would be funny. Thank you, Richter, overtime. I'm glad someone gets it. Someone finally.
But sadly, that's just a byproduct of the internet as a whole. At a certain point, you yourself have to learn and practice internet safety etiquette. The app developers can only do so much when it comes to making a healthy environment for their user base. However, things only seem to worsen for Lumen, as he would get his account.
Why do they put underage people on blast on them sign up for the site? I mean, I don't think it's necessarily an issue that underage people are going to sign up for the site. Obviously, there is a big sexual side of the fandom, but not all furries, I think, are trying to fuck, you know, each other, let alone dogs or kids, right? Other social media allows minors on, so I don't think it's the biggest issue. Like Facebook allows minors on.
Banned for constantly changing his age between 17 and 18, although he would seem to throw ACAB into the mix as well for some reason.
What? So Bark official goes around warning people for ACAB? What do you mean warns people? Like, they're like, hey, Black lives don't matter. You can't say that. Is that what's going on here?
I'm pretty positive that slogan had nothing to do with the reason he was banned, but this incident shows that Lumen values anonymity.
Is this run by the furry raiders? Are they running Bark?
Right to privacy, which is respectable. The problem from that comes from him using that anonymity to lie about his age, something that he was accused of doing at furry convention Furrydelphia in 2022.
Furrydelphia. A little on the nose, don't you think, with the name there? A little bit on the nose. I just looked at that out of context. Base.
Furrydelphia, they have a policy that all staff working for the convention must be 18 years or older, for liability and insurance reasons, of course. This is something Lumen himself is well aware of, as he was told this directly by the convention staff on
For liability and insurance reasons, all staff must be 18 or older.
Twitter. However, it's claimed that Lumen would attempt to host an inflatable pool toy meet and greet panel at the convention regardless. This claim comes in the form of a
inflatable pool toy meet and greet panel. What does that mean? What kind of panel is that? Like everybody shows up with like a floaty on in their fursuit? Is there a pool? I don't, oh wait, I forgot their fetish is like being blown up like a gas blimp. Yeah, this is them. Here's me in a giant lime balloon at the Anthro New England 2023 pool toy panel approaching you for Squeaky Saturday. So they're like attracted to inflation. That's that's what this is about. Pyro has entered the chat. That's what this is.
Thank God for Joe Biden and got the Inflation Reduction Act.
And be sure to become a member.
The fart sound is epic. Based.
Twitter post alleging that Lumen attempted to register for the slot before being rejected. Despite the refusal, Lumen would get a friend of his to apply for the slot instead, and upon approval, he would transfer the panel over to Lumen. Looking deeper into this claim, I couldn't really find anything concerning an inflatable meet and greet at the con, at least not in 2022. However, there is an archived tweet from Lumen where he mentions the panel.
Here is inflatable pool toy collection for the upcoming Furrydelphia pool toy panel this Squeaky Saturday. Does he them? I assume he this one, given it's sort of got its haunches back in the prime position, if you're into that sort of thing. I imagine this one's getting back shots daily.
The tweet reading, here is an inflatable pool toy collection for the upcoming...
The dragon is sick, is it? I like the shark one, that'd go nice in a pool. I would belly flop onto it. I wouldn't come onto it, which seems to be the disagreement that me and Lumen City have.
Furrydelphia pool toy panel this Squeaky Saturday. Apart from this tweet, there seems to be no mention whatsoever of an inflatable panel taking place at Furrydelphia 2022. It can be assumed that the staff of the convention caught wind of this and silently axed the panel, but as there seems to be no public proof of this...
Or that the panel was just never going to happen in the first place and they just wanted it to happen. That's probably the reality if I had to guess. And that stays in the back of those inflatables. I bet if you take a black light to them, it's a very dark situation. If I had to guess. Why is every FurryCon some name wordplays at the autism? Yes. They can't just be FurryCon for some reason. It has to be Furrydelphia, Anthro New England. What's the other one? Rocky Mountain FurCon? It's got to be something like that. It can't be normal. Being a furry isn't sexual? Okay. Yeah.
Good one. I mean, it's not always, but for a lot of them it is. Let's be real. Don't be dishonest about it. Don't be dishonest. Do not be dishonest, bro.
Don't be dishonest, bro. You know they're each other in the wearing dog costumes.
Just saying.
This portion just remains as an assumption. Regardless, I wanted this to present the reputation he's accumulated.
Why are you so drawn to furries? I find them very fascinating, I guess. They're also just a subculture that seems to always have some like drama or going on that I can talk about and make money off of, so that's definitely part of it.
Accumulated through his FurCon attendance, as these testimonies lend credence to the claim that would result in a spotlight being placed on Lumen City down the line. On October 27th, 2022, the 7th in-person iteration of Furpocalypse was being held. Lumen's attendance can be confirmed through a simple viewing of the con schedule.
Inflatable fetishists are called lunars? No, they're not. Why are they called lunars? What is it? Because like, is it like the inflatable bird, the loon? What does this mean?
Oh, babe, good morning.
What does lunar have to do with inflating? Oh, ballooner. Okay.
Red Reaper says happy birthday.
James Isaac Neutron is in the building.
Panels and an inflatable pool.
I'm gonna loon!
With Lumen as one of the two speakers. Something that confuses me a bit.
These are Canadian? That may be the darkest thing of all.
Even Lumen would later admit to being 17 at this time, but putting the
dog shit
aside, there would be an incident at this convention that followed Lumen into the upcoming year. But to talk about
how'd you sleep?
We'll have to introduce the two people Lumen's offense was against.
Okay.
Like a furry game.
Blue Wolf is a widely known person in the fandom, being a popular trans furry known for their meme posting, as well as the harassment she'd faced from Twitter users like Valid Els.
This is the person who said they were going to sue Valid Els, by the way, and it just never happened. I mean, I guess they refunded the money, so that's good, but this is the person. Valid Els is constantly trolling these people, too, trying to get them to falsely accuse him. I got a DM from someone the other day who was telling me that Valid Els is like a convicted child molester with a post of Valid Els admitting it on their Telegram, and it's like, obviously this person's trolling you, so you'll talk about it and they can get a reaction right.
A gimmick account previously dedicated to mocking openly trans people. As Blue was attending Furpocalypse in 2022,
Why is it it's a furry game?
Go with a furry.
They're like Puss in Boots over here.
By the name of Trip back to his hotel room to spend time together. Trip being a furry I had mentioned previously during my overview of Capital City Fur.
This is the situation I talked about, I assume.
According to Trip's allegation, as he and Blue were snugging in bed, there would be a knock at the door.
They were snugging in bed.
I'm just a baby. I'm snugging in bed with my boyfriend.
Trip's roommate would answer it, only to find Lumen City. He then allegedly pushed past the roommate, took a photo of Trip and Blue with his phone, and then immediately left.
Based creep shotter. Based creep shotter. He's getting them. He's sticking it to the woke mind virus by being a based creep shotter and taking pictures of someone against their will in their hotel room.
Trip was furious over what had just happened, sending this message over to Lumen on Telegram. He would make it clear that he wasn't planning to press charges against Lumen for the encounter, but he would make it even clearer that regardless of if Lumen took a photo or not, no one consented to having him barge in like that. He would end the message by telling Lumen to stay away from him, or he would get con security involved, blocking Lumen on Telegram immediately after sending this. Lumen would also be messaged by Blue, in which he would respond stating that he noticed that what he did wasn't the best idea. Blue then explains that the two were just a bit freaked out by how Lumen found their hotel room to get a picture with Blue, as that wasn't even her hotel room they were in. Lumen
I like that
answered.
they admit it. Yeah, I know. Went into her hotel room asking for a picture when you were resting. Wasn't the smartest idea. Got too excited and didn't think straight. when you get so excited because somebody is resting that you barge into their room and take a creep shot of them. Oh no, you're fine. We were just freaked out how you found us because it wasn't my room. I don't know. Is it a nude picture? No, but I mean it's still creepy to run into someone's hotel room and take a picture of them. I mean, they're in private, right? It's not like they're in public just hanging out in a giant fursuit. They're in a hotel room alone. I think it's wrong to barge into their room and take a photo of them. It's like very strange.
By saying that he and Trip shared neighboring rooms, and he just happened to see Blue Wolf go in with Trip when he looked outside. Now, neither Trip nor Blue would go public about this situation at the moment, as it wasn't until October of 2023 that Trip would come out with a Beware post about Lumen, giving a summarized version of the events we just went over. The response to this Beware post was a pretty sizable one. There were multiple testimonies in the replies that spoke of Lumen's less than savory behavior. From lying about his age to being not safe for work online chats, taking photos of fursuiters out of suit without their permission, stalking the owners of the fur groups he got banned from, even sticking his hand in a random person's
Sticking
drink
at your
to
yacht
get
for
the
the
food out of it at a
Rizzler.
Dave & Buster's.
Oh, you're good? Hang out for as long or as little as you like.
I just wanna be your Sigma.
As well as the public. So, how did Lumen himself take this? Well, just moments after getting called out by Trip, Lumen could be seen in a venting channel of
So,
someone's
baby,
Discord server.
I'll let her know she's peeing right now. She said she just woke up. But I will tell her y'all both said hey and happy birthday. Appreciate that.
Concerning the Beware post. And not too soon after, he would deliver just that. As far as responses to controversy go, this is one of them, I suppose. It's structured very similarly to one of his videos, opening with an explanation before slowly but surely diverging from the topic presented. It opens with an apology to Trip for the distress his actions caused before giving you a taste of what to expect here, saying that these callouts and public shaming are more than furry drama. I'm concerned it's being driven by emotions rather than facts, with questions being silenced and my privacy being invaded. I'm sharing the full story of my side so people can understand what happened. What any of that meant, I genuinely couldn't tell you. But going on to explain his side, he was
Lee and
stirred by
Reaper
a
both
tiny
say
bit of
happy
follow-up
birthday.
fear because of Tripp's tweet accusing
She
Lumen
said,
of
"Oh,
stalking
thank
and
you."
taking photos of him and a friend without their consent. He states how he was a minor at FurPop 2022 who wanted to take a photo with Blue Wolf. Lumen's recollection of events is somewhat similar.
We went to their hotel room, which was next to mine, knocked on the door. Trip opened it, understandably hesitant because I showed up with my phone pointing at them. I didn't get the picture with Blue Wolf. I understand Trip's fear and distress of visiting their room for an unnecessary request when they and Blue Wolf were trying to rest. Being neurodivergent for my entire life, I've been aware that my actions can be misinterpreted as malicious. He was merely autistic, ladies and gentlemen.
My autism made me do it, just like the cigarettes. Ladies and gentlemen, the nicotine was just getting to me, you know. Sometimes it hits you hard when you least expect it, you know. It gets you going, really, and I regret to inform that I took a creep shot in their hotel room. Listen, I've stopped smoking cigarettes. The cigarettes made me do it. Ladies and gentlemen, the cigarettes made me think that they were 10 years old, which is obviously way too old for me. I should be going after only 7-year-olds. Oh my God! Not a good excuse, in my opinion.
Oh my God.
And entering, it was my autism.
Where two Trips. However, they differ in a pretty substantial detail. Where Trip claims his roommate got the door when Lumen arrived, Lumen says that it was Trip who answered the door. Despite the fact this doesn't make too much sense, as Trip couldn't be both cuddling someone in bed and entering the door simultaneously, this discrepancy never really goes elaborated on, as Lumen then goes on to how he did approach the two.
I'm off 36 zins. My bad.
But that he didn't
My
get the
bad.
image with Blue Wolf that he was hoping for. He would say how he understood the fear and distress Chip felt from Lumen's visit, because being neurodivergent for his whole life, he's been aware that his actions could be misinterpreted as malicious. I'm not sure if being a literal neurodivergent minor is the problem here.
I thought he was going to say literal for a second. Now that I support that.
But let's just keep going.
So baby, loom me closer on the gas-givity toilet.
In the next paragraph, Lumen...
Hold on, I've got
Oh,
an
wait.
idea. I've got an idea. A little less.
Why are you
than
closing the
16
door on me, woman?
lyrics. All right, you guys are gonna help me out with something real quick. We're going to.
Oh, you feeding
we're gonna
kitties?
compose our own song here. Gat song. All right, how am I gonna make this skibbity toilet? How am I gonna make this song skibbity toilet? I'm gonna start brainstorming while we watch this video. It's important. It's important to me that I do this. Okay.
He begins to talk about the
This
aftermath
skibbity
of the
toilet
incident.
shit needs to
Mainly
stop,
Trip
Tom.
messaging him on Telegram. He gets hung up on the statement of "Be happy, I'm not pressing charges,"
Was in that folder? Bro, literally taxes. Quite literally taxes.
saying that it was unclear why Trip didn't follow through if he believed he had a case, even mentioning how there are limited circumstances where minors can be sued. Personally, I'm just not sure what Lumen gets out of mentioning this. A part of me thinks it's Lumen trying to downplay it and create cause for speculation, as he then brings attention...
Why are you breathing so heavily? I can't breathe because I have breathing problems because I'm sick and I smoke cigarettes, which I'm going to do right after this.
To Trip saying he didn't know if Lumen actually took a photo with them or not, using this to say Tripp might have misremembered what happened, even though the Telegram message he's quoting was sent the day it happened. But right after that, he goes onto a tangent about his experience being neurodivergent, which has some cohesion given it ties into his reason for why he did what.
All right, I think we get this part. Fursuit? What's the fursuit controversy?
Public discussion concerning the call-out would die down sometime afterwards, at least until something pretty substantial happened. As it turns out, Lumen was commissioning a fursuit for himself. On December 12th, 2023, a fursuit
like
maker
shit.
by the name Shell Sews would post their work on Instagram, that being a fursuit by the name of Lumen City. Now, given the reputation of Lumen I've laid out for you already, I'm sure you already have a question. Why would this fursuit maker agree to make a fursuit for Lumen despite his reputation?
Business is business. They were just following orders, okay? They were just following orders. Business is business and business is good. Imagine how much money I could make if I owned like a fursuit business. I've been thinking about business ideas recently. My most genius idea I think that I've come up with is, okay, how many good female commentary channels are there that are actually good? Not many. I guess there's like Chad. I don't really find her funny or interesting or care about what she talks about. Shoe and Head's alright, but doesn't really post. What we need really badly, desperately, is a cute girl who makes commentary videos. But as we all know, women are incapable of giving good commentary on anything. How do we fix this? I'm gonna get a cute girl to sit in front of a camera, and I'm gonna write her scripts for her so they're good, and then I'm gonna edit the videos or pay to have them edited or something, and then put it out on YouTube and make money off of simps. So if you see a girl get famous on YouTube for making commentary videos and she's cute and she's actually based, you can be sure that I'm the one funding that, okay? This is gonna happen in the next few years. I'm gonna make so much money off of it. It's gonna be disgusting. It's gonna be disgusting. I might know someone that fits exactly what you need.
Well, this actually has a pretty simple explanation to it. You see, they didn't know about Lumen's reputation when taking them as a client. You see, Shell started working on Lumen's fursuit early in 2023, when testimonies against Lumen's actions were pretty scarce to come across. It wasn't until
Make her mentally ill?
Aware posts
I mean, I'm not
that
gonna make
word
her
began to
mentally
spread, which resulted
She will be mentally ill when I hire her because that's what you need.
in Shell removing Lumen from their
How can a girl be hot if she's not crazy?
Telegram group the day after the Aware post.
Summer's reputation's already tainted. I need someone with a clean record who looks crazy. Maybe one of the Septum girls, but she's gonna be like really based, okay? She's gonna be like woke on like our issues and like red pill and talk about like how feminism sucks, yo. It's gonna be fire.
There was just one problem.
I need an SSRI sweetheart to help me out.
The fursuit Lumen commissioned from her. You probably noticed from the image that I showed.
She's too crazy. Destiny will contact her for info. Well, imagine the drama that could come from that, okay? Imagine the drama. It would be excellent. Like, Destiny tries to rizz her up. She's like, no, sir, you're a libtard. I do not respect you. That would be epic. That would just, like, make the drama expand and, like, she gets, like, clout off of it. And, like, dude, I'm a genius. Adia with a Y, no, she's too crazy. And she also already has an online presence, and she's probably also, like, 15 years old. It has to be an adult. Okay, she has to have no online paper trail. I know this is a tall order. What about a red-pilled, normal-looking hick? No, can't be normal-looking. She has to be like alternative in some way. She has to look like
Booty.
I don't know who I would compare her to. I don't know.
Booty
I've been speaking
tan.
to a woman lately. Perhaps I'll pitch it to her, but I feel like it might be kind of bad when you eat in that way. Could affect things. I'll think about it.
That it was finished. So why did Shell decide to?
You sent me the perfect fit. All right, buddy. Where? Am I looking on Twitter? I can't find this, Gamma. Where did you send this to me? Me? I have a crybaby face? If you're begging for it, I already don't want you to do it.
Finish the fursuit, you might be.
Tara Yummy. Tara Yummy is okay. She's interesting. She's an interesting pick, but I feel like hold on. Let me look up Tara Yummy. This is the girl that hangs out with Johnny Gilbert and all those guys, right?
Good morning, world.
She's not. I feel like she's not alternative enough looking.
Much
She looks
just
kind of
to wear.
normal. Like, she doesn't really look emo, you know.
Clip it.
It has to be someone else. It has to look different. For the chatters volunteering, you must have a reasonable BMI. Yeah, preferably not anorexic and also not obese. You can't be fat to do it, okay? You got to be, rizzy. So I was trying to find a girlfriend. Yes, so true, dude. You got me. It's over. It's over. She looks pissed off at all times. Yeah, you need someone who looks like non-confrontational, you know what I mean? Spencer's off the table, bro. Bruh. I mean, yeah. I saw this, there was this thing in the comment section I posted that was really funny. When the Max videos came out, it was like, where did all the evidence go? Spencer with an evidence-shaped bulge in her stomach. Gee, I don't know. I thought that was epic.
Well, unfortunately, she kind of found herself lodged between a rock and a hard place. So Shell started work on Lumen's fursuit in February 2023. So by the time the Beware came out in late October, she was well into finishing the head, and by that point the suit was pretty much already done. Shell was in a position where they couldn't exactly refund Lumen without chalking up months of work, supplies, and materials as wasted. The best Shell was able to do was finish the suit for Lumen and cut ties after he received it. So this is what she would do, to the obvious dismay of Lumen.
I'm a personal trainer. If I can get her at 250, she'll be a good fit. Dude, how tall are we talking? Like, is this like a 6'8" girl? She's 250? I guess that would make sense. Should I pull this up on stream or no? I assume you probably don't want me to do that. No, she won't fit. She's too alternative. It's too much. Yeah, it's just too much. I'm sorry. Can't go with her, dude. I need someone else. I'm not gonna do it.
Following his removal from Shell's Telegram group, Lumen would make a community post concerning the situation. He opened it by saying Shell was receiving harassment for accepting his commission due to Tripp's accusation of stalking. While he disavows any harassment being sent Shell's way for this, I can't see I came across any beratement being sent their way, at least not publicly. I can understand how he would perceive it this way as Shell removed him from her chat without warning, but posts I found talking about this made the differentiation that the problem was with Lumen the suitor, not Shell the maker. The closest thing I could come across was Tripp jumping to a conclusion before getting corrected immediately after. Following this, however, Lumen would then take the time to express his disappointment with Shell, saying that she didn't come to him to ask questions.
Alright, this is kind of just nothing. We already know the NE thing as well, I think. I'd say we've probably gone over this video as much as I want to. The rest of it's basically been covered in my own video. I mean, Lumen City's definitely a very interesting person. I'm curious if they responded to my video at all.
Odin Wolf was
Doesn't look like they've said anything. Do they have any other links, like a Twitter maybe? I assume they do. About.
Odin Wolf was terminated by YouTube, outraging many furries leaving it with silence. However, it wasn't the first time YouTube targeted furries, and it won't be the last, as they may have a point.
There we go. That was a pretty good run.
For the YouTube channel, which
I can't listen to their voice for even 1 second. Furry Nazi. Ruben Sim wants furries dead. Not
20 mil. Damn right.
Saga with my furry stalker is probably over.
No, man. I got 11. I wanted to hit 20 mil. That's all.
Low-key stalked by a furry individual.
Oh, yeah.
I don't feel like I'm a victim or anything. I had some people reaching out to me saying that I'm like a victim. I certainly don't feel like a victim. I don't even think they have the intelligence to understand like why they're such a loser. They seem like they might literally lack the idea.
I'm the only one in the top 15 who's got the PlayStation symbol next to his name. Everybody else is playing with mouse and keyboard.
I just can't click on it. I can't bring myself to. This guy's editing makes his voice worse somehow. It does, that's true. I just can't go on Mastodon. I can't bring myself to do it, I'm sorry. There's just no way. It's too cancerous.
And be sure to become a member. For $5 a month, they get the members-only podcasts and exclusive videos that only members get. Thanks so much for your support.
I gotta figure out how I'm gonna get that fucking aluminum in there. Alright. Alright, that was a solid 9-hour stream.
I've been invested
Reaper,
because I find it interesting.
tell Lee thanks for stopping by. Lee, if you're here, directly to you, my friend. Thanks for making the overture and stopping by and saying hey for the first time in a while. It was really great to see y'all. And I'm gonna go do Sunday fucking fun day with
when I'm seeing something
my newly, freshly 29 third anniversary of her 29th birthday girlfriend. So y'all have a great rest of your weekend. Peace and love.